I possess power on par with the divine, but I dare not use it unless absolutely necessary, because my body has become a vessel for 7 gods. Every time I tap into their power, one of them tries to break free. One wrong move and I vanish. Along with the entire city. The world has long since stopped being normal. 30 years ago, the Age of Awakening began. Some people started developing anomalies, fire from their hands, control over water, telekinesis, spiritual communication, out-of-body projection, time manipulation. Then came the cultivators. Then, those who surpassed the very logic of abilities. Today, there are over 100 million awakened humans. They are ranked from F to A. A class, that's elite. Government orders, special privileges, license to kill. Above them S, SS, and SSS. These levels aren't public, they're hidden. Because they're unstable, clans seized control of the cities. Each district is ruled by its own force. The unawakened are considered disposable. Basic labor stock. No one saves those who can't protect themselves. Schools stopped teaching math a long time ago. Now it's combat tactics. Medical records show 2 charts, blood work and mutation levels. Even the air is classified by energy density. I didn't awaken. I have no official power. I can't be registered. I can't be measured on any scale. Because what's inside me is beyond any scale. 7 entities. 7 ancient gods. Each one capable of wiping out a city. They're not my allies. They're sealed catastrophes. And I hear their voices every single day. If I hold them back, I live. If I slip, they break loose. And if that happens, I won't be the only one to fall. My name is Chen Ping. Early morning. A regular residential area, Tangshan 2nd District. Ordinary sunlight, shining onto an ordinary bed. Ding dong. China Construction Bank, Chen Xingqiu has transferred 100,000 yuan to you. Current balance, 100,520 yuan. The phone rang. At the same time, a new message popped up on WeChat. Pippi, good morning. A beautiful day has begun. Are you up yet? This is your living allowance for this month. Spend it well. Don't forget to let me know if you run out. I can send more. Heart. A beautiful girl with a fresh and youthful profile picture was messaging him, sending him the first greeting of the morning. Early in the morning, one girl transferred him money, and another pretty girl sent him a good morning message. If you asked Chen Ping how he felt, he would say nothing. Chen Ping stared at the message on the screen, feeling a mix of anger and humiliation. Oomph. It's already enough money. I clearly said I can support myself. Why do they keep sending me money? It makes me feel like some useless guy who can only rely on his sister. He quickly typed out a reply, trying to refuse. Ding dong. China Construction Bank, payment of 20,000 yuan to Alipay's Huabei. Current balance, 80,520 yuan. Not long after, a plain-looking male avatar appeared in the WeChat chat window, replying to the beautiful girl. Thanks, sis. I got the money. I'll spend it carefully. Heart. After sending this message, Chen Ping helplessly put his phone aside and let out a heavy sigh. Without his sister supporting him, he really couldn't make it. Ha ha. Suddenly, a crisp, slightly mocking laugh echoed in his mind. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? If it weren't for you all, would I be so desperate for my sister's allowance? Chen Ping slapped his forehead forcefully, scolding angrily. If an outsider saw Chen Ping talking to himself and even hitting himself so early in the morning, they would definitely think he was crazy. Muttering to himself, Chen Ping got up, washed up quickly, and went into the kitchen. He fried 16 eggs, ate 9 pieces of whole grain bread, steamed 2 baskets of barbecued pork buns, and drank a 12-liter can of milk. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The 6 steaks in the oven should be ready too. He quickly took them out and ate them. After finishing them, he had 2 large cakes from the fridge as dessert. Finally satisfied, he patted his belly, grabbed his backpack, and went to school. Another energetic day. Morning sunlight spilled onto the streets. Cars flowed endlessly, and pedestrians hurried along the road. Above the city's towering buildings, massive flying ships glimmering with spiritual light occasionally streaked across the sky, leaving a radiant trail. Beast tamers rode giant, exotic beasts along the beast lanes, always drawing attention. The red light turned on, and the huge white-furred lion at the front of the beast lane bent its legs, lowered its rear to the ground, and obediently crouched, paws on its knees, waiting at the light. Behind the white-furred lion, a black-armored rhinoceros beast and a red-feathered rooster beast all came to a sudden stop. Poof! The black-armored rhinoceros beast was running too fast. Its horn accidentally poked the white-furred lion's rear. Roar! The white-furred lion's fur stood on end as it jumped up, turning angrily. The beast tamer on the white-furred lion was even more furious. pointing at the tamer on the black-armored rhinoceros beast and cursing. Damn it! Do you know you rear-ended me? Sorry, it's my fault. I didn't maintain enough distance. Pay up. 10 star source stones. That's too much. I don't think your beast got hurt much. Open your eyes. This is a white-furred lion, a 3-star beast pet, not some 1-star trash like yours. It's lost some fur because of your lousy rhino and got scared. Do you know how much spiritual grass it takes to soothe its traumatized mind? The two beast tamers bickered on the roadside. Chen Ping stood at the crosswalk, quietly munching on a fried dough stick, watching the drama. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp whistle echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw several graceful cultivators flying together on swords, looking especially dashing. So cool! Chen Ping sighed while eating his fried dough stick. Watching the magical sights on the street, his expression was always filled with envy. What a wondrous era! Everyone had special abilities. But sadly, he was just an ordinary high school student without any awakened powers. His father disappeared 3 years ago while escaping from enemies. His mother was forcibly taken away by a powerful family, also 3 years ago. These 3 years? Do you know how Chen Ping survived these 3 years? He has been supported by his sister for 3 whole years. Whenever Chen Ping thought about this, he always felt guilty, feeling like a useless person. He was worried that his sister might be misunderstood by others as a brother-supporting demon because of him. But his sister was a natural Dao seed, a once-in-a-millennium immortal lunar physique. Now, she was already a specially trained disciple at Kunlun Academy, a highest supernatural academy in the Xia Kingdom. She probably wouldn't be spoken of badly by others, right? Thinking of this, Chen Ping sighed again. His sister's only flaw was probably having such a useless brother like him. It was all his fault. His fault for being so ordinary in this world. This was a crazy era because as many as 100 million people had awakened superpowers. Unbelievable, right? Some could breathe fire, some could control water, some could heat their entire bodies, some could leave their bodies as spirits, some could talk to animals, and some could even cultivate and become chi practitioners that everyone envied. Anyone born in this era of superpowers would dream of being the main character, right? At the very least, they would hope to have a legendary story, a fantastical journey in this strange age. But Chen Ping was ordinary, with nothing. Or rather, the majority of people living in this era had nothing. They were only fit to be spectators. 100 million people awakened superpowers. That number sounds huge, sounds exaggerated. But don't forget, there are 7 billion people worldwide. In terms of proportion, that is 1 in 70. To put it in simpler terms, getting first place in a class is already tough, right? And awakening a superpower? There might not even be one person per class. It's even harder than getting first place. After all, you can still work hard to get first place. But awakening a superpower is entirely up to luck, entirely dependent on a person's physique. Either you have it, or you don't. Don't ask why. If you do, it's just fate. Chen Ping, an ordinary person, was naturally destined by fate to be ordinary. He was just a denominator, not a numerator. Just an unremarkable little wave in the great tide of the era, gone in an instant without drawing any attention. Like a passerby on the street, unnoticed by others. Jianbing Wezi. Fresh Jianbing Wezi. Come and see my Morong family's Morong pancake. Heated by bare hands, the taste is extraordinary. A street vendor at the corner was shouting, his hands glowing red and hot, flipping and slapping the pancake, cooking it with his touch. His movements were dazzling, and the fragrance filled the air. Each Jianbing Wezi made in his hands had a unique, mouth-watering flavor. So his small stall was always packed, becoming a popular breakfast spot on these streets. Chen Ping stopped by the vendor, quietly standing next to the Jianbing Wezi stall, eating his fried dough stick, watching the pancakes, and drooling. What a wonderful ability! If only he could have such a magical ability. He would bake 1,000 pancakes every day to eat. In this era, every awakened person never had to worry about food or clothing. Boss, I want some Jianbing Wezi too, give me 10. Ha ha ha, Xiaoping, buying pancakes for your friends again? The Jianbing Wezi vendor seemed familiar with Chen Ping, smiling and chatting while staying busy. Chen Ping's face turned slightly red, but he then spoke seriously. I suddenly remembered, my friends said they were hungry. Better make it 20, got it. Your friend sure can eat. The vendor was a cheerful person, smiling and agreeing. This young man was a big customer at his pancake stall, so he remembered him well. Chen Ping finished his fried dough stick, quietly waiting beside the stall, watching the flipping pancakes with envy. At this moment, a sudden commotion and screams erupted from the street not far away. Chen Ping looked over to the other side of the street. He saw a man holding a briefcase, with dark circles under his eyes from late-night work, suddenly collapse to his knees, clutching his chest. His eyes turned blood red, saliva dripping from his mouth, and he screamed in agony. Ah! The miserable screams echoed across the street. Many passers-by turned their heads, watching the kneeling man with shock and confusion. What's wrong with him? Should we call the police? Something's not right. His appearance isn't right. Some pedestrians seemed to realize something, and their faces changed dramatically. He's awakening. Boom! A thick purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the clear sky. The deafening thunder left countless people with ringing ears. Everyone on the street was startled. Then something even more shocking happened. The man's body exploded under the purple lightning, with blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Those chunks of flesh twisted and stretched under the lightning, then rapidly expanded into a massive blood sphere. Finally, the blood sphere condensed and reformed into a giant monster tens of meters high. The process was incredibly fast. In an instant, that enormous figure, taller than the surrounding buildings, dominated everyone's view. The monster's skin was dark green, its body thin and skeletal, standing upright like a human. It had 6 arms stretched out like a Buddha's hands, but with sharp, clawed fingertips, and fine purple lightning threads crackled across its body. It had a human-like face, but was grotesquely ugly, staring down at the terrified passers-by with a sinister, twisted smile. It leaned forward slightly and greeted the horrified humans. He. M.O. Monster. He failed his awakening. It's an awakened monster. Oh my god, it's so huge. What are you standing around for? Run! Run! The once bustling, orderly streets suddenly descended into chaos. Screams of people, sounds of crashing vehicles, and the terrified roars of exotic beasts filled the air. The 2 beast tamers arguing about compensation at the intersection hadn't even reacted before their white-furred lion and black-armored rhinoceros bolted in terror. Beep! 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 A sharp, piercing alarm blared across the street. At the same time, in the Special Incident Command Center of Nantang City, everyone was thrown into a frenzy. A special awakening disaster has appeared in the Northern District. Energy wave analysis shows it is preliminarily judged as a 9-star fierce beast. Initiate the emergency plan immediately. Deploy the B-rank awakened squad in the Northern District. Alarms blared, the streets were in chaos, and people scattered in panic. A turret rose from the traffic light, rapidly rotating. Rat-tat-tat. Flames burst out, and a hail of bullets was unleashed at the massive monster, as tall as a building. Clatter! The monster's body was covered in thick armor. The bullets struck, creating sparks, but merely flattened against the armor, falling to the ground without causing any harm. Provoked by the traffic light, the monster grinned hideously, stretched out its thin fingers, and pointed at it. Boom! Hundreds of terrifying purple lightning bolts erupted from the monster's body, shattering the sky. The outer walls of nearby buildings cracked, and all the windows on the street shattered at the same time. Many fleeing pedestrians were struck by the lightning, instantly turning into charred corpses. One bolt struck the traffic light, severing it and sending it crashing to the ground. A whistling sound came from the sky. 5 figures on hovering boards appeared over the chaotic street. The panicked crowd saw them, and their fear eased slightly. Thank goodness, our city's awakened squad is here. Judging by their uniforms, they're a high-level B-rank squad. We're saved. The crowd cheered, some even stopped fleeing, taking out their phones to record the scene, hoping to capture the thrilling battle. The 5 streaks of light approached, radiating powerful auras, surrounding the monster. I am Luo Guangji. The squad has arrived at the designated location. Beginning disaster clearing mission. The leading man drew a gleaming greatsword from his back and spoke into his headset, but a panicked female voice came through his earpiece. Captain Luo, be careful. Headquarters just detected a strong energy reaction. The target monster's disaster level has been upgraded from 9-star fierce beast to 3-star evil ghost. Headquarters has already dispatched an A-rank squad to the scene. Your mission has changed. I repeat, your mission has changed. From clearing the special awakening disaster, it is now to stall the monster and minimize the damage. The B-rank squad leader Luo Guangji's eyes widened at the message. What? This monster is actually a 3-star evil ghost? Luo Guangji looked ahead. The monster also turned to look at him. Its ferocious, ghostly face twisted into a grin that stretched to its ears, smiling at him. An overwhelming pressure engulfed him instantly. Luo Guangji felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was an instinctive reaction to the enormous difference in power. He took a deep breath, his fingers turning pale as he gripped his glowing greatsword tightly. Understood. Captain Luo Guangji gave a brief response and glanced at his 4 teammates. Brothers, we fight to the death. The 4 teammates nodded silently, their eyes fixed on the monstrous threat ahead. Attack! Luo Guangji charged at the monster on his hoverboard. I'll draw its attention. You guys use the yellow dragon ropes to bind it. Got it. Swish. 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 Golden sword energy cut across the sky like a mighty river. Blades of powerful sword energy struck the monster, but shattered against its thick, armored skin, leaving only faint scratches. But it succeeded in catching the monster's attention. Seizing the moment, the team members threw out golden ropes from their sleeves. Bind! The 4 teammates chanted together, and the ropes shone with golden runes, coming to life, wriggling like golden dragons, rushing toward the monster. But the monster's 6 thin arms suddenly stretched out, slicing through the ropes in an instant. What? Luo Guangji was shocked. Before he could react, the 6 elongated arms smashed into him and his teammates like giant pythons. Bang! 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 A series of dull impacts, followed by explosive sounds. Huge holes appeared in the nearby buildings. The B-rank squad members were all slammed into the walls, coughing blood, unable to stand. The powerful B-rank awakened squad was wiped out by the monster. The street fell silent. The cheering people and those filming with their phones felt a chill run down their spines, quietly lowered their phones, turned, and continued fleeing. Chen Ping was still standing in front of the pancake stall. Everyone else had run away, even the vendor with his supernatural power had fled. But he hadn't moved, because he was hesitating. He had already paid for 20 pancakes. But the vendor had only made 1. There were still 8 pancakes left on the stall, abandoned by other customers. Were those considered abandoned? Could he take them as part of his order? Taking abandoned pancakes shouldn't be a crime, right? Chen Ping hesitated. Boom! A massive foot suddenly stomped down in front of Chen Ping, crushing the stall. The delicious pancakes were smashed to bits. A gust of wind swept over. The enormous monster was now standing before Chen Ping. Its massive, blue-skinned, fanged face leaned down, grinning a sinister smile. Well, no need to hesitate now. The suffocating pressure paralyzed his thoughts. Chen Ping obediently began trembling. At the same time, the monster didn't know that a chaotic chorus of voices erupted in the boy's mind. Crush it! Let me crush it! Damn it! It destroyed our pancakes? Chen Ping, take my power. I'll help you crush its brain. Thunder descends, all life trembles. The world shall be reborn in ruin, and you will be the king of this new world. Brother, don't listen to them. They are all bad. Trust me. Accept my power, and I will fight by your side. Master! Master! Use me! Don't hesitate. Countless voices echoed in his head. The monster lifted Chen Ping with its fingers, grinning as it opened its mouth, ready to swallow this strange-smelling human. Let him go. Luo Guangji shot out from the collapsed building, his greatsword emitting a beam of sword energy. Boom! Dozens of purple lightning bolts erupted from the monster, turning into lightning serpents, ravaging buildings and vehicles. Luo Guangji was struck by several bolts, his hoverboard exploded, and he crashed to the ground, charred and twitching. His eyes struggled open, seeing the boy about to be swallowed by the monster. No! Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, kicking up sand, blurring his vision. In the storm, Chen Ping stared calmly at the hideous face of the monster. His pupils reflected a sea of lightning. His voice carried an undeniable command. Since you were born of thunder, I will grant you death by thunder. His pupils interwove with divine lightning, and he raised one finger. The sky darkened. A crimson lightning bolt, thick as a pillar, crashed down from the heavens. The world was dyed red. Boom! The monster's towering body was engulfed in blood-red lightning, reduced to ashes. As the dust settled, Luo Guangji's headset crackled with a worried voice. Captain Luo, status update. What happened? Luo Guangji stared at the smoldering ruins and spoke calmly. The monster is dead. Not by us. If I say a divine lightning struck from the sky and killed it, would you believe me? A still shaken Luo Guangji got up from the devastated street. He struggled over to the massive monster, now a charred corpse dozens of meters tall, confirming that it was completely dead. At that moment, a strong energy wave appeared not far away. A faint green light pierced through several buildings, ignoring all material obstacles, and was the first to arrive at the battlefield. A woman with long, flowing green hair appeared, her eyes glowing like spring water. Her slender, translucent body seemed almost disconnected from the world. The moment she appeared, a shiver went through the depths of everyone's souls, as if their bodies were being compelled to worship her. At the same time, a brilliant streak of fire tore across the sky. Boom! A sonic boom followed its descent. A scorching wave spread in all directions. The temperature around them shot up instantly. A man with blazing red wings, like a burning phoenix, descended and hovered in the air. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a massive serpent coiled around the structure, its enormous head watching the battlefield while a man in a black robe stood calmly on top of it. In another direction, snowflakes danced in the air. A woman in white walked lightly across the falling snowflakes, her figure ethereal like an immortal. In an instant, a blinding golden light crashed to the ground. Rumble! A pillar of golden energy shot straight into the clouds, stirring the winds above. An immensely powerful aura spread like a storm. A tall, golden man, his entire body glowing like molten gold, stepped toward Luo Guangji. Luo Guangji took a deep breath. The A-rank awakened squad was here. This was also the only A-rank awakened squad in Nantang City. They were the city's strongest and most elite awakened. Whenever a terrifying crisis struck, it was their time to act. Captain Luo, what's the situation now? The golden man at the front walked over to Luo Guangji and asked in a deep voice. Captain Xiang. Luo Guangji respectfully greeted the man. This golden man was Xiang Jiqiu, the leader of the A-rank awakened squad. Here's what happened. That monster was extremely powerful, and we couldn't handle it at all. But just as it was about to continue its destruction, a red lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky and killed it. Luo Guangji pointed to the half-disintegrated charred corpse ahead. Killed by lightning. Captain Xiang paused for a few seconds, his sharp eyes scanning the area before speaking slowly. Then, did you see any suspicious people at the scene? Luo Guangji was shocked. What? Do you think this was done by someone? Captain Xiang looked at him, equally surprised. Do you think this was just an accident? Luo Guangji was stunned. Fine, let me put it another way. Before the monster was struck by lightning, what was it doing? Was it looking at something? What was its expression? Were there any people nearby? Captain Xiang sighed and continued questioning. Luo Guangji thought carefully, as if remembering something. The monster was grabbing a plain-looking student, trying to swallow him. Then a sandstorm suddenly kicked up, blocking our view, and right after that, the terrifying blood-red lightning fell and killed the monster. Captain Xiang's voice became serious. And that student? Sigh, what could have happened to that student? He must have been vaporized. Captain Luo shook his head and sighed. If even a 3-star evil ghost-level monster was charred by that lightning, how could an ordinary human survive? He was surely reduced to ashes. Captain Xiang looked at the shattered road ahead, walked to the massive, charred body, and lightly touched the remains. He quickly pulled his hand back, as if burned by something terrifying. What a powerful energy fluctuation. Captain Xiang's expression changed dramatically. The being who acted is far stronger than I am. Luo Guangji gasped. Stronger than you? It wasn't surprising for Luo Guangji to be shocked. After all, Captain Xiang was one of the strongest A-rank awakened in the city. In the Great Awakening era, awakened individuals were categorized into 9 elements and 6 awakening levels, of which the most common were D, C, B, and A. D-rank, basic awakened, most people fell into this category, possessing simple abilities like temperature control, fluid manipulation, mental interference, or communication with animals. C-rank, intermediate awakened, these individuals mastered their abilities, capable of creating explosions, summoning storms, arranging mystical formations, or even controlling spirits and exotic beasts. B-rank, advanced awakened recognized as elites, most conventional weapons could not harm them. Their abilities had massive societal impact, making them key figures in major awakened organizations. A-rank, extreme awakened, the pinnacle of power in their fields, commanding the might of their element to a theoretical limit. They were leaders of large organizations, their power even capable of altering the environment itself. Such awakened individuals were extremely rare. In a city like Nantang with a population of millions, the number of A-rank awakened could be counted on 2 hands, each one a renowned powerhouse. The A-rank squad was the strongest team in Nantang City, and Captain Xiang Jiqiu, as their leader, had reached the peak of A-rank. You're saying this person is even stronger than you. Could they be? Luo Guangji's breathing quickened. An S-rank awakened? Captain Xiang nodded slowly. Yes. Such an overwhelming lightning technique. Even its residual power makes me feel fear. That being must be a transcendent. S-rank awakened, also known as transcendents, were those who had surpassed the limits of living beings. Each of them was a monstrous existence, beyond the scope of normal human understanding. They were like the rulers of this world in the Great Awakening era, unbound by conventional laws. Some transcendents were so powerful they could control the fate of an entire small nation. In a small city like Nantang, we actually have a transcendent? Luo Guangji muttered. But if it's him, that's not surprising, is it? Captain Xiang replied. Luo Guangji seemed to remember something, his body trembling. Not far away, the green-haired spiritual woman called out, "Captain, come here and look at this." Captain Xian's figure flickered, instantly appearing at the spot. Luo Guangji quickly followed, staring dumbfounded at a burnt mark on the ground. There, scorched into the ground by lightning, was a massive symbol, the number 7. "It really is him," Luo Guangji whispered. "Yes, it's him." Captain Xiang slowly nodded, "The guardian of Nantang City. 7 God." The sudden 3-star evil ghost disaster in Nantang City stirred the entire city. It came too quickly and ended just as fast. But its impact was far from over. Many hurried about in panic, while others discussed the disaster with heated excitement. That mysterious blood-red lightning became the most talked about topic. Some said a powerful being cast a lightning spell to kill the monster. Others claimed the monster was so evil it was struck down by divine punishment. Some even suggested the disaster was so chaotic that the monster accidentally killed itself. A boy with a backpack walked casually through the still chaotic streets. His face twisted with pain, and he occasionally rubbed his temples. But even so, no one spared him a second glance. He was too ordinary, no striking appearance, no awakened ability, no special aura, just another background figure in a big city. No one would know that he was the one who summoned the divine lightning that killed the monster. And no one knew that in his mind, countless divine voices were echoing, "Ha ha ha. So in the end, Brother Chen used my power. One strike of divine lightning. Perfect. But it doesn't fully showcase your majesty as king of the world. Next time, use my forbidden divine thunder sea." "Brother, don't listen to that madman. If you used forbidden divine thunder sea, Nantang City would be gone." "Master, you don't love me anymore." "Damn it. That beast crushed our pancakes. We should have crushed its skull instead." Voices chattered endlessly in Chen Ping's head. Chen Ping's face was filled with helplessness. In this great awakening era, he was just an ordinary person. So why did he have to deal with this? The only thing that made him different from others was those voices constantly speaking in his mind. They called themselves gods. Yes, as an ordinary person, Chen Ping had somehow been possessed by gods. And not just one, 7 of them. In the Great Awakening era, 100 million people worldwide awakened superpowers. But Chen Ping did not awaken. Not only did he fail to awaken, but he also faced being possessed by gods. Being possessed by gods meant that powerful divine consciousnesses from outside tried to take over Chen Ping's body, using their consciousness to replace his, ultimately erasing his soul and making his body theirs, leaving the original Chen Ping to disappear from this world forever. While others awakened to become protagonists, Chen Ping faced the crisis of being possessed by gods, without even the right to keep living. How tragic was that? And it wasn't just one god. 7 gods wanted to possess his body at the same time. Super tragedy, multiplied. But perhaps when tragedy reaches an extreme, luck follows. As the saying goes, 1 monk fetches water to drink, 2 monks carry water, 3 monks have no water to drink. When 7 gods tried to possess Chen Ping at the same time, none of them would give in. They even started fighting, a fierce battle that ended with their divine brains almost spilling out. The result was that all 7 gods were seriously injured, trapped in Chen Ping's mind, forced to restrain each other while struggling for control over his body. Chen Ping, in a strange twist of fate, found that even though 7 gods tried to possess him, he still had control over his body. His consciousness and thoughts remained his own. Not only that, but in his extreme anger and unwillingness, his will and control over his body became stronger than ever. While the 7 gods restrained each other, Chen Ping gained the final say. Yes, he could decide which god would ultimately possess his body. Simply put, he could choose which god would be the one to kill him. How touching. Chen Ping actually gained the right to choose who he would die to. This right seemed ridiculous, but he could use it to delay his death. This was the only bargaining chip he had against the 7 almighty gods. This bargaining chip seemed insignificant, but when none of the 7 gods could overpower the others, and when Chen Ping could decide who he would give his body to, everything changed. The gods began using every method they could to win over Chen Ping. Some promised that if they possessed his body, they would keep his soul alive, allowing him to live one day as a god and one day as a human. Some promised that if they took over, they would help him reshape his body, allowing his soul to live on in a new vessel. Others promised to share his body with him, letting Chen Ping maintain control most of the time, while they would take over only when needed, helping him become king of the world, enjoying endless power, wealth, and women. One even promised that if it succeeded in possession, it would make Chen Ping a supreme god himself, allowing him to experience the life of a higher being. The gods' promises became increasingly tempting, but whenever Chen Ping asked if they were telling the truth, the other 6 gods would immediately list hundreds of reasons why the promising god was lying, providing evidence to prove that the promise was impossible. Shen Ping didn't understand what they were arguing about, but every time one god made a promise, the other 6 would try to persuade him not to believe it. This led to one problem. The gods couldn't convince Shen Ping to surrender his body. And so, the 7 gods remained stuck in his mind. Shen Ping, of course, was happy to see this. Dragging things out was great. The longer he could delay, the longer he could survive. But this couldn't last forever. Shen Ping could still feel that, even as the gods restrained each other, they were slowly eroding his body. If this continued, it would just be a slow death. A turning point came when Shen Ping encountered a terrifying awakening disaster. At that moment, he desperately needed their power to save those caught in the disaster, so he had no choice but to borrow power from the gods. The gods were eager to lend their power to Shen Ping because every time he used their power, their influence over his body would increase. Because of this, the gods began to compete fiercely, bickering and even undermining each other. They started a twisted competition. In the end, to make Shen Ping use their power, the gods even agreed to minimize their influence on his body. Every time they helped him, their erosion of his body would only increase slightly. At this slow rate, Shen Ping could actually borrow their power many more times. Even so, the gods, eager to outdo each other, continued offering their power to him. This was how Shen Ping became an ordinary person with the power of gods. Sigh, this is the 8th time already. Shen Ping sighed. Since being possessed by the gods a year ago, he had borrowed their power 8 times. Mostly because he had encountered so many terrifying awakening disasters. He didn't have the fate of a protagonist, but he had the problems of one. Shen Ping's kind nature couldn't bear to see innocent people die in front of him, so he repeatedly borrowed the gods' power to resolve terrifying awakening disasters. Because of his actions, he had saved thousands, maybe even tens of thousands, of lives. From this perspective, even though he was an ordinary person, he had created tremendous value in his life. Maybe he hadn't lived in vain after all? Shen Ping could comfort himself with this thought. But he still didn't want to die. Even with 7 gods wanting his body, he still wanted to live. I've only used it 8 times. What's 8 times? I can let you use it 8 times in one night. A passionate voice echoed in Shen Ping's mind. Shen Ping rubbed his forehead with a dark expression. Shut up. I don't want to be a king. Why not be a king? As king, you will have the most power, wealth, and women in the world. You can do whatever you want, experiencing endless pleasure. The voice became even more excited. At this moment, another voice, a female one, chuckled in his mind. Your brain is broken. Don't mislead my dear Ping Ping. Not everyone has your obsession with being a king. Ping Ping, listen to Mom. Just live a good life in this world. Don't mind these crazy voices. Mom will protect you. Shen Ping's expression darkened. How many times do I have to tell you? You are not my mom. I have a real mom. Ping Ping. The gentle voice in his mind became firm and undeniable. But your mother has been gone for 3 years now. Let me make up for the motherly love you lack. I will take care of you. Oh, by the way, I reviewed your homework last night. The final algebra problem on your math test has a better solution. Let me explain it to you now. Shen Ping. Brother, look at them. Some want to manipulate you, others want to take advantage of your identity. None of them are good, not like me. I only care if your head hurts after using that idiot's power, how you feel, if your body is okay. You little, who are you calling an idiot? Ha ha ha. Someone's triggered. Woof woof. Master, look, a monkey's being teased. Shen Ping's mind was a chaotic mess. He sighed, ignoring the arguing gods in his head, walked to the school gate, greeted the guard, and entered Nantang High School. In this age of information, the 3-star evil ghost awakening disaster quickly spread throughout Nantang City. Students were all talking about it. Shen Ping, I'm so glad you're okay. A clear, sweet voice rang out beside him. A girl with a ponytail, wearing a clean school uniform, smiled as she ran over. Her delicate features carried a bright, sunny warmth in the morning light. Song Xiao. Shen Ping stared blankly at the approaching girl, his heart racing. I was so worried when I saw the awakening disaster break out so close to your home. Are you okay? You didn't run into any danger, right? No, I'm fine. The boy replied nervously. That's good. Hurry to class, then. Song Xiao looked him over, smiled, patted his shoulder, and walked away. Shen Ping watched her elegant figure, lost in thought, before shaking his head. What was he thinking? Song Xiao was kind to every classmate. Why would the school's recognized goddess have any special concern for someone as ordinary as him? Suddenly, a soft, seductive voice echoed in his mind. My dear brother. I can see you really like that pretty classmate. Want me to help you? Just use my power, and I can cast a love spell on her. She'll be madly in love with you. Just once, and the school's goddess will be yours. Chin Ping's eyes turned slightly dazed as he stared at that beautiful, departing figure. Chin Ping's emotions surged, his mind trembled. With the help of a god's power, just by casting a small spell, the school goddess he secretly liked would become deeply in love with him. For an ordinary high school student like him, such temptation was enormous. The power of gods was beyond understanding, which meant no one would know what he did. After all, he had already used divine power 8 times to save people. What difference would one more time make? Chen Ping's heart grew slightly warm. Chen Ping, what are you standing there for? Hurry up, it's time for class. Song Xiao turned and looked at the dazed Chen Ping, her clear, bright eyes free of any impurity. Chen Ping saw the girl's pure black and white eyes looking at him with a gentle smile. He suddenly shook his head, sweeping away the whispering temptations in his mind. Screw your love spell. Is this the kind of person I am? Chen Ping angrily slapped his forehead, then strode forward, smiling at the girl. I'm coming. He often faced such devilish temptations, but every time, he managed to overcome his desires and continue being an ordinary person. Song Xiao looked at the approaching boy and curiously asked, "What were you mumbling about just now?" "Oh, nothing. I was just saying I must study hard and improve every day," Chen Ping replied seriously. Song Xiao blinked, glanced at him with some doubt, and said, "But, you look like you were arguing with someone." No. I just get really excited and intense when motivating myself," Chen Ping explained with a straight face. Song Xiao suddenly understood. So that's one of the reasons you've been improving so quickly in your studies? Chen Ping scratched his head in embarrassment. Sort of. His grades had soared over the past year, going from average to top of the class. But the reason wasn't self-motivation, it was because that so-called mom goddess in his mind had been seriously tutoring him. Song Xiao didn't think much of it and soon shifted her focus to the major event that had happened this morning. Chen Ping, wasn't today's awakening disaster near your home? Did you see anything? No, I was on my way to school before the monster appeared. I see, that's a shame. They say a red lightning bolt struck down the 3-star evil ghost level monster. Do you think it was the work of the 7 god? Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm smile. Why do you think so? Think about it, a 3-star evil ghost level disaster is high risk. Even if our city's top awakened squad was deployed, they couldn't have ended it so quickly. The only one who could end a high-risk awakening disaster so decisively. Song Xiao raised her fair, slender fingers in a finger gun gesture, excitement in her eyes, is our city's guardian god, the 7 god. Her analysis was logical and detailed, making Chen Ping nod involuntarily. The 7 god was a mysterious persona Chen Ping had created for the Nantang City Special Bureau. He knew that if a high-risk awakening disaster was mysteriously resolved, the Awakened protecting Nantang City would conduct a thorough investigation. But if there was a mysterious signature at the scene, it indicated that the powerful being who resolved the disaster wanted to keep a low profile. If a mysterious figure had clearly shown their mark, further probing would be seen as disrespectful. And this was the message Chen Ping wanted to send to Nantang City. Nantang City did not disappoint him. They developed an unspoken understanding, treating the entity known as 7 with respect and compliance. As long as the mysterious figure helped them eliminate monsters, who they were didn't matter. In this Great Awakening era, many powerful individuals hid their identities due to their sensitive powers or personal reasons. Nantang having one hidden powerhouse was considered normal. The only problem was that the Mark 7 he left behind was too eye-catching. Many residents of Nantang noticed it and spread it wildly. Gradually, this mysterious figure became well known throughout the city, with many residents affectionately calling the unknown figure their guardian god, 7 god. Song Xiao was one of 7 god's biggest fans. She chattered excitedly with Chen Ping about the 7 god. Every time she mentioned 7 god, her bright eyes sparkled with admiration. This was also one of the reasons why Chen Ping liked Song Xiao. Chen Ping, you have no idea. I joined a 7 god fan group with over 1,000 members. They share top secret information about 7 god. Song Xiao excitedly clenched her fists. Oh, what kind of information? Chen Ping asked nervously. Song Xiao leaned closer and whispered, They say that 7 god is from the Qi cultivation system, a being with unimaginable cultivation power. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly master so many types of abilities. Oh. Chen Ping nodded. And he's unbelievably handsome, with a face so divine it's like an immortal descended from the heavens. The kind of face that would leave anyone who sees it completely captivated, unable to forget. Chen Ping was stunned. Where did that conclusion come from? Song Xiao explained, think about it. He never shows his face, which must mean he has an extremely memorable appearance. In other words, he's too handsome. So handsome that he hides his face to avoid causing too much trouble and ruining too many girls' lives. He prefers to be a hidden guardian. Chenping stared at Song Seo in shock. It can be explained like this? So, what do you think? Am I right? Song Seo asked with a bright smile. Chenping awkwardly nodded, thinking, you're not right at all. Wait, the analysis about being handsome. Chenping touched his face and calmly thought, whether the handsome part is right, that's debatable. There might still be room for discussion. The girl would never know that the guardian god 7 of Nantang City was standing right in front of her, listening seriously to her boast about how amazing 7 God was. Once Song Xiao started talking, she couldn't stop. They chatted happily as they walked to the classroom, drawing the attention of many classmates. Their deskmate Zhao Liang nudged Chenping with his elbow, winking. Not bad, old Chen, chatting so happily with our class rep. We're just talking about 7 God, Chenping replied. Oh, I see. Zhao Liang's excitement faded, feeling a bit more balanced. Song Xiao was a hardcore 7 God fan. She could talk excitedly about 7 God with anyone. Many boys tried to approach her by gathering 7 God information from various sites, just for a chance to talk with her. That's how high school was. Talking happily with a girl always drew attention, especially when the girl was a well-known beauty. Just then, their homeroom teacher walked in with test papers. We're about to start the monthly exam. Move your desks apart and sit in your assigned seats. The teacher's voice was loud and clear. Zhao Liang began moving his desk and looked at Chenping seriously. Chenping, this time, I'm definitely going to surpass you and take first place in class. Chenping smiled. Are you sure? Of course. I've prepared a lot this time. Zhao Liang said confidently. Chenping thought for a moment. How much are we betting this time? Zhao Liang's face twisted slightly, then he raised 5 fingers. Chenping's face also twisted. 50,000? Zhao Liang sneered. I want to win back everything I lost before. What, are you scared? Chenping's heart raced. If he won this time, he could afford 2,000 more hamburgers this month. Gritting his teeth, Chenping said seriously, fine, 50,000 it is. Zhao Liang's family was wealthy. He was a well-known rich kid in Nantang City, so 50,000 was nothing to him. But for Chenping, it was half a month's living expenses. So, no matter what, Chenping would give it his all this time. Chenping was a struggling senior high school student. Doing practice problems and taking exams was his routine. Currently, he ranked among the top in his grade and was first in his class. It took him only 1 year to go from mediocre grades to top scores. His rapid improvement this year was not just because he realized the importance of knowledge and began studying hard, but also thanks to the meticulous guidance of that mom goddess. This goddess knew everything, from astronomy to geography, physics, chemistry, mathematics. There was nothing she didn't know. She even taught him knowledge that didn't exist in this world. In the Great Awakening era, where Chenping did not awaken any powers, he understood the importance of knowledge even more clearly. Knowledge changed fate. While many relied on awakened abilities to shine in this world, ordinary Chenping could only improve his life through knowledge. As the exam bell rang, Chenping began to seriously answer the questions. Time passed slowly. Around him, the sound of pens scratching on paper filled the room. You chose the wrong answer for this one. It should be B. The voice of Mom suddenly sounded, making Chenping's hand freeze. B? Chenping's pupils slightly contracted. After checking carefully, he realized he had indeed missed a hidden trap in the question. The answer should be B. In the past, Chenping would have stubbornly refused to change his answer, thinking, that's what Mom saw, not me. I have my pride. But, he sneaked a glance at Zhao Liang, who was not far away, writing furiously. This time, the stakes were too high. In the last monthly exam, Chenping was first in the class, and Zhao Liang was third. This time, Zhao Liang came prepared. Although Chenping was confident he would stay first. But what if Zhao Liang had an amazing performance and surpassed him? If Zhao Liang lost, it was just a bit of pocket money for him. But if Chenping lost, he would be eating dirt this month. Chenping really didn't want to cheat. Sorry, Zhao Liang. I'm not going to play fair this time. Chenping quietly changed his answer from C to B and continued working on the test. In his mind, Mom smiled gently, seemingly pleased that her child had finally matured. Time continued to pass, and more subject questions appeared before him. This gravitational problem has a better solution. Okay. Tell me, do you think the concentration of this substance is this value? Calculate it carefully again. Got it. I'll recalculate. I believe Du Fu's emotions in this poem can be expressed at an even higher level. Understood, I'll revise it. This time, Ping didn't stubbornly stick to his own ideas. This time, he just wanted to win. He didn't feel much guilt about this approach. Solving problems required brains, and since the voice in his head told him the answers, that also counted as using his brain. It was part of his strength. Besides, by triggering his deskmate's competitive spirit, Zhao Liang's grades had also soared, and Zhao Liang was even grateful to him. For Zhao Liang, his grades improved. For Ping, he gained access to more food. This was a win-win. Unknowingly, he reached the final question of the last subject, the Chinese essay. The essay was interesting. It provided a fable and asked students to create a composition based on it. The story was a famous one from Greek mythology. Sisyphus offended the gods and was punished by having to push a massive boulder up a mountain. But every time it was about to reach the top, the boulder would roll down. Sisyphus could only keep pushing it up, over and over, endlessly repeating the process. What an interesting story. A mortal offends the gods and is tortured day after day. These gods really know how to torment people. Every time Sisyphus sees hope, the boulder rolls back down, giving him the deepest despair, a form of endless cycle, torturing him both physically and mentally. In his mind, Mom's voice sounded, carrying a hint of sarcasm. Ping chuckled softly and whispered, "You only see the helpless side of a mortal. But do you know why he was punished?" The voice in his mind seemed confused. Looks like Mom doesn't know much about Greek mythology. Ping's eyes grew deep, his tone calm. Sisyphus angered the gods because he set a trap and kidnapped Death. As soon as he said this, the voice in his mind fell silent. Mom went quiet, but other voices started speaking. Ridiculous fable. How could a mortal set a trap for a god? Exactly. Such a weak and insignificant being, how could a god be captured? Ha ha ha. The one who wrote this story must be out of their mind. The various gods in his mind expressed ridicule and disdain for the story. At that moment, Ping wrote his essay title, Divine Power and Human Will. The moment the title was written, his mind erupted. Ha ha. Divine power versus human will? Ping, are you actually comparing gods and mortals? Such a boring topic. The difference between gods and mortals is so vast, how can they even be compared? Ping, writing this title shows you have no idea of the vast gap between mortals and gods. It's bigger than the gap between humans and ants. Mortals are like dust, except for you, brother. The voices of the gods echoed endlessly in his mind, mocking Ping for his ignorance and arrogance. Ping thoughtfully rubbed his forehead and whispered, "How should I write this essay? It seems difficult. Mom, can you teach me how to write it?" This time, the mom goddess refused, chuckling gently. Essays are a reflection of a student's personal thoughts and talent. 1,000 people will have 1,000 views and styles. I can't help you with this. Ping nodded, as if he had expected this answer. Actually, this topic was something he wanted to write for the gods in his mind to read. Shakespeare once said, "A coward dies 1,000 times before his death, but the valiant taste of death but once." With just the opening line, the gods in his mind fell silent. Ping continued writing with a flourish, skillfully using references to explain his views. He was not just writing an essay, he was talking to the gods. A person can live like an ant. But Sisyphus, as a mere mortal, challenged the gods, set a trap for Death, and with his life, shook the authority of the gods. The gods cast down endless punishment upon Sisyphus, forcing him to push the boulder up the mountain, only for it to roll down again, over and over. Both his body and spirit faced endless suffering, as the gods tried to crush this mortal through relentless torment. But Sisyphus never gave up. If the world had infinite cycles, he would have infinite resistance. With his mortal will, he defied the gods again and again. In that world, he was free. He was great. To that world of endless cycles, he was its meaning, its only light, a light that would never be extinguished. The power of mortals may seem insignificant compared to the power of gods, but the power of gods cannot crush human will. The greatest song of humanity is the song of courage, the unyielding courage to defy the gods. Sisyphus's resistance was not meaningless. His spirit burned like an everlasting flame, inspiring countless generations. Just as I stand here today, reading his story, feeling inspired and uplifted. This is the greatness of human will. As his pen finally stopped moving, the gods in Ping's mind exploded in chaos once more. Ping wrote an ordinary essay, but the gods in his mind erupted in chaos. Why did you write it so tragic? Little brother, are you trying to tell us something through this essay? Don't feel too pressured, okay? Big sister isn't the kind of bad goddess who only bullies mortals. Ping, mortals are not all the same, and neither are gods. Mortals and gods don't always have to be enemies. Dad will always stand by your side and protect you. That's right, brother. Why did you write something like this? There are good gods too. Like me, even if you're immortal, I will always love you the most. Woof woof, master. Why do mortals have to fight against gods? Gods can be mortals' dogs too, woof. One by one, the gods in his mind tried to show kindness to Chen Ping, telling him about the beauty of gods and how they were different. Chen Ping responded with just a cold sneer. Humph, mere gods dare to disturb my will? Not a chance. Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, my dear brother, that was a good essay. Great writing. Next time, write about how the great will of mortals moves the gods, making them form an alliance with humans, then conquering the world and becoming world rulers. Idiot. Writing something like that would definitely get a 0 on the exam. Other voices also appeared in his mind. Of course, they were all trying to mislead him with impure intentions. Chen Ping had long since learned to filter out such useless noise. He stopped answering questions, handed in his paper, and went home. Back in his cozy little room, he turned on the TV. It was broadcasting the latest news in Nanteng City, still talking about yesterday's 3-star evil ghost level awakening disaster. An evil ghost level disaster was big news anywhere. In the Great Awakening era, some people awakened successfully, gaining powerful abilities and reaching the pinnacle of life. But at the same time, for every successful awakening, there were those who failed. Most humans who failed to awaken would turn into awakening monsters, creatures filled with a destructive urge, extremely bloodthirsty and insane, attacking all living beings in sight and creating various terrifying awakening disasters. Cities with high population density were hotspots for such disasters. According to their severity, awakening disasters were classified into 4 levels: Fierce Beast level, Evil Ghost level, City Destroying level, Hell level. Each disaster level was further divided into 9 stars based on energy intensity. Fierce Beast level awakening disasters were the most common. Humans would suddenly transform into terrifying beasts, attacking people and causing significant damage to city residents and infrastructure. Their threat levels were divided as follows: low risk, 1 to 3 stars; mid risk, 4 to 6 stars; high risk, 7 to 9 stars. Such disasters could generally be handled by armed forces with firearms, C-rank awakening squads, or even B-rank awakening squads. But evil ghost level disasters were extremely serious for any city. Humans would suddenly mutate into nightmare-like ghosts with immense power. If left unchecked, these ghost monsters could easily turn an entire area into a wasteland. They were immune to most conventional weapons, and ordinary awakened individuals were no match for them. Only A-rank awakening squads, led by elite extreme awakened individuals, could handle such threats. Above that was the city-destroying level awakening disaster, where humans mutated into terrifying monsters from mythology. These beings wielded godlike power, capable of moving mountains, filling seas, and easily destroying a city. Such disasters were extremely terrifying. Nanteng City was a second-tier city in Xia country, with a population of several million, a large city with many awakened individuals. But even it didn't have the power to handle such a disaster. Fortunately, these disasters were extremely rare. Once detected, most cities would immediately report to the central government, requesting central support. The final level, Hell level awakening disaster, was, as the name implied, a terrifying catastrophe that could turn an entire world into a hellish landscape, a disaster capable of destroying nations. This description was no exaggeration. Several small countries had already perished due to Hell level disasters. Many weak countries could only pray that they would never encounter a Hell level awakening disaster. If it appeared, they were doomed. Aside from awakening disasters, strange regions of various sizes had also appeared worldwide. These strange regions contained exotic beasts never seen before, unique landscapes, and unknown materials. Collectively, they were known as awakening forbidden zones, classified by danger levels: D-rank forbidden zone, C-rank forbidden zone, B-rank forbidden zone, A-rank forbidden zone, S-rank forbidden zone. The appearance of these forbidden zones greatly threatened human living spaces. Awakening disasters and forbidden zones were likely the side effects of the Great Awakening era. While everyone had a chance to awaken and change their fate, the world itself faced new dangers and challenges. Everything had 2 sides, never purely good or purely bad. Oh, no, for ordinary people without abilities, the bad far outweighed the good. The dreamlike Great Awakening era had arrived, but it was the powerless ordinary people who suffered most. Their situation didn't change at all, and they faced constant threats from various disasters. Unfortunately, the voice of this era was dominated by the awakened, while mortals were merely the foundation of society, struggling to survive. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Ping opened the door to see a delivery man holding a box of hamburgers. "Sir, here are your 30 McSpicy chicken burgers." The delivery man looked at Chen Ping with a strange expression. "Thank you." Chen Ping smiled and took the box. The delivery man peeked inside the room, saw no one else, and his expression grew even stranger. He seemed to realize something, and his face turned slightly pale. "Well, I'll be going now." The delivery man spoke politely, then turned and quickly walked away, almost running from this place. Chen Ping didn't know why the delivery guy was so scared. Sure, he could eat a lot, but he didn't eat people. Chen Ping shook his head. Oh well, the new delivery guy would get used to it. He struggled to carry the box of burgers back into his room. Then he began to devour them. Chen Ping suddenly thought, ordinary people in this world had it rough, but even worse off than ordinary people was someone like him. Because at any moment, he could be killed by the 7 gods in his mind. Not only that, but he had become incredibly gluttonous. Being gluttonous was bad enough, but the worst part was that eating so much didn't make him stronger. Just look, he even struggled to carry a box of burgers. He was just a glutton, like a bottomless pit. If it weren't for his wealthy sister, his crazy appetite alone would have starved him to death on the streets. This was probably thanks to the 7 gods in his mind. Chen Ping had questioned them, asking if they were secretly eating his food. They stammered and eventually admitted it. Chen Ping also asked why such powerful gods needed to eat. They swore that without eating to replenish energy, how could they fight? And so, the miserable Chen Ping not only lacked any supernatural abilities but also became a complete glutton, forced to bear an enormous food expense that nearly crushed his small frame. How tragic! Chen Ping angrily devoured his hamburgers while thinking. In his mind, the voices of the gods continued. Big brother is so nice, giving me delicious food again. This McSpicy chicken burger is so crispy, spicy, and flavorful. Ah! Chen Ping, my dear brother, why did you buy this kind of food? I want steak. I want steak. Roar! So hard to please everyone. Can't you just endure it for once? Exactly, if you don't like it, get lost. Don't occupy Xiao Ping's mind. No matter what the food is, as long as master gives it, I love it. Woof! The gods reacted differently to the McSpicy chicken burgers. Chen Ping was long used to their complaints. Every time he bought something, some god would have a different opinion. But he had his own temper, he never let the gods dictate his choices. He ate whatever he liked, and if they couldn't stand it, they could get lost. Unfortunately, while they complained, leaving was completely impossible for them. Chen Ping had also asked them, "Why are you mighty gods so focused on someone as ordinary as me?" But in rare harmony, the gods all chose to remain silent. So Chen Ping felt helpless. All he could do was turn his frustration into appetite, devouring the burgers. No matter how much he ate, he never felt full. He didn't even know how the gods managed to snack on his food. Chen Ping ate faster, chewed harder, until suddenly a choking sensation struck. Something was stuck in his esophagus. Oh no! He was choking. Chen Ping's face instantly turned red as he clutched his neck, pain and panic in his eyes. Oh no! Xiao Ping is choking on his burger. Quick, brother, drink some water. The god's anxious voices echoed in his mind. Of course, Chen Ping wanted to drink water. He reached for the glass beside him, took a big gulp, but it didn't help. His face went from flushed red to pale blue. Hit your back hard. Quick, use the Heimlich maneuver. Damn it, how can he use the Heimlich maneuver on himself? The gods in his mind were spinning in a panic. They couldn't physically appear to help him. There's no other way. Chen Ping, use my power. Yes, yes. Brother, my power can save you. Saving master from danger is this god's duty. Woof, hurry, before it's too late. If this goes on, you'll choke to death. Xiao Ping, use my power. The gods all started offering their powers to help Chen Ping escape death. Chen Ping clenched his fists stubbornly. Using the god's power just because he was choking on food? That was too humiliating. Absolutely too humiliating. Every time he borrowed divine power, his body would be further corrupted by that god. This power was meant for saving the world, so why would he waste it on being choked by food? Was he that useless? Just choking on food, couldn't he overcome it? Chen Ping, would rather die than use divine power for something like this. A strange sense of pride made Chen Ping want to rely on his own strength to overcome this crisis. But the suffocating sensation grew worse, almost consuming his consciousness. His vision began to blur, and the shouts of the gods in his mind seemed to grow distant. Chen Ping suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Was he really going to die from choking? No way. Not so humiliatingly. Power. I need your power. These words echoed in his mind, but his consciousness was fading. The gods still couldn't channel their power to him. Chen Ping felt an overwhelming sadness. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. His entire consciousness was sinking into darkness and confusion. This can't be happening. The Great Awakening era. An ordinary me. Was I really going to die from choking? Chen Ping thought of Sisyphus, the mortal who defied the gods. No, he absolutely couldn't die so disgracefully. His life couldn't end like this. From nowhere, a surge of power erupted inside him, shattering his body's limits. Ah! A burst of energy surged from his abdomen. Bang! The food stuck in his throat shot out like a cannonball, smashing against the wall. Boom! The room shook violently. The wall cracked, covered in thick fractures. Dust filled the air. Chen Ping collapsed to his knees, gasping desperately for air. His blurred vision gradually cleared, his eyes widened. Chen Ping felt his blood boiling, his entire body heating up, filled with strength. This power. Chen Ping slowly stood up, his expression dazed as he carefully sensed the unfamiliar warmth flowing through his body. It was completely different from the power he borrowed from the gods. This power. Chen Ping took a deep breath, his voice trembling with disbelief. It's my own? Tap, tap. Loose gravel scattered and fell. The lingering dust gradually cleared. Chen Ping stood there, eyes wide open, his vision slightly red. The room was eerily quiet. His mind was also unusually silent. Chen Ping walked with heavy steps to the wall. The chewed food was still smeared on the surface, but that wasn't the point. The point was the cracked wall. He gently touched the cracked surface, feeling the real texture of the fissures. I awakened? Chen Ping murmured. Ha ha ha. Calm down, Chen Ping. Maybe it's just a burst of power from being pushed to the brink? A god's dry laughter echoed in his mind. I awakened? Chen Ping's eyes sparkled, and he spoke slowly. Xiao Ping, it's just a little crack on the wall. Such a tiny bit of power, whether awakened or not, makes no difference, right? Another god's voice echoed in his mind. I awakened. Chen Ping's face gradually bloomed with a smile, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. It was a kind of excitement he had never felt before, an overwhelming joy that finally engulfed him. Ha ha ha. I awakened. I actually awakened. Chen Ping laughed loudly, running wildly around the room in excitement. He lifted the living room sofa, then the dining table, and then he dropped to the ground and rolled around, tears streaming down his face. The gods in his mind. Did this kid go crazy? Poor Ping Ping, crying with joy over such a tiny bit of power. Is this the happiness of mortals? The gods murmured, quietly mocking. Though they pretended to look down on Chen Ping's power, a deep sense of worry began to spread among the 7 gods. They were genuinely worried. Otherwise, they wouldn't have subtly tried to suppress Chen Ping before. As for Chen Ping, he more or less knew what the gods were thinking. The reason he was crying with joy, the reason he was so ecstatic, was because, in his dark life, he finally saw a glimmer of light, a light to fight against the gods. Being awakened meant he could become stronger. It meant his body could adapt to this world and create endless possibilities. Only by becoming stronger would he have the power to compete with the 7 gods in his mind. This was his own strength. Even if it was small and weak now, it was a leap from nothing to something, from 0 to 1. After his ecstatic outburst, Chen Ping began carefully examining his body. He could feel that his body's energy channels seemed to be opened, making his whole body feel light, filled with vitality. His muscles felt strong. It was a sensation of having so much power that he wanted to release it. In terms of athletic ability, Chen Ping was just average among boys. But now, even if a burly man stood in front of him, he felt he could easily knock him down. At this moment, a mosquito flew quickly past his side. Chen Ping's eyes followed the mosquito's movement with lightning speed. The floating dust in the air, the smell of the burgers, the breeze outside the window, the sound of cooking next door. Every sensation became incredibly clear at this moment. He felt that his senses had reached a whole new level. The world looked different, his vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste all became sharper and clearer, as if a fog had been lifted, making everything he saw more vivid and awe-inspiring. So, this is the feeling of awakening. Always an ordinary person, Chen Ping suddenly felt an urge to cry. No, he was already crying. What's so exciting about awakening? Kid, if you agree to share your body with me, I can let you experience what it feels like to be a god. A voice in his mind, one that always claimed to be his big brother, spoke. Chen Ping ignored it and continued focusing on his body. My physical strength has increased so much. So I awakened in the Vajra system? Carefully feeling the changes in his body and combining it with his knowledge of awakening, he made a preliminary judgment. In this world, awakenings came in all shapes and forms, but they generally fell into 9 major categories, known as the 9 awakening systems. Elemental system, Vajra system, all things system, feng shui system, spiritual system, curse system, Divine Descent System. Soul System. Chi Cultivation System. The Vajra system referred to physical awakening. Those who awakened in this system possessed incredibly strong bodies. The higher their awakening level, the stronger their bodies became, making them masters of combat. Among the 9 systems, it was the most combat-oriented. For example, the strongest in Nantang City, Sang Jicho, the captain of the A-rank awakening squad, was a top-tier Vajra system expert. The Vajra system was divided into 6 stages. Iron refining stage, quenching stage, lesser Vajra stage, greater Vajra stage, extreme yang stage, sacred body stage, theoretical. The theoretical limit for most was the greater Vajra stage. Xiang Jiqiu was at this level. The extreme yang stage was already the domain of S-rank awakened, a realm beyond human limits, a realm Chen Ping couldn't even imagine. Chen Ping carefully felt the power within his body again, lifting the 100-pound wooden table in the dining room several times, confirming that his awakening was at the iron refining stage. Just as expected. Nothing to be disappointed about. Chen Ping was still overjoyed. Most people awakened at D rank. But starting at D rank didn't mean staying at D rank forever. Every system had different ways to become stronger. For example, in the Vajra system, the poor could train their bodies, enter forbidden zones to fight exotic beasts, or join organizations to learn cultivation techniques. The wealthy could use potions, soak in energy baths, and eat the bones of rare beasts. In short, there were many ways to get stronger. He was D rank now, but that didn't mean he would always be D rank. Thinking of this, Chen Ping's heart burned with excitement again. He walked to the cracked wall, his expression turning slightly puzzled. I just spat out food, but the impact was this strong? Little brother, when facing a life or death crisis, a person's potential can be unleashed. That's nothing strange, one of the sisterly gods explained. Chen Ping nodded. In life or death situations, it was true that people could unleash hidden strength. Many awakened during such crises. His awakening was probably related to nearly choking on that burger. Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, you might be the weirdest case of awakening among all awakened. Indeed, awakening because you almost choked. That's enough to make history. Who would believe this if you told them? Ha ha ha. A bit embarrassing. Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret. The gods laughed. Since Chen Ping awakened, they seemed to be trying to undermine his confidence, subtly or overtly. But Chen Ping just smiled. The more the gods opposed him, the more they mocked him, the happier he felt. Because it meant he was on the right path. Listening to the voices in his mind, Chen Ping smiled faintly and said, "My awakening is weird? Embarrassing? Don't joke around. I awakened at a moment of life and death, refusing the power of 7 gods, relying on my own strength to fight for survival. With the power of a mortal, I reversed life and death. With the will of a mortal, I resisted the will of the gods. This is heaven's reward for me, a mortal who fought alone against 7 gods." Chen Ping's voice was firm and powerful, echoing through the room. Chen Ping's words shocked the 7 gods. He actually said it like that? Chen Ping, my dear brother. Truly worthy of being an educated person. Even awakening from choking can be described so passionately, so heroically. Well said, Chen Ping. With such eloquence, you possess the qualities of a king. Join me, and we'll conquer the world together. I'll make your words echo across the stars, so everyone can hear your magnificent rhetoric. Say what you will, but his mindset is truly strong. The gods in his mind spoke one after another, excitedly. Chen Ping's face twitched slightly. He felt that the gods' words were somewhat sarcastic. He snorted lightly, continued sitting on the sofa, and kept eating his burgers to calm down. There were still over 10 burgers left. No way he was wasting them. As he devoured them one by one, he was surprised to clearly feel the burgers turning into warm currents within his body, nourishing him. His expression froze slightly. What was going on? Why did eating burgers seem to slightly enhance his vitality? Chen Ping silently finished the remaining burgers and carefully sensed his body. There was indeed a faint feeling of becoming stronger. But how? He could sense that his digestion was incredibly efficient. The food he consumed was quickly broken down, transforming into energy that nourished his muscles and bones. Can eating burgers really enhance the iron body realm? That doesn't make sense. Chen Ping knew that for someone in the iron body realm to become stronger through eating, they would need to consume energy-rich pills, the flesh of energy-infused beasts, or rare, source-rich treasures. But burgers didn't contain source energy, so how was he becoming stronger? Doubts filled Chen Ping's mind, doubts about his own body. Moreover, he suddenly thought of something extremely important. After finishing his burgers, Chen Ping smiled and asked the gods in his mind, Did you all enjoy the McSpicy chicken burgers? As long as it's something from Big Brother, it's all delicious. The taste was okay, but next time I'd prefer steak. Crispy, fragrant, and tender. I like it. Blah, what kind of junk food is this? It's awful. The gods voiced their opinions one by one. Chen Ping fell silent. He could now clearly sense that the burgers had turned into warmth, merging with his body, even slightly strengthening his iron body realm. So, what were the gods eating? Thinking further, when his appetite grew larger, and he ate so much, was it really to feed the 7 gods in his mind? Or was it that all that food was actually going into his own stomach? Chen Ping began to have doubts. But he didn't voice them. Instead, he silently ordered 20 portions of steak through the delivery app. Under the horrified gaze of the delivery driver, Chen Ping took the 20 steaks. He sat on the sofa and began eating. Sure enough, as he devoured the steaks, the same warm current flowed through his body, nourishing him. He could feel his vitality slightly increasing. So it wasn't something special about the burgers. He could become stronger just by eating ordinary food. How much nutritional essence could one steak contain? It must all be absorbed by his body. The steak is delicious. Chen Ping, you're so thoughtful. Brother is so good to us. He even gave us a second meal. But the steak quality is still average. Next time, I want Wagyu beef. Having a second meal is already good. What more do you want? The gods continued chatting in his mind. Chen Ping sneered inwardly. Keep pretending. Eat up, everyone. This is a little celebration for my awakening, so I decided to treat us. Chen Ping smiled happily, acting innocent and cheerful. He then opened his phone and looked at his Weiyan chat list, his gaze pausing on a profile picture of a young, vibrant woman. The woman had long, flowing black hair, her bright eyes full of life, and her delicate, well-defined features. Even through the profile picture, she radiated an aura of elegance. Big sis. Chen Ping opened the chat window. Now that he was awakened, the first person he wanted to share the good news with was his sister. But after typing a few words, he hesitated. What level was his sister now? Last time she mentioned she had reached the core formation stage, which roughly corresponded to a B-rank awakener, and she was a chi refining type with an incredible constitution, so even among B-rank awakeners, she should be considered exceptional. But he was just a newly awakened D-rank awakener. Would it be embarrassing to show off to Chen Xingqiao so eagerly? His stubborn pride made him hesitate. Pai, why are you taking so long to type a single sentence? Suddenly, a message popped up from his sister, startling Chen Ping. Ha? How did you know I was typing? Chen Ping instinctively replied. The chat box says typing, but nothing comes out. What do you think? His sister sent a rolling eyes emoji. Chen Ping's face turned red. He had forgotten that Wei Yan had such an annoying feature. But he quickly realized something even stranger. Sis, why were you staring at our chat box? Ha? I was reading the news and saw that an evil ghost-level disaster broke out in Nantang City. I was going to ask if you were okay, and then I saw you typing. Are you okay? I'm fine. Then what's up? Spit it out. You know I hate it when people beat around the bush. Chen Ping hesitated for a moment, but finally typed, Sis, I've become an awakened. Chen Xingqiao. Are you serious? What type? Chen Ping, body reinforcement, D-rank awakener. Ha ha ha. Pai, I knew you could do it. Pai is amazing. Body reinforcement is great. Sturdy and powerful, it shows true masculinity. Pai, you're the pride of the Chen family, second only to your sister. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Chen Xingqiao's messages flooded the screen. Even through the screen, Chen Ping could feel his sister's joy and excitement. He couldn't help but smile too. Maybe he was overthinking. Worrying about being a lowly D-rank awakener was pointless. In this world, there would always be someone who genuinely felt happy and proud because of his achievements. Chen Xingqiao initiated a video call. Chen Ping thought for a moment and answered. A stunning beauty with an oval face, dressed in a red and white Taoist robe, appeared on the screen. Her bright eyes curved with a joyful smile she couldn't hide. Ping, congratulations. Quick, let your sister see. A soft, clear voice came from the phone. Chen Ping smiled calmly. In front of Chen Xingqiao, he effortlessly lifted a table weighing over 100 jin, doing more than 10 reps of up and down presses. Oh, impressive, little brother. Chen Xingqiao's eyes grew brighter, and she even gave a praise that didn't match her usual image. Pai, just wait. I'm sending you an awakening gift package. Chen Xingqiao said excitedly. Chen Ping's expression changed slightly. Sis, that's not right. I've already awakened. How can I still rely on you? Cut the nonsense. You're my brother, the future of our Chen family. I'm sending you some things as an investment in our family's future. Do you have any objections? Alright, I'm hanging up. Just wait for your awakening gift package. In an instant, Chen Xingqiu went from a gentle big sister to a domineering queen. Without giving Chen Ping a chance to reply, she directly ended the video call. Staring at the chat window, Chen Ping let out a soft sigh. He was already an awakened one. Not only did he still live on his sister's allowance, but now he would also receive an awakening gift package from her? Loser! Such a useless person. But why was he so happy? Unknowingly, a smile had already appeared on Chen Ping's face. So what if he was a loser? Having someone who cares for you is a wonderful feeling. The next day, Chen Ping shouldered his backpack and went to school with a refreshed spirit. After awakening his ability, even the morning air seemed sweeter. He walked through the familiar intersection again. The destruction caused by the evil ghost level awakening disaster had almost been completely repaired in just 2 days. Both the walls and roads had been restored. In the Great Awakening era, many aspects of the world had changed. For instance, infrastructure repair and construction had improved significantly. Chen Ping noticed that Moron, the stall owner who often sold pancakes nearby, was back with a new cart. Boss, 20 pancakes, please. Ha, Xiaoping, you're here again? Moron's face was glowing with joy, and he smiled as he greeted Chen Ping. I remember you didn't get your pancakes last time. This time, you don't need to pay. I'll make you 20 pancakes right away. Ah! Chen Ping was stunned for a moment, then felt a wave of warmth in his heart, looking at the boss with newfound respect. As expected of an awakened one, such a generous mindset. He thought he could learn a thing or two about attitude from Boss Moron. What Chen Ping didn't know was that while he thought he could continue living a peaceful life, hidden cameras in various corners were quietly watching him. Nantang City Special Incident Command Center. Over a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed on the screen, watching the student. Captain Luo, are you sure it's this student? Beside him, Xiang Jiqiu, whose entire body shone with a golden glow, stood with arms crossed. Luo Guangji's eyes widened as he muttered, "It looks way too similar. It should be him. He's the one who was grabbed by that evil ghost monster before." Xiang Jiqiu nodded and looked at the data analysis staff nearby. Immediately pull up all the information on this student. See if there's anything unusual. Understood. The staff member nodded seriously. Luo Guangji glanced at Xiang Jiqiu with a bit of admiration. If it weren't for Xiang Jiqiu's insistence on investigating, he might not have discovered anything strange. The reason Xiang Jiqiu insisted on a thorough investigation was simple. Seven God was a great figure who protected Nantang City. Such a powerful and noble person couldn't possibly watch a student being grabbed by a monster and then directly strike with lightning, reducing both the student and the monster to ashes. This investigation was to prove Seven God's innocence. So they focused on the student, checking and cross-referencing footage from multiple cameras. And they found that the student was indeed still alive. Now, that was interesting. A boy who survived the hands of an evil ghost. Was he saved by that great figure and then casually went back to school? Or does this boy himself have some sort of secret? The dozen or so people in the Nantang City Special Incident Emergency Response Center felt their breathing quicken slightly, as if they were grasping at something. Although the possibility was very, very small, it didn't mean it didn't exist. Captain Xiang, the information has been compiled. Speak. Chen Ping, a student of Class 2, senior year, at Nantang City High School. He lives in the Tangchenipi neighborhood. His academic performance is excellent, consistently ranking among the top in his grade. His social circle is simple. His close friend is Zhao Liang, the second young master of Zhao Group. His social range is narrow. He has no bad habits, no criminal record, and even on the internet, he abides by the law, except for occasionally browsing some inappropriate websites. The data analyst was reporting Chen Ping's basic information. Xiang Jiqiu's face darkened slightly. Focus on the main points. Understood. It is said that he lives alone in Tangchenipi. His parents mysteriously disappeared years ago. His sister, Chen Xingxiao, is an awakened one of the Qi refining system with exceptionally high talent, a core disciple of Kunlun Academy. As for Chen Ping himself, he participated in the campus awakening survey 3 months ago and was found to have no source energy fluctuations at all. Luo Guangji breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could such a young, inexperienced kid be our Nantang City's guardian god? Almost shattered my fantasy. But Xiang Jiqiu's expression didn't change much. Anything else unusual? Does having an enormous appetite count? The analyst whispered. Ha ha ha. What kind of anomaly is that? I eat a lot too. Luo Guangji laughed, thinking this analyst was being ridiculous. How much can he eat? Xiang Jiqiu seemed interested, looking at the analyst. The analyst explained, well, all 37 buffet restaurants in the city have blacklisted Chenping. Luo Guangji? Chenping arrived at school and found the place unusually lively. What's going on? Why is there a crowd over there? He grabbed a classmate and curiously asked, you don't know? Someone's confessing their love on campus. The classmate responded excitedly. Just a confession? Is it worth this fuss? In the early morning, wouldn't it be better to use this time to memorize a few words? Seeing the crowd of over 100 people ahead, Chenping shook his head in disappointment. He thought these students were way too nosy, so eager to gossip. You don't get it. It's Jiang Wenxian confessing to Song Xiao. Such a big event, how can you miss it? The classmate's excitement was palpable. What? Confessing to Song Xiao? Chenping's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pushed his way through the crowd. To be precise, he crashed through it. With his newly awakened Vajra-type powers, he was like a great white shark parting a school of fish, forcing his way to the front. What came into view first was a very flashy black sports car. A Lamborghini. In front of the sleek sports car stood a tall, handsome young man in a leather jacket, holding a bouquet of 99 roses. Red petals were scattered all over the ground. There were several followers holding pink balloons, and someone even brought a speaker, playing romantic music to set a dreamy atmosphere. Some lackeys even started lighting candles around. Lighting candles in broad daylight? Are they out of their minds? Why not set the confession at night? Chenping's head was filled with 1,000 questions. At this moment, a loud voice of the dean was already heard in the distance. What's going on? Confessing in public during broad daylight? Who's the brat with a death wish? The stocky dean squeezed through the crowd, looking ready to scold the student publicly confessing. And then he saw the young man, well-dressed and standing with a calm face, staring at him. It's me who's confessing. So what? Jiang Wenxiang said calmly. The dean shuddered, sweat instantly forming on his forehead. His expression immediately changed as he forced a smile. Ha ha. Oh, it's student Jiang. In that case, it's fine. Sorry for the interruption, please continue. The dean quickly cleared his throat, shifted his focus, and shouted at the onlookers, what are you looking at? What's so great about a confession? Go back to your morning reading. If anyone stays here to watch, I'll deal with you according to school rules. The dean's words were still authoritative, and most of the gossip-hungry crowd quickly dispersed. Seeing this, Chenping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being a rich kid really means you can do whatever you want. Jiang Wenxian was the young master of Tianbing Group, the largest awakened power group in Nanting City, home to many awakened individuals. Who wouldn't tremble at the sight of him? Strictly speaking, he wasn't just a rich kid, he was practically a second-generation immortal. Even in school, the dean had to turn a blind eye to his actions. It showed the influence of awakened ones on the real world. Chenping didn't want to leave. He noticed that Song Xiao's expression didn't look right. In fact, anyone with eyes could see that Song Xiao's face was filled with hesitation, anxiety, grievance, and discomfort, but there was no joy or excitement. Xiao, see? Now no one can stop us. Jiang Wenxian held the roses with a confident smile on his face. I just got the news last night. I'm leaving this afternoon to attend the entrance training at Kunlun Academy. I didn't want my high school life to end with any regrets. This statement caused a buzz among the surrounding students. Kunlun Academy? The top supernatural academy in our country. If he's attending the entrance training, doesn't that mean he has a chance to get in? As expected of young Master Jiang from Tianbing Group, his future is limitless. The admiration of the surrounding students further boosted Jiang Wenxian's confidence. He smiled faintly, raised his hand, and gestured behind him at the Lamborghini. Xiao, I've liked you for a long time. Please be my girlfriend. Time is short, so I couldn't prepare any special gifts. But if you agree, this car behind me will be my gift to you. This was another bombshell. Damn. Just for being his girlfriend, she gets a sports car? That car has to be worth at least 3 million. Become his girlfriend and get a Lambo? That's just too much. Jiang Wenxian, do you mind having one more girlfriend? The students exploded with excitement. Even the dean couldn't control them now. Seeing the atmosphere build up, one of Jiang Wenxian's followers began to stir up the crowd. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Gradually, more and more students began to follow along, shouting, say yes, completely ignoring that Song Xiao's expression had changed from hesitation and anxiety to one of fear. Jiang Wenxian. I've already told you, I don't plan on dating in high school. No. You want to. Jiang Wenxian forcefully interrupted the girl's words, his eyes burning with intensity. I think, you won't disappoint me, right? I've already done so much for you. Song Xiao's delicate face turned slightly red, and her eyes began to well up with tears. She couldn't think of a proper way to handle this situation. The nearby students thought she was blushing from shyness, moved to tears, and began cheering even louder. Song Xiao looked helplessly at the crowd. The cheering students only made her feel more pressured, but then, she noticed a student who wasn't cheering along. That familiar figure made her suddenly remember something. Ping saw the girl, like a small, trembling animal cornered, and for some reason, her gaze landed on him. Her eyes seemed to brighten slightly. Ping, you can hear my voice. Please don't be surprised. Song Xiao's clear, pleasant voice suddenly echoed directly in Ping's mind. Ping's expression changed slightly. This wasn't something she said out loud, it was a voice directly transmitted into his mind. So the class president was an awakened one too? How come he never heard about this before? Being able to transmit sound over a distance, was she from the spirit communication system or the soul system? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he gently nodded at the girl. Her voice continued in his mind, now more anxious. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend? No matter how I reject him, he won't give up. I really have no other choice. I have no interest in Jiang Wenxiang, and I've heard that those who dated him before didn't end well. I know your sister is a prodigy in Kunlun Academy. If it's you, even with Jiang Wenxiang's family background, he might be wary. Right now, only you can help me. If you agree to help me, I will do everything I can to repay you in the future. Of course, if you don't want to pretend to be my boyfriend, I won't force you. By the end, the girl's voice sounded almost pleading. Ping's mind went blank, leaving him with just one thought. Such a cliché situation. It actually happened to him? The heroine being courted by the villain, seeking the male protagonist's help to pretend to be her boyfriend, leading to a series of thrilling romantic entanglements, finally becoming a real couple and living happily ever after. Maybe they could buy a house in Tangchenipin with 2 awakened ones working hard, it should be achievable. As for the kids, if it's a boy, name him Chen Tianchi, if it's a girl, name her Chen Miaoka. That should be good. They should also buy a plot in Qingyun Mountain, so they can be buried together there. Great feng shui. Ping, have you made up your mind? The girl's urgent voice rang in his mind again. Only then did Ping snap out of his fantasy, his face slightly red. Actually, Song Xiao was different from those melodramatic drama heroines. Those girls would drag the male lead to be a shield without asking, completely disregarding his feelings. But Song Xiao was different. Though she had the idea, she still used voice transmission to discreetly seek his opinion. If he didn't want to, she wouldn't force it. Such composure, such character, what a wonderful girl. Looking at the girl, who was cornered, her last hope resting on him, Ping calmly nodded at her. Then, he stepped out from the crowd. Jiang Wenxiang held a bouquet of roses, his bright smile radiant, his gaze burning as he looked at the girl in front of him. The girl, who looked so fresh and lovely, now had reddened eyes, and her bright, expressive eyes couldn't even meet his. Jiang Wenxiang wasn't sure if the girl was overwhelmed with surprise or filled with worry and fear. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he liked her. And he was determined to make her his. His underlings and the surrounding students were all helping him. Even the school didn't dare to do anything against him. The atmosphere was set, the momentum was there. He even offered a luxury car worth millions as a gift for being his girlfriend. Even if Song Xiao was the campus beauty of Nantang High School, with this overwhelming effort, she should have been won over, right? But before Jiang Wenxiang could hear her say yes, a young boy stepped out of the crowd with firm steps, quietly walking to Song Xiao's side. One by one, the students widened their eyes, their expressions growing more and more colorful. Jiang Wenxiang's smile began to freeze, and his eyes showed confusion. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Looking to die? Don't get in the way of young Master John's confession. The underlings lighting candles and scattering petals immediately shouted angrily at the boy. But just then, an even more shocking scene took place. Song Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and a bright smile appeared on her delicate face. She even reached out and wrapped her arm around the boy's, her clear voice ringing out. Ping, you're finally here. It was the first time Ping was held by Song Xiao like this. His heart surged with waves of emotion, but his face maintained a warm smile. He gently held the girl's soft, smooth hand in return and nodded. Yao, what are you doing here? You scared me. Boom. The surrounding students watching the scene seemed to be struck by lightning, turning to stone. The faces of Jiang Wenxiang's underlings were equally filled with shock. The scene before them was a complete visual shock. How could this be? Could it be that kind of relationship? At that moment, Song Xiao raised her eyes to look at the boy holding the roses in front of her and spoke clearly. Jiang Wenxiang, this is the real reason why I'm rejecting you. I already have a boyfriend." Her words were like thunder exploding in the crowd. The entire place was thrown into chaos. Even the dean, who was maintaining order nearby, couldn't help but adjust his glasses, his eyes widening. A public confession on a high school campus was already outrageous enough, but what was even more outrageous was that the girl being confessed to actually had a boyfriend. And not only was the girl being confessed to standing there, but her boyfriend was standing right in front of the confessor. Could this situation get any more ridiculous? Jiang Wenxian's smile gradually disappeared. Song Xiao's expression remained serious and resolute as she looked at him. In her heart, she thought that since words couldn't reject this domineering and confident guy, she would just go all in. A girl who already had a boyfriend, surely he wouldn't keep pushing, right? Jiang Wenxian shifted his gaze to Chen Ping and suddenly started laughing. Song Xiao, stop joking. How could you fall for someone like this? He's cheerful and positive, he's gentle and considerate, he has excellent grades, and he even got first place in the class. He's always been someone I admire, why can't I like him? Song Xiao listed a series of Chen Ping's strengths in one breath. Jiang Wenxian was momentarily speechless, then shook his head helplessly. In this era, you choose a boyfriend based on grades? A top student. Can he take one of my punches? Boom! Suddenly, he punched the air beside him. A blast echoed out, and a shockwave formed in front of his fist. The nearby students were startled, backing away with fear in their eyes as they looked at Jiang Wenxian. Get lost! Jiang Wenxian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Chen Ping. At that moment, his fierce side was revealed. Chen Ping suddenly felt as though he was being stared at by a wild beast, pressure weighing down on his entire body. Song Xiao is my girlfriend. The one who should leave is you. To Jiang Wenxian's surprise, Chen Ping didn't take a single step back. He even stepped forward, slightly shielding Song Xiao behind him. Song Xiao had been frightened, but seeing a figure stand firmly in front of her brought a strange warmth to her heart. Chen Ping. The girl held onto Chen Ping's hand tightly, feeling both touched and worried. Ha, I'm the one who should leave? Jiang Wenxian laughed in anger, stepping closer to Chen Ping. His expression grew darker, and his presence became increasingly intimidating. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? A white glow began to shine in Jiang Wenxian's eyes. A strong wind began to swirl around them. The center of the storm was Jiang Wenxian. Many students were so frightened that they backed away, never having seen Jiang Wenxian look so fierce before. How terrifying could the young master of Tianbing Group be when he was angry? But at that moment, a figure stepped forward. Jiang Wenxian. Enough, this is a school. The chubby dean's body stood between Chen Ping and Jiang Wenxian. His fat trembled under the gusts, but his voice was loud and clear. Jiang Wenxian, do you plan to use your awakened powers against an innocent student? Even with your background, don't think the Nantang City Special Incident Handling Center will turn a blind eye. Chen Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected the dean, who seemed so timid at first, to step forward now. The storm suddenly stopped. The students saw that Jiang Wenxian's face had shifted to a bright smile. All right, just a joke. No need to be so tense, director. You think I, Jiang Wenxian, can't find any woman I want? If Song Xiao is blind enough to like a useless nobody, then she's not worthy of being my woman. Jiang Wenxian casually tossed the roses to the ground, his smile growing even brighter. After all, I'm not interested in second-hand goods. Song Xiao's body trembled slightly, her face turning pale. Chen Ping's face darkened. In his mind, the voices of the gods were already filled with fury. Oh, he dares to insult you, Chen Ping? Use my power. I can help you crush his head. That mere S-rank awakened bug dares to act so arrogantly? Brother, let me turn him into your plaything. Little brother, he insulted you and the girl you like. Aren't you a man? If you want, I can curse him so he'll never have children. The voices of the gods filled his mind. But Chen Ping remained unmoved, simply watching calmly. With a loud roar of the engine, the Lamborghini arrogantly sped out of the school. Chen Ping looked down at the bouquet of 99 roses on the ground. At some point, every petal had been sliced into tiny fragments. With a gust of wind, the bouquet turned into a pile of red dust, scattering like blood. Some students saw this and couldn't help but gasp. The roses? They're all shredded? When did this happen? So terrifying. Is this the power of a S-rank awakened one? Many students took a deep breath, and their gazes toward Chen Ping became complicated. This ordinary-looking Chen Ping actually dared to directly confront Jiang Wenxian, who was so frighteningly powerful. Should they say he was truly courageous, or just recklessly unafraid of death? S-rank awakened one. Chen Ping looked at the rose petals scattered on the ground, fluttering like drops of blood in the wind. He actually sensed the moment the roses were sliced by wind blades. That was the moment Jiang Wenxian's gaze, filled with malice, fell on him. Chen Ping instinctively felt that this wouldn't end so easily. Trouble was definitely coming. He couldn't help but sigh. He had heard of Jiang Wenxiang's name long ago, a S-rank awakened one with wind powers, who even had the chance to join the highest academy in Huaxia, Kunlun Academy. He was practically a favored child of the heavens. Even worse, his family, the Tianbing group, was a large awakened faction in Nantang City. If possible, Chen Ping really didn't want to have any dealings with someone like him. All he wanted was to continue being an ordinary high school student, living a peaceful life. But to protect the girl he had a crush on, he could only stand up, because he couldn't let the beauty in his heart be tainted. "Chen Ping, are you okay?" A clear, worried voice sounded beside him. Chen Ping saw Song Xiao looking at him with concern and a bit of guilt. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I dragged you into this." The girl lightly bit her pink lips, her once bright and beautiful face now covered with a shadow. "Class rep, what are you talking about? Isn't it normal for classmates to help each other?" Chen Ping looked at the girl with a gentle, bright smile, quietly comforting her. In his heart, he silently added, "The girl I have a crush on being snatched by a pig? Impossible." Seeing the boy's pure, warm smile, Song Xiao's heart surged with a wave of warmth again. All right, it's all over now. What are you all still standing here for? Go to your morning reading." The dean shouted at the students who were watching, like a king of the school. The students scattered like a flock, but the excitement on their faces, their endless whispering, and their occasional glances at the two made Chen Ping realize what kind of storm this event would stir up in school. Holding Song Xiao's small hand, he followed the crowd back to the classroom. "Where do you two think you're going?" A shout came from behind. Chen Ping was stunned and turned to look at the dean. "Going back to study," Song Xiao answered. "To my office." The dean, wiping sweat from his forehead, walked over. "Ha!" Chen Ping and Song Xiao were both startled. The dean sneered. "What, you two are blatantly dating in broad daylight, and I shouldn't take care of it?" Chen Ping. And so, the two were taken to the office for a lecture. "Early relationships are bad. At your age, you should be focused on your studies. Dating will affect your learning," the dean earnestly advised. "My grades have always been stable," Song Xiao softly argued, rubbing her small hands. "I went from the 20th place in class to first place." Chen Ping smiled. "Dean, but dating is still not good. You must be mindful of the influence on others. How bad would it be if other students or teachers saw you? We're always very mindful of our influence. If it wasn't for Jiang Wenxiang confessing publicly, you wouldn't even know we were secretly dating." Chen Ping calmly explained without blushing or skipping a beat. Hearing this, Song Xiao's face flushed red. She looked at the boy beside her with a mix of emotions. Their eyes met for a moment, and both their faces turned slightly red. An unusual atmosphere quietly filled the dean's office. The high school campus. Students were always full of energy. Hey, did you hear? Jiang Wenxiang confessed to Song Xiao in front of everyone at school. What the heck? And then Song Xiao's boyfriend Chen Ping showed up. What the heck? Chen Ping and Jiang Wenxiang had a showdown. Jiang Wenxiang left in anger, and the roses were shredded everywhere. What the heck? News spread fast among students. The gossip-hungry students couldn't wait to share the freshest gossip with their friends. When Chen Ping and Song Xiao walked into the classroom, Chen Ping noticed that more than half of the classmates had shifted their gazes from their books to him. In those eyes, he saw excitement, curiosity, judgment, envy, sympathy, and a mix of other emotions. There was no doubt that these classmates had already heard about what had happened. Following behind Chen Ping, Song Xiao's delicate face blushed, and she nervously lowered her head, not daring to make eye contact with her classmates. She was extremely embarrassed by the fact that the entire class was now focused on her because of this early relationship incident. Chen Ping, on the other hand, looked much calmer. He walked confidently toward his seat, head held high, full of self-assurance and strength. Among all the students with various expressions, his deskmate Zhao Liang was the most excited one. The moment Chen Ping sat down, Zhao Liang grabbed his arm, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. "You sly dog, Chen Ping. You look so honest and decent. But who would have thought you'd secretly win over our class's goddess, Song Xiao?" Zhao Liang gritted his teeth. "Come on, spill it. How did you win her over?" Chen Ping scratched his head, a little embarrassed. She suddenly asked me to be her boyfriend." This rich second-generation kid from Nantang City stared at his deskmate in shock. "She confessed first? Stop bluffing. I honestly don't want to brag. But think about it, a plain guy like me, how would I dare to pursue Song Xiao? If she hadn't confessed, how could we have become a couple?" Chen Ping's words stirred a storm in Zhao Liang's mind. He instinctively didn't believe Chen Ping, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. His entire worldview started to shake. Zhao Liang began pulling at his hair, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Is something like this even possible in this world? A school goddess suddenly falling for a plain high school boy? Chen Ping nodded. It really is unbelievable. I almost thought I was the main character of some cheesy high school drama. I think that only happens in those romance movies from Sakura Country, Zhao Liang grumbled through clenched teeth. Zhao Liang turned to look at his slightly smug deskmate, gritting his teeth. Chen Ping, I might not be as good as you in love, but in studies, I will definitely beat you. Hearing this, Chen Ping's gaze became even more sympathetic. Zhao Liang, since you're so confident, how about we raise the stakes on our bet? Zhao Liang's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Ping's teasing, provocative gaze, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. What? Are you scared? Chen Ping smiled. How could I be? Raise it then. You name it. Zhao Liang snapped. Chen Ping raised 5 fingers. Zhao Liang exclaimed, 100,000? That's my weekly allowance. Zhao Liang hesitated. Chen Ping's face twitched slightly. Damn, my monthly living expenses are only 100,000, and that's his weekly allowance? Feels like I aimed too low. Aren't you confident in yourself? Chen Ping continued to tease with a smile. Fine. Let's do it. I came prepared this time. Zhao Liang's eyes blazed with determination as he clenched his fist. I hired 7 top tutors to coach me. They all say I've made huge progress, and getting first place in the class is a sure thing. Chen Ping nodded and shook hands with Zhao Liang. Deal. 7 top tutors were indeed impressive for Zhao Liang. But I have 7 gods helping me. 4,000 burgers, get. Chen Ping felt great, even humming a little tune during class. Seeing him so relaxed, Zhao Liang couldn't help but warn in a low voice, Chen Ping, I have to tell you something. That Jiang Wenxiang is not a good person. You embarrassed him today. Even if you had every reason to, with his personality, he might try to get back at you later. You'd better be careful. Chen Ping looked carefree, patting Zhao Liang on the shoulder with a laugh. Isn't there still you, the second young master of Zhao Group, covering for me? Zhao Liang shrank back a little, his face darkening. Don't drag me into your love drama. In this era, being a rich second generation isn't the same anymore. The most arrogant ones are the immortal second-gens like Jiang Wenxiang. Even I don't want to mess with him. Come on, your Zhao Group is the most valuable company in Nantang City, and your dad is the richest man here. How can you be this timid? Chen Ping joked. I've always envied Zhao Liang. With his family, he can eat whatever he wants, however much he wants, without worrying about money. That's the dream life. Sigh. Our family does have a lot of assets in the secular world, but we can't compete with the Tianbing Group's Star Source stones. If all their Star Source stones were converted into regular assets, our Zhao Group wouldn't stand a chance. Plus, they have so many powerful awakened ones. In any competition, we naturally have to give way. Zhao Liang's expression turned gloomy. Sigh, why must we live in this great awakening era? If it were the old days, I wouldn't even have to work this hard. Wouldn't it be great to just be a carefree playboy? So much more fun. Zhao Liang sighed, feeling the weight of the world. Honestly, I envy you, Chen Ping. At least you have a sister who's like a chosen one. With your sister watching over you, that sense of security is way better than mine. Even if you clash with Jiang Wenxiang, he might not dare touch you because of her strength. Chen Ping nodded but silently thought to himself that his reliance wasn't on his sister. He didn't seek trouble but wasn't afraid of it either. Hopefully, Jiang Wenxiang would be sensible enough. After all, Chen Ping wasn't someone who liked conflict, nor did he want to offend one of those immortal second-gens of the Great Awakening era. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Nantang City, there stood a towering skyscraper shaped like a blade. This was the headquarters of the famous Tianbing Group. From the rooftop, the rumble of a helicopter could be heard. A dark green helicopter slowly descended onto the large helipad. Young Master Jiang, the entry training for Kunlun Academy is about to begin. Please board the helicopter. A tall, burly man in a suit stood respectfully beside a student. Got it. Jiang Wenxiang's gaze turned toward a certain direction, the direction of Nantang High School. From the top of this blade-shaped skyscraper, the high school looked insignificantly small. That guy named Chen Ping. Send a few thugs who have nothing to do with us. Teach him a good lesson. Jiang Wenxiang spoke calmly. The burly man in the suit was stunned for a moment, then spoke. I witnessed the incident this morning too. That Chen Ping and Song Xiao probably aren't actually a couple. He most likely stepped in just to help her out. You think I don't know that? Jiang Wenxiang abruptly cut him off, his face darkened, almost dripping with malice. He sneered, a mere nobody, daring to provoke me at that moment, to defy me, to make me lose face in front of everyone, and even cause my confession to fail. Who does he think he is? The burly man in the suit looked troubled. That Chun Ping. I know a bit about his background. His sister is not someone to be taken lightly. You think I don't know that? Jiang Wenxiang interrupted angrily again. Of course, I know why he dared to stand against me. If not for his sister, I wouldn't just send a few thugs, I would have sent awakened ones to kill him without anyone finding out. Jiang Wenxiang's face was twisted with a sinister smile. He thinks having just one sister will make me afraid? I am the heir of the Tianbing group, with an immense amount of awakening resources. Sooner or later, I will trample his sister underfoot too. Chan Ping? Competing with me? In this world, no one can ruin my plans and walk away unscathed. Until I see his head bleeding, I won't be satisfied. Su Yuanchao, remember, when you make your move, be clean. Tell them to control their strength, don't accidentally beat him to death. Seeing Jiang Wenxiang's determined expression, Su Yuanchao knew there was no point in trying to persuade him. He could only nod slowly. Leave it to me. I'll make sure Chin Ping learns a lesson he won't forget. Good. I'll be waiting for your good news. Jiang Wenxiang leaped, wind rising beneath his feet, and his body, light as a feather, soared over 10 meters before landing steadily on the helicopter. The helicopter roared and flew off. Su Yuanchao watched the young master leave and shook his head. Young master should be a man who soars above the world. Why must he involve himself in such petty squabbles with ordinary people? Forget it. I'll just make this matter clean and efficient, so young master can clear his mind. Su Yuanchao thought for a moment and then began making calls on his phone. After all, dealing with a powerless nobody was all too easy in this era. Nantang City. Last period of class. The homeroom teacher of grade 12, class 2, Hong Jing, walked up to the podium. The whole class held their breaths, their attention intensely focused. Because they knew this was the class where the monthly exam results and rankings would be announced. Hey, who do you think will be first in class this time? It should be Chin Ping, right? He was first last time too. Not necessarily. Our class monitor Song Xiao's grades have always been stable, and the gap between her and Chen Ping was small last time. She might overtake him this time. But they're dating now. Dating affects studies. They're bound to fall behind. I think it's Zhao Liang. His progress has been incredible lately. Maybe he'll pull off a miracle. The classmates whispered and speculated among themselves. With a smile, Hong Jing pulled out the score sheet and announced, this time, everyone did well in the monthly exams. The admission rate for top universities reached 77%. Zhao Liang's score of 694 placed him in the top 10 of the entire grade for the first time. Yeah! Zhao Liang punched the air with excitement. He couldn't wait to turn his proud, excited gaze toward Chin Ping. See that? I'm in the top 10 in the grade. Ha ha ha. Chin Ping, this time you're definitely losing to me. Low exclamations echoed throughout the class. Many cast envious and admiring glances at Zhao Liang. Being rich was one thing, but being so good at academics too. Hong Jing adjusted her glasses, her smile even brighter. Even more impressive is that Chin Ping has also shown remarkable improvement. With an excellent score of 716, he is ranked first in the entire grade. Let's congratulate him. Wow! The whole class erupted. The excited Zhao Liang instantly collapsed into his chair, eyes wide as he turned to stare at Chin Ping. What? First, in the entire grade? Chin Ping once again became the center of attention in the class. The entire class erupted in waves of exclamations. First place in the entire grade. In student life, was there any halo brighter than this? Nantang High School was one of the best high schools in Ji Province. Being first in the grade here was almost the same as being the provincial top scorer. 716 points. Are you kidding me? Zhao Liang's eyes widened, his whole being in a state of shock and self-doubt. He thought his 694 points were secure, but to his surprise, his deskmate got 716 points, more than 20 points higher. Was this even human? When he set his goal as being first in the class, his competitor had already taken first in the entire grade, mocking him with a cold laugh, as if saying, the wisdom of mere mortals. The other classmates were just as shocked as Zhao Liang, especially those who said that Chin Ping and Song Xiao's relationship would definitely affect their studies. They were now stunned, each beginning to doubt that often repeated saying from teachers. Who said dating affects studies? It's fake, all fake. Is Chin Ping going to defy the heavens? How is he so amazing? I really want to know how he studies. Not everyone has a brain like his. One by one, the students looked at the otherwise ordinary Chin Ping with shock and admiration. Song Xiao's bright eyes also sparkled as she looked at Chin Ping. her face showing surprise. Even she didn't expect Chen Ping to achieve such an incredible score. In high school, top students often had a kind of glow around them. And Chen Ping wasn't just good, he was the top student in the entire grade. And that person was even her supposed boyfriend. Thinking of this, a hint of blush appeared on Song Xiao's delicate face. Zhao Liang, it's okay. Even though you lost the bet, you beat yourself. Chen Ping cheerfully patted Zhao Liang on the shoulder, comforting his deskmate. Zhao Liang, feeling completely defeated, snapped back to his senses. Yeah, I improved by so many points. I should be happy. Why do I feel like a loser? Zhao Liang looked at Chen Ping, his eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Ping, you're right. I defeated myself. I should be happy. Chen Ping smiled with a look of approval, patting Zhao Liang on the shoulder again. Exactly. With this score, getting into our country's top university should be no problem. I bet your dad will reward you with a lot of pocket money, right? Zhao Liang's eyes shone even brighter. Of course. I'll go ask my dad right away. And as for that 100,000, it was worth it, right? Chen Ping showed a wise and mysterious expression. Zhao Liang snapped back and nodded vigorously. Of course. Brother Ping, you are my mentor and my best friend. I, Zhao Liang, am not someone who goes back on his word. I'll transfer the money to you right now. With a grand gesture, Zhao Liang immediately transferred money to Chen Ping. Looking at the bank notification on his phone, showing the series of transactions from Zhao Liang each larger than the last, Chen Ping's mood soared, even happier than getting first place in the grade. If this keeps up, he might not even need his sister to send him living expenses anymore. Thinking of this, Chen Ping's gaze toward his deskmate became even kinder and warmer. Song Xiao's score was also excellent, 682 points, consistently high. Because of this, the negative impact of their rumored romance was greatly minimized. The bell rang for the end of class. Chen Ping packed up his study materials, getting ready to go home. At that moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. The girl wore a high ponytail and a clean blue and white school uniform. Her delicate, fair face had a rosy tint, possibly from the warm light of the sunset outside. Chen Ping, shall we go home together? Song Xiao's clear, melodious voice rang out in the classroom, like a wind chime swaying in the breeze. Beside him, Zhao Liang's mouth dropped open in shock. Other classmates also looked at the two in surprise. Since their relationship was now public, were they not even trying to hide it anymore? Chen Ping was also a bit stunned. He had imagined such a scene before but never thought it would actually happen in his life. Sure. Chen Ping hurriedly packed his books, put on his backpack, and nervously grabbed Song Xiao's soft, delicate hand, intending to lead her out of the classroom. Ah! Song Xiao softly gasped, instinctively trying to pull her hand back. HM? What's wrong? Chen Ping turned around, his face filled with confusion. Song Xiao met his clear, bright eyes and felt the warm, secure grip of his hand. Her cheeks turned even redder, and she looked down shyly. And nothing. Nothing. The two of them, holding hands, walked out of the classroom in the glow of the sunset. Students around the campus turned to look at them, eyes filled with surprise. Oh my god. My goddess Song is holding hands with a guy? What do you mean a guy? Show some respect. That's Chen Ping from our class, the top student in the grade. Are they crazy? Walking around holding hands in public? If Chen Ping dared to confront Jiang Wenxiang in front of the whole school, why wouldn't he dare hold hands with her in public? Incredible. What a bold guy. Many passing students looked at the two walking hand in hand, their faces filled with shock, and they couldn't help but start talking. Especially the girl, with her fresh and refined beauty, she had long been a popular figure on campus. And the boy, who looked so ordinary, yet walked with confidence, calm and composed. That fearless attitude was enough to capture the attention of countless people. Yes, Chen Ping was well aware that he was holding Song Xiao's hand. But as the saying goes, if you're going to act, you might as well play the part thoroughly. Since their relationship was now public, he would make sure Jiang Wenxiang gave up completely. He was going to be Song Xiao's boyfriend properly. Chen Ping was very dedicated. Perhaps because he had just won first place in the grade, he walked with a much straighter back and more confidence. Song Xiao followed beside him like a light, graceful bird. The faint fragrance of the girl drifted to Chen Ping's nose. Suddenly, Song Xiao raised her delicate face slightly and softly said, Chen Ping, I'm really sorry, but you don't have to bear so much for me. Ha? What am I bearing? Chen Ping paused, looking at the girl beside him. Song Xiao's clear eyes shifted slightly, as if she didn't dare to look directly at him. Her small hand gently squeezed his. Well, this, taking on the pressure of the whole school, openly being my boyfriend. Feeling the soft, warm touch in his hand, Chen Ping was stunned again. So he was holding Song Xiao's hand, but she thought he was the one being wronged? What a wonderful girl. If this was considered pressure, then let the pressure be even greater. Chen Ping's emotions surged, and he gently tightened his grip on her hand, smiling. It's okay, Xiao. You might not believe me, but being able to hold your hand like this and walk together makes me really happy. Song Xiao suddenly looked up. Her delicate, lotus-like face, with eyes reflecting the warm light of the sunset, seemed to ripple slightly, reflecting the boy's gentle, warm face. Everything was so beautiful and warm. The girl responded softly. It was unclear what her answer meant. She bit her thin lips lightly, lowered her head, and walked quietly forward, as if only by doing this, she could hide her rapidly beating heart from the boy beside her. The two walked side by side, holding hands, passing through the bustling path of the campus. The school was playing the song Scarborough Fair, a beautiful and timeless melody. Many schools loved to play it after class, as it carried the memories of countless students' youth. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. She once was a true love of mine. The two walked hand in hand under the sunset, their shadows stretched long, very long. They both knew this was just a staged act. They both knew it was just a fake relationship. But neither of them broke this atmosphere. The summer breeze on campus, the sound of basketball on the court, the warm tones of the sunset, the soft touch in their hands, and the faint presence of the person beside them. It was hard to say whether it was because of the students' gazes and whispers around them, or for some other reason. Their heartbeats seemed to quicken slightly, and they walked out of the school gate, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Chen Ping, do you understand me? A soft, clear voice sounded in his ear. What counts as understanding? Chen Ping asked. Well, at least knowing more about me than other classmates. That would count, Song Xiao said with a bright smile. Chen Ping thought to himself, that would be a lot. He knew Song Xiao's daily habits, her study habits, that she bit her nails when anxious, that on the surface she was cheerful and helpful, but she wasn't good at refusing requests she didn't like. Having secretly liked someone, you naturally paid attention to things others didn't notice. Of course, Chen Ping wouldn't say all this out loud. Otherwise, Song Xiao might think he was a creep. Knowing that you're an awakened, does that count? Chen Ping asked. Song Xiao laughed, her beautiful eyes curved in a smile. Yes, that counts as one. You gave me a voice transmission, it really scared me. By the way, which system are you in? Chen Ping asked curiously. Soul system, Song Xiao replied. I awakened while staying up late studying, awakening by studying late. Hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel a little envious. Look at how other people awaken, and then look at how he awakened. Soul system, that's one of the 9 major awakening systems, a very sought-after one. Are you planning to join any awakening organizations? Chen Ping asked. Song Xiao immediately shook her head. I don't want to join any awakening organizations. Ha? Chen Ping was stunned. Why not? As far as he knew, any soul system awakened, even a low-level D-rank, could enjoy benefits far beyond those of ordinary people just by joining an organization. Because I'm afraid of dying, Song Xiao said seriously. Chen Ping was stunned again. This was not the answer he expected. Song Xiao looked at him with a serious expression, her tone solemn. Do you know? According to big data, the 10-year survival rate of awakened is only 85%. It's a high-risk profession. And for the soul system, the death rate is even higher. The 10-year survival rate is only 75%. Which means, out of 10,000 soul system awakened, only 7,500 will survive after 10 years. 2,500 will die. How can you guarantee you're not one of those 2,500? Chen Ping was left speechless by her words. Everyone knew that being an awakened was great, but with awakening came the threat of awakening disasters and the dangers of forbidden zones. Major awakening forces wanted to expand, wanted to grow stronger, which meant sending their awakened into forbidden zones to seek resources and face various awakening disasters, battling monsters to seize treasures. This process was indeed full of risks. Once you joined an awakening organization, you often had little choice in what you did. After all, the organization wouldn't raise a freeloader. Soul System awakened, due to their unique abilities, often dealt with strange phenomena, making their risks even greater. But when it came to the highest mortality rate among the systems, the Soul System had to take a step back, because there was still the Vajra system. The Vajra system couldn't do much except fight. Whenever there was a battle, they were on the front line. Whenever an extremely terrifying awakening disaster occurred, the first to die were always the Vajra system awakened. The 10-year survival rate of the Vajra system was reportedly only 69%, making it the highest risk system among all. It was a statistic that deterred countless people. That's why the withdraw system was often referred to as crude cannon fodder and outright insult. Thinking of this, Chen Ping sighed again, looking at Song Xiao with a sense of shared hardship. So what are your plans for the future? Chen Ping asked. I don't know. I'll register at the Awakening Management Bureau, study well, get into a good university, and find a good job, Song Xiao said naturally. After all, I can live well with just my brains. Chen Ping nodded. That's what he used to think too. Not all awakened would join an organization. Many chose to live among ordinary people, like Morong, the owner of his favorite pancake stall. Despite being a D-rank awakened of the elemental system with the ability to create enchanted pancakes, he chose to run a small stall. It was just that different people chose different ways of life. Song Xiao was afraid of dying, so she wanted a safer job. That was perfectly understandable. Don't worry, Chen Ping. Even though I'm awakened, I'm no different from you guys. Song Xiao looked at him earnestly, as if afraid he would overthink. Chen Ping didn't overthink. He was just wondering how a withdraw system awakened could avoid being cannon fodder. Oh, right. You helped me a lot today. I will do my best to repay you. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll try my best to help. Song Xiao patted her chest, making a sincere promise. Looking at the girl who was promising so earnestly, Chen Ping couldn't help but laugh. Alright, if I ever need your help, I'll definitely tell you. Right now, he didn't have any particular requests for her. It wasn't like he could ask her to help him with homework, right? Before they knew it, they reached an intersection. From here, their paths home were different. Chen Ping suddenly felt the warm, soft touch in his hand disappear. Only then did he realize that he and Song Xiao had been holding hands for so long. His palm even felt a little damp. It was hard to tell if it was his sweat or hers. Both of them seemed to realize something at that moment. Under the sunset, a faint blush appeared on their youthful cheeks, and they didn't dare to look directly at each other. So, Chen Ping, see you tomorrow? Song Xiao broke the silence. Sure, see you tomorrow. Chen Ping waved, pretending to be calm. Song Xiao turned and left, her high ponytail swaying lightly in the glow of the setting sun like a happy little horse. Chen Ping stood at the intersection, watching her figure gradually fade away, seeing her off. Then, voices burst out in his mind. Ha ha, Chen Ping, did you really fall in love? How could you like such a mortal? Work with me instead. In the future, you'll have a harem of 3,000, with saintesses on your left and goddesses on your right. Endless bliss. TCH, my brother isn't so superficial. Only heavenly fairies are worthy of him. Just say the word, and I'll get you one. Ping Ping, are you interested in training her into a soul god? I can help you with that. The gods in his mind began to stir, each offering him tempting deals. But Chen Ping wasn't tempted. If he had been so easily swayed, he would have lost himself long ago. He blocked out the voices in his head, walked back home with large strides, and began ordering food online. To reward himself, he decided to have 50 roast chickens for dinner. While choosing which lucky shop to order from, the sun set beyond the horizon, leaving only a faint glow in the sky. Streetlights lit up along the roadside, and the streets were still bustling. Chen Ping walked along, playing on his phone. But just as he passed a narrow alley, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm and forcefully pulled him into the alley. Chen Ping was startled, but he didn't resist immediately. He seemed to be caught off guard, letting the force drag him to the ground inside the alley. Ah, who are you? Chen Ping was thrown to the ground by the force, his hands pressed against the ground, his face pale as he looked up in panic at the strangers before him. A group of 6 or 7 men stood in the narrow alley, surrounding him from both front and back. Some had scars on their faces, others had tattoos covering their arms, all with brightly colored hair in flashy, gangster styles. They looked at him with vicious smiles. What do you think we're here for? Robbery. The green-haired leader of the group held an iron rod and spoke with a sinister tone. Chen Ping was stunned. Ever since the Great Awakening era began, social unrest had also given rise to many criminal gangs. Okay, how much do you want? I'll give you all the money I have on me. Chen Ping appeared obedient, but his eyes carefully watched their expressions. Oh, quite obedient. But too bad, the brothers here are in a bad mood today. We don't just want money. The gangsters walked toward him with strange grins, the viciousness in their eyes growing stronger. We also want a punching bag to vent our anger. Swish. The green-haired leader swung the iron rod straight at Chen Ping's body. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the alley. The iron rod smashed heavily onto Chen Ping's shoulder. But to the gangster's surprise, despite the heavy blow, Chen Ping's shoulder only sank slightly. He didn't fall, nor did he scream in pain. Ha! The leader was taken aback. Hiss! it does hurt a bit. Chen Ping muttered, grabbing one end of the iron rod with one hand and slowly standing up. He felt the pain even though his body had awakened, making his physical strength much greater. The iron rod's heavy strike still hurt. What the? Get him! Another thug rushed forward, swinging his fist at Chen Ping. But Chen Ping reacted faster. He grabbed the man's fist with his other hand, then instinctively kicked him. Thud! Arg! The man screamed as he was kicked into the air, crashing into the alley wall before falling to the ground. Chen Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected his kick to be so powerful. You've trained? The green-haired leader's eyes widened. Chen Ping looked at him with a faint smile. You were looking for a punching bag to vent your anger? Well, what a coincidence. I need a punching bag too. Crack, crack. As Chen Ping tightened his grip, the iron rod in his hand began to bend and dent. The green-haired leader tried to pull the rod back, but a massive force surged from it, and instead, he was dragged straight toward Chen Ping. Smash! A ruthless punch slammed into the leader's face. His entire face twisted, blood and teeth flying from his mouth as his body collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain. Chen Ping looked at this scene, feeling a bit surprised himself. He realized that these once fierce men had become so fragile before him, like they would shatter with just a little force. Damn it! He's a trained fighter. He dared to hit our boss. All together. Seeing their leader beaten, the remaining gangsters were shocked, but they quickly grabbed their weapons and charged at Chen Ping. At this moment, the paths of their iron rods, the speed of their fists, the cold glint of their knives, all their attacking moves became crystal clear to Chen Ping. The moment he entered combat, his senses heightened dramatically. With a nimble body, he instinctively dodged their attacks, his fists firing like cannonballs without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. His punches landed on their bodies, each blow connecting solidly with a force that far exceeded their expectations. One by one, the gangsters' bodies bent and crumpled, as if hit by a truck, flying through the air before slamming to the ground, clutching their battered parts and howling in pain. This was the first fight of Chen Ping's life, and in just a few hits, this group of thugs lost all ability to fight back. The narrow alley, dim lighting, and the echoes of painful screams. Chen Ping's breathing grew a bit heavier, and a strange warmth surged through his body. Looking at the thugs he had beaten down, he felt an indescribable sensation. It was a bit thrilling. Chen Ping grabbed the green-haired leader by his collar, lifting the man easily with one hand like he was holding a small chicken. The green-haired thug, who weighed over 100 pounds, dangled helplessly in his grasp. I really don't like fighting, so why did you have to force me? Chen Ping asked calmly, staring at the thug in front of him. I didn't force you. I was wrong, please spare me. The green-haired thug's face was filled with fear, his voice trembling. He realized that this thin-looking high school student in front of him was nothing like he appeared. His body contained an incredibly powerful strength. Spare you? Sure, but you have to answer one question. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Ping's face. Under the dim streetlight, that smile became somewhat eerie. The green-haired thug instinctively felt fear. What do you want to ask? Who sent you? Chen Ping asked. No one sent us. I just wanted to rob you. The green-haired thug stuttered. Oh, robbery? I even offered to give you money, but you still wanted to beat me up. Chen Ping's eyes grew sharp. You call that a robbery? Do I look like a target? The green-haired thug's expression froze. In Chen Ping's mind, the voices of the gods stirred excitedly. Liar. He's definitely lying. Use my soul search spell. I guarantee we can pull every secret out of his mind. Chen Ping shook his head. I have my own methods. Bang! His fist slammed into the green-haired thug's stomach. The thug felt his insides twist in agony, a surge of pain causing his whole body to convulse. Arg! His screams echoed in the narrow alley. Talk! Who sent you? Chen Ping demanded again. I really don't know. Bang! Chen Ping punched him again. The green-haired thug's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Speak! Who sent you? Chen Ping grabbed the thug's collar, his fist clenched, asking once more. Ugh! I'll talk! Tears and snot streamed down the thug's face. He felt that if this kept up, he'd be beaten to death. I only know someone told us to block you on this road and give you a brutal beating, just short of killing you. They left money and a photo of you and left. I really don't know who they are. Chen Ping frowned. The photo? The green-haired thug, trembling, pulled a photo from his pocket. Chen Ping looked at it, a candid shot of him walking to school with his backpack. It was clear that someone had been watching him. Just then, a sudden sense of danger struck from behind. Without hesitation, Chen Ping dropped the thug and turned around, only to see a shadow lunging at him, a powerful roundhouse kick. Instinctively, Chen Ping raised his arm to block. Smack! A sound like a firecracker exploding. Chen Ping felt as if his arm had been struck by iron. His whole body was forced back several steps, almost knocked over. His arm went numb, followed by a sharp ache. Oh? You actually blocked it? Under the dim light, Chen Ping saw the figure clearly. It was an extremely muscular man, around 1.9 meters tall, dressed in a black t-shirt, his body rippling with muscle. His head was shaved into a flat top, his eyes filled with a fierce and ruthless look. The most notable thing was that the man held a video camera, its lens pointed directly at Chen Ping. I was planning to film you getting beaten up, just for our young Master Zhang to enjoy. But I never thought you'd surprise us. You're actually an awakened one, a Vajra type? Young Master Jiang. You were sent by Zhang Wenxiang? Chen Ping rotated his aching arm and spoke in a deep voice. He wasn't surprised that his identity as an awakened one had been exposed. Ha! Since you're an awakened one, I won't hide it from you. The flat-top man chuckled. Yes, I'm an awakened member of the Heavenly Soldiers group. Of all the people you could have offended, you had to pick our young Master Jiang. Carefully, he placed the camera on a nearby trash can, adjusting it to point directly at Chen Ping. Then, he cracked his neck and fingers, the sound crisp and sharp, his smile growing wider. Looks like I can give young Master Jiang a great gift. After all, in a fight between awakened ones, life and death are fair game. At that moment, Chen Ping felt a powerful, oppressive aura envelop him. It was like being stared at by a ferocious beast. His hair stood on end, and his entire body instinctively sensed a deadly threat. This was killing intent. Chen Ping immediately understood. He remembered the rule of the Great Awakening era. In weak nations, ordinary people were nothing but fish on the chopping block of awakened ones, living like livestock, at their mercy. But in Xiaodhua, this country strongly protects the rights of every citizen. If any awakened ones are found using their awakened powers to oppress or harm ordinary citizens, they will face the most severe punishment from the Awakener Management Bureau. However, conflicts between powerful awakened ones are often extremely complicated and difficult to handle with conventional laws. As a result, the regulation of battles between awakened ones in Xiaodhua is relatively weak. Especially fights between awakened ones of the same level, they are generally balanced and restricted by various awakened factions, which leads to a common phenomenon. Private duels between awakened ones. Life and death are not restricted. You want to kill me? Chen Ping asked calmly. Yes. The flat-topped man sneered. I am also a D-level awakened one. If I get into a conflict with another D-level awakened one and end up killing him, that's perfectly reasonable, right? With that, he raised his fists, slightly crouched his legs, and took a fighting stance. In that instant, the feeling of being stared down by a wild beast grew even stronger for Chen Ping. Under the dim light, the tall figure in front of him suddenly moved at high speed, like a pouncing leopard. Whoosh! A fast and fierce straight punch shot straight at Chen Ping's face. Chen Ping instinctively dodged sideways. But the flat-topped man's left knee was already rising, aiming for a brutal knee strike at Chen Ping. The straight punch was just a feint, the real killing blow was the knee strike. Chen Ping quickly stepped back, raising both palms to block the attack. He had planned to grab the knee and pull the opponent off balance. But the impact of the knee was so powerful that his palms went numb. At that moment, a red light flashed in the flat-topped man's eyes. He instantly retracted his leg, spun his body, and with his other arm bent, launched a fierce elbow strike at Chen Ping's chest. Chen Ping had no time to react. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Chen Ping felt like his chest bones were about to shatter. His entire body was sent flying backward, crashing against the wall. His insides churned violently, and the flat-topped man was already rushing at him again, a heavy punch aimed at his head like a cannonball. Perhaps driven by the instinct of survival, Chen Ping's potential burst out. At the last second, he dodged the punch. The wall behind him shook violently, and the punch left a spiderweb crack on it. Chen Ping's heart trembled. If an ordinary person took that punch, they'd be dead. His fighting spirit surged, his eyes filled with a hint of madness. Taking advantage of the flat-topped man's missed punch, he lunged forward, delivering a swift chop to the man's neck. This chop carried great force. It struck one of the most vulnerable areas. But to Chen Ping's shock, it felt like hitting a sheet of iron. Crack! The flat-topped man staggered back a few steps, instinctively clutching his neck. Chen Ping quickly grabbed an iron pipe from the ground and swung it down at the man's head. The flat-topped man reacted swiftly, using his arm to block. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. His arm was so tough that the iron pipe actually bent on impact. Chen Ping's heart sank. His entire body was like solid iron. The man was also a Vajra-type awakened one, and he had achieved an iron body state of a D-level awakened one, at least mid-D-level mastery. Ha! The flat-topped man let out a strange cry, shifting from defense to offense. One punch after another came at Chen Ping in a frenzy. The air exploded with each punch. Chen Ping felt a suffocating pressure. He couldn't find any chance to counterattack and could only barely block and dodge. Even with his enhanced physique, pain spread all over his body. A storm of emotions surged within him. So this is a D-level awakened one? A D-level awakened one is this powerful? Chen Ping had gotten used to borrowing the powers of the gods, feeling like even an A-level awakened one wasn't a big deal. But now, relying on his own strength to fight, he realized D-level awakened ones were terrifying. Bang! 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 The sound of violent body collisions echoed repeatedly in the narrow alley, accompanied by the sinister laughter of the burly, crew-cut man. Ha ha ha! In terms of physical strength, you can't match me. In terms of combat skills, you're a complete loser. What are you going to use to fight me? The burly man completely dominated the fight, throwing punches at Chen Ping one after another. His fists carried terrifying power. Every heavy blow made Chen Ping feel as if his flesh and bones were exploding simultaneously. The gods in his mind were already jumping around, all willing to lend their power to Chen Ping, allowing him to instantly kill this arrogant, crew-cut brute. But Chen Ping refused. He had only just awakened, and now he was struggling against a low-level D-rank awakener, forced to rely on the god's power. That would be too humiliating. Chen Ping seized a flaw in the burly man's attack and punched fiercely. But that flaw was a trap the crew-cut man had set for him. His agile body swayed aside, easily dodging it. Before Chen Ping could react, a fist like a sandbag smashed into his chest. Thud! Another brutal straight punch. Chen Ping's entire body was blown back by the punch. The intense pain momentarily deprived him of his ability to think. It felt like the terrifying force had even shattered his internal organs, making it hard to breathe. Chen Ping tumbled to the ground in a sorry state. The crew-cut man sneered, approaching Chen Ping step by step. Chen Ping tried to stand but found his entire body aching and weak. He had no strength left to get up. Damn! He really couldn't win. The overwhelming difference in strength. A suffocating sense of oppression. He was too weak. Far too weak. While he could easily take down ordinary thugs, facing this crew-cut brute, he had absolutely no chance of victory. A force pressed against his neck. The burly man lifted Chen Ping off the ground with one hand, just as Chen Ping had once grabbed a green-haired thug effortlessly, with overwhelming arrogance. See? Don't think just because you've awakened with Vajra-type powers, you can be arrogant. The crew-cut man's mocking smile deepened. In my eyes, you're no different from those losers lying on the ground. Loser! For the first time, Chen Ping was left speechless by the insult. But he refused to give in. His blood still surged hotly within him, and it felt like a flame of anger was burning in his chest. He didn't believe he was completely without a chance. It wasn't blind confidence. His body was telling him he could win. But despite using all his strength, he couldn't defeat the opponent before him. What was this contradictory instinct? He must be missing something, missing some kind of power. The grip of the burly man's fingers on his neck tightened, trying to twist it off. Chen Ping felt the pain and suffocation in his neck intensify. Hovering between life and death, with his neck being crushed, he suddenly remembered when he almost choked to death on a hamburger. The feeling was exactly the same. Yes, Chen Ping recalled that state. When he was on the verge of choking, caught between life and death, his blood had surged rapidly. A force, an indomitable, furious force, compressed to the extreme, would burst out. Its power was so great that it could even shatter a wall. Chen Ping could genuinely feel this force within him, brewing wildly in his chest, like a bomb ready to explode. Instinctively, Chen Ping opened his mouth. The energy within his chest burst out through his throat. Boom! The crew-cut man only saw Chen Ping open his mouth, and then an overwhelming golden energy shot out, instantly engulfing his face. It felt like he was struck by a scorching, forceful cannon blast. He screamed in agony, his body leaning back. Chen Ping saw the crew-cut man's face charred black, his hair twisted and smoking. Seizing the moment, Chen Ping kicked the burly man's groin with all his might. The man screamed again, his grip on Chen Ping's neck loosening. Using the momentum, Chen Ping rolled backward, grabbed a dagger lying on the ground originally used by the thugs, and charged at the crew-cut man. He gripped the dagger tightly, slashing it toward the man's neck. There was only one chance. Chen Ping didn't know where this sudden burst of strength came from. His entire body unleashed all its power, his form darting like a leopard. The crew-cut man saw Chen Ping's attack but couldn't react in time. The blade was already at his throat. A cold flash swept through the dim alley, with the sound of tough skin being sliced open and blood spraying. Slash! The splattering blood stained the school uniform of the young man. The wall bloomed with crimson, like scattered red petals. Behind him, the massive figure wavered. Thud! Finally, it collapsed helplessly. Painful groans echoed in the narrow alley. The crewcut man clutched his bleeding neck in agony, as if this could stop his life from slipping away. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would fall at the hands of a newly awakened kid, a kid he had dismissed as a worthless nobody. Soon, he stopped moving, and a dead silence filled the surroundings. Jinping slowly turned around, breathing heavily as he looked at the person lying on the ground, completely silent. His hand, which was holding the blood-stained dagger, was trembling slightly. Tonight was his first time fighting. Tonight was also his first time killing someone. Even though he had been prepared for this, seeing the man lying in a pool of blood still caused a violent surge of emotions within him. He felt a strong sense of discomfort, both mentally and physically. The smell of blood mixed with the stench of garbage in the alley, creating an unbearable odor. Jinping, holding the dripping dagger, slowly walked toward the corpse. The few thugs around were so frightened that they screamed and ran away, stumbling over themselves. Jinping didn't bother with them. For those who only wanted to beat him up, he would simply return the beating. There was no need to kill them. As for the man who wanted to kill him, he had now been killed in return. A very reasonable cause in effect. But Jinping felt that there were many unreasonable things in the entire fight. For example, what was that cannon blast that came out of his mouth just now? Can a Vajra-type user shoot cannons? That was too illogical. Jinping walked to the crewcut man's side, bent down, and searched his body, trying to find some clues. Finally, he found the man's work ID. Rong Jin Kong, scout recorder of Tianbing Group. Besides this, he also found a strange black pouch. Opening it, he saw more than a dozen faintly purple, finger-thick stones. Jinping's eyes lit up. Star Source Stones. Star Source Stones were a strange type of stone that appeared only after the Great Awakening era. They were mostly found in star source veins in various forbidden zones, containing extremely dense natural energy. The most notable feature was that the energy within star source stones had a high affinity with the power inside an awakened person. Many awakeners could replenish their blood energy by absorbing the power within the stones or even strengthen themselves through them. At the same time, star source stones could also be used in alchemy, artifact crafting, array setup, and spellcasting, making them hard currency in the awakened world. Jinping carefully counted the stones and found 15 in the pouch. He pocketed them and continued searching Rong Jiankong's body. But apart from those two things, he found nothing else. He then turned his attention to the camera placed on the trash bin. The camera was still recording. Was it because he was a scout recorder that he always carried a camera? It seemed Rong Jiankong was not a real combatant, but because he saw how weak Jinping was, he felt certain of his victory, so he couldn't resist coming out to kill him and ended up being killed instead. Jinping suddenly had a guess in his mind. He picked up the camera and opened the saved videos. Sure enough, scenes of brutal and bloody acts began to appear before his eyes. Ordinary people beaten, crippled by thugs, young girls violated, people who offended Tianbing Group's awakened members beaten to death by other awakeners, countless acts of oppression, countless blood debts, all recorded in those saved videos. Jinping watched, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. A mere record investigator had so many horrifying videos. One could only imagine how many heinous things Tianbing Group had done. Unbelievable. I never thought Tianbing Group actually did so many dirty things. Jinping also knew that Rong Jiankong was just a minor figure. He was surely not the only recorder. There must be many other hidden crimes committed by Tianbing Group. After thinking for a moment, Jinping decided to take the camera with him. Just as he was about to head home, his phone rang. It was Rong Jiankong's phone. Jinping picked it up, and the caller ID showed leader. He answered the call, and a voice came from the other end. Quan Hu, how did it go? Did you break that kid's arms and legs? Jinping thought for a moment and replied, no. But Quan Hu's neck was cut off. Jinping continued. The other side hung up. Jinping felt bored and walked home. Night fell. Tangshan Urban residential area. In a lively room. Can someone tell me what happened? Jinping looked calmly at the dozens of roast chickens piled up on the table. Why can I shoot energy waves out of my mouth? The room was bustling because he was talking to the gods in his mind. What's so strange about that? When a person is pushed to their limit, they can always do some extraordinary things, unleashing some special potential. I've never seen a Vajra type who, when pushed, can shoot energy cannons from their mouth. Jinping replied with a cold sneer. Big brother is amazing. As expected of Big Brother, you can defeat strong enemies without even using our help. Stop changing the subject. You guys don't want to tell me, do you? Chen Ping didn't give the gods a chance to change the topic. It's not that we don't want to tell you, it's that we don't know either. Yeah, this is a very special phenomenon. Don't overthink it. Exactly, life is unpredictable, and there are always exceptions. The gods were surprisingly consistent on this matter, each claiming they didn't know. Chen Ping knew he couldn't get anything out of them, so he could only explore it on his own. He searched for videos online, found a tutorial on Vajra-type fighters, and practiced the moves. As he did, he felt heat surging through his body, and that special warm flow appeared again. Ever since he started intentionally sensing and guiding it, he could frequently feel that magical warm flow within him. The more intense his movements, the stronger his excitement, and the more powerful the warm flow became. It seemed that this power within him was linked to his combat state. Could this be my unique body explosion technique? Chen Ping muttered to himself as he ate roast chicken, puzzled. He tried searching online but couldn't find any similar cases. It was well known that Vajra-type awakeners were typically crude, relying on punches and kicks. Although B-rank Vajra-types could release energy externally, that was a B-rank skill. And even then, it looked cool and didn't involve shooting waves from their mouths. One by one, the roast chickens disappeared into his stomach. Chen Ping felt the chicken meat turning into a warm flow, spreading through his body, healing his bruised skin, damaged organs, and various other injuries. A Vajra-type shouldn't have the ability to heal wounds by eating food. Chen Ping became even more confused. He had originally planned to visit a hospital for some medicine to treat his injuries, but now it seemed unnecessary. Just eating a few more roast chickens could heal him. Before long, he had finished 50 roast chickens. Finally, he felt full, which meant he had almost reached his body's limit for one meal. The effect of 50 roast chickens was significant. Most of his injuries were healed, his blood energy was full, and even his body felt slightly stronger. But Chen Ping was not satisfied. He knew the danger he faced today. He was still too weak. A D-rank awakener could easily overpower him, which changed his mindset. A little progress wasn't enough to face the upcoming challenges. He needed to become stronger. Yes, he needed to get stronger quickly. Chen Ping took out a black pouch and opened it. Inside were finger-sized star source stones, glowing faintly purple. Their surface was crystal clear, like perfectly shaped purple crystals. Chen Ping picked up one and carefully examined it. Inside the translucent stone, aside from the faint purple glow, there were tiny white light dots, like stars in a purple night sky. Perhaps because of this appearance, this energy stone was called a star source stone by the world. For a beginner awakener, 15 star source stones were a decent asset. According to some Awakening Forces recruitment ads, a D-rank awakener's annual salary was just a few dozen star source stones. Chen Ping searched online for tutorials on how to absorb the energy from star source stones and studied them carefully. Then he eagerly followed the instructions, adjusting his inner energy to synchronize with the energy inside the star source stone. He sat cross-legged, one hand forming a special seal pressed to the ground, and the other holding the star source stone above his head. The star source stone, the body, and the earth formed a pathway, creating an energy gradient. By maximizing the resonance, he guided the energy from the stone into his body, like connecting two electrical poles. As Chen Ping carefully followed the instructions, the star source stone in his hand began to glow with a more dazzling purple light. Immediately, he felt a pure, warm flow pouring from his hand into his body. Oh, it works! Chen Ping shouted excitedly, like a chemistry student witnessing a successful experiment. He began to focus on absorbing the star source stone's energy. The pure energy flowed endlessly into his body, perfectly merging with his awakened power, boosting his blood energy, hardening his bones, and strengthening his muscles and skin. Chen Ping felt a real, noticeable enhancement. It was known that awakeners could become stronger by absorbing star source stones, but he didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. It was nothing like eating burgers or roast chickens. Crack! Poof! The star source stone suddenly crumbled into dust and disappeared. One stone was completely drained. Chen Ping felt completely refreshed. He maintained his absorption posture and suddenly remembered something strange. To confirm it, he took another star source stone and began absorbing it. The pure energy flowed continuously into his body, and every part of his body felt incredibly excited. Like a black hole, his body sucked the stone's energy dry in one go. It's true. I actually drained all the energy from the star source stone? Chen Ping looked shocked as he sensed the energy change within him. This was definitely not normal. Star source stones were born from heaven and should eventually return to the earth. Normally, awakeners could only absorb a portion of the energy. That's why he had to hold the stone above his head while pressing his hand on the ground so the energy could flow back to the earth. A normal awakener could absorb about 50% of the energy. Top talented ones could reach 60% to 80%. Reaching 90% was a miracle, worthy of international news. But what about me? Chin Ping looked at his body, his eyes slowly widening. 100%? This was unbelievable. Chin Ping never thought of himself as a one-in-a-million genius. After all, true geniuses awaken as C-rank or even B-rank directly, and he had never heard of anyone who could absorb 100% of a star source stone's energy. His first thought was, is something wrong with me? Did you guys secretly eat the energy from my star source stone? Chin Ping angrily tapped his forehead. Ah, brother Chin Ping, why would I eat your star source stone energy? Yeah, we don't need that. Brother, don't you know? Not all the energy in a star source stone can be converted. Some always goes back to the earth. Ping Ping, what's wrong? Some gods explained, others were confused. Chin Ping felt puzzled. Was it really not the gods, but his own body? He could clearly feel that the energy from the star source stone was fully absorbed by his body. But why could he absorb it so cleanly? Can't I leave some for Mother Earth? This is making me nervous. Will I anger Mother Earth and suffer divine backlash? Chin Ping never expected that absorbing a star source stone would become another unsolved mystery. But besides feeling a bit worried, he actually felt great. After all, while ordinary awakeners could absorb only half of a stone's energy, he could absorb all of it, double the benefit. 15 star source stones in his hands. Weren't they equivalent to 30 for other awakeners? This time, he was winning big. I earned 1 star source stone. I earned another star source stone. He. Feels great. Every time Chin Ping absorbed the star source stone, he felt like he had absorbed 2. In other words, it was as if he had earned an extra star source stone. This sense of joy made him even more eager and active in absorbing them. After all, only the star source stones that entered his stomach were good ones. Those not absorbed were just numbers, like the ones Rong Jiankong had, which were useless to him but ended up as a delivery package for the one who killed him. Soon, Chin Ping had completely absorbed all 15 star source stones. He felt his blood energy surging, his muscles firm, his entire body filled with strength. When he punched with full force, there was even a sharp sound cutting through the air. Such a powerful effect. My awakened power has been significantly enhanced. I should be close to reaching the mid-stage of the iron refining realm. Chin Ping's face lit up with surprise as he felt the changes in his body. As a Vajra-type awakener, who focused most on physical improvement, the star source stones had left him feeling completely refreshed. His whole body was brimming with endless strength, making him want to throw a few punches to let off steam. And he did just that. Chin Ping spent 10,000 yuan to buy an online course called Tiger Leopard Fist, taught by an A-rank Vajra-type master, and eagerly started practicing at home. Paid knowledge is always more reliable knowledge. Chin Ping didn't mind spending a lot on it because he knew that in the previous fight, he lacked not only physical strength but also proper combat skills. To be honest, if Rong Jiankong hadn't underestimated him, Chin Ping wouldn't have even gotten a chance to touch him and would have been beaten to death. Tiger Leopard Fist emphasizes 3 aspects: form, body, and intent. Attack like a tiger, swift like a leopard. On his computer, a muscular master with thick eyebrows and a shining golden body demonstrated the moves in a martial arts hall, striking a fierce pose in front of the camera. Come on, everyone, strike this pose with me. The master struck a fierce tiger stance, his golden muscles bulging, and with a roar, a terrifying golden sound wave burst forth, giving off a fearsome aura, truly like a tiger. Chin Ping watched excitedly, mimicking the stance and letting out a whoa. Ha ha ha. I can't. That's cat punch, not tiger punch. Are you serious? Learning such a crude fighting style? Xiao Ping, you are the one we have our eyes on, a mortal blessed by us. How can you degrade yourself like this? The gods in his mind burst out laughing. Chin Ping's face darkened, and he snapped, then why don't you teach me? If you can't, then shut up. Give me your body, and I will teach you a supreme divine combat technique. My supreme divine physique can stand above all gods. Brother Chin Ping, I am the ultimate form of the Vajra system. Accept everything I offer, and I will grant you limitless power. At that point, who needs techniques? A simple straight punch can destroy any enemy. What's the point of all this fighting and killing? Little brother, listen to big sister. Vajra types have no future. They charge fast, but die fast. The true big shots stay in the shadows. My magic can help you manipulate the world from behind the scenes. The gods started their usual tempting whispers. Chin Ping knew it, they were all useless, just greedy for his body. Ignoring the noise in his mind, He focused on the video, carefully following each move and practicing seriously. Hop, ha, roar, punch after punch, his strikes were sharp and powerful, and he let out strange shouts as he moved. These were the battle cries of Tiger Leopard Fist, using sound and movement to enhance his attacks. But soon, there was an angry pounding on his door. Chen Ping opened the door to see a middle-aged woman pointing at his nose, scolding him furiously. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Wailing like a ghost in the middle of the night. Aren't you being annoying?" The woman yelled while peeking inside his apartment. Then she saw the cracked walls, the pile of chicken bones, the blood-stained school uniform, and a high school boy drenched in sweat, with a fierce look still lingering on his face, staring at her in silence. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The woman suddenly screamed in response. "Young man, go on with what you're doing. I didn't see anything. I really didn't see anything." Her face turned pale, and she forced a smile, her lips trembling. She kept apologizing while backing away, quickly pressing the elevator button. When it was too slow, she switched to the emergency stairwell, disappearing from Chen Ping's sight. Chen Ping was stunned. Then he looked at himself. Wasn't it just a bit of sweat? Was it that scary? Shaking his head, Chen Ping closed the door and resumed practicing his punches. But this time, he paid attention not to make any loud noises. Yet even without shouting, someone knocked on his door again. How could he still be disturbing his neighbors? Was the soundproofing of this apartment that bad? Chen Ping opened the door, but this time, it wasn't the middle-aged woman. Instead, two people in black uniforms stood there, a tall, calm man radiating a strong aura, and a stunning woman with silky chestnut hair, long legs wrapped in black stockings beneath a fitted skirt. "Hello, are you Chen Ping?" The woman smiled warmly and asked. Yes, I am." Chen Ping stared at the two in surprise. "We are from the Nantou City Awakener Management Bureau." They showed their IDs. The man's name was Zhuo Wuxiong, and the woman was Kong Ling. Both were first-class investigators of the bureau. Chen Ping was shocked. The bureau's investigators were ranked first, second, and third class. First class was the highest, usually only dispatched for extremely important awakening incidents in Nantou City. He never expected them to show up at his door. "We are investigating an incident involving an awakener conflict. Preliminary findings suggest you are closely related to the incident. Could you please cooperate with our investigation?" "Of course. Please come in." Chen Ping quickly invited them inside. "The room is a bit messy. Please don't mind," Chen Ping said awkwardly. Kong Ling walked into the room. When she saw the blood-stained clothes, her expression remained calm, as if she had expected it. But her face changed slightly when she noticed the cracks on the walls. Finally, when she saw the pile of bones on the floor, she could no longer keep her composure. "What kind of kid is this?" Zhuo Wuxiong sat on the sofa, glanced around the room, and spoke directly in his deep voice. "A D-rank awakener, Rong Jiankon's body was found in an alley on Qingshan Road." "It was me," Chen Ping nodded. Seeing him admit it so straightforwardly, both of them were stunned. "Can you tell us what happened? Why did you and he get into a conflict?" Kong Ling asked with a friendly smile. The law enforcement recorder on her collar was already turned on. Chen Ping calmly began. "It all started with that confession." Chen Ping spoke fluently, explaining everything, from how his girlfriend was confessed to, how he stood up and caused Jiang Wenxiang's confession to fail, how Jiang bore a grudge and brought thugs to cripple him, how his awakening ability was exposed, and how an awakened person tried to kill him but ended up being killed instead. He explained the entire process clearly, logically, and with solid reasoning, which surprised the two investigators. Chen Ping had actually prepared this statement long ago. Yes, he had been waiting for the people from the Awakener Management Bureau to come. In fact, he was worried they wouldn't come. As they say, when in trouble, call the police. Tianbing Group bullied him, so he definitely wouldn't foolishly take them on alone. If you deal with trouble on your own, then what are the police for? Reporting this horrible incident to the Awakener Management Bureau was the best option. After all, the bureau had its own experts. If Tianbing Group used their power to bully an innocent and well-behaved student, then let the Awakener Management Bureau deal with them. Humph, Tianbing Group again. These thugs are too much. They even attacked a student. Zhuo Wuxiong seemed to have had issues with Tianbing Group for a long time and now let out an angry snort. "Do you have any evidence for what you just said?" Kong Ling asked, watching Chen Ping's expression closely. "Of course." Chen Ping smiled and pulled out a camera. "This is Rong Jiankon's camera. It has videos they recorded, including everything he said and did before attacking me." Chen Ping handed the camera to the investigators. This was what Chen Ping wanted to do most. The two investigators opened the camera and began watching the videos. The more they watched, the darker their expressions became. They saw Ron Jiankang threatening to beat Chen Ping to death and send his miserable state to Jiang Wenxian. They saw Ron Jiankang relying on his strength to viciously beat an innocent high school student who had just awakened. Although the footage cut off at the critical moment, leaving out how Chen Ping turned the tables, it was solid evidence of Tianbing Group's cruel actions. Kong Ling also noticed other videos on the camera and curiously clicked to watch them. Now, the two investigators' faces were nearly dripping with anger, their fury barely contained. Dozens of videos showed Tianbing Group's members committing various crimes. But they were true professionals. Soon, they managed to restore their usual calm expressions. Kong Ling held the camera and smiled. "We need to take this as evidence. I hope you don't mind?" Chen Ping shook his head. "I don't mind. One more thing, how did you manage to kill Rong Jiankang? Do you mind sharing?" Kong Ling asked. Chen Ping nodded. "I do mind." Kong Ling's expression froze slightly, but her smile remained. "Understood. It's normal for an awakener to have a few secrets." Then, one last thing. She took out a round black sphere and placed it in front of Chen Ping, her voice carrying a hint of subtle tension as she spoke quietly. As per protocol, we need to perform a simple test of your awakening ability. Is that okay?" Chen Ping was eager. Of course. He had been wanting to know just how strong he was. Chen Ping immediately placed his hand on the black sphere. The black sphere lit up with a faint golden light, and a number appeared on it, 5. Early stage D-rank awakener, Vajra type. Awakening ability strength, only 5? Kong Ling looked at the number, then glanced at Chen Ping with surprise. A normal person's awakening ability strength was 0. For an early stage D-rank awakener, the strength was usually around 3 to 4. A strength level of 5 was considered good for an early stage, but it was still below the mid-stage standard. How did he defeat Rong Jiankang, who was at the peak of mid-stage D-rank and had extensive combat experience? It wasn't just Kong Ling who was surprised. Even Zhuo Wuxian looked at Chen Ping with a shocked expression. Not because they thought Chen Ping was strong, but because he was unexpectedly weak. "Is something wrong?" Seeing their expressions, Chen Ping asked curiously. "No problem." Kong Ling snapped out of it and smiled. "The test result is out. You are just an ordinary D-rank awakener." Hearing this, Chen Ping felt a bit unwilling. "There's nothing special? Nothing that makes me different from other awakeners?" Kong Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. Her clear, bright eyes looked at Chen Ping, and after a moment of thought, she said, "Well, you are a slightly stronger D-rank beginner than the average." Chen Ping's eyes lit up slightly. "So, I'm not ordinary, and I have good talent?" Kong Ling originally wanted to say that this was within the normal range of awakeners, but seeing the boy's expectant gaze, she nodded with a bit of affirmation in her tone. "Yes, your talent is quite good." Phew! Chen Ping let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Much better. By the way, what punishment will Tianbing Group receive?" Chen Ping asked. "To be honest, if it was just a fight between you and Rong Jiankang, this matter would likely be left unresolved. But..." Kong Ling picked up the camera, her smile carrying a hint of deeper meaning. "With this, it's different. We will make Tianbing Group pay for what they've done." Both investigators stood up. "Thank you for your cooperation, Chen Ping. That will be all for the investigation." Kong Ling extended her hand, and Chen Ping shook it. He noticed that her hand was slender and strong, completely different from her gentle and friendly appearance. Kong Ling took out a business card from her pocket and placed it on Chen Ping's table. "Chen Ping, if Tianbing Group tries to harm you again, call this number, and we will come immediately." Okay. Chen Ping, a little overwhelmed, picked up the card. This was the private contact of a first-class investigator from the Awakener Management Bureau. Kong Ling and Zhuo Wuxiang bid farewell to Chen Ping, walked out of his house, and left the residential area. Only then did the friendly smile on Kong Ling's face slowly fade. "He was very cooperative with us," Kong Ling murmured. Zhuo Wuxiang glanced at her seriously. "Did you notice anything?" Kong Ling shook her head. "My true sight has been active the whole time." He didn't lie. From all signs, he's just an ordinary D-rank awakener. Zhuo Wuxiang frowned. "I still don't understand. How did a newly awakened D-rank manage to defeat Rong Jiankang?" Crossing a minor stage within the same major realm to counterkill is not uncommon, Kong Ling shook her head. "Even if Rong Jiankang's head had strange burn marks, that's still considered a normal anomaly. It doesn't prove he is the 7 gods of Nantou City. Could it be that Captain Xiang Jiqiu was really wrong?" Zhuo Wuxiang frowned. Yes, they suspected Chen Ping might be one of the 7 gods of Nantou City, or at least somehow connected to the 7 gods. That was the real reason 2 first-class investigators were dispatched for the seemingly minor awakener conflict. Investigating Rong Jiankong was just a pretense, discovering Chen Ping's true identity was their real goal. Besides, how could the 7 gods of Nantou City be bullied by a D-rank awakener? With their methods, they could easily eliminate a D-rank without leaving any trace. Why would they let us find any clues? Kong Ling shook her head. This reasoning left Zhuo Wuxiong speechless. A figure like a divine dragon in the heavens couldn't possibly be so sloppy. Maybe Chen Ping was just a slightly strange kid? Overthinking this is pointless. Didn't we still gain something from this trip? Kong Ling smiled faintly, holding the camera. Zhuo Wuxiong looked at the camera, his expression darkening, and nodded. Yes, Tianbing Group. It's time to take a big bite out of them. We need to give them a proper lesson and make them understand that Nantou City is not a place where they can do whatever they want. Chen Ping had done what he wanted to do. The investigators from the Awakener Management Bureau were now in close contact with him. No matter how arrogant the people from Tianbing Group were, they wouldn't dare to make a move during this high alert period. His most important concern now was still to become stronger. Thinking this, Chen Ping quietly reopened the tutorial video and continued practicing. There were several ways to get stronger at the iron refining realm. Learning combat techniques, tempering the body, participating in real combat, absorbing star source stones, soaking in various young attribute energy fluids. But with his current conditions, Chen Ping could only focus on learning Tiger Leopard Fist. Hup ha! Hup ha! Chen Ping kept throwing punches, sometimes crouching like a leopard, other times striking like a tiger. He had to admit, Tiger Leopard Fist was quite powerful. The techniques were exquisite, combining form and spirit. Every move could be used in real combat, making it highly effective in battle. It benefited him greatly. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on Chen Ping's door again. Ha! What's going on? Someone's knocking again? This is the 3rd time, right? Chen Ping was stunned. He didn't expect such a busy night. The first time was the ante. The second time was the investigators. Who would it be this time? Chen Ping opened the door and saw a young man in a golden uniform struggling to carry a large golden box. Hello, sir. I'm the courier from Super Crazy Express. This is your golden package. Please sign for it. The young man placed the large golden box in front of Chen Ping. The box was almost half as tall as him, so large that Chen Ping was shocked. He noticed the glowing runes on the golden package, drawn by his sister's hand. There was no doubt this was the awakening gift pack his sister had prepared for him, and it had finally arrived. It's actually Super Crazy Express. And even a golden level package. Chen Ping was stunned. Super Crazy Express was a courier company established by an awakener tycoon, specializing in deliveries for awakeners. It was known for reaching any destination imaginable. Its delivery services were divided into 5 levels: Silver, Gold, Diamond, Starshine, and King. Each top-tier delivery had different services, and the prices varied dramatically. Most awakeners could only afford silver-level delivery. He never expected that, as a mere D-rank awakener, he would actually receive a gold-level express delivery. Thank you. No problem, Chen Ping, feeling flattered, accepted the box. Alright, then I'm off. Remember to give me a 5-star review. The delivery guy smiled cheerfully, nodded, and walked away briskly. Chen Ping was surprised to see that a gust of wind actually appeared beneath the delivery guy's feet. He was an Awakener 2-1 with wind abilities. He didn't even need to use the elevator, he simply whooshed away, vanishing at the stairwell. A true man of the wind. Only such people could work as couriers for Super Crazy Express, right? Shaking his head, Chen Ping came back to his senses and moved the golden box to the center of his living room. This box was quite heavy, at least 1 to 200 pounds. What could it be, to be this heavy? Chen Ping was curious about what kind of awakening gift pack his sister had sent him. The box was sealed with runes set by his sister, and only specific people could open it. Chen Ping was one of them. He easily erased the runes on the box and then slowly opened the golden case. The moment it opened, a dense wave of energy surged out, and then, Chen Ping seemed to see a vast field of starlight. It was a vision created by the gathering of countless star source stones. A purple glow washed over the entire room. Chen Ping's pupils contracted sharply, his mouth opening wide in shock. Star source stones. Hundreds of star source stones. It was the first time Chen Ping had ever seen so many star source stones, and the dazzling light almost blinded him. The sheer number of them left Chen Ping utterly stunned. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully counted them one by one. Finally, he got the total. 500. To know, an ordinary D-rank awakener's annual salary was only a few dozen star source stones. But here were hundreds of them. That was the salary of a D-rank awakener working hard for 10 years. At this thought, Chen Ping's eyes became misty, an indescribable emotion swelling in his chest, a mix of happiness and a slight sense of being overwhelmed. His sister was simply too good to him. She gave him such an extravagant gift just because he had awakened. And that wasn't all. After putting away the star source stones, Chen Ping found a pair of dark golden gloves inside the box. The gloves were sleek and refined, with a metallic texture. On the back of each glove was a bear-shaped pattern, with intricate runes engraved all over them, emitting waves of spiritual energy. Chen Ping saw the tag next to the gloves, and his breathing became rapid again. Spiritual artifact. It's actually a spiritual artifact. Chen Ping's expression became ecstatic. Spiritual artifacts were the favorite weapons of awakeners. But because of their high cost, many low-level awakeners couldn't afford them. After all, even the cheapest spiritual artifact cost hundreds of star source stones. Bear King Gauntlets, 2-star spiritual artifact. Created using the essence blood and source bones of a 5-star beast, the Wilderness Bear King, fused with high-grade profound steel. Extremely tough and fiercely powerful, it greatly enhances the user's destructive power. Spiritual artifacts were graded from 1 to 9 stars. Though 2-star spiritual artifacts were among the weaker ones, the materials and craftsmanship required for any spiritual artifact were beyond ordinary imagination. These were weapons that surpassed common sense, capable of perfectly matching an awakener's power, creating a synergy far greater than the sum of their parts. And that was why they were so expensive. Even a 2-star spiritual artifact had a starting price of over 1,000 star source stones. Chen Ping held the Bear King gauntlets, his heart trembling. Not long ago, he was overjoyed like an idiot just for getting a dozen star source stones. But now, just these 2 items before him were worth nearly 2,000 star source stones. Then he noticed a small note beside the gloves. Pippi, you've just awakened, so you're not suited for high-level spiritual artifacts yet. After thinking it over, I looked through 100 spiritual artifacts and felt that these gloves were the most suitable for you. So, I'm giving them to you as your awakening gift. Of course, if you want any other spiritual artifacts, just let your sister know anytime. Chen Ping stared at the note, speechless for a long time. After a while, he looked up at the ceiling and murmured, "There's nothing better in this world than having a sister." Chen Ping's feelings toward his sister, Chen Xingxiao, were complicated. He didn't want to be a useless person who only relied on his sister. But whenever his sister gave him so many things, he couldn't help but feel deeply touched, as if his whole life was filled with happiness. She wasn't even his biological sister, yet she treated him better than any real sibling could. How could Chen Ping not be moved? Yes, his sister was a shining star in the world of awakeners, beautiful as a goddess, with unmatched talent and cultivation. So how could she have such an ordinary, mediocre brother? The answer was that they weren't related by blood. Chen Ping was just an orphan. He was adopted by his current foster parents, which gave him a happy family. But this happiness didn't last long. His mother was taken away by a mysterious noble family, and his father was hunted by an unknown force, eventually disappearing from their lives. At that time, Chen Xingxiao firmly shouldered the burden of the family. She trained hard, worked tirelessly, and grew stronger, becoming Chen Ping's support. Thinking of this, Chen Ping silently clenched his fists. He had to work hard too. One day, he would help his sister. Chen Ping put on the Bear King gauntlets. Immediately, he felt a powerful resonance between the weapon and his body, with the runes on the gauntlets lighting up, faintly forming the image of a giant bear. He tried a few punches and felt shockwaves ripple through the air. So strong. It feels like my overall strength has gone up a level. This is the power of a spiritual artifact? Chen Ping's eyes widened, feeling the dramatic change in his strength with excitement. Then his gaze shifted to the golden box. Besides the 500 star source stones and the spiritual artifact worth over 1,000 star source stones, there was also a book. Curious, Chen Ping picked up the book. It looked a bit yellowed, with several bold characters on the cover. 9 Suns True Art. What is this? Some kind of divine technique? For some reason, Chen Ping thought of the legendary 9 Yang divine skill and almost laughed. With curiosity, he opened the 9 Suns True Art. The moment he opened it, a grand voice echoed in his mind. 9 Suns True Art, a true cultivation method that combines combat techniques and spiritual practice. Created by the ancient Qi master, 9 Suns Immortal. It is divided into 3 chapters, Qi Fire chapter, Profound Yang chapter, and True Yang Mysteries chapter. This is the Qi Fire chapter, defined by Kunlun Academy as a mid-tier profound grade technique. Hearing this, Chen Ping's breathing became rapid again. Mid-tier profound grade technique. It was said that all combat and cultivation techniques in the Awakener world were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Yellow grade techniques were the most common, but even they were kept secret by major awakening forces. Those who wanted to learn them had to join one of these forces and sign a confidentiality agreement. As for profound grade techniques, they were possessed only by large awakening forces, and the requirements to obtain them were extremely strict. They were never casually shared with others. The 9 Suns True Art was just at the entry-level chapter but was already at mid-tier profound grade. How powerful could it be? Where did his sister even get this technique? Was it really okay to just give it to him? Chin Ping's mind buzzed, feeling once again the overwhelming love of his sister. Trembling slightly, he continued to flip through the 9 Suns True Art. The book detailed battle techniques and cultivation methods, which began to appear before his eyes. As he read, vivid illusions appeared in his mind, as if a mighty immortal stood before him, demonstrating punches. It felt like watching a holographic live broadcast video. But it was fundamentally different because the true essence of the technique was being imprinted in his mind repeatedly. This was an extremely unique reading experience, he didn't even need to imagine it. It felt like he was personally experiencing it, learning directly from the immortal. This was the special effect of high-level techniques. They carried the creator's true essence, which couldn't be perfectly replicated. At most, others could copy the text and pass it off, but the effect would be vastly inferior. Chin Ping became completely immersed in the 9 Suns True Art. This was an experience he had never had before. He absorbed everything in the technique with all his heart. The Chief Fire chapter of 9 Suns True Art focused on circulating energy throughout the body, attacking with the force of fire. As long as one had enough blood energy and a strong body, they could cultivate it. This was probably why his sister chose to give this technique to him. Chin Ping eagerly practiced it, using the cultivation method to guide his blood energy. He repeatedly punched, unleashing his strength again and again. Soon, his whole body became hot, even steaming with heat, and he felt himself gradually grasping the basics of the technique. Huff, huff, this feels amazing. So cultivation can be this enjoyable. Sweating heavily, Chin Ping collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After this intense practice, he felt his blood energy circulating rapidly, his whole body heating up. Although exhausted, he felt incredibly clear-headed, his entire body relaxed. Even his muscles seemed to be joyfully quivering, as if they were shouting, "More! Practice more!" It was his body's instinct, craving this technique. This meant that 9 Suns True Art was indeed perfect for him. Chin Ping glanced at the table and realized that his computer was still playing the Tiger Leopard Fist video. The A-Rank Awakener was seriously explaining his techniques. Chin Ping watched with a blank expression. The instructor roared like a tiger, full of momentum. Chin Ping's face remained expressionless. In the video, the sparring partners were knocked down one by one, and the surrounding disciples applauded. Chin Ping stood up, still expressionless, and closed the video. What kind of garbage was this? Why did he even waste his time watching this? Wasted 10,000 yuan for nothing. Only after experiencing a truly powerful technique did he realize how shallow those online combat tutorials were. No wonder they sold for 10,000 yuan, they were just basic, weak techniques. At this moment, his thoughts aligned perfectly with those of the 7 gods in his mind. Feeling deeply touched, Chin Ping eagerly opened his messaging app and sent a message to his sister. "Sis, I've received the Awakening gift pack. I really don't know how to express my feelings. Sis, you're the best. I will definitely not let you down." Chin Ping typed each word with a nervous heart. After waiting for a while, his sister didn't reply. She was probably busy with something. Chin Ping didn't know how to face his sister's favoritism and sacrifices, so he could only turn all these emotions into motivation and continue working hard on his cultivation. Chin Ping kept training, sweating like rain, practicing for several hours straight until 2 in the morning. Only then did he truly master the basics of the 9 Suns True Art. His entire body's strength now carried a sense of burning heat. After reaching the entry level, his power had clearly increased, his punches had explosive force, and his combat skills had improved significantly. During his break, his eyes turned to the 500 Star Source Stones. 500 Star Source Stones. Resources that a D-Rank Awakener would have to work 10 years for, and his sister gave them all to him in one Awakening gift pack. Was this his sister's capability in the Awakening world? And compared to ordinary Awakener's absorption efficiency, these 500 Star Source Stones for Chin Ping were equivalent to 1,000 for them. Earn 1 Star Source Stone. Earn 1 Star Source Stone. Earn another Star Source Stone. Chin Ping kept absorbing the energy from the Star Source Stones. Using Star Source Stones to become stronger had its limits. Ordinary people could only absorb a few before needing to rest. Otherwise, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. But Chen Ping's body was like a black hole. Not only could he completely absorb the energy within the star source stones, but he showed no signs of reaching a limit. It was as if he could absorb endlessly. The pure energy from the star source stones flowed out, nourishing his entire body, repeatedly tempering and refining it, constantly making his body stronger, continuously transforming it. Dozens of star source stones. Over 100 star source stones. When Chen Ping had absorbed a total of 208 star source stones, an anomaly appeared again. His entire skeleton began to crackle, and the strength of his flesh and blood reached a certain limit, completely breaking through its shackles. Unable to hold back, Chen Ping let out a long, excited roar. He had broken through. He had fully stepped into the mid-stage of the iron refining realm. Chen Ping felt his muscles become more flexible, his bones tougher, and his strength flowed even more freely, capable of quickly gathering immense power in any part of his body. He picked up a fruit knife and cut at his own skin. He had to use considerable force to make a small cut. This meant his skin's defense had become much harder to penetrate. The effective iron skin had begun to take shape. Immersed in the joy of his growth, Chen Ping even ignored the complaints of the gods in his mind. Yes, the gods were chattering again, saying things like mortal efforts are nothing and so what, but Chen Ping didn't care at all. He looked at the remaining star source stones in the box and felt that his body could still grow stronger, so he continued absorbing them. Unknowingly, he absorbed another 100 star source stones. Chen Ping was thrilled to find that his awakened power was still increasing. So, he continued absorbing star source stones faster and faster. And his strength kept soaring along with it. Soon, the entire box of star source stones had been completely absorbed. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the iron refining realm, at the very limit of perfection. Just one more breakthrough, and he could step into the late stage of the iron refining realm. Unfortunately, the difficulty of transformation was high. Even after consuming all the star source stones, he still couldn't achieve the breakthrough. Chen Ping stood up, feeling the surging blood energy inside him, his muscles alive and excited, and knew that his strength was now completely different from before. At this moment, even if Rong Jiankong were to stand before him again, he wouldn't need any energy blast, he could smash his brains out with pure strength. Well, Chen Ping. Sleeping on the desk early in the morning. Zhao Liang looked at his deskmate, who was sound asleep on the desk, feeling frustrated. Got first place in the grade, and now you're getting arrogant? Chen Ping yawned and nodded. Yeah, you should hurry up and catch up with me, or I'll lose my motivation to study. Zhao Liang gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of determination at Chen Ping's smug look. Alright, Chen Ping, I will definitely crush your arrogance next time. Zhao Liang opened his book and focused on solving problems seriously. Chen Ping continued sleeping. Of course, he wasn't being arrogant, it was just that last night, while cultivating, he got so excited that he completely lost track of time and accidentally pulled an all-nighter. Only when he saw the sun rising the next day did he realize he hadn't rested for an entire day and night. With no other choice, Chen Ping had to sacrifice class time to get some sleep. The teacher was lecturing on the podium. Seeing a boy sleeping in class, they instinctively wanted to throw a piece of chalk at him. But on a closer look, it was Chen Ping, the top student in the grade. Oh, that's fine then. The teacher continued the lecture enthusiastically. After class, Chen Ping smelled a faint fragrance. He looked up and saw a pretty girl with a gentle smile sitting in his deskmate's seat, holding a bottle of honey water. Did you stay up late last night? Song Xiao asked with a smile. Chen Ping nodded, rubbing his eyes. Here, drink some honey water. It can help with fatigue. Song Xiao handed him the bottle. Chen Ping took the honey water. The bottle still had water droplets on it. Feeling slightly cold, clearly, the girl had gone to the small shop downstairs just to buy it. Feeling touched, he twisted off the cap and began drinking gulp, 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 gulp. The sweet, refreshing taste, the healing sensation. It felt like first love. Under Song Xiao's surprised gaze, Chen Ping finished the entire bottle in just a few seconds. Actually, you don't have to drink it so fast. Song Xiao was startled by the way Chen Ping drank, then a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This boy must really care about the water she gave him, so he drank it so eagerly to show how much he valued it, right? It's fine. I'm used to it. Chen Ping smiled at the girl with bright, lively eyes beside him. Thank you, I feel much better. No need to thank me. Song Xiao replied softly. There's not much I can do for you, but if I can help with little things, I should, after all. The girl tilted her head slightly, her pretty eyebrows rising, and she whispered with a gentle smile, taking care of a boyfriend, isn't that what a girlfriend should do? This Ping was struck by the girl's sweet smile. Taking care of a boyfriend, hearing that from his crush. What kind of experience was this? Even though they had held hands before, hearing the girl bring it up on her own, even if it was just pretending, felt incredibly warm and pleasant. Ding dong! The class bell rang. Break time was always so short. Alright, now that you've recovered, make sure to listen to the lecture carefully. Don't get too full of yourself. Song Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully, stood up, and left the seat, gently reminding him. Zhao Liang returned to his seat with a bitter face. This guy, winning in both love and studies, so annoying. Ping, I don't think I should be sitting here. Zhao Liang said. Ping looked at Zhao Liang seriously. Bro, what are you saying? You should definitely be sitting here. Seeing Ping's sincere expression, Zhao Liang's mood improved slightly. But he still pouted. Yeah, right. You're always being all lovey-dovey with Song Xiao, completely forgetting about your bro. No way. You are irreplaceable to me. Even if Song Xiao asked you to switch seats, I wouldn't agree. Ping put an arm around Zhao Liang's shoulder, speaking with extreme seriousness. After all, he couldn't let go of Zhao Liang, his walking wallet. To him, Zhao Liang's seat was irreplaceable. Zhao Liang was touched by Ping's sincere words. He grabbed Ping's shoulder. Brother Ping, you are loyal and righteous. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Just like that, the atmosphere between the two deskmates became warm and friendly again. They even set a bet to motivate each other for the next mock exam. Of course, staying up all night cultivating wasn't a good habit. His body, overwhelmed with fatigue, kept urging him to rest, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep again. Seeing the lazy Ping, Zhao Liang felt a glimmer of hope to surpass him and studied even harder. Time passed slowly. The teacher's lecture, the students reading aloud, the chirping of birds outside, all were part of the memories of student life. Ping was sound asleep, enjoying this peaceful time, until his deskmate suddenly shook him awake. Brother Ping! Wake up! Wake up quickly! Something big happened. Zhao Liang shook Ping's arm excitedly. Ping opened his sleepy eyes. What's the matter? Why are you so noisy? In this quiet, peaceful campus, he couldn't think of anything that could be called a big deal. Look out the window! Zhao Liang pointed excitedly. Ping paused and turned his head. Outside the window was thick white fog. The blue sky and white clouds were gone, and even the nearby trees were hard to see. Looking out, all he could see was the dense, blinding white mist. Everything had become shrouded in white, silent and mysterious. Ping immediately became alert. What's going on? No idea. The fog just appeared out of nowhere. The entire campus is covered in it, and we don't know what's happening outside. Some teachers tried to leave the campus to check, but after they went out, they never came back. Zhao Liang said nervously. And one more thing, none of the communication devices are working, Zhao Liang added in a serious tone. Hearing this, Ping's heart sank. A forbidden zone? Zhao Liang nodded slightly. Very likely. Ping didn't say anything else. He stood up, his expression vigilant as he looked around. Forbidden zones were categorized as D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level. They were also divided into two types, Genesis zones and coverage zones. A Genesis type forbidden zone is a mysterious, completely new area that suddenly appears, like a small new world emerging within the existing world. Normally, it does not affect the surrounding environment. A coverage type forbidden zone, on the other hand, suddenly introduces a massive amount of matter and monsters into the existing world, covering and overlapping it. This type of forbidden zone appears extremely suddenly, like an awakening disaster, giving local people no time to react, often causing significant casualties. Could it be a coverage type forbidden zone? Ping said in a deep voice. Zhao Liang nodded solemnly. Highly possible. At this moment, the other students in the classroom also seemed to realize something. Nervous expressions appeared on their faces as they anxiously looked around. Living in the Great Awakening era, even though the students were just ordinary people, they still understood a fair bit about awakening knowledge to deal with emergencies. Some of the girls were already pale with fear, trembling as they looked at their homeroom teacher for help. This period was the Chinese class of their homeroom teacher, Hong Jing. Everyone, don't panic. The teachers in our school have already gone to investigate the situation. Even if a forbidden zone has appeared, the best thing we can do is to stay put and defend ourselves. Absolutely do not move around or try to escape. Wait for the Special Incident Response Bureau to come to our rescue, Hong Jing shouted to the class. With the strange white fog covering the campus, no one naively believed it was a natural phenomenon. Although the students were scared, they managed to stay calm. Many of them huddled in the corners without making a fuss. But just then, a scream suddenly echoed through the school building. Help! Help me. Ah! The desperate screams of students pierced through the thick white fog. Mysterious roars of some unknown creature and the horrifying sound of flesh being chewed could be heard from within the building. In the classroom, some students screamed, some sobbed in fear, and others huddled together, trembling. A forbidden zone. It must be a forbidden zone. We're done for. We're going to be eaten by monsters. Everyone, stay calm. We will be fine. We just need to hold on until rescue arrives. Hong Jing began giving orders to the students. Quick, lock the classroom door immediately. Move the desks and chairs to block the door. Don't let any monsters in. The students hurriedly began moving desks and chairs, stacking them against the door. Chen Ping, what are you standing there for? Help move the desks. Zhao Liang lifted a desk in front of him and urged anxiously. Has he gone dumb from reading too much? Forget him. We'll move them ourselves, one of the boys beside him said angrily. But Chen Ping didn't say a word. Instead, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the window on the right. Bang! The window suddenly shattered. The wooden frame of the window couldn't withstand the violent impact at all. The students' moving desks froze in shock. They never expected the monster to actually appear right in front of them, and even more so, they didn't expect it to enter by smashing through the window. A massive, pitch-black shadow crashed through the window. Amid flying wooden splinters, a giant lizard monster, nearly 2 to 3 meters long, appeared before the students. Its massive body landed heavily, crushing one of the desks beneath it. The lizard monster's body was covered in red bumps, and its mouth was abnormally large. When it opened, rows of blood-stained, flesh-covered sharp teeth were revealed, like the mouth of a crocodile able to swallow a person whole. Ah! Help! The entire class screamed in terror. The boy who had been moving desks stood frozen in shock. The thick smell of blood and the overwhelming sense of terror pressed down on everyone in the classroom. The lizard monster lunged at the closest girl. Her legs had already gone weak, her mind blank. She could only stare in horror as the terrifying, bloody mouth came down to bite her. Many of the students screamed, but none of them could do anything. At this critical moment, a blur suddenly shot forward. It crashed into the surrounding desks and chairs, using its arms and body to slam into the lizard monster's side. Bang! A loud impact sounded. The lizard monster's body twisted from the force, and this massive creature, weighing hundreds of pounds, was actually knocked off its attack trajectory, sent rolling awkwardly to the ground. Many students stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. There, standing beside the frightened girl, was a classmate, his entire body emitting a faint white steam. It was the same boy someone had mocked for being too dumb from reading. Chen Ping! How did you? Zhao Liang was stunned. No time for nonsense. Quickly lead the other students away from me, Chen Ping shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the fallen lizard monster flipped itself back up, roared angrily at Chen Ping, and charged at him, its tail swaying violently. The lizard monster leapt high, its crocodile-like mouth wide open, rows of sharp, bloody teeth aiming straight at Chen Ping. Chen Ping initially wanted to dodge, but when he saw the classmates behind him who hadn't had time to retreat, he steadied his stance. He extended his arms forward, one hand grabbed the lizard monster's upper jaw, and the other gripped the lower jaw. The terrifying impact of the monster's body made Chen Ping's feet slide half a meter across the ground. He almost got knocked over. The lizard monster tried to swallow Chen Ping in one bite, but his arms firmly held its mouth open. The stench rushed at him, and the monster's immense bite force felt like it would snap his arms. Chen Ping steadied his breath, gathering all his strength into his arms, wrestling with the monster. Seeing his classmates clear away, he suddenly released his grip and stepped back. The lizard monster's jaws snapped shut, biting nothing but air. Chen Ping had already spun to the monster's side. His arms wrapped around the lizard monster's neck like ropes, tightening with all his strength. Hiss! Sensing the threat to its life, the lizard monster struggled violently. Its thick tail whipped toward Chen Ping's back. Pa! Chen Ping staggered, feeling like his back had been smashed. The intense pain sent a wave of blood surging up his throat, and he tasted something sweet and metallic in his mouth and nose. Fortunately, with his mid-stage iron refining realm strength, his tough body could endure it. If an ordinary person were struck like that, their bones would have been shattered. Die for me! Chen Ping gritted his teeth and roared, his arms coiling tighter around the lizard monster's neck, refusing to let go. At this moment, the chi fire essence of the Nine Suns' true art burst out. His arm muscles swelled, and streams of blazing white energy wrapped around them. The lizard monster's neck was visibly crushed, deeply caved in by the pressure of his arms. Hiss! The lizard monster screeched in terror, struggling wildly, its tail repeatedly smashing into Chen Ping's back. But Chen Ping refused to let go. He only tightened his grip. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. It was like a neck being twisted. The lizard monster's body convulsed violently a few times, then went still. It lay motionless on the ground, its eyes rolling back, black blood seeping from its mouth. No more signs of life. Only then did Chin Ping release his grip on the lizard monster's neck, wincing as he touched his bruised back. His back was already swelling, covered with purple and blue bruises. Damn, that hurts. He grumbled to himself, but soon noticed that the classroom had fallen silent. Chin Ping looked around and saw his classmates staring at him in shock. Some of the girls, who had been crying in fear, were now staring blankly at him, forgetting their tears. Chin Ping, you're an awakener? Homeroom teacher Hong Jing asked excitedly. Chin Ping knew there was no hiding it, so he nodded. Yes, I'm a Vajra-type awakener. Oh my god, Chin Ping is really an awakener? No kidding. Could an ordinary person kill a Forbidden Zone monster with their bare hands? Being so good at studying is one thing, but now he's an awakener too? This world is too unfair. Are you dumb? Having an awakener with us right now is the best thing that could happen. True. Big brother Chin Ping, protect me. After a brief moment of shock, the classmates became excited and crowded around Chin Ping. In such a critical moment, any awakener was a savior, and there was one in their class. Everyone, calm down. Give my bro some space to operate. Zhao Liang stood by Chin Ping, helping maintain order. Chin Ping, this is amazing. With you here, we're safe. Homeroom teacher Hong Jing also walked over excitedly, helping Zhao Liang maintain order. In moments of crisis, people naturally cling to the strong. But Chin Ping knew that in the face of a terrifying Forbidden Zone, he alone was far from a true powerhouse. And most importantly, he couldn't reach the gods in his mind. No matter how he called out, the gods didn't respond. This was the first time this had ever happened. According to their usual behavior, the gods should have jumped out by now, yelling to lend him power. But this time, there was nothing but silence. Strange. It was unbelievably strange. Chin Ping couldn't help but connect this to the Forbidden Zone that had appeared. Could it be that in the Forbidden Zone, the gods simply vanished? But why? Chin Ping, what should we do now? The homeroom teacher asked for his opinion. Normally, in situations like this, the teachers would make the decisions. But Chin Ping had just killed a Forbidden Zone monster with his bare hands. In dealing with the Forbidden Zone, his opinion clearly held more weight in everyone's eyes. But how could they know? This was Chin Ping's first time facing a Forbidden Zone, and the lizard monster he just killed was the first monster he had ever fought. Just then, the white fog outside seemed to thicken even more. Screams, roars of monsters, and the sounds of slaughter echoed through the school building, buried in the dense fog. The eerie, unknown sounds sent chills through everyone, making them instinctively huddle closer to Chin Ping. Chin Ping glanced at the shattered window and spoke. We can't stay in this classroom anymore. Even if we block the door, we can't block all these windows. If wandering monsters in the Forbidden Zone find us, they could break in and attack at any moment. Staying here is still too dangerous. But, if not the classroom, where else can we go? Zhao Liang asked nervously. A coverage-type Forbidden Zone is like a sealed barrier. You can enter but not leave. If we can't find the core and destroy it, we won't escape the school. The equipment room. We can go to the school's equipment room. A clear voice suddenly spoke up. Song Xiao stepped forward, speaking quickly. Our school's sports equipment room is huge, around 200 to 300 square meters. It only has a few small windows, and those lizard monsters can't fit through them. Yeah, the equipment room is big, and the door is an iron door, much more durable. Some classmates immediately understood and agreed. Chin Ping, what do you think? Hong Jing asked respectfully. All right, everyone, wait for me a moment. Chin Ping nodded calmly. In truth, he was just as terrified of the unknown horrors within the Forbidden Zone. But he was the only one in the class who could fight. He had to stay calm, otherwise, the entire group of teachers and students would lose their backbone. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Chin Ping walked back to his seat, unzipped his backpack, and pulled out a pair of massive, dark gold, metallic gauntlets. Everyone was stunned. Brother Ping, you actually brought something like this to school? Zhao Liang was shocked. I'm an awakener. Isn't it reasonable for me to bring a weapon to school? Chin Ping replied. Zhao Liang opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Looking at those cold, heavy gauntlets with a terrifying metallic sheen, he felt that a punch from those could leave an ordinary person either dead or crippled. Very soon, Chin Ping had put on his Bear King gauntlets. He felt his strength resonate with the gauntlets, unleashing a powerful aura. Let's go! After putting on the gauntlets, Chin Ping felt much more confident. He opened the classroom door and led the way out. Their classroom was on the third floor, and the equipment room was on the first floor, just 2 floors down the stairs. The white fog in the corridor was much thinner, but visibility was still only a dozen meters. Qinping moved carefully with each step, but his pace was steady. Behind him were dozens of teachers and students following closely. The neighboring classroom had already barricaded itself with desks and chairs. Seeing the group of teachers and students walking down the corridor, the students inside were shocked. "Hey, are you guys crazy? Running out at a time like this? The white fog is full of monsters. What are you thinking? Hide quickly." Many students whispered urgently. As if to confirm their fears, a lizard monster suddenly lunged out of the white fog. Its speed was incredibly fast, and its gaping, ferocious jaws snapped open. But before they could even scream, a boy outside the window charged forward. His gauntlets glowed with radiant runes, and there seemed to be a faint roar of a bear king that shook all beasts. His punch was ferocious, explosive like fire, and before the lizard monster could pounce, his fist struck its head. Boom! A heavy, thunderous impact echoed. Qinping's Bear King gauntlet smashed into the lizard monster's head, accompanied by a burst of unstoppable force and scorching energy. The students saw the monster's tough skull visibly twist and cave in. The metallic, glimmering fist smashed through, driving the monster's head straight into the wall, and there was even a faint sound of bones shattering. The monster howled in pain. Qinping's punch sent it crashing to the side wall. The impact splattered its black blood from its ears and mouth, staining the wall. As Qinping withdrew his fist, the lizard monster slumped against the wall and slid to the ground, completely lifeless. Some students even noticed tiny cracks appearing on the blood-stained wall. A moment of stunned silence followed. Everything had happened so quickly, so fast that they couldn't even react. Holy shit! One punch killed a Forbidden Zone monster? This guy is a beast. Wait, why does he look so familiar? Isn't he the top student from the class next door? The students from the neighboring class gasped, their voices filled with shock. Even the students from Qinping's own class were stunned. Earlier, when Qinping fought the Forbidden Zone monster, it seemed like an even battle. But now, with the gauntlets on, he suddenly became so fierce it was like he had transformed into someone else. Some girls in the class looked at Qinping's back, their eyes sparkling with admiration. What a wonderful boy. Not only was he good at studying, but he could also fight so well. So this is the true strength of our class heartthrob? Somewhere in the crowd, a girl murmured, "Class heartthrob?" The handsome Zhao Liang was left speechless. But most of the students, looking at the figure standing in front of the teachers and students, felt a surge of emotion in their hearts. Yeah, why hadn't they noticed before? Right now, Qinping, he looked so cool. Thick white fog, screams from time to time, and the sounds of students fleeing in panic. A constant sense of danger everywhere. The most distinctive feature of this forbidden zone was the unknown and fear. No one knew what was hiding deep within the white fog. A large group of students, gathering their courage, moved quickly through the school building. Qinping led the way, taking dozens of teachers and students with him as they hurried to the equipment room downstairs. It wasn't far, just 2 floors down. Along the way, Qinping saw bloodstains in the corridor, smelled the thick scent of blood in the air, and even saw scattered body parts. Occasionally, the low growls and chewing sounds of monsters echoed from within the fog. Some students saw this and immediately vomited, but they didn't have the luxury to stop. Even while vomiting, they were dragged along by their classmates. Qinping's vigilance was at its peak. He moved forward cautiously, constantly scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any more trouble along the way. Soon, they reached the equipment room door, but it was locked. If they listened carefully, they could hear the sound of people moving things inside. There are already people inside. That's normal. If we thought of hiding in the equipment room, others could too. Hey, open the door. Please, open the door. The students outside grew anxious, knocking on the door urgently. Inside, other students' voices could be heard. There are people outside, and it sounds like a lot. Did they also figure out the equipment room is the safest place? So, are we opening the door? Hurry, move this stuff. I don't think we should. We barely set up a defensive line. Why tear it down just because they arrived? What if we open the door and monsters rush in? Exactly. Can't they find somewhere else to hide? Why should we sacrifice our safety? A fierce argument broke out among the students inside. Unexpectedly, even in such an urgent situation, the people inside were split into 2 groups. Open the door. Hurry, open it. It's an emergency. Stop arguing. Zhao Liang shouted anxiously. He never imagined that in such a dangerous moment, the people inside would still be arguing over whether to open the door. Qinping's expression darkened slightly, just as he was about to do something. A loud, furious voice boomed from inside the room. You bunch of idiots. Is this the time to discuss safety? You're here to save people. Dozens of lives are right outside this door, all your classmates, your teachers, waiting for you to save them. All you need to do is open this door. So tell me, what should you do? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and open the door. The voice of the dean, almost roaring, snapped a large group of students inside back to their senses. The sound of moving items inside resumed quickly. Hearing this, the students outside let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, finally. Once we're inside the equipment room, our safety will be much higher. But just as they were waiting, heavy, eerie footsteps suddenly echoed from the fog. The students' faces changed, and they began urging even more anxiously. Hurry, hurry up. Something's coming. But the more they urged, the slower the movement inside became. What? Something's coming? Should we still open the door? We barely built this defensive line. If we open the door and a monster rushes in, what do we do? Once again, the students inside began to hesitate. At that moment, a monster in the thick fog seemed to catch the scent of living humans and charged toward the crowd. The fog parted. Another terrifying lizard monster appeared. Qin stomped the ground, cracking the floor beneath his feet, and charged at the monster with even greater speed. This time, the lizard monster didn't use its mouth. Its sharp claws, like blades, slashed at Qin. Qin leapt into the air, jumping above the lizard monster to avoid its attack. While in midair, he spun his body rapidly, gathering all his strength into one point. The chi and flame energy of the Nine Suns' true art circulated, concentrating entirely in his fist. The centrifugal force of his spin combined with the explosive force of his punch. The metallic Bear King gauntlet shone with mysterious runes, and with the force of a cannonball, his fist smashed into the back of the lizard monster's head. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The force of the punch erupted with a shockwave. The lizard monster's head burst with a spray of blood, its skull shattered. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, its forelimbs twitching slightly before falling still. Qin landed firmly on the monster's corpse. The metal gauntlet on his fist was stained with the monster's black blood, which dripped slowly onto its body. The students stared, wide-eyed, at the boy standing atop the dead lizard monster. Another one-punch kill on a Forbidden Zone monster? Brother Ping is literally One Punch Man? So cool. Way too cool. All the students looked at Qin with eyes full of admiration. But what they didn't know was that Qin breathing had already become slightly heavy. The combat techniques of the Nine Suns' true art were too fierce. Even though he had only thrown 2 punches, each one used his entire body's strength, putting a huge strain on him. He was already feeling a bit of fatigue. Qin walked to the door and knocked hard. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Why did you stop moving the stuff? He shouted. Nervous voices responded from inside. The monster? What happened to the monster? What's your situation now? Hearing this, Qin shouted impatiently, the monster is gone. What? The monster is gone? The students inside were stunned. They seemed to listen for sounds outside, and realizing there was no more noise from a monster, they started moving the barricade again, much faster this time. With a clang, the iron door swung open. The students hiding in the equipment room peeked out cautiously. The first thing they saw was a young boy with sharp eyes, wearing a pair of imposing, metallic gauntlets that looked incredibly powerful. And right behind the boy lay the corpse of a lizard monster. Looking closer, the boy's gauntlets were stained with black blood. So that's what they meant by the monster being gone? Many students inside were stunned. A classmate this powerful. Was he really here to ask for help? Quick! Come in, hurry! The chubby dean waved urgently, beckoning the students outside to enter. The students outside quickly stepped into the equipment room. They were surprised to see that the students inside were all armed, some holding shot puts, some with tennis rackets, some with baseball bats, and even some with javelins. Everyone looked as if they were facing a deadly threat. Are you an awakener too? A tall boy in a sports uniform, arms crossed and wearing a confident expression, looked at Qin and spoke with an arrogant tone. Around him stood several students, seemingly treating him as their leader. I'm a Vajra-type awakener, Qin nodded. What? He's an awakener too? I know that guy. Isn't he Qin, the top student in our grade during the monthly exam? No wonder he killed that monster outside. Wait, but does being smart have anything to do with killing monsters? Many students' eyes turned to Qin. He had unknowingly become the focus of their attention. My name is Shinchi. I'm also an awakener and elemental type, fire awakener. The tall boy smiled. Welcome to our group. Having an awakener join was always a good thing. In a large school, there were always some awakeners who hadn't joined any awakening factions and continued their studies, just like this Shinchi. He was already well known in school, a popular figure. Chen Ping looked at Shinchi, his expression calm, but he spoke slowly. Since you're already an awakener, why did you hesitate to open the door when we were asking for help? The room fell quiet. Some of the students in the equipment room looked away, avoiding his gaze. The classmates behind Chen Ping realized this but didn't dare to say anything. Humph. Are you questioning me? Shinchi's expression darkened slightly. Yeah. Chen Ping looked directly at him, smiling as he admitted it. Shinchi spread his palm, and a small flame burst forth, dancing in his hand as if to show off his power. Playing with the flame, he sneered. Do you even know how many monsters are in this forbidden zone? Just because you killed one doesn't mean you can ignore the whole zone. Shut up with that nonsense. My brother Ping has killed 3 monsters already, 1 punch for each. Zhao Liang shouted, correcting him. Shinchi's face stiffened, and the flame in his hand flickered slightly, but he still maintained a serious expression. Opening the door means more risks. I am the last line of defense for these students and teachers. I must take responsibility for their safety. Can you understand the burden I bear? Chen Ping understood perfectly, and so did the students in the equipment room. Brother Shen. I knew it. Brother Shen did it for our sake. Alright, Chen Ping, don't ask any more questions. We did let you in, didn't we? Yeah, we need to stay united now. Some students tried to smooth things over, but Chen Ping kept his gaze on Shinchi and asked, you say you'll protect the students, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Shinchi snorted. Good, I hope you do. I'm leaving my classmates to you. With that, Chen Ping turned and walked toward the door. This sudden action startled many students. Chen Ping, where are you going? Where? I'm going out to fight the Forbidden Zone monsters. Chen Ping answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Are you crazy? It's so dangerous out there. So many unknown monsters in the Forbidden Zone. How can you, a D-rank awakener, even think of going out? Shinchi stood up, eyes wide with shock. Yeah. We've found a safe place, why take such a risk? Just stay with us, isn't that better? Many students tried to persuade him. Chen Ping looked at the anxious faces behind him and smiled slightly. You all are safe now, but other students aren't. The equipment room fell silent again. Many students looked at the boy's determined gaze and realized he wasn't joking. You? A D-rank awakener trying to play hero? Even if this is just an ordinary D-rank forbidden zone, you can't handle it alone. Shinchi couldn't understand Chen Ping's actions. It's not about whether I can handle it. Chen Ping shook his head, then pointed to his ear. Don't you hear it? Shinchi froze. Hear what? The cries for help from other students. Chen Ping said, I've never thought I could take on all the monsters in a forbidden zone. But the screams and desperate cries coming from the classrooms, I can't ignore them. Desperate classmates are waiting for rescue, and I have the ability to help. So why shouldn't I? Shinchi. Those who were already safe would never understand how desperate the screams from those classrooms were, and no one knew how long it would take for real rescue to arrive. Chen Ping knew his strength was limited, but he wanted to use this time to save as many people as he could. The equipment room became quiet. Those who wanted to rely on Chen Ping's protection didn't speak anymore. They realized that others needed him more. Chen Ping opened the iron door. A thick, heavy fog lay beyond, filled with a palpable sense of danger. Just then, a girl stepped up beside him. I'm going with you. Her voice was firm. Chen Ping was startled and turned to look at her, a delicate-looking girl who didn't seem to have any combat ability. But faced with his doubtful gaze, the girl smiled confidently, her eyes full of determination. Did you forget? I'm an awakener too. Song Xiao revealing herself as an awakener caused another uproar in the equipment room. Many students stared at the sweet and charming girl, their dream girl, and suddenly felt she seemed even more out of reach. Song Goddess is an awakener too? Oh my god, how come so many awakeners showed up as soon as the Forbidden Zone appeared? Is she planning to follow Chen Ping to save people too? A couple team? Chen Ping looked at Song Xiao's petite figure, feeling a bit hesitant. Are you sure? Following me, it's really dangerous. Don't be fooled by my appearance, I'm really strong. Song Xiao clenched her delicate fists and swung them around a few times. I'm a soul-type awakener with strong perception. In this fog-filled world, I can sense the locations of the Forbidden Zone monsters. I can be your radar, the girl declared confidently. Chen Ping's eyes lit up slightly, feeling tempted. If what she said was true, Song Xiao could be quite useful. But, aren't you afraid of dying? Chen Ping remembered that Song Xiao once told him she didn't join an awakening organization because she was afraid of dying. But now, she was voluntarily risking her life with him to save others. Wasn't this going against her own beliefs? But, you helped me. I want to help you too. Song Siao lowered her head, speaking softly. And? She glanced at Chen Ping and added, you'll be protecting me, right? As she spoke, her cheeks turned a rosy red, her face shy and sweet. Chen Ping, sigh. Alright, I'll do my best to protect you. Chen Ping nodded, agreeing. The iron door behind them closed. Chen Ping and Song Siao stepped back into the school building. This was Building 3 of the senior high section. They planned to clear Building 3 first. Chen Ping's strategy was clear first. They would go to the classrooms where they could hear students screaming. He moved quickly, passing through the thick fog, and soon stopped in front of a classroom on the second floor. Many students were fleeing from the classroom in a panic, rushing to escape. A strong, bloody smell filled the air. A huge hole had been smashed into the window, another monster breaking in through the window. Inside, a massive lizard monster was on a killing spree. Chen Ping saw several students covered in terrible wounds. Some had an arm bitten off, others had their bodies slashed open by claws, and they lay in pools of blood, groaning weakly. One student seemed to have been swallowed. As the lizard monster's belly bulged, its mouth stretched wide. The sickening crunch of chewing echoed through the room, filling it with a terrifying, chilling aura. The entire classroom was consumed by panic. Students were crying, screaming, and running wildly. If not for the lizard monster's limited appetite, even more students would have been devoured. Seeing the bloody scene, Chen Ping's blood boiled. Damn it, you're asking to die. He charged into the classroom. The lizard monster was about to slash a student with its sharp claws. Chen Ping rushed forward, grabbed the student, and pulled them away. The monster's blue-black claws slashed down, but Chen Ping's metal-clad hand caught them. Clang! A sharp collision rang out. Sparks flew where the claw struck the metal gauntlets. Chen Ping's 5 fingers clenched, forcefully bending the lizard monster's claw until it snapped. The monster screeched in pain. Its other claw swept toward him, but before it could land, Chen Ping's iron fist smashed into its face. Boom! The lizard monster flew backward, crashing into a pile of desks and chairs. It struggled, trying to get up, but Chen Ping was already in front of it. His eyes were bloodshot, and his iron fist struck down again. Go to hell! Boom! 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 Chen Ping punched repeatedly, each strike slamming into the monster's head. Finally, its skull burst open, and Chen Ping slowly stood up. The remaining students in the classroom calmed down a bit. Don't just stand there, quickly help the wounded. Song Siao began giving orders. Her voice carried an inexplicable force, almost like a command, and it seemed to have a calming effect. The students unconsciously followed her instructions, hurrying to help the injured. But just then, chaos erupted from upstairs, accompanied by the roars of monsters and the screams of students. Chen Ping and Song Siao didn't have time to rest. They immediately rushed upstairs. Not the 3rd floor, it's the 4th. Song Siao called out. The two of them quickly reached a classroom on the 4th floor. The scene was just as chaotic. Another fierce lizard monster had broken in, but this time, several strong boys were desperately fighting it. Some were clinging to its limbs, some were trying to strangle its neck, and one even grabbed its tail, struggling to restrain it. One boy, aiming for the vital spot, viciously stabbed a fruit knife into the lizard monster's eye. Squish! Blood sprayed, and the monster thrashed even more violently. Run! Everyone, run! The boys shouted urgently. But the lizard monster's strength was immense. It quickly flung off the two boys holding its neck. The monster twisted its head, opening its wide, tooth-filled mouth, ready to bite another boy holding its limbs. At that moment, an iron fist descended from above, slamming the monster's gaping mouth shut. The force was so great that the lizard monster's body was smashed to the ground. Somehow, a figure had appeared, riding on the monster's back, before anyone could react. Boom! 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 Fists rained down. The lizard monster's head was smashed to a bloody pulp. The boys who had been desperately holding onto the monster were stunned. Blood splattered on their faces, but they didn't even have time to wipe it off. When they finally came back to their senses, they saw the deadly monster lying on the ground like a dead fish, completely lifeless. The boy, covered in the monster's blood, slowly stood up. He raised his cold, metal-clad fist, gave a thumbs up, and flashed a bright smile. You guys, well done. Suddenly being praised, the boys felt a bit embarrassed. Well, we're all sports students. It's what we should do. Before they could say anything more to the powerful boy, a beautiful girl's voice suddenly called out from outside the door. Chen Ping! Something else is approaching. Hearing the shout, Chen Ping immediately rushed out and stopped the students who were trying to run away. Everyone, stay calm. Get back in the classroom, and I will protect you. Having witnessed Chen Ping's strength, The students became much more obedient and quickly retreated into the classroom. Chen Ping stood in the middle of the corridor, staring at the thick white fog ahead, quietly waiting. Sure enough, a dark shadow gradually approached. Soon, that shadow broke through the mist. It was another lizard monster charging at him. Chen Ping remained on high alert, his focus locked on the incoming monster, and his body surged with power. Chen Ping, watch out. There's another lizard behind you, and it's faster. Song Xiao's anxious voice warned. Just then, a slender lizard monster, like a blur, shot out of the fog. Hearing her warning, Chen Ping immediately turned around and saw the lizard monster pouncing at him. This one looked completely different from the previous ones. It was just over a meter tall, with a smaller mouth, but its front claws were exceptionally sharp, like black blades, swinging straight for his neck. This was a variant lizard, specialized in assassination. Luckily, Chen Ping reacted in time. He swung his fist back at the lizard's slashing claws. Boom! A violent collision exploded, dispersing the surrounding fog. Chen Ping's strength was superior, and his metal fist was even harder, sending the attacking lizard flying several meters away. Immediately after striking, he turned again, raising both hands to block the wide-open jaws of the larger lizard monster. Careful! Something's climbing down from above, Song Xiao shouted urgently. Above? Chen Ping looked up and saw a lizard's head peeking out from the balcony above. It was a wall-climbing lizard. Its limbs were equipped with suction cups, and with a slick sound, it rapidly crawled along the outer wall, clinging to the ceiling. It moved silently, and suddenly, it opened its mouth, aiming at Chen Ping. Feeling an instinctive sense of danger, Chen Ping shoved the lizard in front of him away and quickly dodged. A split second later, a stream of dark green liquid sprayed from the wall-crawling lizard's mouth, splattering where he had just stood. The liquid sizzled on the ground, eating into the surface. What is this stuff? Chen Ping's expression changed. At this moment, both the front and rear lizards charged at him simultaneously. The one on the ceiling sprayed its strange liquid again. Chen Ping swiftly dodged, then immediately lunged at the smaller, blade-armed lizard. His iron palm caught one of the blade-like claws, gripping it tightly. At the last moment, he spun around, swinging the smaller lizard like a weapon and smashing it into the larger one behind him. Boom! The two lizards crashed together, and the larger one was knocked to the ground. Another spray of green liquid rained down from above. Chen Ping used the smaller lizard in his grasp as a shield. The green liquid splattered on the small lizard, causing its flesh to sizzle and melt away, making it scream in pain. The larger lizard climbed up again, opening its massive mouth in fury. Chen Ping sneered and forcefully shoved the smaller lizard into the larger one's mouth. You want to eat, huh? Eat this. He twisted his waist, and a fiery force surged into his fist, swirling with white-hot energy, before slamming into the smaller lizard's body. Boom! Power can be transferred. The smaller lizard's body caved in, spraying blood. The larger lizard, now with the smaller one crammed in its mouth, suffered the same devastating force. Its jaw cracked, flesh torn apart, and it tumbled backward. Chen Ping dashed forward, delivering another punch. Boom! Both lizards were crushed to death. On the ceiling, the wall-climbing lizard was terrified and began crawling away along the wall. Don't even think of escaping. Chen Ping wanted to give chase, but he couldn't climb walls. Just then, Song Xiao's eyes flashed with a blue glow. Chaos Soul. The wall-climbing lizard's body trembled, its pupils losing focus for a moment. Its limbs weakened, and it lost its grip, falling from the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping leapt high, clasping his hands together into a fist, and smashed it down onto the falling lizard's head. A brutal impact, followed by an eruption of blood from the lizard's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The wall-climbing lizard crashed to the ground, lifeless. Standing among the three dead lizard monsters, Chen Ping panted heavily. Inside the classroom, the students stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. They never expected that this boy would have to face a three-way attack from three lizard monsters. Even less did they expect that this boy actually defeated all three of them. Is that really the top student, Chen Ping? So strong. Chen Ping, are you okay? Song Xiao noticed something was wrong with Chen Ping. He was sweating all over, and his face was pale. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Chen Ping smiled and shook his head. His pale face was because his energy and blood were severely depleted. This crisis required speed, so Chen Ping had been using the Nine Suns True Art the entire time, keeping the fiery energy flowing through his body. This fighting style was powerful but consumed too much energy. After continuous battles, he already felt weak, like the exhaustion after running 2,000 meters. He could still move and fight, but he really didn't want to move. Let's take a break first. If you recover your strength, you can save more people, Song Xiao gently comforted. Chen Ping thought about it and agreed. He sat on the ground to recover his strength. The students in the classroom couldn't hold back anymore. They carefully walked over to Chenping. "Boss, are you tired? Want some water? I have some here. Need bread? I have some in my backpack." The students, gathering their courage, offered help. Hearing this, Chenping did feel hungry, so he nodded at them. Realizing they could help Chenping, they were excited. "Eat mine." "No, my toast is better." "Eat mine. I have a burger, higher in calories." Unexpectedly, some students even argued over who would offer their food. Chenping laughed. "Bring it all over. I'll take everything." They thought he was just trying to avoid conflict. But when they saw Chenping eat more than 10 pieces of bread, drink several bottles of water, and still look unsatisfied, they realized experts were really different. After a quick meal, Chenping felt a bit of his strength returning. Several of the strongest boys in the class eagerly approached him. "Boss, what should we do next?" Chenping remembered them. They were the ones who bravely fought the monsters before, preventing greater casualties. "I'll clear out the monsters in this building. You all stay in the classroom. I can't guarantee the safety of other areas, so waiting here for rescue is the best choice." The boys nodded in understanding. One of them asked excitedly, "Can we help you fight?" Chenping was taken aback by their enthusiasm. "Aren't you afraid of the monsters?" "Of course we're scared," one of them said. "But if you need our help, we'll fight, because it's about saving lives." Chenping was momentarily stunned. It was clear that these boys weren't joking. They had made a serious decision before approaching him. Chenping smiled and refused. "Not for now. I already have a great partner. With her help, I'm fine." He pointed to the girl beside him. Song Xiao's cheeks turned slightly red at his words. "Oh." Light teasing whispers filled the room. This slightly relaxed atmosphere eased some of the students' tension. After a short rest, Chenping, followed by reluctant glances, called Song Xiao to continue. The teaching building had 5 floors. Chenping searched each one, floor by floor. Fortunately, after the previous battles, there were no more remaining lizard monsters. Chenping searched from the 5th floor down to the 1st floor but found nothing. "My soul sense range is around 20 meters. We shouldn't have missed anything along the way," Song Xiao said. Chenping looked at the teaching building behind him and let out a sigh of relief. At least for now, this building was safe. In the thick fog with limited visibility, Song Xiao's soul sense had become his eyes. Chenping turned his gaze to another teaching building. He couldn't stop now, he could still fight. Stretching his muscles, Chenping began walking toward the next building. Song Xiao followed closely, staying by his side and sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, she gripped his arm tightly, her face filled with fear. "Not good. I sense monsters ahead." Chenping clenched his iron fists and smiled. "So what? We'll just take them down." "But..." Song Xiao's face turned pale, staring ahead. "There are a lot of them. A whole group." Chenping froze. "How many?" "At least a dozen. They're coming together." "No, they've noticed us. They're heading this way." Song Xiao gasped. Dark shadows began appearing in the thick fog. Chenping hesitated for a moment, then looked worriedly at Song Xiao. Understanding his concern, Song Xiao quickly spoke. "If you're worried about my safety, you don't need to. I'm a soul type. I can erase my presence, making monsters ignore me." Her eyes glowed with a faint gray light, and her body became slightly translucent, blending with the fog. Seeing this, Chenping was shocked again. Soul-type abilities had so many tricks? Compared to this, his Vajra-type ability seemed pretty basic. At this moment, the shadows in the mist became clear. One by one, lizard monsters emerged, hideous, with wide jaws full of sharp teeth, and thick tails raised high. Their vicious eyes locked onto Chenping, assessing their prey. More and more lizards stepped out of the fog, creating intense pressure. It wasn't rare for monster packs to appear in a forbidden zone, moving together like a small army. When a D-rank awakener encounters a monster pack, the only option is usually to run. Chenping looked back at the teaching building behind him. He took a deep breath but didn't turn to escape. His fiery energy surged within, his blood felt like it was boiling, and streams of scorching heat coiled around his arms. Staring at the approaching lizard pack, he exhaled a breath of hot air, assumed a fighting stance, and laughed loudly. "Come on. Whoever's not afraid of dying, come at me." Roar! All the lizard monsters charged at him. None of them feared death, and neither did Chenping. His metal fists, glowing with runes, surged with the power of a spirit weapon. He aimed at the first lizard and struck. Boom! His fist smashed directly into the lizard's skull, shattering it. But this didn't scare the pack. Instead, it made them even fiercer. A second lizard leapt at him from the left, its sharp claws slashing for his neck. Chen Ping's left hand turned into a palm, directly catching the claws, the force pushing him back a few steps. Another lizard leapt over the corpse of the first, attacking from the right. Chen Ping dodged, launching an uppercut, smashing its jaw and sending it flying. At the moment of his punch, a lizard monster charged straight at Chen Ping, its hard skull slamming into his chest with tremendous force. Chen Ping felt an intense impact, accompanied by a searing, tearing pain. His entire body was knocked into the air. I can't fall. I must stay balanced. While airborne, Chen Ping adjusted his center of gravity, rolled to the ground to disperse the impact, then instantly twisted his entire body's strength together. He swung another punch, striking a lizard monster that was lunging at him with its bloodthirsty maw wide open. Boom! Blood splattered. The lizard monster was killed instantly by his sudden punch. Before he could catch his breath, another lizard monster attacked from the side. Chen Ping swung his fist, sending it flying. Chen Ping, watch your back. Song Xiao's voice echoed in his ear. Chen Ping quickly turned around and saw another lizard monster sneaking up behind him. At the last moment, he leaned back, dodging the monster's pounce. Watch the front left. Chen Ping spun around, his leg sweeping out in a roundhouse kick that struck the approaching lizard monster. The creature was sent tumbling to the ground, but a sharp pain shot through his leg. The lizard's hide was too tough. His unprotected foot wasn't strong enough. Careful, front left, back right. Song Xiao's voice warned again. Chen Ping reacted swiftly, dealing with two attacking lizards. He seized an opportunity to smash another lizard's head with his fist. Song Xiao's ability allowed her to sense all the monsters hidden in the mist, constantly providing Chen Ping with information. With her help, Chen Ping could barely handle the monster swarm. Not only that, but the more he fought at his limit, the hotter his body became. His control over his body and his awareness of his surroundings became sharper. He could see them. He could see all the monsters' movements. Chen Ping fought furiously against the lizard monsters. In just 1 minute, he had killed 6 of them, his body soaked in their blood. Above and behind, Chen Ping bent back just in time, slamming his fist into the belly of a lizard monster lunging from above. As he stood up, a thick tail suddenly whipped toward his head. Bang! A wave of dizziness hit him. His head throbbed with searing pain. Chen Ping! Song Xiao cried out in fear. His ears were ringing, and the intense dizziness made it nearly impossible to stand. But at that moment, a refreshing, soothing energy flowed into his mind. Song Xiao's soul healing light. His mind cleared instantly. But now, 3 lizard monsters were attacking him from different directions, blocking all escape routes. Die! Chen Ping roared. Ignoring the other 2, he focused on the one in front of him, smashing it to death with 2 punches. But as he killed it, another monster's claw slashed his waist, and another rammed him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Splash! A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. His internal organs were damaged, and his whole body was racked with pain. While he was down, another lizard lunged at his head, its bloody jaws snapping shut. But suddenly, the monster froze, its eyes losing focus. In the mist, Song Xiao's eyes glowed brightly with spiritual light. Chen Ping seized the opportunity, flipping up and smashing his fist into the monster's head, blowing it apart. He glanced gratefully at Song Xiao, seeing her face pale, her eyes still glowing as she desperately stalled the other monsters. There was no time to rest. 5 more lizard monsters rushed at him. The thick mist hid an unknown number of lurking monsters. This was a true bloodbath. A fight to the death where he could be killed at any moment. Chen Ping roared, as if going all out, and charged into the 5 monsters. It's said that people can unleash their potential in life or death situations. Chen Ping was feeling it now. Every cell in his body seemed to be burning with potential. His speed increased. His punches became even more powerful. One punch after another, he smashed the lizard monsters, leaving them bloodied. But 2 fists couldn't block all their attacks. Wounds multiplied across his body. The monsters seemed to realize his strength came from his fists. 2 lizards lunged forward, biting down on his gauntlets, locking his fists in place. Chen Ping tried to move, but his leg was instantly slashed open by the knife-like arms of an agile lizard. Another lizard lunged at him, jaws wide, rows of sharp teeth slick with blood, giving him no time to react. Chen Ping! Song Xiao screamed in panic. At the edge of death, Chen Ping also opened his mouth wide, his chest surging with energy. Roar! A blast of golden energy erupted from his mouth. The beam shot straight into the lunging lizard's mouth. Energy cannon! Thud! A lizard monster fell to the ground, its forehead scorched black, smoke still rising from its mouth. The frenzied lizard monsters around it suddenly paused, staring blankly at the boy. In their minds, this boy was just someone who fought with his fists. How could he suddenly shoot an energy cannon from his mouth? Song Sia was just as stunned, her mind filled with question marks. Wasn't Chen Ping a body type, Vajra type, awakened? How could he shoot an energy blast from his mouth? Chen Ping himself didn't know why either, but he had indeed mastered this power. Seizing the brief moment of shock when the two lizard monsters biting his fists froze, he lashed out with a sweeping kick, striking the neck of one of them. The impact forced it to release his hand. Freed, his iron fist surged with immense power, smashing the head of the other lizard monster still biting his fist. Boom! The iron fist, carrying overwhelming force, shattered the creature's head in an instant. A few lizard monsters circling him showed a slight hesitation. Their frenzied eyes now carried a hint of fear. They backed away slightly, growling, glaring at him, their bodies low to the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. Around them, the ground was littered with the corpses of lizard monsters. 7 or 8 had already been beaten to death by him. Chen Ping knew that these lizard monsters were finally feeling fear. After using his energy cannon, the energy within his body didn't show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, it felt like a furnace was burning inside him. This strange change left Chen Ping slightly surprised. He had a strong feeling that something had changed in his body. Come on. Come at me, you filthy beasts. Keep fighting. Chen Ping waved his massive iron fists, taunting with a wild grin. As soon as he shouted, the entire group of lizard monsters really charged at him again. Chen Ping cursed internally. Why are these monsters so easily provoked? But even now, facing a swarm of lizard monsters, he felt no fear at all. The furnace inside him seemed to burn even hotter. His entire body felt warm, filled with endless strength. His punches grew even more ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce and brutal battle erupted. Chen Ping continued to unleash his full power with each punch. Blood splattered everywhere. His body was torn open. His body was slammed again and again by the raging monsters. The brutal strikes and crushing blows of the monster swarm didn't bring Chen Ping down. Instead, their savagery only made his punches even fiercer and more decisive. Fight, fight, fight. Chen Ping felt the furnace within him blazing at full strength. The longer he fought, the braver he became. His speed increased. His strength surged. His entire body, his blood, and his flesh seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Chen Ping suddenly understood in the midst of the battle. He was breaking through. The iron body stage, refining the body as iron, using inner energy as fire, he had forged a new stage. He reached the late iron body stage. No wonder his body felt like a furnace. No wonder he felt like he had an endless supply of strength. With the breakthrough, his potential was being unleashed, granting him even greater power. Boom! Chen Ping punched a lizard monster, sending it flying 5 to 6 meters into the air. Bang! Bang! His fists smashed down, flattening the head of an agile lizard monster trying to ambush him. Several lizard monsters tried to pin him down, but his strength was simply too great. Like a raging bear, any monster that got close was met with his fists. The light ones suffered concussions. The heavy ones had their heads smashed open. One by one, the lizard monsters fell beneath his fists. Song Xiao stared in disbelief at Chen Ping. She hadn't expected him to last this long. One lizard monster after another fell, but Chen Ping didn't fall. The girl couldn't help but wonder, did this blood-drenched boy have any limits? Boom! A thunderous crash. The last lizard monster's head was crushed by Chen Ping's fist, its body teetering before collapsing. All around him lay the corpses of lizard monsters, 17 of them, an entire monster pack wiped out. The boy stood at the center of the corpses, his body shrouded in a mist of white steam. Blood dripped steadily from his iron fists. Blood black and red stained his once clean school uniform, leaving it filthy and torn. His face was also covered in blood, but his clear, bright eyes remained sharp and piercing. The girl, so sensitive to souls, seemed to glimpse a blazing phoenix burning fiercely within his eyes, brilliant and untouchable, noble and inviolable. Her heart was stirred once more. But suddenly, she seemed to sense something, and her expression changed. Chen Ping, be careful. More monsters are coming. More monsters? So what? I'll just smash them too. At this moment, Chen Ping's battle spirit was sky-high, and he had no fear of lizard monsters. This time, the monsters are different. Song Xiao warned anxiously, they're much stronger monsters. Chen Ping's heart tightened, and just then, the mist parted. 3 lizard monsters appeared. These 3 lizards were 2 to 3 meters tall. Their skin was covered in blood-red patterns, and their backs were lined with dense, glowing red crystals. A chilling aura engulfed Chen Ping. He instantly knew that these 3 monsters were different from the previous ones. Monsters in forbidden zones were classified by star levels, ranging from 1 star to 9 star. This classification differed from the general threat levels of disaster-class beasts. Theoretically, the most powerful Forbidden Zone monsters in this world were 9-star monsters. The lizard monsters Chen Ping had fought before were just the most common 1-star monsters, but these three, with blood-red crystal spines, were clearly of a higher level. They were definitely 2-star monsters. A 1-star monster roughly equaled an ordinary D-level awakened, but a 2-star monster was at least at the peak of D-level awakened power, a threat that normal D-level awakened ones could only flee from. I just broke through in power, and now they give me an upgraded monster pack? Chen Ping muttered bitterly. But then, one of the three lizards suddenly puffed up its cheeks. His expression changed. He quickly dashed to the side. The lizard's mouth opened wide, spewing a long tongue of fire. Luckily, Chen Ping dodged fast enough. The fire scorched the ground, leaving a long, blackened trail. He felt the searing heat brush past his face. Before he could react, another lizard's red crystals glowed, and it spat another burst of flame. Chen Ping dodged again, but his clothes were still scorched, catching fire. He quickly tore off his burning school uniform, revealing his toned, lean upper body. These monsters don't just eat people raw, now they're roasting them? Chen Ping frowned, feeling even more troubled. Tongues of fire kept spewing out. He used the trees along the path as cover to dodge, but he couldn't even get close. One tree after another caught fire under the scorching flames. The battlefield was engulfed in blazing flames everywhere. The three blood crystal lizard monsters advanced aggressively, spewing fire as they moved. Song Xiao's voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. I can momentarily control two of the lizard monsters, making them lose their senses. Can you take advantage of that? Hearing this, Chen Ping shouted immediately, I can. He burst out from behind cover, his speed lightning fast. One of the blood crystal lizards saw him and immediately spewed fire at him. Chen Ping narrowly dodged the scorching flames, but the other two lizard monsters also puffed out their cheeks, ready to turn him into charcoal. Hiding in the thick fog, Song Xiao's eyes widened, and two distorted, ghostly rays shot out from her pupils, striking the two lizard monsters that were charging up their attacks. In that instant, the two blood crystal lizards' eyes went blank, their expressions dazed as if they had suddenly lost their minds. Boom! The ground cracked. Chen Ping stomped hard, launching himself like an arrow. He rushed in front of one of the stunned blood crystal lizards and punched it fiercely. Bang! The blood crystal lizard's head exploded. The built-up flames burst out from the shattered head. Crap! Chen Ping's pupils shrank sharply. Caught off guard, he was blown away by the explosion. The violent impact made him cough up blood, and the scorching burn spread across his body. If not for his body being as tough as iron, this explosion alone would have killed him. Chen Ping! Song Xiao's panicked voice echoed. By now, the other blood crystal lizard had snapped out of its daze, opening its mouth to spray another stream of fire at Chen Ping. Despite the searing pain, Chen Ping gritted his teeth, rolling desperately. The fire just barely missed him. He hadn't expected that blowing up the head of a blood crystal lizard would cause it to explode. He truly understood the chaos of a battlefield now. A single unexpected event could turn the tide and nearly cost him his life. More flames surged toward him. The scorching heat distorted the air. Before he even had a chance to stand, the fire was already upon him. In that split second, Chen Ping opened his mouth wide. Roar! A burst of golden energy erupted from his mouth. The two energy blasts collided in the air, exploding into a scorching whirlwind. He's using that energy beam again? Song Xiao was shocked. The golden energy was even more powerful than the fiery breath, breaking through the flames and violently crashing into the blood crystal lizard's head, sending it stumbling back, howling in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping leapt up, dashed forward, and smashed his fist into the blood crystal lizard's head, shattering it. This time, the blood crystal lizard didn't explode. Looks like he guessed right. Blood crystal lizards only explode when their heads are destroyed while charging up a flame attack. The last remaining blood crystal lizard roared furiously, spewing flames at Chen Ping. He ducked behind the corpse of another lizard monster, using it as a shield, panting heavily. His entire body was exhausted, but a grin spread across his face. Because he knew, in this fight, he would be the final victor. 3 blood crystal lizards might have been troublesome. But now, with only one left, watch me smash your head. But suddenly, Song Xiao's anxious voice rang out. Chen Ping, be careful. A whole new group of monsters is coming. Just as her words fell, one lizard monster after another began emerging from the mist. There were the normal lizard monsters, and there were blood crystal lizards too. Just within his line of sight, there were over 20 of them. They sniffed the air, drooling, their crazed, bloodthirsty eyes sweeping over the battlefield. And deeper in the thick fog, more dark silhouettes were shifting, slowly approaching. From this, it was clear, the number of monsters was far more than just 20. Chen Ping's entire body went weak, and for the first time, exhaustion and despair appeared in his eyes. What was going on? Was this never going to end? Had he stirred up a monster nest? Lizard monsters emerged one by one from the white mist. Everywhere Chen Ping looked, they crowded together like a dense swarm. No one could truly understand the despair he felt at that moment. He had fought with everything he had to take down one monster horde, survived a desperate comeback, and finally created an opportunity to turn the tables and kill 3 2-star monsters. But what happened next? His body was covered in wounds, and before he even had a chance to catch his breath, another wave of monsters appeared from the mist. This time, they were even more numerous, a mix of 1-star and 2-star monsters. Chen Ping was overwhelmed with despair, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, suffering torment after torment. How many monsters were hiding in this white mist? The monster horde didn't give him a moment to complain or react. One after another, the lizards roared and charged at him, their jaws lined with sharp teeth, claws flashing, toxic venom and fiery breath spewing forth. Chen Ping felt trapped, caught in an inescapable net, unable to avoid them, unable to resist. Clang! A metallic ring pierced the sky. A black gold flag suddenly stabbed into the ground in front of Chen Ping, piercing the concrete floor. Chen Ping's eyes widened, staring at the flag covered in dense runes. He shouted in shock, "Formation flag?" Boom! The runes on the flag lit up, releasing a terrifying energy. A blue barrier with a 10-meter radius shot up toward the sky. One by one, the lizard monsters crashed into the blue barrier, as if slamming into an indestructible wall, falling helplessly to the ground. Even the fiery breaths and venomous attacks scattered harmlessly against the barrier. A man in green robes descended gracefully from the sky, landing atop the flag. With one hand, he formed a seal, and in the other, he held a talisman glowing with spiritual light. Mere beasts, how dare you cause trouble? Lock! With his command, dozens of glowing chains shot out from the talisman, spreading like a massive net, wrapping around and binding all the lizard monsters on the battlefield. They struggled but couldn't break free. At that moment, several massive lizard monsters burst out of the mist, charging like raging bulls toward the barrier. Their powerful impacts made the blue barrier tremble violently. These were giant lizards covered in black armor, 4 to 5 meters tall, exuding a powerful aura, definitely 2-star monsters. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle echoed. A woman in a leather jacket and pants, riding a blazing red motorcycle that looked like a beast, burst out of the mist, skidding to a halt with a sharp turn. The exhaust pipe of her motorcycle spewed a fan-shaped wave of fierce flames, slamming into one of the armored lizards. Whatever her motorcycle was made of, it shattered the black armor of the lizard. The massive beast was sent flying, its body igniting and burning into charcoal mid-air. Behind you! Chen Ping saw another armored lizard lunging at the woman from behind. But before it could reach her, a tall figure appeared behind the biker woman. She wore a simple white t-shirt, and her long, perfectly toned legs, exposed beneath her shorts, snapped upwards with a powerful kick. Her kick struck the charging armored lizard. No one knew how much strength was behind that kick, but it sent the several-ton lizard flying more than 10 meters. Her high-kicking leg, glowing with a jade-like luster in the mist, was flawless, so long, so straight, so perfect. Chen Ping was momentarily stunned. Nice legs! The woman moved with incredible agility. Her long legs seemed like the most powerful weapons, shattering the armor of the armored lizards, sending blood and flesh flying, kicking several of them to death. Roar! The lizard monsters struggled wildly, trying to break free of the glowing chains. Suddenly, a heavy blade dragged across the ground. A young man, though slender, was wielding an enormous broadsword larger than himself. He exuded a fierce aura as he slashed through the armored lizards, his blade flashing with deadly precision. Slash, slash, slash. Wherever the blade passed, blood and flesh splattered. The tough skin of the lizards was effortlessly sliced open, their bones shattered, and their bodies were either severed in half or beheaded in an instant. So cool! Chen Ping looked on, full of admiration. The young man's swordsmanship was clean, sharp, and precise. In just a few breaths, all the lizard monsters on the battlefield were annihilated. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. The corpses of dozens of lizard monsters were scattered across the area, creating a gruesome scene. Chen Ping knew these people were powerful, far stronger than he was at the moment. All right, the monsters are all dealt with. The man with the flag retracted it, walking toward Chen Ping with a friendly smile. Hello, classmate. We're members of the SSS-RANK Awakened Task Force from Nantang City's Special Incident Management Bureau. Could I ask which major Awakened faction you belong to? The man asked with a smile. Me? I haven't joined any major Awakened factions. I'm just an ordinary high school student from Nantang City. Chen Ping hesitated, then explained. An ordinary high school student? The young man with the massive broadsword walked over, glancing at the scattered lizard monster corpses around them. His face showed disbelief. An ordinary high school student who killed so many lizard monsters? And all the lizard monsters have head injuries. Not a single one has an intact brain. Is that some kind of special hobby? The biker woman joked, removing her helmet to reveal a beautiful face. Chin Ping felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't know where the lizard's weak points were, but hitting the head usually wasn't a bad idea. I checked. This young man is a peak D-rank awakened. The woman with the long legs walked over, her eyes flashing with a golden light. Just D-rank? Oh my. Can a D-rank awakened kill so many monsters? There were even a few 2-star monsters. The team members seemed genuinely shocked, all staring at Chen Ping. A real talent. Look at that powerful physique, amazing. Chen Ping suddenly felt self-conscious under their intense gaze, especially since he wasn't even wearing a shirt, his upper body exposed. Was it really polite for these women to stare at him like that? But he quickly collected himself, expressing his gratitude earnestly. Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would probably be dead by now. The long-legged woman shook her head. No need to thank us. In fact, we should thank you. As a D-rank awakened, you managed to kill so many monsters before we arrived. You must have saved quite a few people. Well done. She gave Chen Ping a thumbs up, a sign of recognition. That girl is also an awakened one, right? Is she your teammate? The woman on the motorcycle noticed Song Xiao hiding in the mist. Chen Ping nodded. Yes, her name is Song Xiao. Nervous, Song Xiao stepped out of the mist. Hello, brothers and sisters. I'm a soul type awakened. The long-legged woman's eyes lit up. Soul type? That's rare. Our team is missing a soul type member. Song Xiao shrank back, hiding behind Chen Ping. Oh, right. I'm the team leader, Long Chaner. That guy with the big sword is Chiu Wushuang, the one who's good at formations is Chi Wenho, and the woman on the motorcycle is Chao Yi. The long-legged woman enthusiastically introduced her teammates. We just broke through the barrier of this area. Our initial assessment is that this is a D-rank coverage type forbidden zone. So, do you have any information you can share with us? Long Chaner asked. I can only say that the teaching building behind me is relatively safe. We just cleared out the monsters there. As for other areas, Chen Ping looked a bit embarrassed. I know nothing. Right. I almost forgot you're just a D-rank awakened. Long Chaner also looked a bit awkward, but she quickly continued. Still, being able to protect an entire teaching building is already impressive. As for the other building, we've just cleared it. Leave the rest to us. We're going to find and destroy the Forbidden Zone core. The Forbidden Zone core is the heart of any Forbidden Zone. It could be a Lord monster, a mysterious artifact, or some strange energy. It's the key to the Forbidden Zone's existence. If the core is destroyed, all the strange phenomena within the zone will vanish, and the monsters will become much weaker. After that, they can be easily wiped out, and the Forbidden Zone will disappear. In short, finding the core and destroying or containing it is the best way to resolve the Forbidden Zone disaster. I found it. Chi Wenho held a talisman radiating strong spiritual energy, his eyes closed as if sensing something. Then, he pointed into the mist. Over there. The energy is strongest in that direction. The Forbidden Zone core is most likely there. Good, let's go right away. Long Chaner nodded. Hearing they were going to destroy the core, Chen Ping's heart raced with excitement. He hesitated but then spoke up. Can I come with you? The awakened team members were slightly stunned. Long Chaner looked at the boy, bloodied, wounded, but with eyes that shone brightly. After a moment of thought, she nodded. All right, you can ride with Chao Yi. Chen Ping. A soft voice called from behind. Song Xiao stood there, hesitating as she looked at Chen Ping. The core is really dangerous. Can I stay here? Long Chaner looked at Song Xiao with interest. Even a D-rank awakened isn't afraid, but you, a C-rank, are scared? Chen Ping turned, shocked. What? A C-rank awakened? Oh no. How did you know? Song Xiao stepped back, nervously looking at Long Chaner. Long Chaner pointed to her eyes, smiling. I saw it. Your little trick to hide your aura doesn't fool me. Song Xiao pursed her lips. I'm not good at fighting. I won't be useful over there. And every time I see a Forbidden Zone core, I have nightmares. I really don't want to go. Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat. Every time she sees a core? Has this girl seen other Forbidden Zone cores before? But time was short. Since Song Xiao refused to go, they left her in the teaching building. Chen Ping climbed onto Chao Yi's fiery red motorcycle. Hold on tight, little boy, she teased. If you fall off, big sister won't take responsibility. The motorcycle engine roared. Xiao Yi gave a wild grin. Feeling a bit nervous, Chen Ping awkwardly wrapped his arms around Xiao Yi's slim waist. Motorcycle girls always had a flexible, slender waist. With the engine's thunderous roar, the bike transformed into a streak of blazing red light, slicing through the mist. The powerful momentum almost threw Chen Ping off. No longer caring about modesty, he tightened his grip, clinging desperately to the snake-like waist in front of him as they sped wildly through the mist. Rumble. The motorcycle roared through the campus. Ah! The high-speed ride was so thrilling that Chen Ping couldn't help but scream. Ha ha ha! Why are you so scared? Acting like a little girl. Xiao Yi laughed loudly, twisting the throttle even more. The motorcycle seemed like it was about to take off. Chen Ping had never experienced this kind of high-speed racing before. The intense acceleration and centrifugal force made him feel like he could be thrown off at any moment. He had no choice but to cling tightly to the woman's slender waist in front of him. Being so close, he could even feel the softness and warmth of her body. The speed wasn't the scariest part. What terrified him was the thick fog ahead, where he couldn't see the road. Racing at this speed through thick fog felt like a death wish to Chen Ping. But this woman seemed to love it. It's too fast, way too fast. Chen Ping hugged Xiao Yi tighter in fear. Aren't you afraid of crashing into something? Not at all. Xiao Yi laughed even louder, revving the engine. Do you have some special way to see through the fog? Chen Ping suddenly realized. Nope, my motorcycle is just durable enough to crash through anything. Xiao Yi shouted excitedly. Chen Ping? Is this really about the motorcycle? As they spoke, Xiao Yi suddenly tilted the bike, making a huge arc as it drifted like a dragon's tail, smashing into a lizard monster that suddenly appeared in front of them. Boom! A violent impact. The lizard monster's flesh burst apart. Its body was flung dozens of meters away, landing dead. Xiao Yi was like a hit-and-run rogue, twisting the throttle again and speeding off. She rode so fast that she left her teammates far behind. Only when Shi Wenho, who was responsible for guiding them, couldn't keep up did she slow down. It's just ahead. There are strong energy fluctuations there. Shi Wenho, his feet wrapped in wind, caught up quickly. He was an awakened one of the feng shui type, not good at fighting, but he had a special ability to sense the flow of energy in the world and the terrain structure. Xiao Yi suddenly slammed the brakes. Chen Ping was thrown forward, accidentally bumping into her soft but firm body. Embarrassed, he looked up and saw the tall white steel structures in the mist. The school stadium, he blurted out. Oh, so it's a stadium? It makes sense for such a place to be the lair of the Forbidden Zone monsters. Behind them, Long Chana emerged from the mist with her long, striking legs. Chen Ping didn't think she was moving fast, but each step seemed to cover over 10 meters, almost like she was walking on air. She was nearly as fast as the motorcycle. The stadium was huge and open air, with rows of steel stands rising high. It could hold thousands of teachers and students at once. But Long Chana didn't rush in. She had Shi Wenho set up a formation first. Shi Wenho's way of setting up the formation was bizarre. He crawled on the ground like a puppy, sniffing, closing his eyes, pressing his ear to the ground, even rolling around a few times. Finally, his eyes sparkled. I found it. Chen Ping was stunned. What did you sense? The flow of Forbidden Zone energy, and the structure of the earth veins. Shi Wenho replied briefly, then looked at Xiao Wushuang. I need to get to the top of the stadium. Xiao Wushuang nodded, grabbed his massive blade in one hand, wrapped an arm around Shi Wenho's waist with the other, and jumped. They leapt along the steel frames, reaching the very top of the stadium. Hold on tight, Xiao Yi suddenly warned. Ha! Chen Ping was confused. Before he could react, the motorcycle roared, spewing fiery flames. The strong thrust made Chen Ping scream, clinging tightly to the woman's waist in front of him. No! We're gonna crash! Chen Ping shouted, seeing the wall rushing toward them. But Xiao Yi suddenly lifted the front wheel. The tires gripped the wall, spinning rapidly, creating intense friction and suction. The motorcycle climbed the wall at a 90-degree angle, racing up the stadium. Chen Ping felt like he was flying, soaring upward on a blazing motorcycle. Long Chana smiled slightly, her feet stomping the ground, and her body shot up like a cannonball, landing steadily at the stadium's top. They say the higher you stand, the farther you see. But standing atop the stadium's steel frame, all Chen Ping saw was a vast, hazy mist, as if standing on a cloud. Only the ground below was visible. Everything else was shrouded. In the mist, faint monster roars and eerie creaking sounds echoed. Shi Wenho spread his arms as if sensing something. Soon, he pulled out several white formation flags from his backpack. Each flag was tied with several star source stones. Using his hands, he carved strange symbols on the flags, then activated the star source stones and tossed the flags into the mist. No one knew where they went. It's time to see what this forbidden zone core is. Gentle breeze, clear moon, dispel all evils. Break! Suddenly, fierce winds howled through the sky. Chen Ping watched as the thick mist in front of them was blown away. Beams of light erupted from different parts of the stadium, shooting into the sky. Those were the formation flags Chi Wonho had thrown, forming a grand array that summoned the wind, blowing the mist away. The thick mist over the entire stadium was quickly swept clean. Chen Ping felt as if his blindness was cured. Everything became clear and open before him, and he saw the true scene inside the school stadium. Hiss! Chen Ping couldn't help but gasp. He saw that the stadium was packed with lizard monsters. All kinds of lizard monsters. There were ordinary big-mouthed lizards, blood crystal lizards, venomous lizards, black-armored lizards, dual-bladed lizards, and even a massive, bloated two-headed lizard. They were everywhere. There were at least 200 or 300 of them. 200 or 300 monsters appeared right before his eyes, forming a dense, suffocating sea of monsters. Only now did Chen Ping finally understand how lucky the students in the teaching building were. Because the core of the forbidden zone was here, the other lizard monsters were just scattered around. The few lizard monsters in the teaching building were just strays. The real terror of the forbidden zone was here. In the center of this sea of monsters, Chen Ping saw an enormous lizard monster. Its legs were thick like pillars, and it stood upright. Even crouching, it was over 10 meters tall. On its back were small bat-like wings, and its entire body was surrounded by a blood-red energy. Blood-red veins, like pulsing vessels, crawled over its body. And its aura was growing stronger by the second. Chen Ping didn't even need to get closer. Just watching from a distance, he could feel the terrifying pressure coming from that lizard monster. "This is the lizard dragon," Xiao Wushuang said in a deep voice. "A 4-star forbidden zone monster. Lizard dragon." Xiao Yi's expression also turned serious. Long Chaner crossed her arms and sneered. "Looks like the intel was wrong. This misty forbidden zone has clearly reached the threshold of a C-rank zone. The lizard dragon is still in its growth stage. If it fully matures, this misty forbidden zone will become a complete C-rank zone." Chen Ping was stunned, realizing the severity of the situation. "Then what should we do now?" The other 4 teammates silently glanced at Chen Ping. "What else can we do? Of course, we take it down." Long Chaner's lips curled into a slight smile, and a terrifying aura surged from her body. "The core of this forbidden zone is simple. It's that lizard dragon in the center, constantly getting stronger. As long as we kill it, this forbidden zone will collapse. Simple?" Chen Ping looked at the densely packed horde of monsters in the stadium below and couldn't help but swallow nervously. So many monsters. Can a few of them really handle this? Just as he had this thought, there was a sudden movement beside him. Long Chaner directly jumped toward the stadium below. In the sunlight, her figure was graceful yet powerful, diving straight into the horde without a hint of fear. "Dragon Fawn Squad, all members listen up. Attack!" Xiao Wushuang laughed loudly, dragging his massive blade and jumping down after the captain. The roaring red motorcycle echoed through the stadium, plunging straight down into the monster horde. "Hey, hey, hey! I haven't gotten on yet." Chen Ping anxiously watched the motorcycle race off without him. Below, hundreds of lizard monsters noticed the intruders and erupted in furious roars, charging at them. Boom! 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 Explosive collisions rang out one after another. Long Chaner charged directly into the monster horde. Her combat skills were precise, and every punch and kick carried terrifying power. Any lizard monster, whether 1-star or 2-star, exploded into pieces the moment she struck. One punch, one monster. Xiao Wushuang's massive blade danced in his hands, sending out flashes of sharp, unstoppable light across the battlefield. Chen Ping could barely keep up with his movements. All he saw were flashes of blinding light, followed by lizard monsters being sliced into two, without exception. Xiao Yi rode her motorcycle, which was engulfed in blazing flames, like a wild, fiery steed. Wherever she drove, the lizard monsters were crushed into dust, shattering their formation with ease. She was like a wild horse galloping across the plains, unstoppable by any monster. Despite the presence of 200 or 300 monsters, the 3 of them had turned the battlefield upside down. The 3 C-rank awakened squad members fought with an almost artistic precision, leaving Chen Ping in awe. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Chen Ping felt a chill run down his spine. He saw Long Chaner's figure, like a swimming dragon, rushing straight toward the core, the lizard dragon. A dragon-shaped energy wave swept across the battlefield, shattering dozens of lizard monsters in front of her. The violent energy even turned into a whirlwind, making Chen Ping's cheeks sting. A dragon-shaped crack tore through the ground along her path. Chen Ping stared in shock at her figure. A C-rank awakened of the metal body type, that powerful? Who told you our captain is a C-rank metal body type? Shi Wonho, who was also watching the battle, smirked proudly. Our captain is an awakened of the divine descent type. A B-rank divine descent emerald sky divine dragon. A B-rank divine descent awakened? Shen Ping's pupils slightly contracted, and his face showed shock once again. No wonder Long Chaner seemed so strong, she was a B-rank awakened. Wasn't that the same rank as his sister? Divine Descent Awakened had 6 realms: sensing the divine, invoking the divine, commanding the divine, perfecting the divine, transforming into the divine, and the legendary heavily divine. Every Divine Descent Awakened could be considered a messenger of a god, capable of borrowing divine power. And the gods behind each Divine Descent Awakened could be different. The Divine Azure Sky Dragon, Shen Ping had heard of it. It was considered one of the top 10 divine beings for Divine Descent Awakened. Once someone reached the commanding the divine realm, they would be among the best of B-rank awakened. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chana rampaged across the battlefield like a tyrannosaurus, the ground of the stadium crumbling in pieces. There were many lizard monsters around her, vicious and fierce, but none of them could even get close to her. Shen Ping watched those incredible long legs, filled with boundless power, casually sending lizard monsters weighing several tons flying with a single kick. Beautiful legs. But Shen Ping imagined for a moment, if he took a direct hit from those legs, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 10 days or even half a month. B-rank awakened, terrifying. Wait, that's not right. Long Chaner is a B-rank awakened, but you guys are a C-rank awakened squad? Shen Ping looked at Chi Wenho beside him, puzzled. What are you thinking? A team can only be classified as a B-rank awakened squad if all its members are B-rank. In a city like Nantang with a population of several million, there are only 3 B-rank awakened squads, Shi Wenho explained with a smile. But, although we're a C-rank awakened squad, we're actually the strongest of the 15 C-rank squads in Nantang City. Down in the stadium, a wild laugh echoed. Second form, Crimson Lotus Hellfire. Riding her motorcycle, Xiao Yi suddenly soared into the air. Red patterns appeared on her motorcycle, glowing brightly. Then the bike shattered, transforming into various metallic components that flew into the air, wrapping around her fiery figure. Clank, clank, clank. With the clashing of metal, Xiao Yi turned into a warrior clad in blazing red armor. Over a dozen gun barrels appeared on her palms, shoulders, knees, and chest. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Flames erupted, and a storm of bullets swept across the battlefield. Lizard monsters were riddled with holes, their flesh exploding under the hail of bullets. The armored warrior's chest launched missiles and energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Destructive explosions erupted throughout the stadium. The concrete floor shattered, and dust filled the air. One group of lizard monsters after another was blown apart, screaming in agony. Holy crap! Shen Ping's eyes went wide, glowing with excitement. What is that? Iron Man? Shi Wenho laughed and explained, Xiao Yi is a B-rank awakened of the artifact control type, a famous master artificer in Nantang City. That motorcycle is her life-bound artifact, Crimson Lotus. Shen Ping took a deep breath. Another B-rank awakened? He realized he had underestimated this team. The blazing red armored warrior swept across the battlefield. Her eyes emitted scorching energy beams, slicing through several lizard monsters. Where the beams passed, the monsters' bodies were melted in half, with glowing molten gold dripping from the wounds, instantly scorching the edges. Shen Ping then looked expectantly at Xiao Wushuang and Shi Wenho. Are you two also B-rank? Shi Wenho shook his head. Of course not. If we were, this squad would be a B-rank awakened squad too. Xiao Wushuang is a C-rank peak awakened of the elemental type. I'm a C-rank peak awakened of the feng shui type. Oh. Shen Ping nodded in understanding. Your team seems a bit heavy on the female side. Shi Wenho's face instantly fell. He glanced at Shen Ping with a hint of resentment, his facial muscles twitching slightly. He wanted to refute but didn't know how. In the stadium's center, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted. The lizard dragon was enraged. Its wings unfolded, and an immensely powerful energy surged out, forming a deep crimson shockwave. Xiao Wushuang, who was charging forward, was swept away by the wave. But Long Chaner shattered the shockwave with a single punch, letting out a dragon's roar in return, facing the lizard dragon. The dragon's roar was shockingly powerful, completely suppressing the lizard dragon's own roar. The lizard dragon's voice was utterly drowned out by the roar of a delicate, beautiful woman. Red energy around the lizard dragon rapidly condensed, gathering in its mouth, then blasted toward Long Chaner. Blazing crimson energy erupted, lighting up the entire stadium. Long Chaner didn't dodge. Her delicate fist clenched, her long leg bent back, A faint white phantom dragon seemed to coil around her body. As she spun, she punched straight at the lizard dragon. A massive force burst from her fist, transforming into a powerful white dragon shadow that tore through the crimson energy ahead and struck the lizard dragon's head. Boom! The impact exploded. The lizard dragon's head was struck, blood splattered, and it let out a pained roar, its massive body staggering backward. Long Chonner closed in, her smooth, straight, long leg suddenly kicked into the lizard dragon's belly. Her raised leg delivered a side kick, and the overwhelming force caused a ring-shaped shockwave. The lizard dragon's thick, tough belly caved in, sending ripples of impact across its body. With a miserable howl, the lizard dragon, over 10 meters tall, was sent flying into the sky by that single kick. Long Chonner, wrapped in the phantom dragon's aura, rose after it like a dragon soaring into the heavens. Then she unleashed a dazzling combo: Dragon Claw, Dragon Elbow Strike, Dragon Head Smash, Dragon Tail Whip. One twisting white flash after another exploded. The lizard dragon's entire body was mercilessly assaulted by Long Chonner's overwhelming attacks. Finally, Long Chonner soared above the lizard dragon, her body spinning. Her long, flawless white leg lifted high, the dragon's phantom around her leg transformed into a majestic dragon's head overlooking the world. Commanding the divine, dragon splits earth. Her long leg slammed down, like a divine white dragon descending from the heavens, crashing straight onto the lizard dragon's head. Boom! Chen-Ping saw a white dragon crashing down to earth. The ground shattered into pieces. The lizard dragon's head exploded, its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. He saw that incredibly powerful lizard dragon, killed just like that by a series of kicks. His eyes were filled with amazement. That kick even summoned a dragon? So cool. So this is the power of a divine descent awakened? Chen-Ping couldn't help but feel a bit envious. When he used to borrow the power of the gods, he thought B-rank awakened were nothing special. But now, facing a true B-rank awakened with his own strength, he could clearly feel the tangible sense of pressure and the enormous gap in power. Thinking of this, the slight arrogance that had arisen in him due to his rapid strength improvement quickly faded away. If he wanted to break free from the god's control using his own strength, he still had a long way to go. He needed to work even harder. Work harder to use his own power to solve the crisis of possession by the 7 gods. The lizard dragon fell. Chen-Ping noticed that the entire forbidden area seemed to have lost some kind of support. The thick white mist that enveloped the space between heaven and earth began to dissipate. All the lizard monsters active within the forbidden area were in chaos, crying out in panic. Chen-Ping could even sense that the strength of all the lizard monsters in the stadium had significantly weakened, likely reduced to only 60 to 70% of their original power. The members of the Dragon Fong Awakening Squad swept across the battlefield with even greater ferocity. Whether it was Chao Yi's Crimson Lotus Flames or Long Chonner's dragon-like attacks, they left Chen-Ping deeply shocked. They were like battle goddesses blooming on the battlefield, their attacks dazzling and powerful. Lizard monsters that appeared terrifying to Chen-Ping felt like grass being cut down. Chen-Ping suddenly felt envious of other types of awakened beings. Their combat style was so much more impressive than his own, which was purely close combat as a Vajra-type awakener. Soon, the monsters in the entire stadium were completely cleared out. Long Chonner extracted a glowing red orb from the heart of the lizard dragon. Wow, we've found something good. This is an extremely rare dragon pearl. It's not only a 4-star dragon monster's energy crystal but also contains the power of the Forbidden Zone's core. Long Chonner held the red pearl with great excitement, examining it under the sunlight, her face full of joy. Chen-Ping also looked at the pearl with great curiosity. In the Forbidden Zone, all sorts of miraculous items could appear. Some of these were known as spiritual objects, while others were called natural treasures. These were all excellent materials for crafting, alchemy, or even cultivation, and treasures related to the Forbidden Zone's core were of immeasurable value. Moreover, the higher the level of the Forbidden Zone, the more valuable the treasures related to its core. A year ago, Wei Donghai from the Xia Kingdom had accidentally obtained the Sumeru Divine Pearl, the core of an A-level Forbidden Zone, which allowed him to break through to the over-limit level of an S-class awakener, causing a global sensation. Now this blood-red dragon pearl was merely a product of a C-level Forbidden Zone's core. Its value couldn't compare to the Sumeru Divine Pearl, but treasures related to the Forbidden Zone's core were inherently extraordinary, far superior to ordinary natural treasures, which was why Long Chonner was so excited. Ha, what's so great about a lousy pearl? Heh, the joy of mortals. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Chen-Ping's mind. The gods had appeared again. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen-Ping's mouth, and he probed, "Oh, so you bunch of cowards finally decided to show up? You're driving me mad. Who are you calling cowards? I am the future king of the world, unafraid of anything. Exactly, brother Qinping, I don't like hearing you say that. Xiaoping, who are you insulting? Sure enough, the gods were provoked. Qinping narrowed his eyes and asked, then tell me, why was there no sound from you as soon as I entered the forbidden zone? Was it because you were afraid? Of course, it was due to special reasons. Yes, because of special reasons, we couldn't speak. Qinping pressed further, what special reasons? Cannot be said, cannot be said. Speaking of such things involves heavy karma, I fear you can't bear it. Ping, listen to mom, give up that thought. Knowing such things will do you no good. When the gods touched on this topic, they became surprisingly consistent, turning into mysterious riddle speakers. Qinping appeared very angry. You keep saying you treat me like family, yet I nearly died in the forbidden zone, and you didn't even make a sound. Is this what you call family? What? You almost died? Ah, brother, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. But please don't misunderstand. It's not that we didn't care, we really couldn't do anything. Yes, even though we knew you were in danger, the forbidden zone is just too special. We couldn't lend you power. Anyway, it's great that you're safe. The gods each expressed their concern for Qinping. But Qinping keenly noticed a new piece of information. Analyzing their words carefully, he realized that not only could the gods not intervene in the forbidden zone due to some reason, but they also knew nothing about what he experienced there. They weren't just unable to speak, they were completely unaware of anything. This was the crucial point, the forbidden zone could sever his connection with the gods. Qinping quietly noted down this significant discovery. By the way, Ping, we should congratulate you. Congratulations on becoming stronger again. As expected of my chosen master, your potential is extraordinary. Woof! These gods suddenly seemed to change their attitude, now showering Qinping with praise. They were likely trying to divert his attention. But little did they know, Qinping took every word from them very seriously, never missing a single detail. The forbidden zone was broken. The mist dissipated. What remained was to clear out the scattered forbidden zone monsters. Armed personnel with loaded guns flooded into the campus. Gunshots rang out. One monster after another was struck by bullets, letting out wretched howls as they fell. Low-level forbidden zone monsters had little resistance to modern firearms and were quickly shot down, collapsing helplessly in pools of blood. From here on, the cleanup could be handled by ordinary armed forces. Watching the rescued teachers and students being evacuated, Qinping finally breathed a sigh of relief. He began to leave the stadium with the Dragon Fang squad members. Qinping, your performance was excellent. Our Dragon Fang squad believes in clear rewards and punishments. This dragon crystal and these 10 star source stones are your reward for this mission. With a flash of light from her bracelet, Long Channer produced a blood-red dragon crystal and 10 star source stones. Thank you very much. Qinping accepted the dragon crystal and star source stones with delight. Although 10 star source stones were far fewer than the hundreds given by his sister, this was still his first salary earned with his own strength, and the sense of accomplishment was entirely different. As for the blood-red dragon crystal, it was the second treasure extracted from the lizard dragon's body, out of 10 in total, and Long Channer generously gave him one. The dragon crystal contained a special essence of dragon blood and could be considered a spiritual object, highly beneficial for cultivation. A 4-star Forbidden Zone leader was a treasure in itself. The same was true for awakened monsters. What a pity! When Qinping previously borrowed the god's power to eliminate powerful awakened monsters, he never thought of taking anything. With just a bit of force, the monsters would be killed without leaving a trace. Thinking back now, it felt like a missed opportunity. Alright, Qinping, the mission is over. We will take our leave now. Long Channer smiled and said goodbye to Qinping. Rumble. Xiaoyi rode her motorcycle to Qinping's side, blinking her bright eyes with a smile. Little brother Qinping, do you still want to ride on sister's motorcycle? Qinping was stunned for a moment. Looking at Xiaoyi leaning forward slightly on the motorcycle, her hips slightly raised, his face couldn't help but turn red. Her sexy, curvy figure, slim waist, long legs, and slightly plump, youthful oval face with a charming smile and her peach blossom eyes were incredibly seductive. As a shy young student, Qinping was completely unprepared for such teasing from an older sister. Seeing Qinping's slightly flustered expression, Xiaoyi laughed even more happily. Her gaze swept over Qinping's strong upper body, and she said, "If you want to ride sister's motorcycle, then work hard on your training. If you are lucky enough to become a sea-level awakener, you will have a chance to join our Dragon Fang squad. We just happen to be short one member." Only then did Qinping remember that most awakened squads were made up of 5 members. You are the strongest among the sea-level awakened squads, so why are there only 4 of you now? Chen Ping's curiosity was piqued. But for some reason, as soon as he mentioned this, the entire team's atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Even Xiao Yi stopped smiling and exchanged an awkward glance with Long Chaner. Chen Ping instantly realized he might have touched a nerve. It's fine, it's not something we can't talk about. Long Chaner began to explain. We had a team member, Fang Ziming, who died during a mission 2 months ago. I'm sorry. Chen Ping looked at Long Chaner and the others apologetically. Long Chaner smiled and waved it off. It's nothing. It's all in the past. The work we do is always full of danger, isn't it? We've seen too much of death. Chen Ping felt a heaviness in his heart. When he saw the Dragon Fang squad's perfect teamwork and impressive combat power before, he had almost forgotten one thing: battles for awakened squads were deadly, and death was an all too common occurrence. Unknown awakened monsters, terrifying forbidden zones that appeared out of nowhere. Sometimes, to prevent greater casualties among innocent civilians, the awakened agents of the Special Event Handling Bureau often had to race against time to rescue and fight. Many times, they were not fully prepared and often underestimated just how terrifying their enemies could be. The combat personnel of the Special Event Handling Bureau in Nantang City were undoubtedly in a high-risk profession. Yet, in this turbulent era of the Great Awakening, there were still many awakened beings who chose this path. Alright, even though it was really painful back then, people must look forward. Long Chaner turned to comfort Chen Ping instead, smiling. Look, haven't I already found a suitable new recruit now? You, a D-level peak awakener, managed to fight desperately and kill over 20 lizard monsters when danger struck. You have strength and courage, and your future is limitless. If you are interested in protecting Nantang City, then once you truly become a C-level awakener, we will definitely come looking for you. Long Chaner looked at Chen Ping with admiration and made a promise. It was the first time Chen Ping was recognized and praised by other powerful awakeners based on his own strength, and his heart surged with excitement. But at this moment, Chi Wenho leaned closer to Chen Ping and whispered, Chen Ping, calm down for a bit. Don't get too swayed by our captain's speech. You should know that our fallen member Fang Ziming was also a Vajra-type awakener with a tough body. Ah? Chen Ping's eyes widened, and his face twitched slightly, suddenly feeling much calmer. Chi Wenho, whose side are you on? Long Chaner clenched her fist and immediately punched him. Ouch. I just think our future teammate has the right to know. Is that wrong? I don't care, you did that on purpose. Don't you believe in reason? My fist is the reason. Thud, thud, thud. Ah. Chi Wenho was beaten into a pig's head in no time. Even as a swollen-faced pig head, Chi Wenho didn't forget to extend a trembling finger, pointing at the furious woman, and said to Chen Ping, see, this is our captain. You? Long Chaner's chest heaved with anger, her fury clearly visible. Watching the Dragon Fang squad members interact, Chen Ping couldn't help but laugh. This feeling, it wasn't so bad, was it? Nantang City High School coverage type: Forbidden Zone Disaster. Code name: Mist Lizard. Level: C level, 3-star, top. Core: 4-star monster, Lizard Dragon. Casualties: 65 dead, 267 injured. Handling personnel: Special Event Handling Bureau, Dragon Fang Squad. Result: successfully destroyed the Forbidden Zone core. All lizard monsters were exterminated, and the Forbidden Zone disaster was cleared. In the command center of the Special Event Handling Bureau, Xiang Jiqiu, tall and covered in golden brilliance, was silently looking at the first-hand report. Captain Xiang, have you discovered something important? A middle-aged man with a refined appearance walked over. Director Wang. Xiang Jiqiu greeted the newcomer with respect, then continued looking at the report, speaking in a sullen tone. For some reason, the number of awakening disasters in Nantang City is increasing year by year. It's not just Nantang City, the awakening disasters in our G province are also increasing every year. Director Wang shook his head. This time, the Forbidden Zone disaster, though not of high level, occurred in a school, a densely populated area, and the casualties are still terrifying. Sigh. We must do a good job in the follow-up cleanup and comforting work. Xiang Jiqiu nodded and took out a photo. This is? Director Wang looked at the young man in the photo, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This is the student I mentioned before, Chen Ping. He is a Vajra-type awakener. It was because of his timely action during the Forbidden Zone disaster, killing more than 20 lizard monsters, that greater casualties were avoided. Xiang Jiqiu explained. Director Wang suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Just a D-level awakener, but he played such an important role. Truly, heroes emerge among the young. He's the student you previously suspected might be the guardian god of Nantang City, right? It seems now that suspicion can be dismissed. After all, if he were the guardian god, there would be no need for the Dragon Fang squad, and the high school wouldn't have suffered such casualties. It was a very simple logical deduction, the most straightforward judgment, based on the strength and character of the 7 gods. Xiang Jiqiu continued to look at the photo, a young figure, his school uniform stained with monster blood, his metallic fists cold and hard, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. This was a photo secretly taken by a student. That gaze shows no trace of hesitation or retreat. As an extreme awakener of the Vajra type, Xiang Jiqiu's face unexpectedly showed a hint of admiration. Director Wang, did you know? Director Wang looked at Xiang Jiqiu with curiosity, only to find a stronger sense of curiosity and a desire for exploration on his face. The Awakener Management Bureau just investigated Chunping's awakening ability yesterday. This student, Chunping. A few days ago, he was still at the early stage of D-level awakening. As soon as the words fell, Director Wang was stunned on the spot. The entire command center fell completely silent. The night sky was clear. Stars filled the sky like an ocean. Exhausted all over, Chunping returned to his warm home. His body was covered in wounds, and his inner strength was almost completely drained. Every muscle ached terribly. These were the aftereffects of high-intensity combat. But it didn't matter. Chunping discovered that his physique was somewhat special. He could recover just by eating. To reward himself, he ordered 20 roasted chickens and 200 hamburgers this time. The delivery boy, with a face full of terror, used a small cart to place the 20 roasted chickens and 200 hamburgers outside Chunping's door. Through the gap in the door, he could still see a man with a bare upper body, covered in wounds, smiling and looking at him with a kind expression. "Ah, your delivery has arrived. I'm leaving." The delivery boy shivered all over, turned around, and fled in panic. Chunping shrugged, moved all the food inside, and happily started his dinner. He had to admit, after exhausting himself, his appetite was much larger than before. Even after devouring 200 hamburgers and 20 roasted chickens, he only felt about 70% full. A warm flow surged within his body, quickly helping him recover energy and heal his wounds. Some of the wounds torn open by Forbidden Zone monsters sizzled as they rapidly scabbed over under the warm current. For lighter wounds, even the scabs began to peel off, revealing the smooth, white skin beneath. The recovery speed is so fast. Is my physique really a Vajra type? Chunping felt a bit surprised and curious in his heart, but he didn't dwell too much on this question. Instead, he took out 10 star source stones and 1 dragon crystal, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. These were his spoils of war. Chunping skillfully devoured the 10 star source stones. His cultivation level significantly increased, but it was still at the D-level peak. Crossing from D-level to C-level was not something that could be achieved just by consuming star source stones. This was a major boundary, a great divide. No matter how many star source stones some people consumed, they would remain stuck at the D-level peak, just like how some people could awaken, while others could not. It was a matter of personal talent limits. To step from D-level to C-level, awakeners with extraordinary talent could rely on personal insights and training, breaking through with their own efforts. Those with strong backgrounds could break through using realm-breaking pills or cultivating powerful secret techniques. Those with extraordinary luck could receive a legacy, enter a secret realm, and gain a unique opportunity for a breakthrough. In the Great Awakening era, there were many ways to advance. There were always more solutions than problems. Whether through hard work or by seeking a powerful mentor in the awakening world, there was always hope of becoming a C-level awakener. Chunping calmed his thoughts and shifted his focus to the dragon crystal in front of him. The dragon crystal was a spiritual item for cultivation, extremely valuable in the awakening world, with remarkable effects when used for training. This was Chunping's first time encountering such a spiritual item, so he couldn't help but play with it in his hand. The crystal wasn't hard. Touching it felt like touching a monster's skin, soft and elastic. He searched online for how to absorb dragon crystals, and following the method instructions, he began to devour the dragon crystal. Very soon, an extremely powerful energy began to surge into his body. This energy was very different. If the energy of the star source stones was like a warm current nourishing his entire body, then the energy inside the dragon crystal was like an unruly little dragon, violently rampaging through his body, striking his flesh again and again, making his muscles tougher and his internal organs more resilient. Chunping experienced an incredibly strange sensation, even letting out a soft moan involuntarily. When the energy inside his body was completely absorbed, Chunping felt a bit of pain all over, but at the same time, his entire body felt clear and refreshed, with his blood flowing smoothly and powerfully, leaving him feeling relaxed and full of energy. Absorbing a dragon crystal once. was like experiencing a perfect full-body treatment. Is this the joy of being an awakener? The corners of Chen Ping's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This batch of spoils allowed him to solidify his D-level peak cultivation, but taking one more step forward was still very difficult. Chen Ping wasn't in a hurry. Cultivation was always a long process. He picked up the small knife on the table and forcefully slashed it against his skin, but only a faint white mark appeared, not even breaking his skin. It wasn't that the knife wasn't sharp, his skin was just too tough. Chen Ping knew that his skin now possessed the hardness of iron. Peak of the iron refinement stage, a body like iron. In a martial arts world, that would definitely be the realm of being invulnerable to swords and spears. Thinking of this, the curve of Chen Ping's smile grew wider. He felt very happy, put on his boxing gloves, and excitedly practiced his punches. He ended up punching continuously for 3 whole hours. Even the gods in his mind got annoyed. Punching for so long, aren't you bored? Brother Chen Ping, can you turn on the TV and let us watch something? Ha! The efforts of mortals. This kind of punching won't make you stronger. Chen Ping's face darkened. Then tell me, how can I become stronger? Give your body to me, and you will taste the power that surpasses all living beings. Chen Ping chuckled, forget it. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't want to be a god. With that, he continued punching. However, feeling in a good mood, he turned on the TV for that big brother god who kept calling him little brother, playing the anime One Piece. That big brother god loved watching One Piece. After watching it, he would often dream of becoming a king. Chen Ping liked it too, but what he liked was the core spirit of One Piece. An ordinary rubber boy who yearned for freedom, endured countless hardships, and used his simple rubber ability to defeat one powerful enemy after another, rising from a weak mortal to become a king. Every time he saw the rubber boy fighting against powerful foes, Chen Ping would feel his blood boil and be deeply inspired. Look, such an ordinary boy, with such an ordinary fruit power, could still defeat monsters that seem like gods, right? If the rubber boy could do it, so could he. He also wanted the gods in his mind to feel the charm of the rubber boy. Chen Ping continued to punch while watching. He was already at the latest episode. A big title appeared on the screen. Fruit Awakening, Human Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Nika Form. Chen Ping's face suddenly froze. He kept punching while watching, and the plot reached its climax. The mystery was revealed. The adventurer who rose from an ordinary boy to a big shot didn't need a simple rubber fruit. Its real power was actually that of the sun god Nika. The rubber boy wasn't a mortal, he was a god all along. Chen Ping fell silent. The gods in his mind also fell silent. At that moment, Chen Ping felt an urge to smash the TV with his iron fist. But he held back. Brother Chen Ping, did you see that? Your favorite anime has revealed the truth of the world. Only gods can stand at the pinnacle of the world. The big brother god in his mind was completely thrilled. Brother Chen Ping, do you want to become the rubber boy? Bang! The TV suddenly exploded. Chen Ping's iron fist punched through the TV, sending out sparks. Early the next morning, Nantang City High School resumed normal classes. However, there were now many armed soldiers with live ammunition on campus. The buildings damaged by the Forbidden Zone monsters were also repaired at an extremely fast speed. The morning sunlight spread across the campus, making it bright and clean, as if nothing had ever happened. In this era of frequent disasters, one terrifying awakening disaster after another had long numbed most people's nerves. People's acceptance and tolerance of disasters had reached their highest level. When disasters struck the students, they only felt unlucky, thinking they had bad luck. But they wouldn't dwell on it too much, nor would they be too scared to live a normal life. Of course, necessary psychological counseling was still needed. Today's classes were all led by psychology teachers and experts, responsible for counseling the students. As Chen Ping walked onto the campus, he noticed that many students were looking at him with admiration. Some female students even had a shy glow in their eyes, whispering among themselves. When they saw him looking over, they would quickly avert their gaze, their faces blushing. Is that Senior Chen Ping? I heard he can defeat a lizard monster with one punch, as powerful as a war god? That's right. I heard he not only wiped out all the lizard monsters in our teaching building but also stood alone in front of the building, blocking the terrifying wave of monsters. They say when the Dragon Fang squad arrived, the monsters at his feet were piled up like a mountain. Wow, is he really that strong? I also heard that Shin-Chi is an awakener too, but he only dared to hide in the equipment room without coming out. Even Song Xiao, such a gentle girl, dared to fight alongside Chen Ping. How can there be such a huge difference between awakeners? From now on, Chen Ping is my male god. All the way, students were quietly discussing Chen Ping's heroic deeds. Shin Ping felt like he had become a big name at the school. Excellent in both character and academics, skilled in both literature and martial arts. He seemed to have no flaws. Shin Ping wasn't quite used to this atmosphere yet. No matter where he went, he was the center of attention. When he walked into the classroom, someone, he didn't know which smart person started it, suddenly began clapping. Then, the entire classroom burst into thunderous applause. Shin Ping was completely embarrassed, forcing a smile as he greeted all his classmates. "Brother Ping, from now on, you are my idol." Back at his seat, his deskmate Zhao Liang spoke excitedly. Shin Ping could even see the light in Zhao Liang's eyes. It was a look of admiration. "Idol? That's too much, way too much. I'm just your competitor." Shin Ping spoke seriously. He didn't want to be an idol. Being an idol didn't make money. Shin Ping spent the entire day feeling uncomfortable. In just one day, he received over 100 friend requests, dozens of carefully prepared small gifts, secret glances from various female classmates, and male classmates treating him like a big brother. Now, he had become the most popular student at Nantang City High School. Some students even called Shin Ping the #1 of Nantang City. Shin Ping really didn't want to be this famous. He felt he couldn't even walk around holding hands with Song Xiao properly. Along the way, there were always classmates excitedly whispering and gossiping. After school, Shin Ping held a soft little hand and walked forward. Song Xiao looked a bit embarrassed, mainly because she didn't know how to face Shin Ping. "About me being a sea-level awakener. I didn't mean to hide it. I was just afraid you might see me differently because of it." Song Xiao spoke softly, her pretty little face showing guilt and unease. Shin Ping smiled gently. "It's okay. Everyone has their secrets. I can understand. In fact, when the Forbidden Zone disaster happened, you still decided to stand by me and fight, even at great risk. Nothing else really matters." Song Xiao's eyes sparkled with emotion as she looked at Shin Ping. "But I do feel a bit puzzled. A sea-level soul-type awakener is a hot commodity. Major awakening organizations should all value you. If nothing else, joining any large awakening organization would bring you fame, wealth, and power far beyond that of an ordinary top student." Shin Ping voiced his doubts. Hearing this, the girl perked up, raised a crystal-like jade finger, and spoke seriously. "Do you know? The 10-year survival rate of a soul-type awakener is only 75%. But that's just on the surface. For a sea-level soul-type awakener, the danger level is the highest among all awakening types. Their 10-year survival rate is only 60%. Because sea-level awakeners have basic soul power, they are strong at dealing with many strange abilities. That's why most large awakening organizations assign the most dangerous and unpredictable tasks to sea-level soul awakeners. So, they die the fastest." Song Xiao explained seriously to Shin Ping. Shin Ping's mouth opened slightly. He found he had no reason to refute her. Song Xiao was still so afraid of death. Or rather, as a sea-level awakener, she seemed to have become even more afraid of dying. Returning to his warm home, Shin Ping glanced at his phone and found that his sister still hadn't replied to his message. It had already been 3 days. It was as if his sister had completely lost contact. But Shin Ping didn't find it particularly strange. After all, at his sister's level of strength, it was normal for her to enter a high-level forbidden zone without a signal from time to time or to go into seclusion for a few days whenever she gained some insight. Shin Ping was already used to it. He adjusted his thoughts and continued sweating profusely while practicing his punches. As he practiced, his proficiency in the 9 Suns True technique kept increasing. He found that he actually had a natural talent for punching. The profound and complex principles in the 9 Suns True technique were clear to him at a glance, and he could quickly grasp them. His mastery of the technique gradually progressed from the beginner level to the proficient level. Shin Ping could feel the fiery energy inside him rushing through his meridians endlessly. He could feel the energy rapidly accumulating in his chest, ready to be released as a powerful energy blast at any moment. The 9 Suns True technique was a mid-grade Shen-level combat technique, perfectly compatible with Vajra-type awakeners, allowing Shin Ping to rapidly enhance his combat power. To put it simply, Shin Ping felt that he was definitely strong among awakeners of the same level. D-level peak awakening ability, 9 Suns True technique, mysterious energy blast, plus the second-grade spiritual weapon, the Xiangba gauntlets. With all these high-quality enhancements, Shin Ping felt he could at least touch the threshold of a sea-level awakener, right? Anyway, his combat power was definitely much stronger than that of Song Xiao, a sea-level awakener. There was no doubt about that, right? Thinking of this, Shin Ping confidently practiced a few more sets of punches. He practiced for an entire night. The next day, Shin Ping took a shower and went out. One advantage of being a Vajra type was having an abundance of energy. Arriving at school, Chen Ping took the opportunity during class to take a good nap. In the afternoon, the school held a teacher-student assembly. A large group of students gathered at the flag-raising platform. The principal delivered a passionate speech about how the school would rise from adversity after the disaster. Finally, an award ceremony was held. Student Chen Ping has been named one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Nantang City, awarded as an excellent league leader of Ji Province, and recognized as a 3-good student of Ji Province. Let's congratulate student Chen Ping. Let's give the warmest applause to welcome our hero of Nantang City High School to the stage to receive his award. In an instant, the entire school was filled with thunderous applause. All the students sincerely clapped and cheered for Chen Ping. The applause woke Chen Ping up, making him briefly wonder if he was still dreaming. How did he suddenly gain so many titles? Would this add bonus points to his college entrance exam? Chen Ping was a bit confused, but with everyone congratulating him and pushing him forward, he walked to the stage under the red flag. I don't think I filled out any application form? Chen Ping muttered to himself. It's okay. The teachers filled it out for you. The dean looked at Chen Ping with a kind smile, his eyes full of fatherly love and appreciation. So this is what it feels like to be the number 1 of Nantang City High School? Not bad at all. Chen Ping unexpectedly received a series of awards, making him a well-known figure at Nantang City High School. Even when he slept in class, the teachers would look at him with kindness and understanding instead of being strict. After school on Friday, he had 2 days of free time. But Chen Ping didn't want to spend it doing practice questions to improve himself as usual, because if he continued like this, his only option would be getting into the top university of Xia Kingdom, Beijing University. But now, that goal was no longer his only one. He had a higher pursuit. After awakening, what he desired even more was the world of awakeners. His current goal was the highest supernatural academy in Xia Kingdom, Kunlun Academy. In the Great Awakening era, with 100 million people awakening worldwide, just in Xia Kingdom, the number of awakened exceeded tens of millions. Because of this, countless awakening forces sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Some were mysterious and unpredictable, some dominated entire regions, and some stirred up waves in the mundane world, becoming famous. But no matter how powerful an awakening force was, when facing Kunlun Academy, they had to bow their heads and obey, acting according to the laws set by Kunlun Academy. Kunlun Academy was the national pillar of Xia Kingdom. Most awakeners dreamed of joining Kunlun Academy. Just like how students aspired to get into Beijing University, Kunlun Academy, as a vast platform, possessed incredibly rich cultivation resources, an unfathomable heritage, and countless advanced cultivation techniques. It was even said to have many mysterious cultivation secret realms. Every student who joined the academy would have the chance to infinitely raise their awakening potential. So anyone who could join the academy was guaranteed to have an infinitely bright awakening future. This was why Jiang Wenxian had been so arrogant when he had the chance to join Kunlun Academy. After all, it was truly something worth bragging about. Chen Ping logged onto the official website of Kunlun Academy, filled out some basic information about himself in the introduction section, including the honors he received today, and then submitted it. There were many ways to join Kunlun Academy. Some were recruited by academy teachers themselves, some were selected through resume screening, some were specially recommended by internal members, some were referred by large awakening forces, and some simply applied on their own. But regardless of the method, everyone had to go through a series of tests to finally be admitted. Chen Ping wasn't in a hurry. He just submitted a resume to give it a try. As soon as he finished submitting his resume, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhao Liang calling. Hello, Liang, what's up? Chen Ping's tone was relaxed. Brother Ping, it's like this, there's an event tonight, and I want to invite you to come along. Zhao Liang's nervous voice came through the phone. Chen Ping frowned slightly. An event? Is it something important? Let me say this first, I'm not interested in those wild parties you rich kids love, so don't interrupt my training. Come on, it's definitely not one of those drinking and girl-chasing parties. Don't I know your standards, Brother Ping? Zhao Liang sounded excited on the phone. It's like this, a big shot from the awakening world is coming to our circle tonight. I thought, Brother Ping, you're also an awakener, right? Maybe you could chat with them, get to know each other. Who knows, it might help you in the future. Chen Ping was slightly stunned. A big shot? How big? I can't say for sure, but you'll know when you meet them. Zhao Liang replied. Chen Ping thought seriously for a moment. Given that he was currently facing a bottleneck in his cultivation, going out for some exchange might help. Who knows? He might even find a chance to break through to sea-level awakening. After carefully considering it, he nodded. All right. I'll go with you then. Great, brother. I'm coming to pick you up right now. Zhao Liang sounded extremely excited. Soon, the roar of a sports car echoed outside the gates of Tangcheniping community. When Chen Ping walked to the gate, he saw an eye-catching sports car, a Koenigsegg. Its sleek black and white lines and streamlined design made it look like a noble and elegant beast, crouching on the ground, ready to transform into lightning at any moment. So cool. Is this the joy of being a rich kid? Chen Ping saw Zhao Liang step out of the sports car, dressed in a stylish and handsome outfit, looking like a trendy young man. He waved excitedly, "Brother Ping." Passers-by turned their heads, looking at Chen Ping with surprise. For a rich kid like Zhao Liang to call him brother, could this seemingly ordinary young man also be a low-key big shot? Chen Ping smiled at Zhao Liang, his smile becoming a bit more genuine and warm. Old Zhao, not bad. This big toy must be worth millions, right? Zhao Liang's happy expression stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong? Chen Ping looked at Zhao Liang with a puzzled face. Nothing, get in the car. Zhao Liang quickly recovered his smile, eagerly inviting Chen Ping. Today, Chen Ping was wearing a cool black and white sports outfit, which showed his respect for Zhao Liang's event. It also matched the sports car perfectly, making him look like the coolest guy at any party they were going to. The sports car roared to life and sped off. The sun gradually set. Soon, they drove to the riverside. This was the largest river in Nantang City, called Yong River. The river was wide, and with the arrival of the Great Awakening era, its water volume had become even fuller, stretching out like a vast, silver ribbon reflecting the starry sky. By the riverside, a massive white cruise ship was quietly docked. In the open-air parking lot beside it, luxury cars were parked everywhere, clearly indicating a major event was taking place. Zhao Liang parked his sports car in the parking lot. He seemed to be quite popular in this circle. As soon as he got out, several well-dressed people approached him to greet him. "Young Master Zhao. Brother Zhao, you're here." A few young men dressed casually and flamboyantly walked over. Each of them had a beautiful, sexy woman by their side, with somewhat polite, friendly smiles on their faces, though their looks were all rather typical of social media influencers. Zhao Liang enthusiastically greeted the group. "Oh, Brother Zhao, who is this beside you?" "Oh, he's my brother, Chen Ping." Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance. He's one of Nantang City's top 10 outstanding youths, the guy who, during the Miss Lizard Forbidden Zone incident, killed a horde of Forbidden Zone monsters with just his fists. Zhao Liang introduced him with excitement. Everyone looked surprised. "So, you're the hero of Nantang City High School? Ah, the one who single-handedly killed hundreds of Forbidden Zone monsters? Oh my god, a pleasure to meet you." Everyone immediately became enthusiastic, especially the beautiful influencer-like girls. Their bright eyes scanned Chen Ping from head to toe, their gazes practically sparkling. Chen Ping hadn't expected that he had apparently single-handedly killed hundreds of monsters, but he still maintained a polite smile and warmly greeted the group. "Ha, killed hundreds of Forbidden Zone monsters all by himself? Zhao Liang, I can't believe you said that with a straight face." A woman with flowing long hair, dressed in a black trench coat and marten boots, strode over. Her face had a touch of sharp beauty, her eyes were fierce with a hint of mockery, and she sneered, "A D-level awakener can barely handle a few Forbidden Zone monsters at best. Who are you trying to impress here? Tan Mengxiu, you weren't there, so what are you even talking about?" Zhao Liang retorted, unconvinced. "Heh, I wasn't there, but I've never seen a pig fly either," the woman sneered. She waved her hand, and a burly man in a suit with sunglasses stepped forward beside her, looking imposing. "My bodyguard here is also a D-level Vajra-type awakener. Don't tell me I don't know what a Vajra-type awakener is capable of? If your brother Chen has the guts, let him spar with my bodyguard." Chen Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected someone to target him so quickly, especially since he hadn't even said anything. Zhao Liang stepped forward, shielding Chen Ping, and said coldly, "Tan Mengxiu, are you doing this on purpose? I brought my brother to attend the banquet, not to fight your bodyguard." Then he leaned over slightly, whispering, "Brother Ping, be careful. That Tan Mengxiu is from the Tang family, which has close ties with the Heavenly Soldiers group. She's being so aggressive right away, this is probably connected to the Heavenly Soldiers group." Tan Mengxiu looked at Chen Ping with a mocking smile. "Oh my, the great hero of Nantang City High School needs to hide behind a mere mortal? Truly worthy of being the mighty warrior who killed hundreds of Forbidden Zone monsters. Ha ha ha, can't keep boasting, huh? A freshly awakened D-level weakling, thinking he can show off at a banquet? Our brother sure could slap him so hard his own mother wouldn't recognize him." The people around Tan Mingqiu, including the tall bodyguard, all began laughing in sync. Zhao Liang sneered, such a clumsy provocation. Do you really think we'll fall for it? But as soon as he said that, he heard the sound of metal clinking behind him. He turned around and saw that Chen Ping had already silently put on his Xianba gauntlets. Fine. I'll spar with your bodyguard. Chen Ping agreed cheerfully. Zhao Liang? Chen Ping stepped out from behind Zhao Liang, still wearing a gentle smile. He looked at the bodyguard, whose smile had become a bit stiff, and eagerly asked, "Shall we stop at first contact? Or go all the way to life and death?" The noisy, laughing crowd around them suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the young man who had silently put on his gauntlets and accepted the challenge with a smile. Tan Mingqiu was stunned. She had intended to provoke Chen Ping, but it was just a mocking remark from a superior position. She never expected Chen Ping to agree so readily and so quickly that she didn't even have time to hesitate. To stop at the first strike. Or to fight to the death. What a heavy statement. But Tan Mingqiu saw that the boy's expression was extremely serious, not joking at all. Brother Ping, are you serious? That bodyguard next to Tan Mingqiu, Shi Jintao, is said to be a D-level peak Vajra type. And he's extremely skilled at combat. He's even the chief instructor at a martial arts gym. Zhao Liang looked at Chen Ping with worry. A martial arts instructor? Even better. Chen Ping's eyes shone brightly. Oomph, ignorant brat. Just because you killed a few Forbidden Zone monsters, you think you're unstoppable? I've beaten more Awakeners than you've ever seen. Now let me teach you how to behave. The tall bodyguard beside Tan Mingqiu couldn't hold back any longer. He strode forward angrily, his joints cracking as he moved. Muscles bulged under his bronze skin, exuding a sense of raw power, and a terrifying aura burst forth. The young men nearby stepped back in fear. Chen Ping turned to Zhao Liang. Old Zhao, you should step back. Brother Ping. Calm down. There's no need for this fight at all. Zhao Liang was anxious. He hadn't brought Chen Ping here to start a conflict. No, this fight is necessary. Chen Ping's expression was serious. Zhao Liang didn't know why, but he saw a hint of eagerness in Chen Ping's eyes. Could it be his brother actually wanted to fight? Zhao Liang fell silent and wisely stepped back. At this moment, many people around them focused nervously on Chen Ping and Shi Jintao. They're really going to fight? This is too sudden. What's so sudden about it? Wasn't it Tan Mingqiu who came looking for trouble? If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it either. The hero of Nantang City High School versus the chief instructor of Tianjin Martial Arts Gym? This is going to be interesting. Hero of Nantang City High School? That title means nothing in the awakening world. A mocking voice came from the crowd. Some people turned in displeasure to see who had spoken, only to find it was a young man in a Taoist robe. Next to him stood Su Xiao, a well-known figure in Nantang City, who was following him respectfully. Who is that guy, acting so arrogant? He's Li Han, a core disciple of the longevity sect. Better not mess with him. Many people looked at the young man with a mix of respect and fear. The longevity sect was a renowned awakening force in Nantang City, the strongest Qi cultivation sect in Ji province. That young brother Chen Ping's willpower is still lacking. He fell for the provocation so easily. If he were just an ordinary Vajra-type awakener, that would be fine. But his opponent is Shi Jintao. Shi Jintao not only has the strength of a D-level peak awakener, but he also has extremely rich combat experience. And as far as I know, that Chen Ping has only recently awakened. He hasn't joined any major awakening force, has no cultivation techniques, and has little combat experience. How could such a naive, inexperienced awakener possibly win? Some experienced observers also began commenting on the situation. Those who had been impressed by Chen Ping began to feel uncertain. Many of the young men looked at the confident young boy with doubt, and the same question popped into their minds. Where does this Chen Ping get his confidence from? On the field, the boy was still smiling, and his eagerness to fight was clear. You still haven't answered me. Do we stop at first contact, or go until one of us is dead? Chen Ping smiled, his bright eyes fixed on Shi Jintao. Disputes between awakeners often ended in deadly battles. Shi Jintao had originally wanted to sneer and say, "I'll kill you with one punch, you brat." But when he saw the boy's gaze, for some reason, a chill ran through his heart. Almost reflexively, he muttered, "Oomph, it's a nice evening banquet. I'd rather not kill anyone." Good. Chen Ping nodded and assumed a combat stance. Shi Jintao's aura suddenly sank. The concrete beneath his feet cracked, and he shot toward Chen Ping like a cannonball. Ha! He roared like a tiger. Before his body reached Chen Ping, his voice did. It was fierce and intimidating. Many of the rich young men around were so shocked that they instinctively backed away, some feeling a ringing in their ears, others feeling their legs go weak. This was Shi Jintao's signature technique, Tiger Roar Soul Shaker. As he roared, his figure lunged forward like a fierce tiger, his fist crashing down toward Chen Ping's head, accompanied by a sharp, explosive sound of air being torn apart. In that instant, Chen Ping didn't show any fear. His expression was unexpectedly calm, his dark eyes reflecting the incoming fist, his pupils tracking its trajectory. A punch so fast that ordinary people could barely see it, but Chen Ping saw it clearly. With a subtle shift of his body, he avoided the terrifying punch. The sharp sensation of the air being split by the punch brushed painfully against his face. Chen Ping's aura suddenly sank as well. The Nine Suns' true technique surged wildly, and the fiery energy within his body had already condensed in his fist. The black gold gauntlet resonated with this energy, creating an intense wave of power. His waist twisted slightly, and the force spread through his entire body. His fist shot out with explosive speed. So fast! Shi Jintao had no time to block. The fist, like a falling meteor, crashed toward his body. The surface of the metal gauntlet emitted ripples of energy, instantly piercing through his defensive gap and struck his face directly. Boom! A blast of air erupted. Shi Jintao's hardened face twisted under the impact of the metal gauntlet, his iron-like face dented inwards. But blood sprayed from his facial features. Shi Jintao's massive body was sent flying backward by the terrifying force, hurtling over 10 meters away. With a loud crash, he smashed into a sports car, and the carbon fiber exterior of the car caved in. His body was deeply embedded in the car, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. His eyes rolled back, his body twitched once, then went completely still. The entire scene fell silent. The so-called experts who had been speaking confidently earlier were stunned. Zhao Liang and the others, who were about to cheer, were left speechless. Even Tan Mingqiu, who had been so confident and eager, stood frozen in place, unable to recover from the shock. Is it over? They said Shi Jintao would definitely beat Chen Ping, but he was knocked out with one punch? How is this possible? He's the chief instructor of Tianjin Martial Arts Gym. Many people looked at the scene in shock. Some of them turned their gazes to the core disciple of the longevity sect, Li Han, the one who had confidently declared that Chen Ping would lose and had even given an in-depth analysis. Now, this scene was a complete slap in the face. I see, this Chen Ping is not inexperienced in combat at all. His awakening ability is strong, his physical quality is on par with Shi Jintao, and he possesses a high-level combat technique, Li Han commented, his face calm and thoughtful, as if he wasn't the one who had predicted Chen Ping's loss. The crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Even after being humiliated, he could still analyze the situation so calmly, truly worthy of being a disciple of a major sect. Oops, did I use too much force? Standing in the center, Chen Ping awkwardly looked toward Shi Jintao and saw that he was completely unconscious. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Is Shi Jintao okay? Tan Mingqiu. Go see if he's dead. Two other men in suits stepped forward from behind her and checked on Shi Jintao. Chen Ping stood there, feeling slightly embarrassed. Actually, after his strength had increased so quickly, he had been wanting to find another Vajra-type awakener as a reference to see how his strength compared to other Vajra-type experts. And here was the perfect opportunity. How could he pass it up? Since they were both D-level peak Vajra-type awakeners, Chen Ping had chosen to fight with full force out of respect. He hadn't expected the other guy to be so weak, getting knocked out with a single punch. He's fine. He just fainted. The two bodyguards finished checking the injuries and reported. Chen Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, looking at Tan Mingqiu with some confusion, he asked, Sister Tang, are you sure your bodyguard is really a D-level peak Vajra type? You didn't just make that up to fool me, did you? Veins bulged on Tan Mingqiu's forehead, and her chest heaved with anger. This damn Chen Ping. Chen Ping's words were brutal. Tan Mingqiu's face flushed red with anger. She glared at Chen Ping, clenching her fists involuntarily. Ha ha ha, Sister Tang, calm down. Calm down. Zhao Liang cheerfully stepped forward to mediate. That was truly an amazing match. My brother Ping just got lucky and won. Sister Tang, you're not really angry, are you? Are you planning to interfere in a fair battle between awakeners? Zhao Liang spoke with a joyful tone, clearly feeling smug. Tan Mingqiu was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she couldn't find any sharp words to counter him. Humph. A fight between awakeners is won or lost. I admit your friend has some skill. At this point, if she didn't acknowledge Chen Ping's strength, it would be slapping her own face. Ah, my car. One of the young men covered his head in agony, staring at his sports car with a large dent from the crash. It's just a sports car. What's the big deal? Since Sister Tang's bodyguard initiated the fight, she will naturally handle the damage. Don't you think so, Sister Tang? Zhao Liang said loudly, smiling at Tan Mingqiu. Tan Mingqiu's face turned pale with anger. Humph, of course, I will handle this little matter. She waved her hand. One of her bodyguards went to carry away the unconscious Shi Jintao, while another began arranging compensation for the damaged sports car. Behind her, several more burly bodyguards stood silently, giving her the air of a pampered young lady. All right, it's over. Everyone, disperse. It's all done. Sigh, I thought we were going to see a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided beatdown. The hero of Nantang City High School lives up to his name. I almost got swayed by some people here. The young rich kids started to disperse, but some walked up to Zhao Liang and Chen Ping, eager to make friends. Brother Ping, your performance just now was amazing. Yeah, as a fellow Vajra-type awakener, you're on a completely different level from that martial arts gym instructor. From now on, you're my idol. Brother Ping, my name is Zhang Yan. Can I add you on WeChat? Many people warmly greeted Chen Ping. At first, they had been polite but somewhat indifferent. But after this battle, their attitude toward Chen Ping had changed drastically. They went from being casually friendly to sincerely wanting to befriend him, with even a hint of admiration in their eyes. To them, awakeners weren't rare. But a young awakener who could knock out a trained D-level peak awakener with one punch was almost unheard of, a true genius. Zhao Liang was naturally delighted by this change and eagerly acted as the introducer, helping both sides get acquainted. Chen Ping followed Zhao Liang and the others onto the massive luxury yacht docked by the shore. On the yacht's open-air stage, small star-like lights were strung up, making the decorations especially delicate and beautiful. This is Zheng Guofu. This yacht belongs to his family. Zhao Liang introduced. Hello. Chen Ping showed a polite, professional smile. Young heroes truly emerge early. I saw your match just now from the ship, and it was truly impressive, said a middle-aged man in a burgundy suit, smiling brightly. Oh, it was just luck, Chen Ping replied modestly. He looked around and saw many young men and women dressed elegantly, mingling and chatting. Many young women wore gorgeous evening gowns and delicate makeup, like beautiful butterflies fluttering among the crowd, conversing and smiling gracefully. Some of the women even focused their attention on Chen Ping and Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang was one of the most prominent figures here, the son of the richest man in Ji province. A group of younger followers surrounded him, and girls constantly came over to flirt and show their interest. Chen Ping also felt like he had become more attractive tonight, with an endless stream of girls trying to invite him. But he wasn't interested in any of them. He only cared about the person Zhao Liang had mentioned. Who exactly is the big shot from the awakening world you mentioned? It's not Tan Mengxiu, is it? Chen Ping asked curiously. How could it be her? Zhao Liang rolled his eyes. My family may not be in the awakening world, but we have a team of awakeners who don't fear the Tang family at all. Oh? Chen Ping's eyes lit up slightly. So who is it? Master Zhao, young Master Chen. At that moment, a young man in a black Taoist robe walked over. He was quite handsome, followed by a few other men in similar robes. Their attire was completely different from the evening wear of the banquet, making them stand out. Hello, and you are? Chen Ping looked at the newcomer curiously. He is Li Han, a core disciple of the longevity sect, Zhao Liang said excitedly. Longevity sect? Chen Ping quickly remembered it was the top Qi cultivation sect in Ji province, also very famous in Nantang City. So it's Taoist Li. A pleasure to meet you. Chen Ping greeted with a hint of surprise. Perhaps because his sister was also a Qi cultivator, he had a natural fondness for cultivators. Your performance just now outside the ship was impressive. Li Han spoke slowly. You've probably heard of our longevity sect, right? Although we focus on Qi cultivation, we also have many high-level body refinement techniques. I can use my authority to give you a chance to join the longevity sect directly, making you one of our disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, a stir spread around them. Chen Ping can directly become a disciple of the longevity sect? That's an amazing opportunity. I'm so jealous. Hearing this, Zhao Liang and Chen Ping were both stunned. Chen Ping's face showed a kind smile, but he politely shook his head. Sorry, Taoist Li. I already have somewhere else I want to go. Li Han's expression darkened slightly. You're rejecting me? Chen Ping was surprised. Am I not allowed to refuse? Li Han's voice turned cold. Do you know how many people would fight desperately for a chance to join our longevity sect? You will regret this in the future if you miss this opportunity. Chen Ping couldn't stand Li Han's arrogant attitude, but he held back his anger and shook his head again. I really have somewhere else I want to go. Sorry. Then tell me, where do you want to go? Li Han asked unhappily. I want to go to Kunlun Academy, Qin Ping replied. The crowd fell silent again, and many people looked at Qin Ping with surprise. Ha ha ha, Kunlun Academy? Li Han laughed. Do you even know how hard it is to get into Kunlun Academy? Forget about you, even a sea-level awakener would find it nearly impossible to enter. What are you thinking? I just want to get in. I will work hard for it. Qin Ping wasn't angry. Instead, he spoke very seriously. Many people looked at him with astonishment. Some were surprised, while others couldn't help but chuckle softly. Fine, then keep dreaming. I already gave you a chance. Li Han shook his head with disappointment. I thought you were someone with potential. What a pity. He turned and walked away. Qin Ping glanced silently at Zhao Liang. This is the big shot you mentioned? Zhao Liang stiffly shook his head. Qin Ping nodded, feeling that Zhao Liang wasn't completely out of his mind. Not far away, Tan Mingqiu, who had been silently watching Qin Ping, sneered. Just a little bit of success, and he's already so arrogant. If he had ever met real Kunlun Academy students, seen how monstrous and powerful they are, he wouldn't set such a ridiculous and laughable goal. An elderly man beside her nodded and added, everyone knows Kunlun Academy is the top supernatural academy in Xia Kingdom. But without climbing its mountain, you cannot see its peak. Only those who genuinely try to join Kunlun Academy truly understand how terrifying that place is. Tan Mingqiu scoffed. Simply put, he's like those naive elementary school kids who keep saying they will go to Beijing University one day. The old man shook his head. It's probably even harder than an ordinary person getting into Beijing University. As they spoke, a beastly roar came from the riverbank. A golden-maned, one-horned lion slowly walked over, ridden by a young man who looked carefree and arrogant. Behind him, several others wearing similar attire also rode fierce, intimidating exotic beasts. The beast-taming sect people have arrived. That's the genius of the beast-taming sect, Ning Beiyan? He looks so young. I'm more envious of his mount, that's a 4-star exotic beast, the golden-maned unicorn lion. So cool. On the yacht, many people turned to look at the newcomers. Riding a 4-star exotic beast was far more impressive than arriving in a sports car. Even some of the awakeners on the yacht looked at them with envy. Not every awakener could own an exotic beast as a mount. Exotic beasts were naturally fierce and rebellious, extremely difficult to tame. Only soul-type awakeners who specialized as beast tamers could train them to become mounts. Therefore, those who owned exotic beasts as mounts were usually beast tamers. The beast taming sect was the top sect in Xia Kingdom for soul-type awakeners, known for producing powerful and even legendary beast tamers who could command terrifying exotic beasts in battle. Boom! 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 The golden-maned unicorn lion walked toward the yacht, its heavy steps making the yacht's metal deck tremble, showing its massive weight. Excuse me, but exotic beasts are not allowed on the yacht. Please leave your beast in the designated holding area. A well-dressed female attendant approached respectfully. The young man looked at her and smirked. Ha! My little gold never leaves my side. Are you saying you don't want Ning Beiyan to board this yacht? Roar! The golden-maned unicorn lion beneath him suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The female attendant's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Ha! The young man looked up at the terrace above. As if understanding his thoughts, the golden-maned unicorn lion leaped more than 10 meters into the air. Its body soared several stories high, its golden fur shimmering under the moonlight, like a massive golden ball landing directly on the upper deck of the yacht. Boom! The heavy weight of the exotic beast landed, making the entire yacht tremble. Oomph! There's nowhere in Nantang City that Ning Beiyan can't go. The young man sat atop the golden-maned unicorn lion, facing the shocked guests on the yacht, speaking arrogantly. Qin Ping was stunned. He turned to Zhao Liang. Is this the big shot you mentioned? Zhao Liang shook his head. No, it's not. Qin Ping nodded, feeling a sense of amazement in his heart. These awakeners. They are all so arrogant. Am I being too low-key and embarrassing other awakeners? Roar! The golden-maned unicorn lion roared at everyone on the yacht. Its imposing presence was like a mountain king surveying its territory. The young man sitting atop the 4-star exotic beast had an arrogant expression, a slight smile on his lips, clearly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. He merely gave Zhang Guofu a slight nod. President Zhang, my little lion ran onto the yacht. You don't mind, do you? Of course not, of course not. Having the prodigy Ning Beiyang at our banquet only adds to its prestige. Zhang Guofu replied with a bright, friendly smile. TCH. Tan Mingqiu snorted disdainfully. Li Han, however, walked over with a smile, trying to strike up a conversation with Ning Beiyang. Ning Beiyang sat atop the golden-maned unicorn lion, looking down on everyone he spoke to. Anyone who wanted to talk to him had to look up, and he seemed to greatly enjoy this feeling. Seeing this scene, Qin Ping felt that the so-called geniuses of the longevity sect weren't much. Compared to the prodigies of the beast-taming sect, the difference was huge. But thinking about it, it made sense. The longevity sect was just a famous sect in Ji province. But the beast-taming sect was one of the top 10 sects in Xia Kingdom, a true powerhouse representing Ji province. The difference in status was massive. Qin Ping curiously examined the golden-maned unicorn lion. This lion, over 5 meters long, was truly eye-catching. Its bright, piercing eyes and golden fur shimmered under the moonlight, and its body contained a vast and overwhelming energy. If it slammed its paw down, it could probably crush the entire yacht. A 4-star exotic beast was equivalent to a 4-star monster in a forbidden zone. In other words, this lion was comparable to the lizard dragon the Forbidden Zone Lord Qin Ping had seen before. Thinking of it this way, the display of status was indeed impressive. No wonder Ning Beiyang could be so arrogant. He definitely had the right to be. Qin Ping felt a bit envious. He wondered when he would have such an impressive mount. At this moment, he stood among the crowd, just another nobody. Everyone's attention seemed to be focused on Ning Beiyang. The gods in his mind seemed to have guessed Qin Ping's thoughts. He. Xiao Ping, you want an impressive mount too? That weak little cat is nothing to be envious of. I, your great master, am the beast king of all realms. Be it divine beasts ruling regions or sacred beasts dominating eternity, they all must bow before my throne. If you let me take over your body, you can ride whoever you want, no exceptions. The voice of the domineering god boomed with pride. Keep dreaming. If I fall for your tricks, I'd be an idiot. Qin Ping replied with a cold sneer, completely unmoved. He continued watching Ning Beiyang's performance from the sidelines. Now that Ning Beiyang was the center of attention, many people went to strike up conversations with him. Qin Ping had no intention of going over. He didn't have the habit of looking up to talk to someone. His focus shifted to the banquet's food. Only then did he realize he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Thinking of this, he began grabbing all kinds of desserts, seafood, and steaks, eating heartily. This dessert is so soft and delicious, sweet but not too much. Wow! The lobster is so tender, and the steak is incredibly flavorful and chewy. The banquet food was of high quality, and Qin Ping was having a great time eating. He finished one table after another. Zhao Liang was stunned. Brother, you really can eat. Tan Mingxiu, who had been secretly watching him, was also dumbfounded. Is he a rice bucket? Many people at the banquet noticed Qin Ping's massive appetite and couldn't help but look over in surprise. But Qin Ping didn't care about their stares. It was like being at a buffet. As long as he ate, he was winning. Attention-seeking clown. Trying to steal my spotlight with gluttony? Ning Beiyang also noticed Qin Ping's actions, his brows furrowing slightly. He found Qin Ping annoying, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking Qin Ping was just a clown. Someone like that couldn't compare to a true prodigy like him. But before Ning Beiyang could bask in the spotlight for long, a clear and melodious cry suddenly pierced the sky. The bustling crowd on the yacht instinctively looked up. High above, a spirit kite tore through the clouds, appearing in everyone's sight. The spirit kite was over 10 meters long, its feathers a blend of azure and crimson, with its tail feathers displaying a dazzling array of colors. Under the silver moonlight, it left a long trail of spiritual light, looking absolutely beautiful, like a divine bird descending from the heavens. On the back of the spirit kite stood a graceful, unmatched figure. Draped in a flowing red phoenix robe, her sleeves embroidered with mandarin ducks, and holding a silver spear that shimmered under the moonlight, she looked like a phoenix descending to earth, arriving solely to dazzle all living beings. Nearly everyone on the yacht subconsciously stepped aside, making way for a large open space. The golden-maned unicorn lion below let out a low growl, its fur standing on end. It instinctively stepped back. Zhao Liang excitedly grabbed Qin Ping's sleeve, speaking urgently, Brother Ping, that's the big shot from the awakening world I told you about. Sigh, with an entrance like this, you don't even need to tell me. Qin Ping nodded. The spirit kite descended gracefully onto the open space of the yacht, stirring up a gust of energy-filled wind. The woman on its back gently leapt off, landing as lightly as a feather, completely silent. Only now did Qin Ping have a clear view of her face. Her warm, gentle eyes seemed to hold the poetry of autumn. Her rosy lips were more beautiful than any flower. Her beauty was both dazzling and enchanting, yet also carried a sense of purity, creating a paradoxical but captivating charm. Many of the young playboys on the yacht, who had seen countless beautiful women, were now staring in a daze. It was as if a true celestial maiden had descended to the mortal world. The crowd that had surrounded Ning Beiyan earlier all turned their awe-filled gazes toward this woman, completely uncontrollable. Ning Beiyan's spotlight was utterly crushed. He was angry, but also helpless. Zhang Guofu stepped forward with a bright smile. "Welcome, Taoist Qin. We've been waiting for you." The well-dressed businessman greeted the woman respectfully. The woman returned the gesture with a smile. "Sorry for the delay, something came up." Her voice was soft and gentle, a stark contrast to the powerful aura she had displayed when she arrived. This made her seem even more charming. "Taoist Qin? What kind of title is that?" Chen Ping asked curiously. "Seriously, Brother Ping? You're already part of the awakening world, and you don't know what a Taoist is?" Zhao Liang stared at him in disbelief. Chen Ping looked at Zhao Liang seriously. "I wasn't an awakener before, so why would I care about those titles? That's why I'm humbly asking you now." Zhao Liang felt something was off with that answer, but he still explained patiently, "Taoist, it means a Kunlun Taoist. In Kunlun Academy, among the Qi cultivators, the top 12 are chosen based on their talent, character, strength, and many other factors. These 12 are called the 12 Kunlun Taoists." These words were like thunder in Chen Ping's ears. His interest was instantly piqued. Kunlun Academy was the awakening force he had always wanted to join, and this Qin Taoist was actually one of the best in Kunlun Academy, a genius among geniuses. He remembered his sister mentioning once that she also wanted to strive for a place among the 12 Kunlun Taoists. He didn't know if she had succeeded, but he could tell that achieving such a title was an extraordinary feat. Zhao Liang, still excited, continued, "Her real name is Qin Xiaoyu. She is a famous prodigy in the awakening world of Ji Province. As one of the 12 Kunlun Taoists, she is also a role model for all cultivators in the awakening world. Recently, in the southwestern cultivation world of Xia Kingdom, she has earned another title, the Southwest Divine Flower." Southwest Divine Flower. Chen Ping looked at the woman surrounded by the crowd. To have a title representing an entire region clearly showed her high status in the awakening world, so she was truly a big shot in the awakening world. But isn't she a Qi cultivator? How does she have such a high-level exotic beast as her mount? Chen Ping pointed at the massive, colorful bird with radiant feathers, which had just forced the golden-maned unicorn lion into a corner with a single glance. "That's the 9-colored spirit kite, a 6-star beast king." Zhao Liang's eyes sparkled with admiration. It is said that the 9-colored spirit kite has divine beast bloodline. Even a soul-type beast taming master might not be able to tame such a creature. Some exceptionally talented experts can subdue high-level exotic beasts through their personal charm. It seems that the Southwest Divine Flower is one of them. Chen Ping suddenly understood. So it was possible to tame an exotic beast with personal charm? Then there was hope for someone like him with Vajra-type abilities too. Thinking of this, Chen Ping felt a surge of excitement for the future. "Taoist Qin, I am Tang Mingqiu from the Tang family. Could I have your contact information? If you ever need the Tang family's help in the future, please feel free to let me know." Tang Mingqiu looked at Qin Xiaoyu like an excited fan, her eyes burning with admiration. "Of course." Qin Xiaoyu's smile was gentle, and she agreed very kindly, without the slightest arrogance of a top awakener. She almost always responded positively to others' requests, instantly gaining the affection of many. "Oh dear, I got so caught up chatting that I haven't even had dinner yet." Qin Xiaoyu smiled lightly. "Taoist Qin, would you like something to eat? We have everything here." Zhang Guofu eagerly offered. "From land to sea, we have several tables full of dishes." Yes. Sister Qin, this way for the food." Tang Mingqiu eagerly led the way, pointing to a spot on the terrace. "Wow, there really are so many delicious." Qin Xiaoyu began to praise, but the words got stuck in her throat. She saw that the tables filled with delicacies were now just a pile of greasy, empty plates. A boy holding a roasted turkey leg stood there, looking at her awkwardly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The boy looked at the turkey leg in his hand, then at Qin Xiaoyu. After hesitating for a moment, he raised the turkey leg toward her and said, Are you here to eat dinner? I haven't taken a bite of this turkey leg yet." "Here." Chen Ping felt very awkward. He was just happily eating on the side. The person who arrived was supposed to be an otherworldly fairy. But why did this fairy suddenly say she wanted something to eat? Do fairies even need to eat? Helpless, Chen Ping handed the only remaining turkey leg to the woman in front of him. "Oh, thank you." Qin Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. But for some reason, she actually accepted the large turkey leg. She even wrinkled her delicate nose slightly, seeming to take a sniff of the turkey leg's aroma. What happened here? Zheng Guofu looked at the messy dining tables, clutching his head in horror. It was that Chen Ping. He ate all the food from several tables. Tang Mingqiu pointed angrily at the boy who hadn't even wiped his mouth clean. What? Chen Ping ate all the food? Is he crazy? How can he eat so much? That's not even scientifically possible. Everyone was stunned. Then some people's faces showed anger and disdain. This guy is so rude, eating all the food meant for everyone. Exactly, now what are we supposed to eat? What will Daoist Qin eat? Did he come to the yacht just to freeload on food? Facing the crowd's accusations, Chen Ping looked completely innocent. But, I asked the waiter. She said once the food on the tables runs out, it can be replenished. No matter how much I eat, they can bring out more. Chen Ping's explanation made everyone pause. Zhang Guofu looked toward the nearby waitress. Cold sweat dripped down the waitress's face as she quickly explained, "That's right. We are urgently preparing more dishes, and they will be served soon." I see, Zhang Guofu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Good, is that what we should be focusing on? Tang Mingqiu's eyes widened. Exactly. Isn't the main point that Chen Ping acted so disrespectfully? When Daoist Qin arrived, he showed no respect and even ate all the banquet's food? Li Han smiled and added, watching Chen Ping and Qin Xiaoyu with a look of amusement. Chen Ping, oh Chen Ping. Didn't you want to enter Kunlun Academy? Now I'll show you what it feels like to offend a prodigy from Kunlun Academy. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. What's the big deal? Qin Xiaoyu said casually while eating the turkey leg. By the way, this turkey leg is really good. Thanks. She smiled at the slightly awkward boy by the dining table, raising the half-eaten turkey leg as if making a toast. On the yacht, countless people's eyes widened. Daoist Qin actually ate the turkey leg Chen Ping gave her? And she seems to be really enjoying it. Everyone's feelings became extremely complicated at that moment. No one expected that the high and mighty goddess would so unceremoniously eat the boy's turkey leg and look so satisfied doing it. Chen Ping saw that the woman's rosy lips were slightly stained with oil from the turkey leg, but she continued eating with great enjoyment. His instincts as a foodie told him she genuinely loved the taste. Under the evening breeze, Qin Xiaoyu's red phoenix robe fluttered like a blossoming divine flower. But this divine flower was munching on a turkey leg, giving a thumbs up while eating, a scene that felt oddly out of place. But Chen Ping thought this fairy-like woman somehow looked even more beautiful now. Sorry, I ate too much. When the new dishes come out, you can eat first. Chen Ping apologized. I can't eat nearly as much as you. Just one turkey leg is enough. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, smiling lightly. Even though she was eating meat with big bites, she looked incredibly cute. By the way, how did you manage to eat all the food from several tables? Are you a divine type awakener who awakened the gluttonous god? Qin Xiaoyu asked curiously. No, I'm a Vajra type awakener. Chen Ping replied. Wow, a Vajra type can eat this much? How do you do it? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen Ping felt a bit helpless. I don't know, maybe I'm just naturally hungry? Ha, you're so interesting. Qin Xiaoyu laughed brightly. The two began chatting happily. But the people around them felt very uneasy. Li Han's face twitched slightly. No, this isn't how things were supposed to go. Daoist Qin is way too good-natured. Tang Mingqiu also found it unbelievable. But then something even more shocking happened. They're calling you Chen Ping. Are you the Chen Ping from Tangchen Ipin community? Qin Xiaoyu asked curiously. Chen Ping hadn't expected such a strange question, but he still nodded. Yeah, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is your sister Chen Xingxiao? Yes, Chen Ping vaguely guessed something. Ha, I knew it was you. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. She quickly walked up to Chen Ping, looking him up and down, and even reached out to pinch his cheek. Wow, your face is so tough. You really are a Vajra type awakener. You know my sister? He asked. Know her? She's my best friend. We're like sisters, always together. Qin Xiaoyu spoke excitedly. Best friends who are inseparable. Chen Ping was a bit puzzled. Why had his sister never mentioned this? What? His sister is actually Chen Xingxiao, the one who joined Kunlun Academy? Oh my god, Chen Xingxiao and Chen Ping are siblings? The crowd watching was shocked. Chen Xingxiao had always kept Chen Ping's information well protected. Unless someone was close to Chen Ping or knew him well, most people didn't know that Chen Xingxiao was his sister. Even Tang Mingqiu and Li Han, who had previously thought Chen Ping was clueless about Kunlun Academy, were stunned. So Chen Ping really did know about Kunlun Academy? After all, his sister was a student there. I've heard her mention it before. She told me her little brother recently awakened, and she even asked me to visit him in Nantang City when I got the chance. I never expected to meet you here on the yacht first. This must be fate. Qin Xiaoyu laughed happily. her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with joy. Really? My sister hasn't replied to my messages lately. What is she busy with? Chen Ping asked curiously. She's in seclusion, trying to break through. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. To be honest, she's a real monster. She's only at the core formation stage, but she's already one of the 12 Taoists of Kunlun Academy. This statement caused another wave of shock across the crowd. Oh my god. Chen Ping's sister is also one of the Taoists of Kunlun Academy? Chen Xingqiao is that powerful? Reaching the 12 Taoists at the core formation stage? No, that's impossible. Every one of the 12 Taoists of Kunlun Academy should be at the nascent soul stage. Li Han's eyes widened, and he shook his head forcefully, clearly thinking this information was unbelievable. Qin Xiaoyu turned to look at Li Han, her bright eyes flashing with a hint of mockery. She smiled. Oh, I remember now. The person Xingqiao replaced was someone from your longevity sect, Lu Tianlu. Li Han stood there as if struck by lightning. He was stunned for several seconds, then shook his head even more frantically. No, that's even more impossible. Senior brother Lu is the pride of our longevity sect. He possesses the rare dual spiritual roots of wind and thunder, and his cultivation has already reached the nascent soul stage. How could he be replaced by someone at the core formation stage? The title of Taoist isn't determined by strength alone. Besides his barely passable strength, how does Lu Tianlu compare to my dear Xingqiu in terms of talent and character? Qin Xiaoyu snorted lightly. Anyway, just wait. When the latest Kunlun rankings are announced in a few days, this news will be officially revealed to the world. I don't have the time to make up stories just to fool you. Li Han felt his legs go weak. Lu Tianlu was the pride of the longevity sect, a candidate for the next sect master, and also Li Han's role model in cultivation. But now, such a dazzling figure had actually been replaced by Qin Ping's sister as one of the Taoists? And he had previously spoken down to Qin Ping, arrogantly offering to let him join the longevity sect. Now, looking back, his behavior seemed like that of a clown. With such a powerful sister, what opportunities couldn't Qin Ping get? Everyone around looked at Qin Ping with shock. Once again, Qin Ping had become the center of attention. Amazing, Brother Ping. You were hiding this so well. So your sister is that strong? Zhao Liang looked at Qin Ping with envy. That means I don't even need to introduce you to big shots from the awakening world. You just need to call your sister home. Qin Ping felt a bit speechless. Actually, he was just as shocked as everyone else. He never expected his sister to be this strong. A Kunlun Taoist. The title alone sounded incredibly impressive. So while he hadn't known, his sister had already reached such a high level. As they spoke, Qin Xiaoyu had already finished the turkey leg. She raised her hand and waved lightly in the air. Instantly, the oil stains on her hands and lips vanished, and she returned to looking like a pure, otherworldly fairy. Well, since I've run into you here, I might as well tell you this now. Besides handling some mundane affairs in Nantang City, I have something important to do. You might be interested too. Qin Xiaoyu's bright eyes blinked as she looked at Qin Ping. It's related to me too? What is it? Qin Ping asked curiously. The corners of Qin Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly, her smile even more dazzling than flowers. Her soft, gentle voice was like a sweet melody. It's a big opportunity. Qin Xiaoyu's tone suddenly became ambiguous and alluring for some reason. The word benefit stirred something in Qin Ping's heart. A big benefit? Qin Ping looked at the woman close at hand, her flawless face under the moonlight, and the words she spoke felt somewhat dreamlike. Yes, this big benefit is related to you. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Qin Ping and smiled, saying, here's the thing. I obtained a barrier key for a Genesis-type forbidden zone in Province G, which allows for the exploitation and clearance of that forbidden zone. Genesis-type forbidden zone. Qin Ping's emotions were slightly stirred. It is widely known that forbidden zones are divided into coverage type and Genesis type. Once a Genesis-type forbidden zone appears, a small world will suddenly emerge in this world. The entire Earth will mysteriously gain an additional piece of inherent territory, as if a separate world is squeezed into this one. Some of these zones are extremely dangerous, while others have little impact on reality. Various private awakening forces often maintain a tacit understanding with official bodies like the Special Event Management Bureau. Private forces handle forbidden zones outside the cities, while the official bureau deals with those within the cities. This not only maintains a balance but also helps the official awakened forces better protect public safety. Of course, to ensure public safety, forbidden zones within cities must be cleared as quickly as possible. Because of this, if other forces arrive in time, they can also assist in clearing these zones. Genesis-type forbidden zones differ greatly from coverage-type ones in that they often contain a completely different, strange world. The probability of rare species and precious treasures appearing in that world is higher, which is why many forces view Genesis-type forbidden zones as high-risk resource collection zones. Many factions would fight fiercely over a single Genesis-type forbidden zone. The one I obtained is quite special, with a unique geographical location, and its surroundings are filled with extremely special barriers, requiring a barrier key to enter. To put it simply, it needs a special entry point. So far, no one has been able to enter that zone. Xin Xiaoyu took out an intricately crafted key, which looked more like an extremely sharp spike than a key. Chen Ping nodded seriously. The harder a forbidden zone is to enter, the greater the opportunities inside. But correspondingly, it would also be more dangerous. But what does this have to do with me? Chen Ping asked again. This kind of difficult to enter forbidden zone was extremely challenging. Even if he managed to get inside, what could he do? That's the interesting part. Xin Xiaoyu raised a slender finger and smiled. To enter this forbidden zone, the conditions are very strict. Not only does it require the barrier key, but the zone is also covered with powerful barriers. It requires 4 people below S rank, each with completely different major realms, to form a special 4 symbols formation to enter the zone. Hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened. The conditions are that strict? Yes, they are that strict. Xin Xiaoyu said excitedly, based on past experience, forbidden zones with such strict conditions are usually artificially modified, likely created by ancient powerhouses as a screening ground. They may contain incredible opportunities. Hearing this, Chen Ping's heart raced even faster. These zones often contain ancient, mysterious inheritances, a chance for any awakened one to rise. But he quickly calmed down. What does this have to do with me? Why would such a great opportunity come to him? I'm currently looking for a B rank awakened one, a C rank awakened one, and a D rank awakened one to join me in entering the zone. The B rank slot I intend to give to the 10,000 Beast sect, as a favor to someone who helped me before. Xin Xiaoyu said, gently stroking the 9-colored spiritual kite beside her. Ning Beiyang crossed his arms, a proud smile on his face. Chen Ping tentatively asked, Ning Beiyang? Yes. Xin Xiaoyu nodded. Ning Beiyang is a genius of the younger generation of the 10,000 Beast sect, with great potential and highly valued by the sect. Although he is only at the early stage of B rank awakening, I still decided to give him this great opportunity. As for the C rank slot, I will give it to the longevity sect. It's just another interest-based deal. Xin Xiaoyu continued. Li Han silently clenched his fist. Only he knew the price the longevity sect paid to secure this slot for him. He would not disappoint his sect's expectations. He would complete all his assigned tasks and become the hope of his sect. Master Brother Lu Tianlu, I will definitely catch up to you. I will help you achieve the goals you couldn't complete. In the future, I will become one of the 12 sons of Kunlun and return the humiliation that woman caused you 100-fold. Thinking of this, Li Han turned his furious gaze toward Chen Ping. Chen Ping was baffled by this sudden glare. How had he offended Li Han? But now was not the time to dwell on that. Chen Ping turned his expectant, excited gaze to Xin Xiaoyu and asked, So you mean, this is related to me because I am the chosen D-rank awakened one? Correct. Xin Xiaoyu snapped her fingers, pointing at Chen Ping with a bright smile. You are the D-rank awakened one I have chosen. It felt like Chen Ping had been struck by a wave of happiness, leaving him dizzy. A Genesis-type forbidden zone, and one with tremendous opportunities. And he actually had a chance to enter it? But that feeling of happiness didn't last long. Chen Ping quickly became alert again. Why me? What price do I have to pay? He asked. You don't need to pay anything just because you are Qin Xingxiao's younger brother. Xin Xiaoyu spoke without any hesitation, and the firmness in her tone surprised Chen Ping. This, because of my sister? You're giving me this huge opportunity just because of her? Chen Ping felt a little uneasy. Why was he suddenly receiving another favor because of his sister? Did my sister do something for me again? Of course not. Your sister is in seclusion and doesn't even know about this. Xin Xiaoyu shook her head. Then she looked at Chen Ping with a gaze that unexpectedly carried a hint of affection. But because you are Xingxiao's brother, I just want to be good to you. There's no big benefit, no complicated reason, just because. I want to. Seeing the sincere and captivating expression on her face, Chen Ping was completely stunned. The other onlookers on the yacht were also dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Chen Ping suddenly get a free slot? Ning Beiyang and Li Han were the most frustrated. The forces behind them had paid a huge price to secure a slot, but Chen Ping, who did nothing, got one too. Why? Just because he had a sister? Ning Beiyang's lips twitched slightly, and his proud expression became hard to maintain. Li Han was furious, his face turning slightly red, but he didn't know what to say. Both of them felt like they had swallowed lemons, their hearts filled with bitterness. Oof. What's there to envy? The lower one's level, the less they can gain from the forbidden zone. Ning Beiyang snorted. Li Han quietly echoed, exactly. Even if he enters a place with ancient inheritances, the benefits he can get are very limited, and the lower his strength, the greater the risk. A D-rank awakened one entering such a high-level forbidden zone is almost asking for death. Let him be happy for now, but this opportunity might become his grave. Their reasoning was sound, but their words were tinged with bitterness. In contrast to their sour expressions, the other people on the yacht enthusiastically congratulated Chen Ping. Some even tried to strike up conversations with him. Even those who had previously been around Li Han and Ning Beiyang now approached Chen Ping, trying to get familiar with him. Chen Ping suddenly found himself surrounded by friendly faces, each smiling warmly at him. But Chen Ping was still very clear-headed. He knew that most of these smiles were directed at his sister. This was the benefit of having high strength. It brought many good people into your life. The benefit I mentioned is this. Of course, all of this is based on your willingness. As long as you agree, we will set off in 2 days, Jin Xiaoyu said, her eyes filled with expectation as she looked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping thought seriously for a moment. In fact, Li Han's words weren't wrong. With his current strength, entering the forbidden zone, regardless of its level, would be extremely dangerous. But he thought of the god in his mind, he thought of his sister, and he thought of his future. Sometimes, if you don't take risks, you have no chance, no capital to fight against the god in your mind. Yes, the risk of entering the forbidden zone was high. But wasn't he already living with the constant risk of being possessed? If he couldn't find an ancient inheritance to change his fate, what else could he do? I am willing to go with you. Chen Ping looked at Qin Xiaoyu and said firmly. Waiting to die was not Chen Ping's style. He preferred to take the initiative. Chen Ping agreed to Qin Xiaoyu. In 2 days, he would set off with Qin Xiaoyu to that mysterious Genesis-type forbidden zone. Qin Xiaoyu gave the three of them time to prepare. Chen Ping felt there was nothing he could prepare. Mainly because he was too poor. He only had a single second-grade spiritual weapon and nothing else. The next morning, he went to school again, but this time, he applied for a few days off with his homeroom teacher. What? You want to take a leave of absence? And for an entire week? Homeroom teacher Hong Jing looked at the well-behaved student in front of her with surprise. Chen Ping spoke sincerely, Teacher, I know that as someone with the top grades in the year, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Nantang City, an excellent student of Province G, and an outstanding youth league leader, taking a sudden week off doesn't look good, but I really have a reason I can't avoid. Hong Jing was briefly speechless but soon calmed down and asked, is it something related to being an awakened one? Chen Ping nodded. Alright, I understand. Since you've chosen this path, I won't make things difficult for you. Hong Jing looked at Chen Ping, her voice filled with sincere concern, but I also hope you understand that even if you've decided to walk the path of an awakened one, studying more is always beneficial. I don't want you to completely give up on your studies. I understand. I never planned to give up on my studies, Chen Ping smiled. The cultivation of an awakened one and studying were never opposites. Learning could help him better shape his worldview and understand the world. Someone who only knew cultivation without studying was no different from a wild boar. The homeroom teacher approved his leave. Returning to his seat, Chen Ping found that someone had prepared breakfast for him, 3 extra-large sandwiches. Chen Ping, I know you eat a lot, so I specially prepared this breakfast for you. I hope you like it. May you be full of energy every day, carrot carrot. Seeing the neat handwriting, Chen Ping instinctively looked in a certain direction. And there she was, the girl also looking at him, her beautiful, jade-like face glowing in the morning light, fresh and charming. Song Xiao smiled brightly at him, raised her delicate fist, and made a cheering gesture. Chen Ping couldn't help but smile. He formed a heart with his fingers in her direction. Song Xiao shyly looked away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her shy appearance was particularly adorable. Feeling happy, Chen Ping picked up a sandwich and started eating. He had actually already eaten breakfast, but 3 sandwiches could serve as a nice dessert. After finishing, Chen Ping focused on his studies. During the self-study period, he carefully reviewed knowledge about forbidden zones. Genesis-type forbidden zones were full of dangers. There were dangers from forbidden zone creatures, threats from mysterious terrains, chaotic energy surges that could appear at any time, and dangerous killing formations and restrictions set by humans. Any of these dangers could be deadly. Even powerful A-rank awakened ones often made the news for entering forbidden zones and never coming back. Sigh. Chen Ping looked at the information in front of him and let out a heavy sigh. The pressure was quite intense. After all, he was just a D-rank awakened one. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, school was over. Shen Ping walked home with Song Xiao. Shen Ping, I heard you're taking a week off? Song Xiao looked at the boy beside her. Yeah. Shen Ping nodded. I'm going to a forbidden zone. It's a rare opportunity. I see. Song Xiao saw the determination on the boy's face and smiled. She clenched her small fist and waved it, her voice crisp. Then I wish you victory, that you gain great opportunities, and return safely. The girl's energetic encouragement eased the pressure in Shen Ping's heart a little. Shen Ping also smiled and nodded, thanks. I will definitely return victorious. The two parted ways at the familiar intersection. Shen Ping watched as Song Xiao's familiar and beautiful figure gradually disappeared at the end of the street. He knew he wouldn't see Song Xiao for many days. Song Xiao walked with her head down, her smile fading. Bathed in the sunset glow, she stepped on her own shadow, biting her lips and walking forward in silence. Her face was filled with conflict and pain. Why? I tried so hard to just be an ordinary person, but you keep walking further down the path of an awakened one. Both of them were awakened ones. But Song Xiao felt that this only made the distance between them greater. She also knew that there wasn't any particularly close relationship between her and Shen Ping, but she still felt deeply upset. It was as if something in her heart had become empty. Shen Ping walked all the way home. He didn't think much else, just focused on preparing for tomorrow's Forbidden Zone expedition. Ning Beiyang and Li Han were nervously preparing everything they needed for the Forbidden Zone. Shen Ping couldn't prepare anything. He could only practice boxing at home like a silly dog. He practiced boxing for 2 hours straight. His entire upper body was covered in sweat. Looking in the mirror, he felt his muscles had become much firmer. Those defined muscles, though not bulky, were full of beauty and strength. With his current strength, taking down a few small monsters shouldn't be a problem, right? Master, you're getting more and more handsome. I really like it. SSS. A voice that was both honest and loyal sounded. Ping Ping, are you really going to the Forbidden Zone? It's so dangerous there, and we can't help you. If you encounter a life or death crisis, Mom will be really worried. A gentle, caring voice also echoed in Shen Ping's mind. Shen Ping shook his head, his expression turning heavy and sorrowful as he said, sigh. My decision is made. If you truly consider yourselves my family and see me as family, you shouldn't be wasting words here. Instead, you should teach me some self-defense techniques to increase my survival rate. His words immediately caused an uproar in his mind. But the uproar wasn't because he spoke firmly. It was because he mentioned one word. Family. You actually called us family. Wah! I knew it. I knew Big Brother would see me as family. Master, you will always be my master. I will always serve you well. Woof. Facing the extremely excited gods in his mind, Shen Ping spoke helplessly. You all keep calling yourselves my brothers, my sisters, fine, whatever. But then there are those who call themselves my mom, my dad, all crazily trying to take advantage of me. What else can I do? I can only pinch my nose and accept the family setting. Brother, they are so bad, so bad. A soft voice rang in Shen Ping's mind. These gods all have impure thoughts, trying to take advantage of you under some identity. Unlike me, I will always see you as my brother, always put you first, and whatever brother says goes. Woof, you shameless wench, watch your words. I treat Shen Ping as my master. What is your big brother compared to that? In terms of identity, I am the god most centered on my master, the dog god objected. Tisk, dealing with brother Shen Ping isn't about lowering yourself. Calling him brother is the best way to get along. Isn't that right, big brother? The god who called himself Shen Ping's younger brother argued. Ha ha ha. What do you all know? I'm giving little Ping the experience of fatherly love. Let him feel my fatherly love like a mountain. That way, he will feel secure. The dad god laughed freely, not feeling that it was Shen Ping who was at a disadvantage for having a god as a father. Of course, compared to the debate over identities. What caused an even greater stir was that Shen Ping finally admitted they were his family. Ping Ping. Mom suddenly feels like crying. My little Ping has grown up. Ha ha. Little Ping. Accept my fatherly love. Big brother Shen Ping, this is the right mindset. We are a family. We are a loving, trusting family. The gods were extremely excited, so excited that they completely drifted off topic. Shen Ping didn't even understand what they were so excited about. Could it be that by admitting they were family, they could occupy his body more effectively through emotions? But hadn't he always seen the gods as his enemies? Calling them family was just his way of mocking the gods, mocking how they kept calling themselves his family but were unwilling to contribute to his growth. Emotionally, Shen Ping never truly saw this group of gods as real family. At most, he used the family titles to better distinguish the different gods in his mind. Shen Ping had once asked the gods in his mind who they really were, but they refused to reveal their true origins. Some gods claimed to be something like Chaos Lord, but were immediately refuted by the others, who said they were talking nonsense. Every time one god claimed an identity, the others would expose it as false. Over time, Shen Ping stopped caring about their identities altogether. Anyway, the god who always called him brother was Little Sister God. The one who always called him brother Shen Ping was Little Brother God. The one who called him Little Brother was Big Sister God. The one who called him Little Brother Shen Ping was Big Brother God. The one who called him Ping Ping was Mom God, and the one who called him Little Ping was Dad God. Oh, and there was one shameless god who called him Master Dog God. Wasn't this much easier to remember? Seizing the excitement of the gods in his mind, Shen Ping struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Look, I'm already calling you all family. And your family member is about to head to a dangerous forbidden zone. As family, can't you help me in some way? Even just giving me a few techniques or secret methods would be enough." The chaotic voices in his mind suddenly quieted. "Well, Little Ping, it's not that I don't want to help you. Our ability to help is really limited." As expected, Shen Ping thought. When it came to making him stronger, they suddenly seemed united. But any unity is always based on common interests. And breaking that unity is actually quite simple, as long as you break the balance of their shared interests. Shen Ping pondered for a moment, and a chain of logic quickly formed in his mind. He slowly spoke, Whoever among my family can help me before I enter the forbidden zone. Next time, I will borrow that family member's divine power." The gods in his mind fell silent. They seemed to have entered a strange, eerie silence. Then, suddenly, boom, his mind exploded with chaos. What kind of reckless words are these? Yeah, how can you use the priority of borrowing power as a bargaining chip to exchange benefits with us? Exactly. We lend you power to help you in the first place. This is too much. The chance to help you should not be something exchanged for other benefits. Wha? Big brother, I saw you as family, but you see me as a tool god? As expected, the gods in Shen Ping's mind erupted in chaos, with each one condemning his actions. Shen Ping didn't speak. He just waited patiently. He knew that his proposal would definitely cause cracks in their alliance. We absolutely cannot allow this. We can't spoil Little Ping. Agreed. Who does he take us for? Little brother, how can you play such tricks on your family? Yeah, exactly. So, what level of help would be needed to exchange for a chance to lend power? Yeah, master, you should at least set a standard. Without a standard, how can we proceed? This is too vague. The excited gods in his mind suddenly fell silent. It seemed that a group of angry gods was glaring at another group of tempted gods. Hey! Are you all out of your minds? Dad God roared furiously. Have you all gone mad? Do you actually plan to agree to his request? Do you know what consequences this will bring? Do you have any brains at all? The sister god, who always called him Big Brother, was also furious, so angry that she lost her reason and forgot to call him brother. What's wrong with agreeing to Brother Shen Ping's request? Brother God laughed. Exactly. Aren't we family with the master? SSS Dog God barked. Sigh. As expected, they can't be relied on. Such short-sighted guys. Mom God's voice was filled with disappointment. But whatever, as long as it can help Ping Ping and keep him safe, that's what I wish for. Mom God immediately switched sides. Right, Big Brother is the most important. Compared to that, what's a little loss? You all. Sister God hesitated, but then switched sides too. Absolutely right. Little Ping, just tell me, what can Dad do to help you? Shen Ping showed a satisfied smile. The 7 gods shared a common goal. But let's not forget, they were also competitors. Being able to use his body one more time meant getting one step ahead of the other gods. This was the bait Shen Ping threw out. He understood that under such temptation, even if it meant damaging their common interests, they would still fight for it, because none of them could guarantee that the other 6 gods would stand firm. That was the reality. If one chose to take the opportunity, they would harm the common interest but get ahead of the others. If one didn't take it, but another god did, the common interest would still be damaged, and the one who held back would gain nothing. This was an inherent imbalance. This was an unerasable crack. And when they realized the crack existed and couldn't be sure the others would stick to the rules, the best choice from their perspective was often just one: take the lead. This was the prisoner's dilemma. People often abandon the best cooperative strategy for immediate personal gain, leading to long-term losses. This is the prisoner's dilemma. With just one sentence, Shen Ping plunged the 7 gods into a prisoner's dilemma. At the same time, from their reactions, he became even more determined in his goal to become stronger, to use every possible means to become stronger. Even gods are just like humans. A sharp light flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. He understood that so far, the 7 gods didn't have the ability to prevent each other from cheating. They were still in a state of mutual restraint, a state that condemned them to the prisoner's dilemma. I'm about to enter a very dangerous forbidden zone. Tell me what each of you can do to help me. Whoever offers the most tempting help, I will choose them. Chen Ping didn't specify but instead threw the question back at the gods. Well, there isn't much we can do right now. Right. We can't provide material help. As for power, we can't grant it to you unless we take over your body. The only thing we can do for you is to teach you combat techniques. Chen Ping felt a slight joy in his heart, but his expression remained calm. He nodded. All right, then I want combat techniques. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ping added, and one more thing, they must significantly enhance my current combat strength without any side effects. The gods immediately became excited again. But, Master, how will you judge whose combat technique is better? Yes, Big Brother, I'm afraid you'll be tricked by some bad guys. We need to establish a fair and impartial standard. But Little Ping, with your current knowledge, I worry you might be deceived by those who talk big. Chen Ping thought for a moment and then showed an innocent smile. Very simple. Brother and sister gods, mom and dad gods, and dog god, you 7 will vote among yourselves. Choose the god who is currently least suitable to teach me combat techniques. The one with the most votes will be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, the gods immediately started voting. Of course, it has to be Dog God. Exactly, Dog God's power is too wild, and the combat techniques he understands are too chaotic and dangerous. Little Ping can't handle them yet. Letting Dog God teach Ping Ping combat techniques would be harming him. Last time, when he gave power to Big Brother, it almost broke his sanity. Such a terrible crime. The risk is too great. Yes, this dog absolutely cannot stay. Before Dog God could even speak, the other 6 gods had already unanimously voted to eliminate him. Woof! You lunatics! You're all lunatics! Slander! They're slandering me! Master, I even call you master. Last time was just an accident. You have to believe me. They are all slandering me, joining forces to harm me. Dog God roared in grief and anger. Chen Ping spoke with a look of regret. Objection overruled. Dog God loses eligibility to compete. Oh whoa! Master, how can you do this? I haven't even had a chance to show what I can do, and you already decided I'm out. Dog God was eliminated before even getting a chance to begin. He had now become the most tragic god. Actually, Chen Ping had expected this. After all, Dog God's power was indeed too dangerous. And despite his constant master flattery, even if he taught something and placed it right in front of Chen Ping wouldn't dare to use it. Chen Ping and the other 6 gods had reached a surprising consensus on this matter. Alright, Dog God is out. So, who should we vote for next? The gods in Chen Ping's mind were excited, already looking for the next target. Let's vote for Mom God. Besides being good at flattering, she's useless. How about Brother God? That musclehead, what decent combat techniques could he have? You bastard. Want me to smash your dog head? I think Dad God is pretty useless to Big Brother right now too. You filthy wench. You've angered me. I'm going to tear you apart. Chaos broke out in Chen Ping's mind, a messy mix of factions and clashes. Chen Ping's face lit up with a happy smile. What a harmonious and warm family. Family. Let's all calm down for a moment. This time, we won't be voting. Chen Ping's words made the noisy mind quiet down again. What? No voting this time? Exactly. No voting this time. Chen Ping nodded and explained, this time, we'll determine the winner through a PK competition. A PK competition? The gods immediately became interested. Chen Ping blinked his innocent eyes and slowly said, here's how it will work. The 6 family members will be divided into 3 groups. Each of you must present a set of combat techniques or skills that are the most helpful to me at this stage, without any side effects, for one-on-one PK battles. During each PK match, the remaining 5 family members will act as impartial judges, voting on which of the 2 competitors' techniques are superior for me at this moment. The gods in Chen Ping's mind were thrilled. Interesting. This is a truly interesting competition. Excellent. I love this kind of competitive format. Ha ha ha. Just wait, I'll crush you all beneath me. Wah! Master, I want to compete too. Can you give me a chance? Scram! Shameless dog. Losers don't get to speak. Before Chen Ping even said anything, Dog God was driven away by the other gods. The remaining 6 gods were all eager to compete. Chen Ping was also excited. He knew Chen Ping began arranging the gods for their one-on-one PK battles. Dad God versus Mom God, Brother God versus Little Brother God, and Sister God versus Little Sister God. Clear matchups. The arrangement was reasonable. The 6 gods didn't have many objections, none of them feared the others. First to compete were Dad God and Mom God. The most useful combat technique for Ping Ping at this stage? That's too simple. I've already planned everything for Ping Ping's future. Mom God's voice was gentle but firm. Ha ha ha. Mere woman's wisdom, how could it be a threat? Little Ping, I will show you the true power of your father. Dad God's voice was filled with overwhelming presence. Chen Ping understood the personalities of these 2 gods in his mind. Mom always tried to win his heart with gentleness and motherly love, and Chen Ping did have the most affection for Mom God. But that didn't mean he underestimated Dad God, because Dad God always tried to make Chen Ping submit with his authority. Among the 7 gods, Dad God had always been the most domineering. He never bothered to please Chen Ping, always maintaining a majestic, fatherly presence, as solid as a mountain and as vast as the sea. His goal was to conquer Chen Ping by showing strength, proving he was an unshakable pillar of support. Dad God was no soft character. His ability to often take advantage of other gods while leaving them helpless showed how fierce he was. The gods could use a visualization method to display their combat techniques in Chen Ping's mind, allowing him to directly experience their power. Little Ping, watch closely. The combat technique I want to teach you is. In Chen Ping's mind, the world transformed. 9 suns hung high in the sky. On a vast, scorched land, countless beasts ran wildly. A figure appeared in this world looking almost identical to Chen Ping. Not only in appearance but even in power fluctuations and strength level, it was exactly the same as Chen Ping. Suddenly, a horde of strange beasts, covered in beast armor and shaped like rhinos, charged toward him. Each beast was over 5 meters long, massive, emitting the aura of 1-star and even 2-star Forbidden Zone monsters. The figure on the scorched earth showed no fear. Instead, he calmly took a stance, and an incredibly terrifying power surged into him like a vortex. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the sky. The figure moved like a true dragon from the heavens, charging straight into the horde of beasts. Boom! Golden dragon-shaped flashes swept across the land. One after another, the powerful armored rhino beasts were shattered by this force, their bodies crushed. The power was overwhelmingly fierce, incredibly mighty. The entire land was torn apart by exaggerated dragon-shaped cracks wherever that figure passed. Everything became ruins. This is the combat technique I want to teach you. 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon. Dad God's grand and domineering voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. On the battlefield, that figure continued to rampage, moving like an unstoppable beast of destruction. Chen Ping watched in absolute shock. In this overwhelming attack, he saw a glimpse of the brilliance from when Long Chaner fought. But even more shocking, an instinctive feeling told him that this power was something he could actually wield in his current state. It was a supreme combat technique perfectly suited to his current form, spirit, and will, allowing him to fully unleash his strength. Just watching it made Chen Ping's heart burn with excitement. He deeply desired to learn this technique, wishing he could immediately choose Dad God's combat technique. Finally, he understood why the gods always looked down on the techniques he had learned. How could those who had seen the vast ocean care about the rise and fall of a puddle? After witnessing Dad God's 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon, Mom God's 3 primal unity appeared in his mind. This was a completely different style of combat technique. The Chen Ping on the scorched land used a series of exquisite moves. Every move had a unique, profound rhythm, using the least effort to achieve the greatest impact. Each strike easily shattered the bodies of the charging beasts. The figure's technique formed a perfect circle around itself, unmatched in its subtlety, immune to all methods. When faced with a powerful monster, it could even transform into 3, creating 3 identical Chen Pings who instantly crushed all the beasts ahead. Chen Ping instinctively felt that this technique was filled with endless mysteries. Learning it would not only greatly enhance his combat strength but also have a profound impact on his future development. The demonstrations ended, and the voting round began. To Chen Ping's surprise, a total of 4 gods voted for Dad God. Mom God only received a consolation vote from Dog God. It seemed most of the gods believed that Dad God's 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon would give Chen Ping the greatest combat boost. Ha ha ha. I told you, I am the victor. You foolish woman can only come up with flashy, useless moves. Dad God was in an excellent mood. Mom God sighed helplessly. The competition continued. Second round, Brother God versus Little Brother God. Youth, let me show you what is called the King's combat technique. Brother God took the initiative. In Chen Ping's mind, the simulated Chen Ping suddenly burst forth with an aura that shook the world. Like a thunderstorm, he charged into the horde of monsters. Swift as the wind, steady as the forest, aggressive as fire, immovable as a mountain, elusive as shadow, and explosive as thunder. Qin Ping saw a supreme war god dominating the battlefield. Earth, wind, water, and fire erupted together, and unstoppable king's might ruled everything. At that moment, the figure was the true king of the battlefield. Qin Ping's heart raced with excitement. As expected of brother god, who always wanted to be the king of the world, it had to be him. Humph, a bunch of flashy but useless techniques. Little brother god's voice suddenly echoed. The scene in Qin Ping's mind changed. The simulated Qin Ping suddenly stood before a towering tyrannosaurus, tens of meters tall, as massive as a building. Just its presence brought unimaginable pressure and suffocation. Compared to this colossal beast, Qin Ping looked like a tiny ant. But suddenly, his body was engulfed in golden flames, his insides like a reactor accumulating energy. Then, he erupted with unimaginable power and punched straight at the Tyrannosaurus. Boom! The punch exploded with a deafening roar like heavenly thunder. That enormous monster was blasted away by Qin Ping's punch. Qin Ping was utterly stunned. This is the power that a peak D-rank awakened one can wield? This is my heart technique, that and battle technique, little brother god said proudly. Qin Ping's heart surged with excitement. The name of the technique sounded a bit strange, but its actual effect was amazing. What should he do? Every god's combat technique was so impressive. Qin Ping was deeply conflicted. Then it was time to vote again. The 5 gods expressed their opinions, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the techniques, speaking with such expertise that Qin Ping was utterly confused, having no idea what they were talking about, but he still understood the final result. 4 gods cast their votes for the king's combat technique. The ant battle technique received only 1 vote. Little brother god shouted in protest, yelling that it was rigged. Brother god was overjoyed, looking even more arrogant than dad god in victory. The competition moved to the 3rd round. Sister god versus little sister god. Little sister god's myriad forms returned made Qin Ping appear like a deity on the battlefield, using all kinds of mystical and terrifying abilities. The moves he could recognize numbered over 100, while the ones he couldn't identify were in the tens of thousands. No matter what type of enemy appeared, myriad forms return could always find a power to counter it, eliminating enemies with precise targeting. Myriad forms return was incredibly profound, combining both technique and combat skills. It was extremely tempting for Qin Ping, hitting right at his heart. But Qin Ping also doubted if he could ever learn such a complex technique. Sister God's cycle of all things, on the other hand, sent a chill down Qin Ping's spine. Because this technique was extremely vicious. It used one's own blood as a curse, scattering it across the world like a plague. No matter the type of enemy, it could kill them with a curse, catching them off guard and making it nearly impossible to defend against. It was absolutely a top-level combat technique for mass slaughter and killing stronger opponents. Every one of these combat techniques was so heaven-defying. Every one of them was so tempting. Was this the power of the gods' combat techniques? Was this the foundation of the gods? They could actually make a D-rank awakened one become this powerful? Qin Ping found himself lost in these overwhelming techniques, completely unsure which one to choose. Fortunately, his family helped him choose. The 3rd round of voting. Little Sister God's myriad forms return received 3 votes. Sister God's cycle of all things received 2 votes. Little Sister God won by a narrow margin. And so, after 3 rounds of competition, 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dragon, King's Combat Technique, and Myriad Forms Return won the highest votes. Dad God, Brother God, and Little Sister God were all beaming with joy, extremely happy. Qin Ping was also delighted, loudly announcing the winners. I hereby announce 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dragon, King's Combat Technique, and Myriad Forms Return have been eliminated. The gods erupted in celebration. Yay! Ha ha ha! The gods froze, staring at Qin Ping in shock. Qin Ping, as if unaware of their shock, cheerfully continued, "Family, let's all congratulate 3 Primal Unity, and Battle Technique, and Cycle of All Things, for making it to the final showdown." Whoosh! A storm erupted once again in Qin Ping's mind. Little Ping, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Brother Qin Ping, I was the one who won. How did the losers get into the finals? This is completely unfair. You must give me a reasonable explanation. Wah, big brother, are you abandoning your little sister? The gods who were celebrating their victories just moments ago were now filled with outrage. But the 3 gods who thought they had lost were stunned at first, then burst into laughter, praising Qin Ping's wisdom. Ping Ping, Mom misunderstood you. You are such a sensible child. Ha ha ha. Big brother, I knew you had good judgment. Those idiots thought they could trick me, now they know who's the real winner. Ha ha ha. Hee hee, thinking about how happy they were just now makes me want to laugh. Bastard. What are you saying? You arrogant losers. You clearly had the lowest votes, yet you're mocking us? This is clearly against the rules. Brother Chinping, you must give us a reasonable explanation. Why were we, who had the most votes, eliminated? Big brother, I also want an explanation. The dissatisfied gods all turned their anger toward Chinping. Chinping knew this moment would come. He could only act dumb, scratching his head with an innocent smile, saying, "There's nothing to explain. I never said that the ones with the most votes would be the winners of this PK." The gods were momentarily speechless. They recalled what Chinping had said before. Chinping had indeed only told them to vote for the techniques they thought were superior, but he never said he would choose the techniques that received the most votes. That's unreasonable. Why did you choose the combat techniques of the losers? Are you messing with us, family? Chinping shook his head with a serious expression. How could I mess with my family? I did this purely because I wanted to learn one of those 3 techniques. Yes, it's just because I like them more. The furious dad god, brother god, and little sister god were once again stunned, simply because he liked them. What kind of reason was that? Ha ha, nothing is more precious than what Ping Ping likes. That's great. Big brother, well done. My little brother is such a simple and pure person. Sister god also laughed. Simple and pure? This is clearly nonsense. If you were going to do this, then why did you have us vote in the first place? Chinping responded, I also need to hear my family's opinions. I really respect your thoughts, but in the end, I hope you can respect mine too. Chinping's response was sincere. Dad god, brother god, and little sister god felt a deep sense of helplessness and despair. They were still angry but were powerless against this outcome. Because the reality was that the final decision truly lay in Chinping's hands. If Chinping said he liked the 3 losing techniques more, what could they do? They were just as frustrated. Seeing the gods left with no choice, Chinping felt a wave of joy. Did he choose like this just because he liked them? Of course not. The first vote, where the 7 gods chose the one least suitable to teach Chinping, was actually an open strategy. Because all the gods knew who was the least suitable to teach Chinping, and they did choose the least suitable one dog god. This voting method was flawless. The gods were honest, and there was little room for tricks or manipulation. But when it came to the one-on-one PK battles, the gods' voting logic completely changed. Here, a hypothetical premise must be established. The key is that all 6 remaining gods want to win. These 6 gods must vote to eliminate 3 others. So, would the gods who want to win see the other 2 winning gods as their biggest competitors? Yes and no. Because when a god wants to compete for the final victory, they absolutely do not want the strongest combat techniques to become their competitors. They want the weaker competitors as their opponents. This shift in voting stance occurs because they hold the voting power, and they now have clear, hidden enemies. By eliminating the more threatening competitors early, leaving the 2 weaker techniques to enter the finals, it is undoubtedly in their best interest. The gods are not fools. The 4 gods watching the 2 competing gods in each PK round would assume they might face the winner in the final match. So, they would confidently discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the techniques before them, favoring the one they considered weaker, and in the end, cast their votes for the weaker god's technique. Some may wonder, following this logic, shouldn't dog god, who was eliminated first, be a better choice? But that comes with a crucial premise. At that time, there was no clear imagined competitor. Voting 7 against 1 is completely different from 4 against 1. Voting weight, voting range, intensity of perceived hostility, and the perception of balance and fairness by the final decision maker, all these factors impact their voting stance. Dog God was clearly the least suitable to teach Chinping, his competitiveness extremely weak. This was obvious to all the gods and even Chinping. If they had gone against the flow and not voted for the weakest one, but instead targeted a slightly stronger competitor, how could the gods maintain a unified voting target? How could they ensure this move would not provoke Chinping's dissatisfaction, resulting in a complete loss of qualification? Under those circumstances, Dog God's elimination was a deserved outcome. However, once the one-on-one PK battles began, the gods' positions completely reversed. Any god with a bit of sense would know how to vote. Chinping saw through this long ago. His mind was as clear as a mirror. When he announced the results, he delivered a dramatic twist, choosing the 3 techniques with the lowest votes to advance. And in this voting round, the first to be eliminated, Dog God, was not useless. On the contrary, as a god with no hope of winning, his position became crucial at this moment. Yes, the desireless dog god was the true voter. 9 Transformations of the Heavenly Dragon vs 3 Primal Unity, votes 4-1. King's Combat Technique vs and Battle Technique, votes 4-1. Myriad Forms Returned vs Cycle of All Things, votes 3-2. 3 Primal Unity and Battle Technique and Cycle of All Things became the losing group with 1, 1, and 2 votes, respectively. But in each of these losing groups, Dog God cast 1 vote. This perfectly confirmed Chen Ping's theory. It further proved Chen Ping's inner deduction. This was a psychological game with the gods. Alright, let's begin the final round. Mom God's 3 Primal Unity, Little Brother God's and Battle Technique, and Sister God's Cycle of All Things are the 3 techniques entering the finals. Chen Ping happily announced the rules of the finals. Dog God, Dad God, Brother God, and Little Sister God, you 4 who were eliminated, will now vote for the best combat technique among these 3. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, mocking laughter echoed in his mind. Heh, another vote. Will the highest vote count be eliminated again? Big brother. I'm really scared. I'm afraid all my careful analysis will be ruined again. The gods all spoke up, clearly still holding a grudge over the previous voting round. Chen Ping comforted them with a guilty look. Family, I promise I won't be willful this time. Among these 3 techniques, the one with the most votes will be the one I choose. After speaking, he added with a very serious expression, this time, I'm giving the most important decision to the family members I trust most. Wah! Master, I will definitely try my best and not disappoint you. Woof woof. Dog God was moved to tears. Hoof. Dad God didn't say much. Even if Big Brother tricks me 1,000 times, I will always love him like my first love. Whether he's lying or not, I'll believe him, Little Sister God said sincerely. Ping Ping, you're quite clever, Mom God smiled, seemingly hinting at something. And so, the 4 gods began their analysis, each arguing the strengths and weaknesses of the 3 techniques. They discussed life, races, combat, calamities, growth, resonance with the Great Tao, and the intertwining of cause and effect, deeply dissecting each aspect. Chen Ping listened carefully. He didn't understand much, but he was greatly shocked. Only true gods could evaluate divine combat techniques. These 3 techniques were beyond Chen Ping's shallow knowledge. He couldn't judge their strengths or weaknesses. But he was clear about one thing, whichever technique got the most votes, he would truly choose it. It was the same logic as before. Now, the 4 voters, Dog God, Dad God, Brother God, and Little Sister God, had once again changed their positions. From being competitors for the championship, they had become neutral voters with no direct interests at stake. There was an optimal strategy, of course. The 4 voters could unite and cast their votes for the technique that would benefit Chen Ping the least. But doing so would bring them back to the familiar prisoner's dilemma. How could they guarantee that the other 3 gods would think the same way, rather than using this opportunity to please Chen Ping and show goodwill? If their choice differed from the other 3, wouldn't they risk being remembered negatively by Chen Ping, leading to distrust? Moreover, the 3 techniques, once seen as powerful competitors, were not vastly different in strength. The slight differences between them might not seem significant to the other gods. If they made a wrong choice because of these minor differences and ended up drawing Chen Ping's dislike, it would be a loss. Alright, voting begins. Chen Ping loudly announced. The 4 gods began voting. The result was soon revealed. To Chen Ping's surprise, and Battle Technique and Cycle of All Things were tied. Dad God and Little Sister God voted for and Battle Technique. Dog God and Brother God voted for Cycle of All Things. Chen Ping thought the result would be a clear majority. But it turned out to be a tie. Was it because the 2 techniques were too close in quality? Or because some gods reached a silent agreement, trying to mislead him into choosing a weaker technique? At this moment, the 6 gods were arguing, accusing each other of having poor judgment or malicious intent. Chen Ping was speechless. The situation was quite different from his expectations. But isn't reality always full of surprises? The only relief was that none of the 3 techniques in the finals were bad. No matter which he chose, it wouldn't be a loss. Objectively speaking, since Dog God, who had always remained neutral, voted for Cycle of All Things, choosing it would be the safest option. But from Chen Ping's subjective view, he didn't really like Cycle of All Things. The technique's use of blood curses and its plague-like, venomous attacks didn't appeal to him. By contrast, the Ant Battle Technique, despite its strange name, was a combat technique focused on raw power. The visualized demonstration in his mind showed its simple, brutal explosive power unexpectedly fitting his style and matching well with his Vajra physique. So, should he choose objectively? Or should he choose based on his feelings? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ping gritted his teeth and made his final decision. Nothing is worth more than my happiness. On the path of cultivation, following your heart is most important. I've made my decision. I announced that the final winner of the championship is Ant Battle Technique. As soon as the words fell, his mind roared. Some gods were overjoyed, while others were disappointed. Little brother God became the final winner, laughing with unrestrained joy. The gods all knew that each time they lent their power to Chen Ping, they came one step closer to their ultimate goal. So every bit of progress brought them immense happiness. Big brother, take my Ant Battle Technique well. Little brother God's booming voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. Chen Ping was curious, he didn't know how he was supposed to receive this combat technique. The next moment, a massive stream of information surged into his brain like a tidal wave. Combat techniques, mental techniques, true essence, Tao resonance. Layer after layer, it almost felt like his head would explode. Little brother God was like a divine being transmitting knowledge, directly imprinting the essence of this divine combat technique deep into Chen Ping's mind, allowing him to immediately grasp it. Ant Battle Technique, a divine combat technique evolved from the power of ants. Ordinary ants can lift objects hundreds of times their body weight. In the cultivation world, some mutated ants can even lift objects thousands or tens of thousands of times their weight. They are the undisputed powerhouses of the cultivation world. The ant battle technique was created by studying the characteristics of ants, making it a top-tier divine combat technique perfectly suited for body refinement cultivators. Imagine a strong human who can only lift 100 to 200 pounds. If humans could possess the same ability as ants, an ordinary person could lift 10,000 or even 100,000 pounds. What kind of terrifying power would that be? The secret behind an ant's incredible strength lies in its muscle engine. It is a power where all body energy is perfectly transformed into mechanical energy, as if all the muscles in the body are burning, instantly releasing explosive power. Ants have muscle engines inside their bodies. So can humans. The secret of the ant battle technique is to transform every muscle in the body into an engine capable of explosive energy, unleashing unimaginable strength. If the chief flame of the Nine Suns true technique is like an ever-burning flame, then the engine of the ant battle technique is like an erupting volcano. The difference is enormous. The gap is simply too vast. Whether in terms of raw power or energy efficiency, the ant battle technique far surpasses the Nine Suns true technique by a mile. But that doesn't mean the Nine Suns true technique is completely useless. The ant battle technique is a high-efficiency engine, a method that squeezes out one's potential. Given Chen Ping's current physical condition, it puts a huge strain on his body, causing significant energy consumption and emphasizing explosive bursts. Meanwhile, the Nine Suns true technique is a constantly burning flame, better suited for prolonged combat. From this perspective, the ant battle technique cannot completely replace the Nine Suns true technique. The Nine Suns true technique can be improved. Chen Ping's eyes shone brightly as he spoke slowly. If anyone else knew that a mere D-rank awakened one dared to boast about improving a mid-grade profound technique like the Nine Suns true technique, they would mock him as a madman or an idiot and never believe it. But Chen Ping could actually do it now. The ant battle technique is a divine combat technique, one focused on life and strength. After officially starting to cultivate this divine technique, Chen Ping gained a completely new understanding of his body. For the first time, he could truly and deeply perceive himself understanding how his power operated, how it transformed, how every inch of his muscles, every bone, every meridian worked. Chen Ping was now viewing himself from a divine perspective, understanding himself in incredible depth. As the saying goes, understanding one technique leads to understanding 10,000 techniques. While cultivating the Nine Suns true technique, Chen Ping instinctively knew how to enhance it, transforming it into the most suitable technique for himself based on his newfound understanding of his body. And this was just one of the many benefits of the ant battle technique. Other benefits included enhanced energy gathering, power recovery, defense, and blood strength. But the greatest benefit of the ant battle technique was that it transformed his very life. This was the core of the ant battle technique, turning every part of his physical body into the strongest engine. Chen Ping sat cross-legged on the floor, following the principles of the ant battle technique to transform his body, turning every part of it into the strongest engine. For now, he had just begun. Achieving a 100-fold increase in strength was still unrealistic. Like any technique, after initiation, it had to go through the stages of proficiency, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. What little brother God showed him earlier was just a seller's showcase, a demonstration of the technique at its peak. For Chen Ping to reach the point of punching a giant beast dozens of meters tall, he still had a long way to go. Boom! Massive heat exploded inside his body. Chen Ping's skin turned red-hot, and steam continuously rose from its surface, even distorting the air. His blood surged violently, and his bones crackled. Ah! For the first time, Jinping cried out in pain. Transforming his body according to a divine combat technique made every part of him ache intensely. His meridians shifted, his nerves underwent metamorphosis. The pain receptors were almost transmitting every bit of agony directly to his brain, making him feel like he would pass out from the pain. Hold on, hold on. Jinping clenched his teeth, using his extraordinary willpower to keep his energy flowing correctly. Sweat poured out of his body, only to be instantly evaporated by his burning skin. His entire body trembled, and even his muscles began to transform. Every muscle group underwent a qualitative change, becoming tiny engines capable of carrying and unleashing energy, providing his whole body with explosive power. Jinping's heart pounded like a drum. With each violent beat, he felt as though he might explode. This feeling was terrifying. For the first time, Jinping was transforming his body through a combat technique, and it felt like he was being burned by fire. His bones, meridians, and internal organs were being hammered, and the pain roared over him like a tsunami, threatening to drown him completely. Don't stop. Absolutely don't stop. Jinping's eyes were filled with unyielding determination, a resolve no amount of pain could shake. This was the best opportunity to become stronger he had ever encountered. If he couldn't endure this pain, how could he ever fight against the seven gods? Ah! Jinping cried out in pain. Maybe he was even venting all the pressure the seven gods had once placed on him. Despite his screams of pain, his face somehow carried a smile. Oh no, brother Jinping won't lose his mind, will he? Big brother, if it hurts too much, please stop for now. Big brother, the ant battle technique involves transforming the body, and the process is extremely painful. You've already lasted 10 minutes. For a D-rank cultivator, this is already remarkable. You should rest a bit. The gods spoke with concern, trying to persuade him. But Jinping's face showed a greedy and joyful smile. Ha! It's only been 10 minutes. I still have 10 hours before we set off tomorrow. I don't have much time left. I have to make the most of it. Let's go for 10 hours first. Ignoring the god's advice, Jinping continued his training. His bones crackled, his muscles contracted and twisted, and his heart pounded like a drum. Pain. Unbearable pain. But this was the feeling of becoming stronger. Jinping actually became addicted, so addicted he couldn't stop. He sensed his muscle groups rearranging themselves in a more efficient structure. A new power began to surge within him and energy. This was the energy of muscle engines, officially converted from his own blood energy, stored in his muscles, ready to explode like dynamite at any moment. After forcefully training for an hour, Jinping's life itself felt different. An invisible barrier shattered at that moment. Jinping realized that the wall separating D-rank and C-rank had been broken. He could now become a C-rank awakened one at any moment. Jinping was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the ant battle technique to directly raise his body's limit, helping him break through his realm. Was this the power of a divine combat technique? But just as Jinping was feeling excited, he suddenly remembered something. He still needed to enter that forbidden zone filled with great opportunities as a D-rank awakened one. No, he couldn't break through yet. Jinping suddenly forced himself to hold back. His face turned pale and green, struggling to suppress the explosive feeling. No, he couldn't ruin this now. He hadn't claimed the great opportunity in the forbidden zone yet. Ugh! Jinping's whole body trembled, enduring an incredibly intense, instinctive urge. How could he describe this feeling? It was like desperately needing the bathroom, but 100 times worse. Every part of his body urged him, come on! Come on! Release it now! Jinping held back the breakthrough so hard that tears almost came to his eyes. He wanted so badly to let go, to be free. But he couldn't. His face turned pale and green, his eyes were red. Oh no, did something go wrong with Little Ping's cultivation? Big brother's face looks terrible, like something's blocking him. Want us to help you clear it? Hearing this, Jinping almost cursed them. Stop talking. It was already taking all his strength to suppress the breakthrough, and now these gods were making sarcastic comments. Wasn't that too much? Fortunately, suppressing a breakthrough was like holding in something urgent. If you held it long enough, the urgency seemed to fade. Jinping's entire body was covered in cold sweat. He exhaled slowly. His strength remained at the peak of D rank. Good, very good. Jinping nodded in satisfaction and took a proper rest. Then, he carefully resumed cultivating the technique. A night passed. The morning sunlight shone on the gray-blue city walls. Under the sunlight, the surface of the gray-blue walls shimmered with a faint golden glow, flowing like ripples of water and transforming into pure solar power, continuously strengthening the walls. This was the psionic city wall of Nantang City. It stood on the city's outermost edge, towering several dozen meters high, forming a barrier that encircled the entire massive city in a ring. Countless menacing cannon muzzles protruded from the walls, aimed at the outside. In this era of frequent disasters, densely populated cities were all protected by psionic city walls to defend against any possible catastrophes. A 9-colored spirit bird descended from the sky, landing on the city wall. Qin Xiaoyu stood gracefully on the massive spirit bird, dressed in a flowing red phoenix robe. Her robe fluttered like divine flowers blooming, and her autumn-like eyes shone brightly, making her radiant and captivating. Many of the station's soldiers couldn't help but glance at her. Li Han looked up, his eyes filled with admiration as he caught sight of the descending woman. But he didn't dare look for long. After all, even though he was from the Longevity sect, the largest Qi refining sect in Ji province, he had never seen such a stunning woman. To him, Qin Xiaoyu was an unattainable figure. Even the usually arrogant Ning Beiyang sat obediently on his golden-maned unicorn lion, waiting quietly nearby. "Hey, you're all here. Where's Chen Ping?" Qin Xiaoyu greeted the two on the city wall with enthusiasm, showing no arrogance. How would I know where that kid is?" Ning Beiyang replied with disdain. Aside from Qin Xiaoyu, he didn't care about people like Li Han or Chen Ping. Chen Ping is really something. It's one thing to be weak and have poor cultivation, but his attitude is so lazy. Making me and Taoist Ning wait is bad enough, but even making Taoist Qin wait for him. Li Han spoke with a look of frustration, his words filled with sympathy for Qin Xiaoyu. But Qin Xiaoyu simply waved her hand, smiling as she defended Chen Ping. "It's not that serious. Our meeting time is 9 o'clock, and it's not time yet. We're just early." Seeing Qin Xiaoyu speak this way, Ning Beiyan and Li Han couldn't say much more. As time ticked by, a figure finally appeared on the city wall. He really showed up at 9 on the dot, Ning Beiyang sneered. "Arriving right at the last minute, who does he think he is?" Li Han grumbled, annoyed. Qin Xiaoyu smiled and waved at the approaching young man. But when the boy got closer, everyone's expression shifted to shock. They saw a young man with sunken cheeks and dark circles around his eyes, staggering as he walked, his whole body exuding an aura of exhaustion and weakness, looking like someone who had completely overexerted himself. "Chen Ping? Are you okay?" Qin Xiaoyu cried out in surprise. "What happened to you?" Ning Beiyan's eyes widened in shock. Li Han was equally stunned, blurting out, "Did a female ghost drain you?" Chen Ping looked at their shocked faces and forced a weak smile. "I'm fine. I just trained too hard, accidentally overexerted myself." "You trained yourself to this state?" Ning Beiyan was dumbfounded. "Evil technique?" Li Han added with a sarcastic jab. Chen Ping shook his head, too weak to bother arguing. But at that moment, a pair of white, delicate hands appeared in front of him, holding a few crystals that shimmered with starlight. "These are star source stones. Use them to recover." Chen Ping looked up and saw the young woman smiling at him, her smile bright and sincere. "No. I can't possibly accept this. These star source stones are too valuable." Chen Ping instinctively waved his hand, trying to refuse. "Just a few star source stones, and you call that valuable?" Qin Xiaoyu smiled lightly, saying, "I usually give these to Xiaokai as snacks." Inging, the 9-colored spirit bird behind her, let out a cheerful cry in agreement. "Take them." Qin Xiaoyu extended her white, delicate hand again, offering the stones to Chen Ping. Chen Ping swallowed nervously, feeling a mix of surprise and gratitude as he accepted them. He really didn't want to live off others, but why did girls keep offering him a free meal? "Thank you, Taoist Qin. I'll consider these star source stones as something I borrowed from you." Qin Xiaoyu looked at the stubborn young man, her smile growing warmer, with a hint of affection in her eyes. She nodded. "Fine, consider it a loan. But enough talking, quickly absorb them, your health is most important." Chen Ping nodded. He truly needed the star source stones right now. After exhausting his energy through intense training, he desperately needed them for recovery. When his training ended, he realized he had no star source stones at all, not a single one. He was completely broke. Left with no other choice, he dragged his exhausted body to the meeting point. Taking the star source stones, Chen Ping sat cross-legged on the ground and began absorbing them. "We still have to wait for him to absorb the star source stones? How long will that take?" Ning Beiyang grumbled impatiently. But soon, everyone noticed something unusual. In just a few seconds, one of the star source stones in Chen Ping's hand had completely dimmed, turning into powder. "So fast?" Qin Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. "This can't be real." Li Han took a deep breath. Normally, an awakened one takes at least 10 minutes to absorb a single star source stone. "What's going on?" Ning Beiyang, who had just complained, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. As they spoke, the star source stones in Chen Ping's hands were completely absorbed. Chen Ping's face regained a healthy glow, the dark circles under his eyes and the sunken cheeks vanished. He now looked like a bright and energetic young man. He stood up and smiled at everyone. I'm all set. That was so fast. Xin Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel again. Chen Ping's face turned slightly red. Not that fast. Having a beautiful woman comment on how fast he was always made him feel a little embarrassed. Alright, let's set off. We'll fly directly. Xin Xiaoyu looked south of Nantang City and announced with a smile. Chen Ping was taken aback. Fly there? Of course. That forbidden zone is near the S-rank forbidden area, the 10,000 mountain range. How else would we get there? Ning Beiyan's golden-maned unicorn lion suddenly let out a loud roar. Light wings spread from its sides, and it soared into the sky. Li Han stepped onto his life-bound flying sword. At the foundation establishment stage, cultivators could already fly with their swords. Chen Ping looked at his own muscles. Ning Beiyan glanced at Chen Ping with a mocking smile. Seeing Chen Ping's awkward look, Li Han felt a sense of superiority. Oh right, I suddenly realized. Taoist Chen, it seems like you don't know how to fly yet, Li Han said with a laugh. No problem. He can just ride my mount, right? Just as Li Han finished speaking, a clear and pleasant voice rang in his ears. Xin Xiaoyu gently waved her hand, and Chen Ping was instantly enveloped in a soft power, lifting him onto the back of the nine-colored spirit bird. Chen Ping sat atop the nine-colored spirit bird, his whole body surrounded by a warm spiritual light, feeling cozy and comfortable. Hold on. Xin Xiaoyu, standing in front of him, waved her hand again. The nine-colored spirit bird soared into the sky, carrying the two of them. Chen Ping felt himself rise into the air, his vision suddenly becoming vast and open. The spiritual light around him not only kept him warm but also blocked the wind. It even stabilized his body, preventing him from falling. Apart from being a little afraid of heights, Chen Ping felt completely safe. He even felt a sense of freedom. So nice. Chen Ping couldn't help but dream a little. When would he have such a powerful mount of his own? The nine-colored spirit bird spread its wings, tracing a magnificent rainbow across the sky, flying as fast as an airplane. Ning Beiyan's golden-maned unicorn lion followed closely behind. Trailing at the back was Li Han. Sweat covered Li Han's forehead as he struggled to keep up, falling further and further behind. Daoist Qin, please, slow down. I can't keep up. Li Han was only in the late foundation establishment stage, equivalent to a late S-rank awakened one. Although his flying sword skills were excellent among foundation establishment cultivators, they were far behind the two in front, who specialized in flight. After flying at high speed for several dozen miles, he was already gasping for breath. Oh, the so-called genius of the longevity sect is about to fall behind? Won't you slow us down? Xin Xiaoyu turned her head, looking at Li Han with a half-smile, without slowing down. Li Han's expression froze, and a look of shame gradually appeared on his face. Those words made him feel utterly humiliated, especially since he was the one who had mocked Chen Ping earlier, claiming that he would slow down their team's progress. Chen Ping glanced at Xin Xiaoyu with some surprise and noticed a hint of playful revenge in her eyes. Was she standing up for me? But what did I do to deserve the Southwest Divine Flower helping me like this? Chen Ping couldn't shake off the feeling that Xin Xiaoyu was being overly kind to him. Even if she was his sister's close friend, she seemed to be treating him far too well, almost as if she were spoiling him. This made Chen Ping feel a bit uneasy. But soon, that unease was replaced by another, even stronger sense of fear. In the distant sky, a terrifying red cloud suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding. It grew closer and closer, covering more and more of the sky, casting a blood-red hue over the entire world. Up ahead. What is that? Ning Beiyan's expression tensed. Xin Xiaoyu's face changed instantly as if sensing something. This is bad. Hide immediately. She immediately led the group, landing on a nearby mountain peak. Without any hesitation, she cast a high-level barrier to isolate their aura. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. The sound of countless footsteps echoed like thunder, endlessly shaking the world. The red cloud drew nearer, covering a vast stretch of the sky and dyeing the entire land in crimson. Chen Ping felt an increasing sense of oppression, and the entire mountain began to shake. What? What kind of terrifying existence is this? Li Han's face turned pale. It wasn't just Li Han, even Xin Xiaoyu, a nascent soul stage cultivator and one of the 12 paths of Kunlun, looked serious. Her eyes glowed with a green light, fixed firmly on the approaching disturbance. It's a beast tide. She suddenly spoke. Beast tide? Everyone's expressions changed. What level of beast tide? Chen Ping asked nervously. He heard the thunderous rumble. It had to be the sound of countless fierce beasts charging. It was common knowledge that Ji province was full of mountains and teeming with wildlife. In the Great Awakening era, humans could awaken, but so could animals and plants. Although their awakening rate was much lower than humans, their massive numbers made their awakened population substantial. Moreover, it wasn't uncommon for beasts from various forbidden zones to escape their boundaries and gather together, forming beast tides. Beast tide disasters were a frequent occurrence in Ji province. This was precisely why the myriad beast sect of Ji province could become the strongest spirit beast sect in Xia country. It was inseparably linked to the unique environment of Ji province, teeming with awakened beasts. These beast tides. Qin Xiaoyu sensed a familiar yet terrifying aura, and her face turned extremely grim. They're coming from the 10,000 mountain range. As soon as she said this, Chen Ping, Ning Beiyang, and Li Han's faces turned pale with fear. S-rank forbidden zone, 10,000 mountain range. In this world, any place classified as an S-rank forbidden zone was synonymous with mystery and terror. Even deploying S-rank transcendence might not be enough to subdue it. Its existence alone represented something unsolvable. A country as vast and ancient as Xia, with its deep heritage, had only 7 S-rank forbidden zones, and one of them was the 10,000 mountain range of Ji province. The beast tide is coming from the 10,000 mountain range? Ning Beiyang, who seemed most afraid of the 10,000 mountain range, turned deathly pale. His golden-maned unicorn lion trembled all over, its 4 legs going limp as it collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Qin Ping looked up and saw that the blue sky and white clouds above them had been swallowed by a thick, inescapable red cloud. Countless dark shadows appeared in the distance, and the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated him. The beast tide, from the S-rank forbidden zone, the 10,000 mountain range. It was here. Qin Ping couldn't find the words to describe what he was seeing. A dense swarm of strange beasts surged in from the distance, covering the sky and earth. Birds with ferocious faces spread wings like black blades, slicing through the red clouds. Monsters with cat faces and snake bodies were shrouded in a blood-red aura, like countless blood-red threads crawling across the ground. Rhino-like creatures wrapped in thunder stomped with a weight of thousands of tons, their 4 feet shattering the earth beneath them. At the very front of the beast tide were over a dozen giant beasts, each towering hundreds of meters high. A bull demon wielded a spiked club, swinging it with thunderous force, smashing mountains in its path. 9 flaming birds soared across the sky, spewing scorching streams of flame that dried up entire rivers. A venomous creature shaped like a flood dragon but with hundreds of tentacles on its belly slithered through the forest, its presence withering plants, draining the life from vast patches of greenery. Qin Ping was grateful that their hiding spot was still some distance from the beast tide's path. Otherwise, one swing of that spiked club could have smashed the mountain they were standing on. All kinds of monstrous creatures gathered into a torrent, advancing relentlessly, crushing everything in their way. Is this the beast tide of the 10,000 mountain range? Qin Ping's eyes widened in shock. From what he could see alone, there were already thousands upon thousands of these strange beasts. Not only that, but most of the beasts in the tide radiated a power far more terrifying than the lizard monster he had encountered in the Mist Lizard Forbidden Zone. Their strength was at least on the level of 2-star monsters, with many being 3-star or even higher. And those dozen beasts leading the tide were like kings, sweeping across the world with an oppressive aura even more terrifying than Qin Xiaoyu's 6-star beast king, the 9-colored spirit bird. It wasn't just Qin Ping, Li Han and Ning Beiyang were also overwhelmed with fear. Even Qin Xiaoyu, one of the 12 paths of Kunlun at the nascent soul stage, had a pale face. With a beast tide of this scale, they wouldn't even cause a ripple if they tried to resist. They would be instantly swallowed by the tide, a force that no mere group of awakened ones could stop. This is bad. The direction they're heading. Qin Xiaoyu's expression suddenly changed, and she shouted in shock, "It's Nantang City." What? Nantang City? Qin Ping jumped in shock. Even if it's Nantang City, there's nothing we can do. Ning Beiyang said grimly. The myriad beast sect is hundreds of miles away from Nantang City, there's no way they can arrive in time to help. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. We should just focus on keeping ourselves alive, Li Han said fearfully. The jade bracelet on Qin Xiaoyu's snow-white wrist flashed with a green light, and a talisman appeared in her hand. She held the talisman, muttering something under her breath, her voice too faint to hear. Then she stepped onto the back of the 9-colored spirit bird. Da was Qin, what are you trying to do? Ning Beiyang asked nervously. I'm going to stop this beast tide. Qin Xiaoyu answered without any hesitation. Stop the beast tide? This is a calamity-level beast tide. Even an S-rank transcendent might not be able to stop it. What can you do? Ning Beiyang shouted in panic. Li Han quickly echoed, yeah. There's nothing we can do right now. It's already a miracle if we can save our own lives. The awakened ones in Nantang City can deal with the beast tide. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, her expression filled with determination. No. The city walls of Nantang City won't be able to withstand this beast tide. If they're breached, the city will suffer unimaginable casualties. Qin Xiaoyu said firmly. Chen Ping felt his heart sink at her words. Unimaginable casualties. But even so, what can you do by going there? Ning Beiyang asked. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at Ning Beiyang and Li Han. A beast tide is coming. If I can kill one beast, I will. If I can save one person, I will. The exploration of the Forbidden Zone is temporarily cancelled. You can wait here if you want. With that, she cast a pale spiritual light that enveloped her and the nine-colored spirit bird, concealing their aura. Without wasting another word, the nine-colored spirit bird soared into the sky, flying at full speed toward Nantang City. This Taoist Qin, why is she so reckless? Ning Beiyang shook his head. Exactly. Facing such a terrifying beast tide, what can we possibly do? Going there now is pure foolishness, one wrong move, and she'll die for nothing, Li Han said, also shaking his head, unable to understand Qin Xiaoyu's actions. Forget it, let's just wait here for Taoist Qin. Yeah, I hope she comes back. We still haven't gone to the Forbidden Zone with the great opportunity yet. Sigh, what a mess. Are we going to lose our chance at the opportunity because of this? The two stood within the protective barrier, feeling completely helpless against the terrifying beast tide. Not only that, but they were still thinking about the Forbidden Zone, blaming Qin Xiaoyu for rushing off to Nantang City and ruining their plan to obtain the opportunity. Ha! Chen Ping, why did you step out of the barrier? Ning Beiyang suddenly noticed the annoying boy leaving the aura-concealing barrier. Sorry, I need to relieve myself. Chen Ping forced a smile. Ha, scared so bad you peed your pants? Li Han laughed loudly, mocking him. He seemed to feel better after finding someone who looked even more pathetic. Hurry back, the beast tide isn't far. Don't give away our position. Ning Beiyang looked at the cowardly Chen Ping with disdain. Meanwhile, as Chen Ping walked toward the mountain's cover, the harmless smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of determination and cold resolve. The city walls won't be able to stop the beast tide from the 10,000 mountain range. If the beast tide breaks through Nantang City, it will cause unimaginable casualties. Nantang City is home to his friends, his classmates, the people he respects. It's the place where he grew up, a city he loves. He couldn't tolerate a disaster of this magnitude striking it. Chen Ping had always been someone who couldn't stand seeing suffering in the world. Even though he was ordinary, he always wanted to use his strength to protect innocent people harmed by disasters. Even if that strength wasn't his own. Little brother. This time, I'm counting on you to protect Nantang City, Chen Ping muttered to himself. In his mind, the gods burst into wild laughter, becoming more and more rampant. Ha ha ha, finally, I've been waiting for this moment. In the Special Incident Command Center of Nantang City, red alarms flashed everywhere. The entire command center was in chaos, with everyone rushing around. The beast tide from the S-Rank Forbidden Zone, the 10,000 mountain range, has been confirmed. It is heading straight for Nantang City. Estimated time of arrival, 10 minutes, reaching the city wall's edge. Sky Eye Energy Spectrum is monitoring. The threat level is being confirmed. Well, do we have the assessment results yet? What star level is the disaster? Director Wang clenched his fists, his expression anxious as he stared at the rapidly changing data. A monitoring officer responsible for analyzing the data looked at the constantly flashing numbers and the monitored energy peak values. His face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The data is out. The disaster level, it's not a ghost-level threat. Director Wang's eyes widened, and then he heard the monitoring officer's voice, filled with a nightmarish dread. Disaster level. City-destroying level. 5-star city-destroying level. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire bustling Special Incident Command Center fell silent for a brief moment. One by one, people's faces showed fear and disbelief. A city-destroying level disaster. That was a disaster capable of wiping out an entire city. And it was a 5-star city-destroying level. Director Wang felt his head buzzing. Since the Great Awakening era began, Nantang City had never encountered a disaster of this magnitude. Immediately request emergency support from the Xia Nation headquarters. All Nantang City fighters, listen to my order, enter wartime status immediately. Sound the red alert and guide the citizens to evacuate into the underground disaster shelters. Director Wang decisively issued a series of commands. The sound of the red alert was sharp and urgent, echoing across the entire city in an instant. Millions of citizens who heard the alarm looked up, shock spreading across their faces. This strange yet familiar sound pulled them back to the memory of the city's previous disaster drills. What are you waiting for? Run! Run now! This is Nantang City's highest level alert. A city-destroying disaster is coming. Quickly, head to the nearest underground disaster shelter. The entire city erupted into chaos. Everyone ran for their lives, like the arrival of the apocalypse. In the sky, rainbow-like beams of light streaked across, rushing against the fleeing crowds towards the battlefield. On the walls at the edge of Nantang City, countless pitch-black cannons were aimed at the distance, and the surface of the walls glowed with a dazzling golden light. Golden patterns, like veins, appeared across the walls, glowing brightly. One after another, rainbow beams landed on the walls. These were powerful awakened ones. At the forefront stood a figure radiating a blinding golden light, his energy surging like an endless ocean, ready for battle. He was Nantang City's strongest fighter, Xiang Jiqiu, a peak A-rank awakened one of the Vajra type. Surrounding him stood his 14 members, each an A-rank awakened one, unleashing power at the level of extreme awakeners. Besides them, waves of powerful auras erupted along the city wall. 3 B-rank awakened teams and 15 C-rank awakened teams had also been deployed. The Awakener Management Bureau had sent its top fighters, including senior investigators Zhuo Wuxiong and Kongling. At the same time, many local awakening factions in Nantang City also sent their fighters to stand atop the city walls. This was a battle for the survival of an entire city, and many awakened ones had rushed to the front lines. They were gathering the strength of the entire city to resist a city-destroying level disaster. Every awakened one was on edge. Long Channer's body was burning with heat, dragon shadows coiling around her. Xiao Yi sat astride her red motorcycle, the tail flame roaring, ready to charge out at any moment. Luo Guangji wiped his massive sword energy surging around him. Every awakened one was ready for a fierce battle. Rumble! The thunderous sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Thick red clouds appeared on the horizon. A powerful and oppressive aura began to cover the entire city wall, growing more terrifying with each passing second. An endless wave of strange beasts, like a tide of destruction, surged towards Nantang City. All the awakened ones felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The beast tide from the 10,000 mountain range had arrived. The beast tide from the 10,000 mountain range approached the city walls of Nantang City. The crimson clouds pressed down on the city like a crushing weight. Every awakened one felt a suffocating sense of pressure, almost tangible. A beast tide made up of tens of thousands of monstrous creatures, a scale never seen before. Each of these beasts was extraordinarily powerful, with strong bodies and terrifying auras. The sheer momentum they created was even more terrifying than an army of a million charging forward. Fire! A general standing atop the city wall roared. His voice spread through the entire wall via wireless communication. Boom! 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 The cannons on the city walls roared like thunder. A row of shells fired, spewing blinding flames, and the pitch-black shells tore through the air at high speed, raining down on the beast tide. Within the beast tide, 9 flaming birds flapped their wings together, unleashing a vast curtain of scorching heavenly flames. Boom! Boom! Countless shells collided with the flame curtain, detonating midair. High-energy array cannons, fire! Golden array patterns across the city wall shimmered, amassing a terrifying amount of energy. A brilliant and fearsome energy beam shot out from the center of the array, piercing toward the beast tide. The entire world was bathed in golden light. In the beast tide, a giant black-armored Xuanwu, black tortoise, let out a low roar. A black light shone from its forehead, conjuring an enormous shield out of thin air, blocking the front of the beast tide. Boom! The golden energy beam struck the shield, exploding with devastating force. To the awakened ones on the city wall, it was like a small sun appeared in the distance. When the blinding light finally faded, a deep trench, hundreds of meters wide, had been melted into the ground by the high-energy array cannon. At the center of the explosion, a massive crater, hundreds of meters in diameter, had been blasted into the earth. But to the awakened one's horror, a pitch-black, sturdy shield still floated in front of the beast tide, emitting thick, rolling black smoke. It actually blocked it? The high-energy array cannon, which can kill ghost-level monsters, was blocked by that creature. The faces of countless awakened ones on the wall were filled with unprecedented fear. Some of them even began to tremble, their legs going weak. These creatures, they're like monsters from mythology. Can we even defeat these monsters? The once fiery and fearless awakened ones on the wall felt a chilling despair wash over them, especially when they looked at the dozen beast kings leading the charge. Each one was unimaginably terrifying, like monsters stepping out of ancient legends. The bull demon's spiked club, heavy as a mountain, roared with wind and thunder. A single swing could shatter a mountain. The 9 flaming birds soared through the beast tide, seemingly ready to burn the sky itself. The giant black tortoise was like a moving mountain, its shell invincible. The 6-tailed demon fox, bathed in dazzling, dreamlike light, could enchant anyone who looked at it, leaving them lost in a trance. The beast tide continued to close in at high speed. Every defender on the wall was under unimaginable pressure. They knew this would be a fight to the death. If the wall fell, Nantang City would be destroyed. Everyone, prepare. Xiang Jiqiu stood on the wall, clenching his fists, his aura growing fiercer by the second. Just as he was about to shout the order to fight, a figure, wrapped in blazing multicolored flames, suddenly appeared outside the city wall. This figure wasn't tall or particularly eye-catching, but for some reason, it drew the gaze of everyone present, as if he were the only one in the world. Step by step, the figure walked toward the beast tide. He seemed to walk slowly, but each step covered a vast distance, completely ignoring the laws of physics. Who is that person? Is he one of our awakened fighters? Is he insane? He's charging at the beast tide alone? The awakened ones on the wall were all shocked. In their minds, the best strategy was to defend from the walls, the safest and most effective method. Charging at the beast tide alone was nothing short of suicide. He would be trampled into paste. They turned to look at their leader. But the strongest fighter of Nantang City, Xiang Jiqiu, hadn't given the order. Instead, he stared at the figure with wide eyes, his voice caught in his throat, his gaze filled with doubt and suspicion. The thick crimson clouds had already covered the sky, and the air was filled with a suffocating aura of bloodshed. The beast tide surged forward like thunder, stirring up clouds of dust. The figure burning with colorful flames seemed so tiny within the beast tide, but his light was the only bright spot in the crimson world, dazzling and impossible to ignore. The dozen beast kings at the front of the tide charged at the figure. Human, courting death. The massive bull demon spoke with a thunderous voice, swinging its spiked club, wreathed in wind and lightning, down at the figure. A weapon that could shatter mountains. The figure calmly raised one hand, spreading his fingers. Boom! The spiked club struck an invisible barrier before him, freezing mid-air. The shockwave alone cracked the ground around him. What? The bull demon's eyes, like giant bronze bells, shrank in shock. Before it could react, a horrible screeching sound echoed. The figure clenched his hand in the air, and the spiked club shattered into countless pieces. The bull demon's expression changed to horror. The figure threw a punch. He didn't even touch the bull demon. But the force rippled through the air, and the bull demon's massive body crumpled and twisted before exploding into a rain of blood and flesh. On the city wall, everyone's faces were filled with shock. He killed a beast king in one blow. So strong. This scene shocked all the beast kings. They went berserk, roaring to tear the mysterious figure to pieces. Die! Kill that human! I will crush his bones! Ha ha! The mysterious figure laughed. His laughter was more vicious, more savage than the beast's. A venomous beast, shaped like a flood dragon but with hundreds of tentacles, lunged at him. He grabbed it with both hands, swung it like a whip, and smashed hundreds of beasts into bloody paste. The six-tailed demon fox released dazzling light to enchant him, but he swatted it out of the air, sending it flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the beast tide, its fate unknown. Another punch launched a giant tiger king skyward. In the sky, a nine-colored spirit bird barely dodged, almost colliding with the flying tiger king. It screeched in panic, quickly retreating from the battlefield. One punch per beast king? Is this even possible? Who is this guy? On the nine-colored spirit bird, a stunning woman in a phoenix robe looked at the battlefield in shock. Xin Xiaoyu saw the lined-up defenders on the wall, saw the beast tide about to crash into the city. But then her gaze was captured by that one figure who was tearing through the beast tide. Her beautiful eyes stared at him, unable to look away. Even though the figure was shrouded in colorful flames, his face hidden, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It wasn't without reason. That figure was Chen Ping, who had borrowed the power of the gods. A dozen beast kings surrounded Chen Ping, and he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Good. At this moment, Chen Ping was in an utterly frenzied and brutal state. He blocked the praying mantis king's twin blades with his bare hands, spun around, clenched his fist, and punched another beast king's head, shattering it instantly. The beast tide was approaching, and he punched directly at it without hesitation. Boom! A unique shockwave spread. At the moment his fist struck, the hearts of all the beasts and awakened ones shook violently. The entire space ahead seemed to distort, and the scenery behind the fist caved inward. The black tortoise beast's forehead gleamed with black light, and the dark shield reappeared in the void. The punch landed heavily on the dark shield. With a loud blast, colorful light splashed everywhere, and the shield that could block a high-energy array cannon shattered into countless pieces. The unstoppable punch continued, sweeping forward and smashing into the black tortoise beast, obliterating its body and shell together. The figure burning with colorful flames leaped high, stomping down on the black-armored Tyrannosaurus King, crushing it to pieces. The shockwave spread, sending a large number of beasts flying. On the city walls of Nantang City, the awakened ones watched the scene before them with shock. Many had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. Is that man a monster? Just one person, and he has such terrifying power? They were all stunned by the sight before them. The beast tide, which seemed unstoppable, was being torn apart by that mysterious figure. The beasts were ferocious, but that man was even more ferocious. In just a few breaths, more than half of the terrifying beast kings, which had put them under immense pressure, were already dead or severely injured. All units, attack! Crush that damn human into pulp! Kill! Roar! 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 At the command of the beast kings, tens of thousands of beasts roared and charged at Chen Ping. Violent, bloody energy surged, making the crimson clouds in the sky even thicker and more turbulent. Chen Ping looked at the densely packed beasts approaching him like a tidal wave. Ferocious and terrifying, baring their fangs and claws at him, they radiated a monstrous killing intent. But rather than feeling fear, he remained calm, even taking steady steps forward. Under the influence of Brother God, he even felt an urge to laugh. He wanted to slowly, one by one, crush those beasts' skulls and devour their brains. No! I can't go on like this. Brother God is trying to corrupt my soul. I must end this quickly. Chen Ping's eyes regained a trace of clarity. The beast tide of the 10,000 mountains. Chen Ping, burning with multicolored divine flames, murmured to himself. Facing tens of thousands of terrifying beasts and a disaster capable of destroying a city, he slowly raised his hand. From his palm, one circle after another of colorful ripples spread out. Buzz! An unprecedented supreme wave swept across the battlefield in an instant. The warriors on the city wall noticed that the beast tide charging toward the mysterious figure had slowed down. Then, an arrogant yet majestic voice, like the words of a deity, echoed across the heavens. Can you see? With my hand, I can overturn the sky. The mysterious figure raised his palm and pressed down toward the beast tide. The entire space froze. Everyone felt an overwhelming power, so immense it made them want to kneel. A thundering sound came from the 9 heavens. Xiang Jiqiu suddenly looked up, his face twitching. One by one, the awakened ones sensed something and looked up, their faces filled with shock, confusion, or disbelief. They saw the crimson clouds covering the entire sky being torn apart by a mighty force. They saw a colossal hand reaching out from the clouds, woven from countless threads of 9-colored divine power, stretching endlessly, like an entire sky in the form of a hand. Screech! The 9-headed flame birds screeched in terror, trying to flee. But no matter how they tried to escape, that enormous hand covered them. With a muffled poof, the 9-headed flame birds were crushed into a mist of blood. The hand continued its descent. Below, the violent beasts showed the same expression of terror. But they were powerless. It was as if the sky itself was falling. No matter what they did, it was useless. The hand of destruction crushed mountains one after another, descending mercilessly onto the battlefield. Boom! A deafening crash. The ground shattered and collapsed in massive sections. Nantang City trembled violently. On the city wall, the awakened one saw a blinding explosion of divine light, saw a massive cloud of dust rise into the sky. And when the dust settled, the entire world was silent. There were no beast roars, no thundering of the beast tide. Only the thick, lingering smell of blood hung in the air outside the city, refusing to disperse. One by one, the awakened ones stood in a daze, staring ahead at the collapsed and sunken ground. All the beasts had been reduced to pulp, their bodies embedded in the ground, their bones crushed. If one looked closely, they could see that the sunken ground was in the shape of an enormous palm print, a palm print stretching to the horizon. Outside Nantang City, everything was silent. The warriors on the city wall were silent because they were all stunned. The beasts outside were also silent because they had all been crushed flat. Xiang Jiqiu stared blankly at the collapsed, shattered ground ahead, at those ferocious beasts that had once been unstoppable, now reduced to formless masses of blood and flesh, completely dead. Only when the pungent smell of blood wafted up to the city walls did he suddenly snap back to his senses. A 5-star city-breaking disaster. Defeated with a single palm? He was completely lost in an indescribable feeling of disbelief. When Xiang Jiqiu looked back at the battlefield, trying to locate the mysterious figure again, he realized that the figure had already disappeared. Just as he had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, he could also vanish without a trace. The beast tide is gone? Zhuo Wuxiang stared at the shattered battlefield, feeling as if he were dreaming. Oh my god, who exactly was that mysterious person? Did we just witness a god? The awakened ones who had been ready to fight came to their senses one by one, speaking with shock. Long Chaner, Xiaoyi, and the others stared dazedly at the battlefield, their hearts pounding as they replayed that breathtaking palm strike in their minds. The feeling of facing an impending apocalypse, only for a single figure to suddenly appear and shatter the doomsday with one strike, it was beyond words. It was the seven gods. It had to be the seven gods who took action. Luo Guangji shouted loudly, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fanaticism and reverence. His words awakened everyone present. That's right, we have the seven gods protecting Nantang City. Such overwhelming power. It must be the seven gods, no doubt about it. Everyone, look! There's the mark of the seven gods. Another excited awakened one pointed to a spot outside the city wall, where a large flaming symbol of the number 7 was burned into the ground. It really is the seven gods. This confirms it. Ah! I finally saw the seven gods. Even if I couldn't see them clearly. As long as the seven gods protect Nantang City, the city will never fall. Seven gods, mighty and invincible. Seven gods. Seven gods. Seven gods. On the city wall, the warriors who had just survived the disaster raised their clenched fists high and chanted the name of the seven gods. All the warriors of Nantang City were infected by this atmosphere, expressing their respect to the city's guardian deity in their own way. In the sky, the nine-colored spirit Luan circled above. Qin Xiaoyu stood on its back, her phoenix robe fluttering. As she listened to the emotionally charged shouts of seven gods echoing into the clouds, her expression became slightly dazed. So this is the guardian deity of Nantang City, the seven gods. Truly, seeing is believing. She looked at the enormous palm print on the ground, murmuring to herself. Qin Xiaoyu had always heard that Nantang City had a guardian deity, but with her high status and having seen even S-rank transcendence, she had never paid much attention to the matter. But now, she realized she had been too naive. That single palm strike from the seven gods was so powerful that it completely surpassed her understanding. Is this really an attack that a transcendent can perform? Qin Xiaoyu stared at the massive palm print on the ground, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at Nantang City's Special Incident Command Center, Director Wang received a call from Captain Xiang Jiqiu. Captain Xiang, what's the situation? What was that terrifying tremor? And what was that giant hand in the sky? You might not believe this. The battle is over. Captain Xiang Jiqiu's voice came through, and Director Wang's face immediately turned pale. What? Do you mean the city wall has been breached? It was no wonder Director Wang would think this. A 5-star city-breaking disaster was terrifying, and with Nantang City's strength, they couldn't withstand it. They could only try to hold back the beast horde and await emergency reinforcements. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, the beast tide has been defeated. Ha! Director Wang was stunned, as if he had misheard. Since the call was on speaker, the entire emergency command center instantly fell silent. Director Wang almost blurted out, "Are you telling me you guys defeated a beast tide of that level? Do you take me for a fool?" But as a well-mannered leader, he held back and instead asked, "What happened? How did you defeat them?" "It wasn't us. The beast tide was annihilated." Captain Xiang Jiqiu's words left Director Wang even more baffled. "Are you joking? That was a 5-star city-breaking disaster." The usually composed Director Wang's face was now flushed with excitement. But Captain Xiang Jiqiu's voice remained calm, even with a hint of pride. "But what if I told you it was the seven gods who appeared?" The entire Special Incident Command Center erupted in an uproar. Director Wang's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "Are you saying that the seven gods helped you eliminate the beast tide from 10,000 mountains?" "No, the seven gods did it alone. That giant hand you saw was his power. With one slap, he killed tens of thousands of beasts." Xiang Jiqiu's voice echoed through the command center. The busy staff members paused, their eyes widening as if they had misheard. The Special Incident Command Center fell into a brief silence. Director Wang's expression froze. What the hell? On the mountain, Ning Beiyang and Li Han were nervously looking toward the north. What was that shock just now? Did the city fall? Li Han asked, his voice tense. Maybe. Ning Beiyang sighed lightly. A beast tide from 10,000 mountains. How could a single city stop that? In such a short time, the experts from Myriad Beast Sect couldn't have made it. Looks like it's another catastrophe. The two of them sighed with regret, but that was all they did. Just then, the seemingly ordinary young man walked back toward them, his expression carrying a hint of exhaustion. Seeing Chen Ping like this, Li Han chuckled, "Oh, the great hero of Nantang High School is back?" Chen Ping heard Li Han's sarcastic tone and smiled awkwardly. "Did it take you that long just to take a leak?" Ning Beiyan looked at the unimpressive Chen Ping, his gaze filled with disdain. "Scared of the beast tide to this extent? Hee, the spot I went to was a bit far. Didn't want the smell to reach you guys." Chen Ping smiled innocently. He wouldn't say that he solved the beast tide just by taking a leak. Ha ha ha. Honestly, Chen Ping, you're such a coward. Did you wet yourself and secretly wash your pants before coming back? Hearing this, the two laughed again, the air filled with a carefree atmosphere. To their surprise, not long after, the nine-colored spirit Luan flew back, cutting through the sky. So soon? Did Qin Daozi realize the situation was hopeless and decided to come back? Humph, I told you it was pointless to resist. Now she finally gets it. Ning Beiyang and Li Han felt a strange sense of superiority, as if they had seen it coming. Qin Daozi, are you okay? Ning Beiyang pretended to be concerned. I'm fine. The problem has been resolved. Qin Xiaoyu smiled gently at them. Resolved? Ning Beiyang was stunned. Yes. The beast tide has been wiped out. Nantang City is safe, Qin Xiaoyu said happily. Li Han was confused. Resolved? Do you mean what we think you mean? Yes, all of them were destroyed, crushed by a single slap from the seven gods. Qin Xiaoyu smiled. Hiss. The two of them gasped at the same time. A single slap? That's impossible. That was at least a city-breaking disaster. Ning Beiyang's voice trembled. As a prodigy of the myriad beast sect, he knew better than anyone how terrifying this beast tide was. To wipe it out with one slap. Even the sect master couldn't do that, right? To be honest, I was surprised too. Nantang City's guardian deity. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes showed a hint of reverence. Among S-rank transcendents, he must be at the absolute peak. The two fell silent again. Ha ha, the seven gods. Truly divine power. Li Han forced a smile to ease the awkwardness. A figure of such divine might is like a dragon among the heavens, unattainable. Even the arrogant Ning Beiyang couldn't help but feel awe. If only the seven gods would take disciples, Li Han said longingly. Ning Beiyang clenched his fists, his eyes burning with passion. The seven gods are among the strongest beings of this era, a figure to look up to. One day, I too will become an existence like the seven gods. Watching the two marvel and dream, Chen Ping struggled to keep from laughing. Nantang City narrowly escaped the crisis. After a brief rest, the group set out again for the area with the great opportunity of Forbidden Zone. Since entering the Forbidden Zone required 4 people to use a special 4 symbols formation to break the barrier, Qin Xiaoyu named it the 4 symbols Forbidden Zone. The 4 symbols Forbidden Zone is not far from the S-rank Forbidden Zone, 10,000 mountains. Now that there's been a beast tide from 10,000 mountains, we must be extremely cautious. Qin Xiaoyu warned the group. Beast tides of this scale rarely occur in 10,000 mountains. I wonder what their purpose was in attacking Nantang City this time, Ning Beiyang, who was knowledgeable about beasts, commented. A beast tide of this level usually doesn't just hunt by instinct, it has a clear purpose. It's a pity, Qin Xiaoyu sighed. The seven gods wiped out the entire beast tide with one strike. We didn't even have a chance to capture any live ones to investigate their purpose. Chen Ping scratched his head awkwardly. Wiping out the beast tide with one strike wasn't exactly his choice. After all, those tens of thousands of powerful beasts, just their bodies would have been worth a fortune. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time back then. Whenever he borrowed the power of the gods, he always had a limit. The moment he felt the gods were becoming stronger than his own consciousness, he would end the battle as quickly as possible. Of course, when circumstances allowed, he would indulge a bit in using the divine power. Not because he liked it, but because it felt like a form of release. He had discovered that the seven gods in his mind seemed like people who were constantly being restrained. This feeling of being held back would also affect him. Whenever he unleashed divine-powered event, he also felt a sense of relief, like a force that had been pressing down on his body was finally being released. Sigh. What a waste. One slap, and not even a trace was left. Thinking about it, Chen Ping still felt a bit regretful. He had heard that high-level beasts contained beast cores. With tens of thousands of beasts, there should have been at least a few dozen high-level ones. Those beast cores would have been worth a fortune. Back when he hadn't awakened, he didn't care about these cultivation resources. But now it was different. He felt the pain of the loss. Little brother, really? Couldn't you have gone a bit easier? Chen Ping complained. Phew. Big brother, you can't blame me for that. The younger god's voice sounded a bit detached, like someone who had just vented and was now calm. He explained, it's like stepping on a bunch of ants, you can't control stepping on them without crushing their organs, right? It's not my fault they're so fragile. Chen Ping was speechless. If others heard this younger god comparing such a terrifying beast tide to ants, who knew how they would feel? Although he had missed out on beast cores and other cultivation resources, Chen Ping had a vague idea about the beast tide's purpose. He closed his eyes and sensed his mind, or a picture was floating. When he had slapped and killed all the beasts, they turned into a bloody mess, but a single image remained intact. This image was hidden inside one of the dragon-shaped beast kings and emitted a strange, bloody glow. The younger god told him it was a little treasure, and he directly refined it, storing it in his mind. Qin Ping was thrilled at the time. If the younger god called it a treasure, then it must be something amazing. The image carried a heavy aura of blood, depicting scenes of ancient fierce beasts fighting, a dragon as vast as a mountain range, a stunning phoenix, a king Zhu Yan entwining a giant serpent, a bifong burning the sky with one wing, a fiery Pegasus, and a three-eyed, three-tailed divine beast. These creatures, which only appeared in myths, were depicted as extremely savage in the painting. Their eyes were blood red, their faces twisted, and they fought each other madly, devouring blood and marrow. The scene was horrifyingly brutal, with the blood in the painting seeming to almost drip out. The entire image was filled with an aura of cruelty and madness. At first glance, Qin Ping felt it was not a good thing. And the strangest part was that when he killed the tens of thousands of beasts, this mysterious image instantly absorbed all their blood energy and life essence. At that moment, the scenes in the image seemed to become even more vivid. This was terrifying. Instantly absorbing the life essence of tens of thousands of beasts, what did that mean? And being able to withstand a slap from a god, what did that mean? Qin Ping didn't think a mere beast king could possess something of this level. This left only one explanation: the beast tide's actions were closely related to this image. The beast tide might have planned to use this blood image for something. Their assault on Nantang City might have been to harvest the life energy of its millions of residents. If people died, it could absorb them. If beasts died, it could also absorb them. A perfect win-win. But they probably never expected that Nantang City had 7 gods who ended the battle with one slap and even took the treasure. A proper villain's treasure. Did I just offend some big-time villain? Qin Ping muttered to himself, feeling a bit scared. But the gods in his mind were excited. Big brother Qin Ping, what are you afraid of? If any villain dares to mess with you, just use my power and crush their heads. Villains? They don't exist. Only crushed watermelon heads, the younger god boasted. Oof. Just a brute with no brains. All you think about is crushing heads. Brother will never become someone as crude and reckless as you, the sister god sneered. Brother, next time use my power. I promise to leave the beasts' bodies intact so you can loot them, the elder sister god offered, clearly understanding Qin Ping's thoughts. Master, I can help too. Woof, the dog god added. Forget it, you stupid dog, the father god chuckled. That's discrimination. You're attacking me because I'm a dog. Woof, woof, woof. The dog god barked in anger. Qin Ping's mind became a noisy mess. I don't care about the corpses. I'm only concerned about this Tsangshan blood image. Can I use it? Whenever Qin Ping's consciousness touched the image, a message naturally appeared. This treasure is the Tsangshan blood image, an innate supreme treasure. It can sacrifice all things under heaven, refining an entire world. It can summon thousands of blood beasts, becoming the lord of all beasts. The information about this treasure was eerie and sinister. Sacrificing all things to refine a world? It was a pure demonic treasure. But Qin Ping couldn't help but feel tempted. He had never seen a treasure of this level before, so he didn't know how powerful it was. Big brother, your current strength is too weak. You can't draw out the power of this image yet. That's just because you're useless. Brother, let me lend you power. I can transform it into a treasure you can actually use now. Ping, don't listen to that little green tea. If she modifies it, the treasure might no longer be the same, and you might end up being controlled by it. How can you falsely accuse me? Everything I do is for brother's sake. Brother, you must trust me. Of course, I trust you. Qin Ping nodded and then asked, Mom, by the way, what cultivation level do I need to reach to use the power of this Tsangshan blood image? Younger sister god. Mother god smiled gently and replied, the Tsangshan blood image is an innate supreme treasure. To fully unleash its power, you must reach the level of a true immortal or true god. Qin Ping was stunned. True immortal? True god? What the heck is that? In your current cultivation system, it's hard to describe. But in simple terms, it's definitely stronger than your world's S-rank awakened beings. Mother God patiently explained, however, if you don't aim to unleash its full power but only use a tiny portion of it, then once you reach B rank as an awakened one and combine it with our special techniques, you should have a chance to use it. Qin Ping paused, stunned. A B rank awakened one? He needed to reach the level of a high-level awakened being just to use a tiny part of its power? How powerful was this treasure? Qin Ping felt a sense of anticipation, feeling like his future was full of hope. Unknowingly, a vast expanse of colorful clouds appeared ahead. Qin Ping saw waves of auspicious light rising. In the distance, there were vast, continuous mountains, and even the soil was multicolored. This was very interesting. Such a unique landscape was often accompanied by all kinds of incredible phenomena. The 9-colored Lingyuan landed on a mountaintop. This mountaintop didn't seem special, but when Chen Ping stepped on it, he felt his body being wrapped in some kind of power, and the noisy voices in his mind suddenly quieted down. The 4 symbols forbidden zone, we've arrived, Qin Xiaoyu announced. Chen Ping looked around and saw nothing particularly unusual. 4 symbols forbidden zone? Where is it? Ning Beiyang also looked puzzled. Follow me. Qin Xiaoyu led the way into the mountains. Chen Ping soon saw a rocky cliff covered with strange formation patterns. Qin Xiaoyu took out a small nail, the key to the forbidden zone. She flicked it with her finger, embedding it into the cliff wall. The cliff began to split open, expanding rapidly. A strange light shone through the crack. The group walked along the expanding crack for dozens of steps, and then, suddenly, the space opened up. A whole new world appeared before their eyes. After walking dozens more steps, it suddenly opened up ahead. It really feels like something out of the Peach Blossom Spring, Chen Ping said with emotion as he looked at the wondrous scene in front of him. This is even more stunning than the description in the Peach Blossom Spring, Qin Xiaoyu said with a smile. What is the Peach Blossom Spring? Ning Beiyang asked in confusion. As soon as he spoke, he was met with slightly contemptuous and speechless glances from Qin Xiaoyu, Chen Ping, and Li Han. In the end, it really was a generational gap. The Peach Blossom Spring is a very famous piece of classical literature, and you don't know it? Even Li Han looked down on him. Isn't it just a classical essay? So what if I don't know it? Does it affect my cultivation? Ning Beiyang said, a little unconvinced. The others couldn't be bothered to talk to Ning Beiyang anymore. What's the point of talking to someone who slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education? Some so-called geniuses from great sects are like this. Once their talent is confirmed to be extraordinary, they devote everything to cultivation and completely neglect cultural education. In the age of awakening, power is indeed important, but so is a well-rounded character and spiritual foundation. Chen Ping felt that 9 years of compulsory education were still necessary, but Ning Beiyang clearly lacked it. Chen Ping also couldn't be bothered with him and instead looked toward the magnificent scene before him. Through the crack in the stone wall, Chen Ping saw a picturesque world. Sunset light painted the sky. White cranes flew between the clouds. Large peach blossom forests in full bloom were especially colorful and romantic. Cute little beasts scurried through the forest, blinking their round eyes, curiously and nervously watching the unfamiliar people in front of them. Chen Ping was standing on a small floating island. Looking down, there was a vast sea of white clouds. Beyond the small island were 4 radiant rainbow bridges, spanning the sea of clouds and extending far into the distance. At the end of the rainbow bridges, more floating islands could be seen. So beautiful, Li Han was amazed by the scene. This isn't a forbidden zone at all, it's clearly a cultivation paradise. Ning Beiyang blushed with excitement, took a deep breath, opened his arms, and ran while laughing on his golden-maned unicorn lion. Even the air is sweet. He had completely let himself go. Chen Ping could clearly feel a difference. In this world, it felt like all his pores had opened up, making him especially relaxed. His mind also seemed sharper. Is this what a cultivation sanctuary feels like? Chen Ping followed closely by Qin Xiaoyu's side like a child who had never seen the world. Li Han wasn't much better than Chen Ping. Sometimes he lay on the ground smelling the fragrance of the earth, sometimes he ran to the peach blossom forest to examine a petal seriously, nodding thoughtfully like he understood. But Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help rolling her eyes at the sight. They're just low-grade spiritual plants. Look at how excited you guys are. Come on, time to gather. She walked to a strange round altar. The altar was made of bronze-colored black stone, inscribed with dense runes Chen Ping couldn't understand, and complex formation patterns he couldn't make sense of. Bang! A crashing sound came from afar, followed by the wailing of a lion tumbling to the ground. Chen Ping looked over. It turned out Ning Beiyang had ridden the lion too happily and crashed into an invisible barrier. Both man and lion toppled over. There was indeed an enchantment in this place. They needed to cooperate to activate this special passage. Ning Beiyang, with a red bump on his forehead, rode the lion over. Although he still looked proud, there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. This place is definitely a land of inheritance. At the end of the rainbow bridges, there must be a great opportunity for us. Ning Beiyang said. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, of course. Your sects aren't stupid. If this weren't a rare land of inheritance, how would they be willing to exchange such important favors and resources with me? Come, stand in position. Qin Xiaoyu directed them to their spots. East Azure Dragon, West White Tiger, South Vermilion Bird, North Black Tortoise. Xin Xiaoyu rode her 9-colored spiritual kite and stood at the position of the South Vermilion bird. Ning Beiyang, you stand at the Azure Dragon position. Li Han, you go to the White Tiger. Chen Ping, you to the Black Tortoise, Xin Xiaoyu instructed. Everyone stood at different positions on the altar. Xin Xiaoyu's fair hands flew through the air, forming seal gestures one after another. She traced symbols in the air that landed on the altar. Chen Ping didn't understand a thing but felt it was amazing. Soon, the entire altar lit up. Chen Ping felt like his body was being scanned by something. Qualification approved. Conditions met. For symbols assessment begins. The grand voice entered Chen Ping's ears. The syllables were extremely strange, not like Mandarin, but somehow Chen Ping could understand the speaker's intent. A small turtle's phantom crawled out from the altar, turned into a stream of light, and struck Chen Ping's hand, leaving a turtle shell mark on the back of his hand. Little Black Tortoise, trial begins. The grand voice sounded again. Chen Ping felt a strange force enveloping his body. Soon, a white light appeared and landed on the back of Li Han's hand as well. Mortal White Tiger, trial begins. A pale cyan light fell on Ning Beiyang's hand. Great Azure Dragon, trial begins. A magnificent phantom spread its wings and landed on Xin Xiaoyu's hand. Divine Vermilion Bird, trial begins. All 4 people on the field received the key to enter the barrier. Chen Ping looked at the other 3 with a strange expression. Little Black Tortoise, Mortal White Tiger, Great Azure Dragon, Divine Vermilion Bird? Weren't the 4 symbols supposed to be equal? Since when did they create a hierarchy like this? Are they looking down on the Black Tortoise? Li Han noticed Chen Ping's emotional shift and said with a laugh, Chen Ping, you should be thankful for this kind of trial. The little Black Tortoise might sound small, but with your strength, it's the only one that'll keep you alive. Thanks for the reminder, Chen Ping said coldly. He really didn't get it. Li Han was just a mortal white tiger, which only sounded slightly better than his little Black Tortoise. What was there to be smug about? Alright, I can only help you this far. Let's each seek our own opportunities now. I wish everyone success in the trial and good luck all the way. Xin Xiaoyu's pretty face was full of smiles. Obviously, the title Divine Vermilion Bird had put her in a good mood. She waved at everyone and walked toward the Southern Vermilion Bird Rainbow Bridge. Goodbye, Ning Beiyang said as he rode his lifebound battle pet toward the Great Azure Dragon. Chen Ping looked at the 9-colored spirit kite and the golden-maned unicorn lion and asked curiously, your battle pets can go in too? Ning Beiyang crossed his arms and looked aloof, too proud to answer. Lifebound battle pets are connected to their masters by blood and can follow them in. Xin Xiaoyu said with a cheerful smile. Chen Ping felt a bit envious. Having an extra battle pet clearly meant having extra combat power. When would he get a cool, personal battle pet of his own? Xin Xiaoyu and Ning Beiyang walked toward their respective rainbow bridges. At the side, Li Han clenched his fists, full of determination and fighting spirit. Finally, I finally have the chance to receive an ancient inheritance. Sect Master, Senior Brother Lu Tianlu, the task of restoring the glory of the longevity sect and becoming one of the 12 paths of Kunlun, leave it to me. After speaking, Li Han walked toward the rainbow bridge of the mortal white tiger. This floating island had 4 rainbow bridges east, south, west, and north spanning across the sea of clouds. Chen Ping looked at the northern rainbow bridge and nervously took a step forward. This world was most likely an inheritance site left behind by ancient powerful beings, but just how dangerous it was, he still didn't know. The god in his mind had already disappeared, and everything that followed would rely on him. At this moment, Chen Ping was more nervous than excited. There might be some truth to what Li Han said. For a D-rank awakened newbie like him, he really should be thankful for the trial grading system. Otherwise, entering a mysterious inheritance forbidden zone would be suicidal. Inheritance-type Genesis forbidden zones weren't rare in this world, but many inheritance-type forbidden zones were just as dangerous as regular ones, and some were extremely deadly, still holding a 100% mortality rate to this day. Thinking of this, Chen Ping grew even more nervous. Who knew if this inheritance forbidden zone would take his life? He stood in front of the little black tortoise trial rainbow bridge. The little turtle on the back of his hand glowed green, and the barrier ahead responded by opening a small passage he could walk through. Chen Ping silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, steadied his emotions, then took heavy steps and passed through the barrier. Welcome, fated one. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. It startled him. I am Anlan, King of Heavenly Generals, the most powerful Heavenly General. A solemn, majestic voice echoed in his ears, shaking Chen Ping to his core. King of Heavenly Generals? The king among Heavenly Generals? And the most powerful one? Chen Ping suddenly felt fired up. He didn't know exactly what a Heavenly General was, but he vaguely sensed that he had entered the trial grounds of someone incredible. The future looked bright. I know that my lifespan is nearing its end, yet I have no successor to inherit my defiant ultimate technique. What a pity. Thus, I opened up a world of my own, set up the king's trial, and await a fated person to inherit my ultimate technique and dominate the world. The impassioned words echoed in Chen Ping's ears. They stirred emotions in Chen Ping's heart, but he quickly calmed down. The more he listened to these lines, the more they sounded like something a certain family member of his would say. Chen Ping shook his head and pushed down the complicated feelings. He became more cautious. This Forbidden Zone world before him was created by the King of Heavenly Generals. Just the title Heavenly General was already intimidating. How powerful must the King of Heavenly Generals be? He had to approach this with the utmost caution. The more formidable the creator of an inheritance-type Forbidden Zone, the more dangerous it was. Chen Ping was very self-aware of his strength. He was just a mere D rank awakened. Even though this trial was the Little Black Tortoise trial, he still had to go all out and stay fully focused. Chen Ping put on his Bear Tyrant gauntlets. His internal chi fire circulated continuously as he adjusted his power to its peak and stepped forward onto the Rainbow Bridge. The floating island was connected by a semi-transparent rainbow light bridge, arching toward a distant island. Chen Ping stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, which felt like walking on some kind of colored crystal. His steps were firm. Looking down, he saw the white cloud sea churning below the bridge. He didn't know what lay beneath the cloud sea. Could there be land? Or was it a bottomless abyss? Chen Ping withdrew his thoughts and walked forward step by step. He stayed alert, watching his surroundings carefully, wary of any sudden danger. He walked several hundred meters like this and reached the center of the Rainbow Bridge. Nothing happened. The island behind him had grown small, while the floating island ahead became larger in his field of vision. Chen Ping could see lush trees on the island ahead. The land at the front and edges protruded outward, vaguely resembling a massive green-furred tortoise. Suddenly, the Rainbow Bridge lit up. Red rainbow light gathered above the bridge, and vague human shapes began to form. Enemies? Chen Ping's expression changed drastically. Ahead, more than a dozen humanoid figures were taking shape. He had already prepared for battle. He stomped hard on the ground and shot forward like a sharp sword toward one of the forming figures, throwing a punch without hesitation. Boom! Chen Ping felt like he had struck solid rock. Break for me! The forming figure was hard, but his fist was harder. Chen Ping unleashed all his strength. The Bear Tyrant gauntlets carried terrifying power and smashed the forming humanoid figure with one punch. He didn't stop, raising his fist and smashing down on another forming humanoid figure. Boom! Another figure exploded. At this moment, the voice of the Heavenly General King and Lan rang in Chen Ping's mind. Welcome to the first stage of the King's trial, the Rainbow Bridge battle. The powerful voice rang out. Chen Ping, full of energy, continued to smash a few more red rainbow-like humanoid figures. In the Rainbow Bridge battle, 15 Rainbow Bridge warriors will appear. Each one has the cultivation level of Qi refining stage 7. What you must do is defeat them. Boom boom boom. Chen Ping's fists didn't stop. He continued to punch, smashing the remaining forming figures. Alright, now the trial begins. The majestic voice of Heavenly General King and Lan sounded again. Chen Ping, catching his breath, looked at the now empty Rainbow Bridge and scratched his head. The bridge was unusually quiet. Nothing was happening. Huh? The trial has begun? Chen Ping muttered and looked around. All right. Now the trial begins. The voice of Heavenly General King and Lan rang out once more with great enthusiasm. Chen Ping again looked around the bridge. There was no one there. Where were the Rainbow Bridge warriors? Chen Ping fell silent for a moment and suddenly realized the figures that were forming just now. Could those have been the Rainbow Bridge warriors? The Rainbow Bridge trial had begun, but it also seemed like it had already ended before starting. All right. Now the trial begins. The voice of Lan rang out again excitedly. Chen Ping's mouth twitched slightly. The powerful Heavenly General King had become a broken record? Was this voice just a program? All right. Now the trial beg. The voice of Heavenly General King and Lan suddenly began to repeat, like it was stuck, repeating the same phrase endlessly. Chen Ping was dumbfounded. Was something wrong with this thing? Had he triggered a bug in the Forbidden Zone? Beg. And Lan's voice kept repeating like a fool. Chen Ping was overwhelmed. Was the progress stuck here? Please no. He hadn't even obtained a single inheritance yet. Was his Forbidden Zone adventure going to end here? Chen Ping was on the verge of tears. Come back. Please come back. I know I was wrong. I won't punch you guys while you're still forming anymore. Chen Ping was almost kneeling on the bridge, begging the Rainbow Bridge warriors to return. But the bridge remained calm, no trial appearing. The background voice kept repeating, beg, 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 beg. Chen Ping had never imagined that after finally entering a forbidden zone of inheritance, things would turn out like this. This was completely absurd. After waiting a while with no reaction from the bridge, he had no choice but to keep walking forward. Beg, 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 beg. Start. Congratulations, fated one. You have successfully passed the first stage of the king's trial. When Chen Ping heard this, he was so moved he almost cried. It's finally back to normal. He realized he had reached the end of the Rainbow Bridge, and it was probably this change in location that made Lan return to normal. You were able to defeat 15 Rainbow Bridge warriors at Qi Refining Stage 7. This proves you are among the best in the Qi Refining realm. Chen Ping was speechless at Lan's words. He wasn't even in the Qi Refining realm, and he hadn't fought 15 warriors simultaneously. This Forbidden Zone master's words were completely off. There are 3 stages in the king's trial. I hope you continue to give it your all. Chen Ping crossed the bridge and arrived at a mysterious island. From afar, the island had looked lush and green. But the moment he stepped onto its land, the vegetation began to wither rapidly. Green leaves turned yellow, then fell. Trees that had been full of leaves became bare branches. Beautiful blooming flowers wilted into the soil. Small beasts turned to skeletons. Snow began to fall from the sky. In an instant, it was like magic. The vibrant spring turned into a desolate winter. Chen Ping watched this scene in shock. He could feel that what was happening wasn't an illusion, it was real environmental change. He could smell the scent of spring flowers and feel the life energy. But at the same time, he could also sense life fading and everything withering. In the end, the cold wind howled, and icy snowflakes fell on his head. How could the world change so quickly? Chen Ping grew nervous, every nerve in his body tense. His qi fire circulated rapidly, heating his body to resist the cold. He walked forward step by step through the barren forest and soon saw a massive palace appear at the end of the trees, glowing with faint black light. The palace stood over 20 meters tall, built entirely of black stone. On either side were 2 black tortoise statues with beads on their heads. Could the trial be inside the palace? Chen Ping swallowed nervously, clenched his fists, and carefully moved forward. When he stepped within 100 meters of the mysterious palace, the beads on the tortoises suddenly emitted thick black smoke. Chen Ping instinctively sensed danger. Attack! The ground exploded. Chen Ping shot forward like a cannonball, qi fire bursting out. His fist, carrying roaring power, smashed down on the bead. Boom! The bead on one statue's head exploded. Welcome to the second stage of the king's trial, the battle of mind and soul. The powerful voice sounded. In this stage, you will face 2 terrifying monsters that can crush your mind and spirit. What you must do is overcome the fear they bring. Boom! Chen Ping's iron fists, filled with immense power, crashed down again, cleanly blasting apart the second tortoise statue's bead. Hiss! A reluctant shriek came from the black smoke above the bead, then it completely dispersed. With your strong will, to defeat. And Lan's voice got stuck again. Chen Ping stared silently at the shattered beads on the 2 black tortoise statues, falling into deep silence. Defeat. The voice of the heavenly general king Lan stuttered and repeated endlessly. Chen Ping sighed helplessly, looking at the 2 shattered beads in front of him, and shook his head. His nerves were tightly wound, and when the black mist appeared, he instinctively sensed danger and wanted to eliminate the source of it. That was reasonable, right? He admitted, he did it partly on purpose. But seriously, who would just stand around listening to Lan brag at a moment of danger? The first reaction should obviously be to eliminate the threat. Defeat. Sigh. Listening to the endlessly repeating playback in his ear, Chen Ping felt very complicated inside. He was starting to think, was the creator of this forbidden zone perhaps inexperienced? Why else would strange things like this keep happening? Chen Ping, now getting used to this, stepped forward into the palace. Sure enough, the moment he stepped inside, the voice began to change. Defeat. 2 monsters. Now the trial begins. Ha. Congratulations, fated one, for defeating the monsters. To withstand such intense attacks from the 2 monsters and still keep your heart firm and fight back, it's clear that you are a person of courage, strategy, and great willpower. Your assessment in terms of mental fortitude, fully up to standard. And Lan poured out praise on Chen Ping. Chen Ping rubbed his nose, looking a little embarrassed. This second trial, the evaluation from this Forbidden Zone master was, once again, completely off. Well, maybe not completely. Courage, strategy, strong willpower, he hadn't exactly shown it. But maybe Lan's judgment wasn't totally wrong? Muttering in his heart, Qin Ping walked deeper into the mysterious palace. As soon as he entered, he saw countless fierce beast statues placed all around, each sitting on large grid tiles on the ground. The statues were lifelike, and he felt as if he were a chess piece dropped into a game, watched by those beast statues, with death a constant threat. What is this now? Qin Ping's hairs stood on end. Clenching his fists, he looked around in panic. At the other end of the grid, he saw a crouching blackwater black tortoise. Though it was also a statue, it felt completely different from the others, it almost seemed alive. So that's it. I understand now. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Ping's eyes. The beast statues around are the pawns on the chessboard. Then that blackwater black tortoise at the back must be the king piece on this board, right? Qin Ping murmured. His body tightened like a drawn bowstring. Breathing slowly and steadily, his eyes locked firmly onto the black tortoise. Welcome to the final stage of the king's trial. The voice echoed in his mind. Hearing it felt like a signal. Qin Ping suddenly charged forward, darting past statue after statue, straight toward the blackwater black tortoise, and threw a punch. Checkmate. His rock-hard fist crashed down. The black tortoise trembled. He felt terrifying rebound force from his punch, his fist ached. Cracks appeared on the statue. It was working. A sharper glint flashed in Qin Ping's eyes. His fists became a storm, pounding continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying impacts echoed through the palace. Qin Ping had figured out how to exploit the Forbidden Zone's bug. Who still plays fair? Striking first was clearly the better choice. The final stage of the king's trial is called the king's chessboard. You are trapped in a terrifying beast chess game. Each beast statue will transform into a monstrous beast to attack you. And Lan's voice sounded again. Qin Ping smiled knowingly and pounded away at the black tortoise statue. Just like before, he wanted the trial to end before it even began. As his punches rained down, the cracks on the black tortoise statue deepened. Almost there. He was about to smash it. Qin Ping was thrilled. The voice in the palace continued. At the other end of the board is a blackwater black tortoise. It will be your most helpful ally in this trial, coordinating with you across the board to jointly resist these terrifying beasts. Qin Ping's excited fists froze midair. His face showed fear and disbelief. What? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The black tortoise was his trial ally? Almost in despair, Qin Ping looked at the cracked statue before him. Under his storm of iron fists, the statue was covered in cracks, its dark glow fading. Black tortoise bro. He shakily reached out, trying to patch it up, but the moment his hand touched it, it was the last straw. The statue emitted a groaning sound. Crack, crack, crack. Boom! The black tortoise statue shattered into rubble in front of him. In that moment, his heart sank to the bottom. He wanted to slap himself. What the hell had he done? He had destroyed the black tortoise bro who was supposed to fight alongside him? The trial was originally designed for him and the statue to team up and defeat all the beast statues. Now that the black tortoise was gone, didn't that mean the trial's difficulty just skyrocketed? Qin Ping was filled with regret. Was this what they meant by being too clever for your own good? Trying to outsmart the Forbidden Zone creator, charging in with initiative. Now he had tricked himself into a disaster. From the grid on the ground, terrifying energy surged. One by one, beast statues glowed with black light, as if they were about to come alive. Even the shattered black tortoise statue flickered with dark light, but the light faded, came back, then faded again. As if a force was trying to emerge but had no vessel, and so vanished. I declare, the third stage of the king's trial begins. Begins. The familiar stutter made Qin Ping shudder. His expression shifted rapidly, from despair to shock, then to confusion. This is glitching again? Qin Ping was stunned. He looked at the broken statue. Black mist kept trying to form at its center, only to collapse repeatedly. Was it because he had destroyed the black tortoise statue early, so the trial system had glitched again? Right now, Qin Ping's emotions were like a roller coaster. Begins. Under the repeated playback of An Lan's voice, Qin Ping walked up to one of the beast statues and fell into deep thought. Inside the chessboard, each fierce beast statue had a ferocious face, exuding a murderous aura. The beasts, about to come to life, gave Qin Ping the same feeling as 2-star Forbidden Zone monsters. So many 2-star level Forbidden Zone monsters waking up at once, Qin Ping felt immense pressure. Begins. Hearing the palace's repeated playback, Qin Ping paused for a moment, then clenched his fists and slammed them hard onto a beast statue. At this moment, his strength was immense. With just one punch, he shattered the hard stone. Boom! The beast statue was crushed with one punch. The black mist energy inside scattered. Qin Ping walked to the next beast statue and struck it again. Boom! Another statue exploded. Like that, Chen Ping kept punching. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, immobile beast statues were smashed by him. 80, 80, 80. Chen Ping's iron fist swept across the entire chessboard. By the time he stopped, gasping for breath, the entire hall was covered in rubble. With decisive and fierce methods, Chen Ping had eliminated all powerful enemies. Phew! This really is worthy of being the final stage of the king's trial. So tough. Chen Ping truly felt the terror of the third stage of the king's trial. Begins. Hiccup. Suddenly, Chen Ping heard a strange sound. Wait, it's been glitching so long it hiccups now? Chen Ping looked around, both puzzled and uncertain. At that moment, the passionate voice rang out again. Congratulations, fated one. With powerful strength and resolute action, you cooperated perfectly with the Blackwater Black Tortoise and successfully defeated all the ferocious beasts. The tongue of the heavenly general King in Lan had finally straightened out, but what he said was still completely wrong. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. Chen Ping saw the chessboard floor split in the middle. A colorful statue with a crown on its head slowly emerged from the crack, looking extremely majestic. It was 9 feet tall, had an eagle-like nose and phoenix eyes, and radiated authority. It held a large box in its hands. Chen Ping's nerves tensed again. This statue was very likely the creator of the Forbidden Zone, the legendary heavenly general King in Lan. That powerful aura, it really did have the bearing of a king. I am the heavenly general, King in Lan. The statue spoke, its words full of authority. Listening to that imposing voice, Chen Ping was confused. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be Heavenly General King in Lan? Why did it turn into Heavenly General King in Lan? Congratulations, fated one, you have passed my little black tortoise trial. Among all chi refining cultivators, you are undoubtedly one of the best. Now, I declare that you are qualified to receive my chi refining inheritance. This is my battle technique, War God Cannon. This is my cultivation method, Purple Star Immortal Sutra. 2 beams of divine light shot from the statue's forehead straight into Chen Ping's head. Boom! Something exploded in Chen Ping's mind. As his head throbbed with pain, countless truths and insights were etched into his mind like a divine revelation. In an instant, he had grasped the War God Canon, and also understood the essence of the Purple Star Immortal Sutra. This was the benefit of receiving an expert's legacy. No need to read carefully, you instantly understand everything. The War God Cannon was a powerful attack technique, fusing all bodily strength into one explosive blast like a divine cannon. It was extremely suitable for Chen Ping. Chen Ping was thrilled and then turned his attention to the Purple Star Immortal Sutra. This sutra was even more astonishing. It was a supreme cultivation scripture. As he carefully comprehended it, he found it endlessly profound. If trained to the highest level, it could lead directly to the immortal path. It was the ultimate secret scripture of the celestial realm. What Chen Ping received now was only the first half, allowing cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. But that was already enough. Chen Ping was only in the chi refining stage now. Wait, chi refining stage? Chen Ping checked his body in confusion and realized he wasn't even compatible with the Purple Star Immortal Sutra. Chen Ping, Omega Omega. He was just an awakened from the Vajra system. Senior. Chen Ping looked sadly at the statue. The cultivation method you gave me is outdated. Can I exchange it? But the statue ignored his words and continued speaking. How is it? Now that you've obtained the Purple Star Immortal Sutra, you must be overjoyed. No need to be moved, it's what you deserve. But don't celebrate too early. As my successor, you'll receive an extra surprise based on your performance. The statue spoke proudly, like a senior showing off to a junior. Next, I will give you an additional reward based on your performance. The box in the statue's hands started changing colors. At times it turned bronze, at times silver, at times gold. The treasure chest in my hand, whether bronze, silver, or gold, depends on your overall performance in this trial, King in Lan continued. As expected of a big shot who created a forbidden zone, he really knew how to show off. Chen Ping, amazed, also grew slightly nervous. Would his exploitation of the forbidden zone's bug be discovered? If so, would he only get a bronze chest? Or worse, would the statue attack him? King's Trial Stage 1, Clearance Time. 0.01 breaths. King's Trial Stage 2, Clearance Time. 0.01 breaths. King's Trial Stage 3, Clearance Time. 0.01 breaths. Oh, my boundless Supreme Lord of the Grand Purity, what an unbelievable record. Even the tone of the rainbow-colored statue became breathless. At this moment, Chen Ping felt that the statue seemed almost human, full of emotion. What's with this data? This kind of number is simply unreasonable. Could there really be such a heaven-defying person in this world? The statue was clearly shocked by Chen Ping's insane stats. This performance is truly unprecedented and unmatched. I've actually met such a peerless talent. Is this the guidance of destiny? Yes, you are the seed of heavens, the future of the celestial realm. You are the one I've been searching for all along. You are the ultimate person I sought. The statue trembled violently, and under Chen Ping's astonished gaze, it moved. It crushed the box in its hand. Startled, Chen Ping stepped back quickly and saw that from the shattered box came 3 treasure chests, bronze, silver, and gold, each one bigger than the original box. The statue tossed a bronze chest at Chen Ping. Instinctively, Chen Ping caught it. It was extremely heavy. Just as he was about to complain why, despite performing so well, he only got a bronze chest, the statue tossed the silver chest at him too. Here, take them all. After the silver chest came the gold chest. Chen Ping actually received all 3. The statue waved its arms frantically, clearly feeling that even this wasn't enough for such a genius. Glancing around anxiously, it suddenly clenched its teeth and plunged a hand into its own chest. Boom! Its heart exploded. It pulled out a glowing, rainbow-colored stone from within. This is the rainbow glass heart, my most precious treasure. I now give it to you. Chen Ping watched in stunned silence, mouth agape. Senior and Lan, what are you doing? Are you really giving me your heart? He wanted to say, Senior, don't, this is too much. But the moment he heard most precious treasure, his hand reached out and grabbed it reflexively. The mission to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. I leave it to you. The rainbow-colored statue looked at Chen Ping with hope in its eyes, as if it had fulfilled a great mission. Its surface began cracking, light dimming. Boom! With a loud sound, the statue shattered into rubble. In the vast palace, only Chen Ping stood there, holding the rainbow glass heart, completely dumbfounded. After a long time, he finally murmured, Senior, what is the ancient heavenly court? No one could answer Chen Ping's question anymore. Heavenly General King and Lan had already shattered into rubble. Inside the entire palace, only Chen Ping stood alone, dazed in the wind. Out of nowhere, he was told to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. He didn't even know what the ancient heavenly court was. What was he supposed to rebuild? Chen Ping felt helpless and speechless. But honestly, from the moment he entered the Forbidden Zone, had he not already encountered enough absurdities? One more didn't make much difference. Chen Ping looked down at the heart-shaped crystal in his hand. The sparkling, transparent gem, glowing with a multicolored luster, was dreamy and mysterious. The strange energy it emitted even seemed to resonate with his heartbeat. This thing, how do I use it? Chen Ping could only tell that this treasure was extremely powerful. After all, it was the item Heavenly General King and Lan valued the most. Maybe even Qin Xiaoyu's top-tier divine vermilion bird trial wouldn't offer something this precious. But how powerful it really was, and how exactly to use it, he had no idea. But the moment he voiced the question, the rainbow glass heart in his hand suddenly flashed. Through a certain rhythm, it directly conveyed to Chen Ping how to use it. Refine it with blood essence. Let it recognize its master. They say blood essence is not ordinary blood, but a condensed fusion of an awakened one's essence, energy, and spirit. For an awakened person, every drop of blood essence is extremely precious, and releasing even a single drop can leave one weak, like the kind of exhaustion after several rounds of sex. So here's the problem, how should he refine this treasure? He'd never learned. No one had ever taught him such knowledge. Chen Ping was very helpless. This must be the pitiful fate of a rogue cultivator. Not only having nothing, but also knowing nothing. Chen Ping held the rainbow glass heart tightly. He didn't want to give up here. And he definitely didn't want to go outside and ask the gods how to refine it. Because he had a strong feeling that this rainbow glass heart was a rare treasure. It might even influence his future struggle against the gods in a significant way. Racking his brain for refining methods, Chen Ping suddenly discovered that the Purple Star Immortal Sutra included some matching refining knowledge, a bonus lesson, so to speak. But the Purple Star Immortal Sutra used spiritual energy to extract blood essence. Chen Ping didn't have spiritual energy. What he had was the qi fire cultivated from the 9 yang true art. Well, it's all qi anyway. Let's just treat the dying horse like a live one. Chen Ping knew he had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he followed the technique described in the sutra, letting qi fire surge through his entire body, and finally rush straight to the crown of his head. Immediately, Chen Ping felt his brain explode. Wisps of white steam came out from his scalp. Not only that, a wave of intense dizziness and nausea surged through him. Crap! Did he just go into qi deviation? Startled, Chen Ping quickly circulated his qi fire, enduring the intense dizziness, letting it flow through his entire body and gather at his heart. Then he condensed the heart's blood into a single drop, guiding his chi and spirit to his fingertip. It worked! Using chi fire instead of spiritual energy to extract blood essence worked. Shin Ping was overjoyed. He felt intense pain in his fingertip as it split open slightly, revealing a drop of red golden blood, which slowly dripped onto the rainbow glass heart. With a sizzling sound, the rainbow glass heart absorbed the drop of blood. Shin Ping's whole body shivered, as if something had been released, something lost. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented emptiness, his whole body light and hollow. His legs weakened, and he fell into a blank state of extreme weakness. So empty, so very empty. After losing just one drop of blood essence, Shin Ping's vision darkened, and everything in the world felt meaningless. Whoosh! In contrast, the rainbow glass heart suddenly burst into brilliant light. The next moment, Shin Ping felt an invisible connection form between him and the rainbow glass heart. He could sense its existence clearly. To his astonishment, the rainbow glass heart turned into a rainbow beam and shot into his chest. Boom, boom, boom. Shin Ping felt a strong rumble in his body. His hollow frame was instantly filled by the rainbow glass heart. He could feel his heart merge with the rainbow glass heart. An immense life force surged within, bringing powerful transformation to his body. Not only that, fragments of memories flashed rapidly in his mind like a slideshow. They were impressions from when Enlon possessed the rainbow glass heart. Shin Ping saw Enlon, transformed in rage into the vermilion bird war god, sweeping across the 8 desolations. So it turned out, Heavenly General King Enlon was an incredibly powerful vermilion bird in human form. He also held the title of Vermilion Bird General of the ancient Heavenly Court. As the images kept flashing, Shin Ping also saw him drinking with the Azure Dragon General, quarreling with the White Tiger General, and even brawling with the Black Tortoise General only to be pinned down and beaten. Suddenly, Shin Ping seemed to understand why the 4 symbolic beasts were divided into different ranks in the Forbidden Zone: Divine Vermilion Bird, Great Azure Dragon, Mortal White Tiger, and Little Black Tortoise. Scene after scene played in his mind before abruptly ending. In the final image, Shin Ping vaguely saw the eternal heavenly palace being twisted and torn apart by some incomprehensible force, crumpled like paper. The gods bled. The vermilion bird fell. Startled, Shin Ping snapped back from the strange vision, drenched in cold sweat. Once he calmed down, he clearly felt the rainbow glass heart in his chest releasing gentle energy, nourishing his entire body and rejuvenating his vitality. Rainbow glass heart, life-bound immortal treasure of the Vermilion Bird General of the ancient Heavenly Court. Aside from greatly enhancing its master's vitality, it contains 7 hidden, heaven-defying divine abilities. Learning this, Shin Ping was amazed. An immortal treasure. It was actually an immortal treasure. Shin Ping's heart surged with excitement. In the Age of Awakening, the value of an immortal treasure was beyond measure. Legends said immortal treasures were used by ancient immortals, infused with extremely unique and powerful energies. Their materials had to be the rarest heavenly and earthly treasures, their crafting, supremely complex, requiring god-tier artisans, their forging environment, filled with great fortune. All of it beyond imagination. In today's world, no craftsman could forge immortal treasures anymore. Which meant every immortal treasure was a one-of-a-kind artifact, its value only growing over time. Whenever one appeared, it sparked deadly battles among top-tier awakened beings. Back when an immortal treasure appeared on Panglai Immortal Island, no one knew how many powerful awakened beings died in the scramble for it. Who would have thought that he, a mere D-rank awakened, would accidentally obtain a treasure of this level? Shin Ping felt both overwhelmed and terrified. This was an immortal treasure. Even though his cultivation was too low to activate the Rainbow Glass Heart's 7 hidden divine abilities, just the constant stream of boundless life force was enough to make him feel like he had transcended mortality. At the very least, right now the Rainbow Glass Heart was constantly nourishing his body. It beat continuously like a powerful engine, refining and purifying his blood, making his strength more concentrated and solid, and his body more powerful. Shin Ping's face suddenly flushed, blood boiling, muscles twitching, golden light even radiated from his veins. His strengthening body was beginning to undergo a transformation and evolution on its own. Oh no! He was about to break through. Shin Ping forcefully suppressed the powerful surging energy inside him, trying hard to restrain his cultivation from breaking through. The energy in his body, his muscles, blood, and meridians were all trembling. This force wanting to evolve was too strong, so strong that Shin Ping nearly couldn't hold it back. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it. In this trial zone that only allowed those in the chi refining stage to enter, he didn't dare imagine what would happen if he advanced his realm. Would the Forbidden Zone unleash terrifying punishment upon him? To be safe, he still planned to break through after leaving. Phew, that was close. Shin Ping wiped his sweat. Once again, he had held back a breakthrough to a higher realm. He turned his gaze to the 3 treasure chests before him: bronze, silver, and gold treasure chests. Logically, those who passed a Forbidden Zone trial usually only got one of the 3. Qin hadn't expected that, due to his outstanding performance, he'd receive all 3. Had he emptied out the entire treasure vault of the Little Black Tortoise trial? He felt a bit excited, like opening mystery boxes. Let's open the bronze chest first. Excited, Qin opened the bronze chest. Crash! A large number of star origin stones, glowing with starlight, appeared in front of him. Densely packed, at least 1,000. No, 2,000 star origin stones. Qin counted them carefully, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He couldn't stop smiling. No wonder the bronze chest was so heavy, it was all money. Based on the average annual salary of a D-rank awakened being, which was a few dozen star origin stones, this pile alone would take a D-rank awakened decades without food or drink to earn. No wonder people said that inheritance-type forbidden zones were full of fortune. Once an awaken enters, they could rise to the top. Just the lowest reward from this forbidden zone alone could fulfill the dream of overnight wealth. And this was just the bronze chest. What about the silver chest? Qin's hands trembled as he opened the chest. Whoosh! Red light poured out. A root burning with crimson flames, shaped like a flood dragon, appeared before him. At the same time, a divine thought entered his mind. Red dragon root, a top-tier heavenly and earthly treasure nurtured by the blood of a red flood dragon, greatly boosts vitality, enhances chi and blood, and reshapes bones and meridians. A good item. Another great item. A genuine heavenly treasure. Each one of these treasures was infused with the fortune of heaven and earth, far more valuable than spiritual items, extremely rare. In the Age of Awakening, every heavenly treasure fetched sky-high prices. Next to the red dragon root was a blue, water drop-shaped jade pendant. Qin picked it up and realized it was an unclaimed spiritual treasure. He immediately refined it and sensed its powerful spiritual energy. Ethereal Jade, Tier 5 spiritual treasure, contains 3 zhang internal space, can store items and has additional effects of warding off evil, nourishing the body, and extending lifespan. Qin's face lit up with joy. A space-type storage item, absolutely priceless. In the Age of Awakening, anything related to space power was extremely rare. Many B-rank high-level awakened had never seen such items. Because there were so few people who mastered space power, and forging even a simple space storage ring required a master blacksmith and a top-level space-type awakened working together. So, those who possessed space storage items were usually children of awakened elites. A 1 zhang space ring was already precious. 3 zhang, with bonus effects, it was equivalent to a premium space ring, worth far more than the standard ones. Happily, Qin wore the ethereal jade on his chest and immediately sensed a special connection and awareness of space. Space was a unique sensation. The ethereal jade felt like it granted him a space authority, letting his body link with space, and allowing the pendant's inner space to swap with the external world. He bent down, touched the star origin stones in the bronze chest, activated the space power, and with a flash of spacelight, the star origin stones vanished, transferred into the ethereal jade. The once empty space inside the pendant was now filled with star origin stones. Interesting. The unique experience made Qin's eyes shine. He had never felt space power so clearly. He flipped his hand, the pendant on his chest glowed, and that familiar spatial wave appeared. He sensed the vast internal space of the pendant, feeling the space power under his control, letting him freely interact with any location inside the jade. Space swap. With a thought, the starstone-filled space inside swapped with the empty one under his palm. Instantly, a star origin stone appeared in his hand like magic. Out of nowhere. Well, not quite. It wasn't really something from nothing, just spatial substitution. All matter still existed in its original space. Interesting, this is so fun. Qin's eyes grew brighter as he kept playing with the power. The starstones disappeared and reappeared in his hand again and again. Hey, I'm out. Oops, I'm in again. He, here I am again. Qin kept playing and muttering to himself. He had a blast. After a while, he finally felt tired and turned his attention to the final box. The gold chest. The bronze and silver ones had already given him huge surprises. Surely the gold one would be heaven-defying? What kind of treasure was inside? Qin's heartbeat quickened. His hands trembled as he opened the gold chest. Whoosh! A dazzling green light blinded him, it was painfully bright. Inside the gold chest was an armor. But its color was painfully eye-piercing, glowing green all over. Qin refined it, and information flooded his mind. Black tortoise armor, Tier 7 spiritual treasure. Armor forged from a shell fragment of the black tortoise general. Incredibly tough, can resist various powerful and deadly attacks. Top-tier defense. Downside, extremely heavy. Chen Ping looked shocked. It was actually made from the Black Tortoise General's shell? A memory flashed in his mind. When King Enlon fought the Black Tortoise General, he was pinned down and beaten. But Enlon didn't yield. He fought back desperately, and finally pecked off a shell piece with his beak. So that's how it came about. Chen Ping understood. Looking at the green, turtle shell-like armor, his gaze softened. After all, it came from the Black Tortoise General of the Heavenly Court. It must be tough. Green? Sure, it was. But Chen Ping could definitely forgive that. War God Canon, Purple Star Immortal Sutra, 2000 Star Origin Stones, a Tier 5 Spiritual Treasure, the Ethereal Jade, a Heavenly Material Treasure, the Red Dragon Root, a Tier 7 Spiritual Treasure, the Black Tortoise Armor, and also the Immortal Treasure Rainbow Glass Heart. This journey was an absolute jackpot for Chen Ping. He stayed inside the Great Hall, searching here and there, trying to see if he had missed anything. But unfortunately, aside from piles of rubble, there was nothing else. After hesitating for a moment, he stored the shattered statue of King Enlon into the ethereal jade as well. Even though the statue no longer emitted any glow, it was, after all, made in the likeness of the Forbidden Zone's creator. The material looked quite special. Additionally, the bronze, silver, and gold treasure chests, now empty, were also stored inside the spatial jade pendant. These chests were made of valuable metal. Even if the gold and silver parts were just plated, they could still fetch a decent price when resold. After finishing all that, Chen Ping finally left the little black tortoise trial fully satisfied. He returned to the familiar altar and found that Qin Xiaoyu, Ning Beiyang, and Li Han had not returned yet. He was the first one back. Not only the first to return, he was probably the one who gained the most. After all, he had obtained King Enlan's ultimate treasure, the Rainbow Glass Heart. Could there be anything more valuable than that? He was the true hidden winner of this inheritance-type Forbidden Zone. Thinking about it, Chen Ping felt even more delighted. He laughed out loud alone on the altar. That was the problem. Once he laughed, he couldn't stop. His whole body relaxed, and then came a sudden rush. Oh no! He was about to break through. Chen Ping's face twisted, his body trembled. He couldn't hold it anymore. He immediately sat cross-legged on the altar, relaxed his whole body, and let the power that had been building up inside erupt. Boom! Intense golden energy waves surged out like a shockwave. Ah! Chen Ping let out a strange high-pitched sound, as if his body had been fully released. He felt completely refreshed and at ease. The harder the suppression, the more explosive the breakthrough. After forcibly suppressing his breakthrough twice, his body finally seized the opportunity. This transformation was stronger than any he had experienced before. The energy in his body broke its shackles and erupted freely. His chi and blood slammed into his physical body repeatedly, tempering it like steel. This was a qualitative change, a transformation of life itself, a refinement of power. Golden patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of his skin. Those were his meridians, evolving, becoming tough as steel. His chi and blood burned like fire, igniting unimaginable potential. Iron refinement stage. After repeated tempering and refining, he successfully stepped into the quenching stage. This marked his transition from a beginner awakened to an intermediate one, proof that he had gained full control over his power. In the awakened world, he had now entered the inner circle. From now on, his entire body would be as tough as steel. His power boiled like fire. 15 minutes passed. Chen Ping opened his eyes, and in that instant, they blazed like flames, before quickly returning to their calm black and white. So this is what it feels like to be a C-rank awakened. Chen Ping stood up and found himself overflowing with strength. He could sense and control every muscle and organ in his body. It was a very strange feeling, like he had acquired a new level of perception. He could clearly feel how his organs worked, how his internal systems operated. He could even control his heartbeat, manage intestinal movement, and yes, even determine when to defecate with pinpoint control. Naturally, Chen Ping believed that even his male functions were under full command now. How long to last, how hard, how hormones were secreted. Strong. Unbelievably strong. Was this the new view from the path of awakening? Chen Ping suddenly felt on the verge of tears. To know oneself. To control oneself. To improve oneself. This was the evolution path of the Vajra system. Chen Ping had never understood himself so thoroughly. His 5 senses had sharpened tremendously. His awareness of his surroundings had risen to another level. He could even see a flying mosquito 100 meters away. He flicked his finger. Snap! A golden arc of electricity tore through the air and struck the mosquito mid-flight. The mosquito froze, turned black, and fell to the ground. As expected, Chen Ping murmured. He really wasn't a normal Vajra type awakened. After gaining further understanding and control of his body, He was surprised to find 7 completely different types of power remaining inside. Those 7 powers were all too familiar. Weren't they from his family? He had borrowed divine power before, letting it merge with his body. When it faded, there were always some lingering effects. Yes, those effects were actually divine remnants. His body had a strong devouring power. It could absorb the energy of star origin stones completely. Even when borrowing divine power, he could forcibly tear off a piece for himself. The mysterious energy in his chest came from his father. From previous use, he'd seen that this energy wasn't one-time, it could recharge after being depleted. It was as if he had stolen divine power for himself. Snap! Another flick. An even stronger golden lightning shot from his fingertip, instantly striking a peach tree 100 meters away, splitting its trunk. That power. Too satisfying. Chen Ping grinned, his smile turning wild. He snapped his fingers repeatedly. Boom! 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 He kept testing, firing shot after shot around him. The power was amazing, like a finger gun. It rivaled that of elemental-type C-rank awakened ones. That lightning power had come from his brother, branded into his arms. Chen Ping used to resist the divine powers. But once he understood his body and found that using these remnants not only caused no harm but instead became part of his strength, he realized how sweet it was. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet figured out how to use the remaining 5 divine powers. Maybe deeper control was needed. He shook his head, and just then, the altar beneath him suddenly shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. A strange light beam exploded from within the altar. A white tiger phantom suddenly leapt out of the light and landed swiftly on the back of Chen Ping's hand. Congratulations, fated one, you have obtained the Mortal White Tiger trial qualification. King Inlan's warm and excited voice echoed across the altar. Chen Ping looked at the white tiger mark on the back of his hand, dazed. What the hell? He had evolved from Little Black Tortoise to Mortal White Tiger? Chen Ping actually felt a bit nostalgic for King Inlan. That voice, after not hearing it for a while, he really did miss it a bit. After all, to Chen Ping, whenever Inlan's voice appeared, benefits followed. And this time was no exception. He had only been qualified to enter the Little Black Tortoise trial, yet now, somehow, he had obtained the qualification for the Mortal White Tiger trial. But calling it completely inexplicable might be a stretch. Logically, a Foundation establishment cultivator could participate in the Mortal White Tiger trial. Since Chen Ping had advanced from a D-rank awakened comparable to the Qi refining stage to a C-rank awakened comparable to the Foundation establishment stage, then qualifying for the Mortal White Tiger trial made perfect sense, right? Thinking of this, Chen Ping's expression became a bit strange. Did he bug the system again? Chen Ping was half suspicious as he walked toward the Rainbow Bridge to the west. A barrier appeared before him, shimmering with flowing waves. Chen Ping paused for a moment, then stepped forward. The white tiger mark on the back of his hand lit up, opening a gap in the barrier. And just like that, he swaggered into the barrier. What appeared before him was a familiar rainbow bridge. Chen Ping cautiously stepped onto it. I've entered. I wonder what kind of impact this will have on Brother Li Han. He walked forward with some concern. When he had entered the Little Black Tortoise trial, he was a peak D rank, which was the highest allowed cultivation for that trial, so he had felt confident. But now, entering the Mortal White Tiger trial as a beginner C rank, the lowest level qualified for this trial, it was no wonder Chen Ping felt extremely nervous. Right now, he was definitely the weakest one here. But Chen Ping just couldn't hold back his curiosity. He really wanted to see this forbidden zone for himself. He walked forward cautiously and alert. In the center of the Rainbow Bridge, he saw remnants of chaotic energy currents. It looked like Li Han had also faced a trial on the bridge and had passed it. Li Han was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, a prodigy of the longevity sect, definitely strong. Chen Ping crossed the terrifying energy currents and found that he didn't trigger any trial. Did that mean this trial could only be activated once? Or perhaps only once within a certain time period? That would make sense. Normally, 4 people would each enter a different trial. Who would randomly break through a major realm midway, then go try another class of trial? Chen Ping kept walking, eyes full of caution. He safely made it across the Rainbow Bridge. The floating island ahead was a barren land, filled with reddish-brown hills rising continuously into the distance. Strange and sharp stone spires jutted out from the hills, looking oddly out of place, as if forcefully inserted there. Chen Ping heard beastly roars and the sound of violent collisions. Following the noise, he arrived at an area full of stone spires. Over a dozen beast-shaped monsters made of stone were attacking a man in Taoist robes. That robed man was Li Han. Wielding his spiritual sword, he used incredibly agile movement techniques to dodge the beasts, drawing out surging energy from the sword to unleash dazzling, sharp sword auras. The sword aura was light blue, like translucent blue air blades. Though it looked like air, it was immensely powerful, able to cut through metal and stone. When it swept across nearby stone spires, it left deep gashes. So cool. Watching Li Han wield his sword aura, Chen Ping couldn't help but admire him. As expected of a prodigy from the longevity sect, he had style. But despite how cool and flawless his swordsmanship and movements were, Li Han was in a terrible situation. His Taoist robe was already stained with blood, torn by the claws of those beast-shaped monsters. Li Han was at a disadvantage because the monsters' bodies were incredibly tough. Though they appeared to be made of stone, their bodies contained a high concentration of strong metal elements. His sword aura could split stone, but on the monsters it only left shallow wounds, not enough to kill. Roar! A stone ape charged at Li Han from behind with a punch. Li Han raised his sword to block, but the overwhelming force bent the blade. He was flung away, slamming into a stone spire, cracking it. Ugh! Li Han coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. This wasn't good. At this rate, Li Han couldn't win this trial. Watch your left! Chen Ping suddenly shouted. Li Han jerked with surprise and leapt to the right. Whoosh! A black stone tiger with blade-like steel forearms lunged from the left. Its massive black blade arm, over 10 meters long, sliced an entire stone spire in two. Cold sweat poured down Li Han's face. He looked toward the figure who warned him and shuddered. Chen Ping? He screamed in disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. That's right, it's me, Chen Ping nodded. Even though Li Han had looked down on him, mocked him, and insulted him, Chen Ping knew Li Han was just a show-off. He didn't deserve to die. Since they were technically teammates, Chen Ping decided to help him out. Behind you! Chen Ping shouted again. Li Han, ignoring his shock, leapt forward just as a stone flood dragon crashed down behind him, its hard head smashing the ground into a crater. How are you even here? Li Han shouted while fighting the stone monsters. Chen Ping laughed. If you, Li Han, can come here, why can't I? Li Han's face twitched slightly. Is that what I'm asking? Chen Ping appearing in his mortal white tiger trial was just too strange, so strange that even while in danger, Li Han couldn't help but ask. But before he could catch his breath, a bear-shaped stone monster slapped him on the shoulder and sent him flying over 100 meters. If it weren't for the tough body of a Foundation establishment cultivator, that one hit would have killed him. Li Han crashed to the ground in a mess and saw several more stone monsters charging at him. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a yellow talisman from his robes. Defend! With a loud roar, the talisman ignited, and a golden barrier formed around him. Boom, boom, boom. Several monsters slammed into the golden barrier, shaking it violently. Truly worthy of being a prodigy from the longevity sect, so many tricks. Chen Ping commented in amusement. But this is just your last gasp, isn't it? Taoist friend Li Han, if this keeps up, you're going to get killed by those monsters. Want me to lend a hand? I'll help you clear the trial, and we split the rewards 50-50. How about it? Li Han's whole face darkened. What did you say? 50-50? That's robbery. And, with your strength, what help can you even offer? He felt like Chen Ping had gone mad. A mere D-rank awakened actually dared to propose splitting loot with him, a late-stage Foundation establishment prodigy? But soon, a glint appeared in Li Han's eyes. He had thought of a good plan. He suddenly shouted and unleashed an incredibly powerful sword aura from his blade, slashing at several of the stone monsters in front of him. The sword aura contained intense wind pressure, blasting several monsters over 100 meters away right in the direction of where Chen Ping was standing. That slash likely didn't intend to cause real harm. The monsters rolled along the ground and quickly got back up, but now they noticed Chen Ping standing nearby. Roar! The stone monsters shifted their focus and let out low growls at Chen Ping. Li Han's eyes lit up. It worked. Using Chen Ping to attract the attention of a few monsters, he could now go all out to handle the rest. Li Han, you're ruthless. Chen Ping's angry shout came from a distance. Taoist friend Chen Ping, don't forget, we're teammates. If you survive these monsters and hold them off, once this is over, I promise we split the treasure equally. Li Han laughed loudly and launched a fierce assault on the remaining monsters with his sword. He spoke sweetly, but he had no intention of Chen Ping actually surviving. He just wanted to use Chen Ping's life to stall a few monsters for a while. Die! Li Han's sword burst with unprecedented brilliance, violently slashing at a stone python in front of him. He finally managed to kill it, just as he planned to repeat the same tactic on the remaining stone beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions echoed from the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Several monsters crashed heavily near Li Han, slamming deep pits into the ground. Li Han looked toward one of the fallen monsters. It was the stone ape. The back of its rock-hard head had been mostly smashed in, and after rolling on the ground, it never got back up, completely losing its combat ability. His brain froze for a moment, stiffly turning his head. A young man wearing metal gauntlets stood beside a hill. Sunlight shone on his gentle face, soft and harmless, and he gave Li Han a big smile. Chun-Ping, you. Li Han's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Were those stone monsters really all knocked away by that young man? He saw the youth's bulging muscles, saw the faint golden patterns flowing rapidly across his skin, and could sense an unimaginably terrifying power within his body. That wave of energy. SSS-RANK. Chun-Ping had become a quenched body stage Vajra-type awakened one. Li Han was utterly shocked. As he froze in place, a bear-shaped stone monster charged over and slapped Li Han to the ground. Several stone monsters surrounded him. The ones Chun-Ping had blasted away also got back up, shifted their focus, and joined the attack, encircling Li Han. Once again, Li Han was outnumbered, fighting 1 against more than 10, barely holding on. Cough cough cough. Daoist friend Chun-Ping. Well done. Congratulations on reaching the quenched body stage. That's great news. Now let's work together to wipe out these damned stone monsters. My promise still stands, once we get the Forbidden Zone rewards, we'll split them 50-50. Li Han shouted as he struggled to fight off the monsters. The young man in the distance, smiling, watched Li Han's battle without making a move. Li Han, insulting my strength was one thing, but why insult my intelligence too? Chun-Ping's smile carried a trace of coldness and indifference. Li Han froze. Somehow, the youth he had always looked down on now gave off a faintly overwhelming aura. Suppressing his frustration, Li Han shouted, Chun-Ping, you've misunderstood. We're teammates through thick and thin. These monsters are extremely strong, only by joining forces can we defeat them. Chun-Ping laughed out loud. He really thought Li Han was treating him like a fool. That attempt to get him killed just now, did Li Han really think he hadn't noticed? Li Han saw Chun-Ping still wasn't helping and continued to watch with great interest. His tone softened. Daoist friend Chun-Ping, what do you want me to do to get your help? I can help you, Chun-Ping said slowly. Li Han's eyes lit up. Chun-Ping suddenly said, call me daddy. Li Han? Daoist friend Chun-Ping, stop joking around. Li Han forced a smile, trying not to explode with rage. I'm not joking. Chun-Ping looked at him with utter seriousness and a playful smile. Li Han trembled with fury. This person he had always looked down on was actually asking him to call him daddy? The rage he'd been suppressing finally burst out. Outrageous. Just because you've gained some strength, you think you can act all high and mighty and take advantage of others? I, Li Han, am a prodigy of the longevity sect. I will one day become one of the 12 paths of Kunlun and inherit the legacy of senior brother Lu Tianlu. Who do you think you are, to humiliate me? Enraged, Li Han's spiritual sword burst into flames. Whoosh! A crimson sword light bloomed like a lotus, instantly beheading 2 attacking stone monsters. Flame Lotus Slash. It was a profound level Dao technique Li Han had mastered, instantly killing 2 strong stone beasts. Even more, the slash left molten lava seeping from the wounds, dissolving the monsters' bodies. Its power was clear. Even Chun-Ping's expression changed slightly as he watched from afar. That slash was seriously dangerous. As expected of a genius from a major chi training sect, he had real skill. However, that attack also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Li Han's face turned pale. Whoosh! Another slash, with a powerful wind burst, blew 3 stone monsters into the air, landing near Chun-Ping. Same old trick. Li Han wanted to make Chun-Ping take aggro. The mindless stone monsters indeed lunged at Chun-Ping. Chun-Ping didn't hesitate. With chi fire flowing through him, he punched straight at one of them. It was just an ordinary punch, but it was far stronger than his full-power D-rank punch from before. The Bear King gauntlet struck the monster's rock-hard body, denting it and sending it flying back toward Li Han. Chun-Ping stepped aside, easily dodging attacks from the other 2 monsters. These monsters were strong, their strength and speed were beyond 2-star monsters, at least at Foundation Establishment level, but their brutal attacks, under Chun-Ping's heightened senses, were clear and predictable, easy to dodge. Yes, when Chun-Ping realized he had enough strength to handle these monsters, when he saw that even Foundation stage monsters weren't all that fearsome, he knew he could control the whole situation. Like a cat playing with mice, Chun-Ping dodged a few attacks, then used skillful force to knock 2 more monsters back to Li Han. From whence they came, to whence they return. Chun-Ping! Li Han's voice cried out in fury. Chun-Ping sat cheerfully on the ground and watched the show. He wasn't about to fall for Li Han's trap and help him defeat these monsters. What are you yelling for? Are you calling me? Chun-Ping scratched his ear. Li Han was furious, but overwhelmed by the monster's assault, he grew more exhausted. A person's strength has limits. Even after killing a few monsters, 9 still surrounded him relentlessly, and he no longer had the strength to finish them off. Flame Lotus Slash was unusable, and his sword couldn't harm their tough bodies. He could only struggle and bleed, his injuries worsening. Chen Ping just watched nearby, full of anticipation, watching the kid resist, waiting for him to yield. Boom, boom, boom. Li Han was beaten black and blue, his waist slashed deeply by claws. A black stone lion bit into his shoulder, knocking him down and pinning him to the ground. Chen Ping! Li Han cried out in anguish. Say it. Say you want to live. Say you want me to save you. Chen Ping walked toward the fallen youth. Li Han's eyes turned red, his body trembled. Surrounded by monsters, he was utterly desperate. In that moment, one voice rang out across the heavens. Daddy, save me! As Li Han screamed those words, a golden blur filled his vision, followed by a thunderous sonic boom. The youth's fist slammed into the black stone lion's side. A massive collision erupted, blasting white shockwaves outward. The beast's rock-solid body caved in and cracked. Roar! The lion howled in agony. The iron fist burst through its body, sending it flying dozens of meters away. As he retracted his fist, Chen Ping grabbed a stone dog by the head, slammed it into the ground, cracking the earth, then spun up and kicked another stone monster into a distant spire. The youth fought like a brutal beast king, flowing with deadly precision, saving Li Han from the brink of death. Looking down at the dumbfounded Li Han, the smiling youth replied cheerfully, Hey! Chen Ping's affectionate hey made Li Han collapse emotionally. Too much. It was really too much. Li Han gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, his face red like pig's liver. When he first met Chen Ping, he had assumed an aloof attitude, claiming he would grant Chen Ping an opportunity, looking down on this newly awakened rookie. Even when they later teamed up to explore the Forbidden Zone, he still had no expectations for someone as weak as Chen Ping, mocking and belittling him both openly and subtly. But who would have thought, in just a few days, he had gained a daddy. Roar! The stone monsters roared in fury and charged at Chen Ping. Chen Ping's whole body surged with chi fire, his iron fists as heavy as mountains. Each punch brought explosive sonic booms, hammering again and again into the monsters, shattering their tough bodies and sending them flying. Howls of pain echoed across the field. The once formidable stone monsters were incredibly fragile under Chen Ping's iron fists. Any monster hit by him was smashed apart by the terrifying force within his punch. Li Han stared again, dumbfounded. Only now did he realize Chen Ping had been holding back earlier. This was Chen Ping's true strength. Was the S-rank Vajra type awakened really this strong? And Chen Ping had only just entered the quenched body stage. Li Han looked at the overwhelmingly powerful Chen Ping, his emotions becoming more and more complicated. How could he be this strong? One after another, the stone monsters were smashed apart by Chen Ping. In no time, all the monsters had been dealt with by him. The group of stone monsters that Li Han had found extremely difficult now lay as rubble. Phew! These monsters really were strong. No wonder you were pushed into a desperate situation, Taoist friend Li Han, Chen Ping panted. Li Han's face twitched slightly, gripping his sword tightly. It must be because Vajra-type Awakened were especially good at fighting stone monsters. Yes, it had to be that. Besides, if he hadn't already fought more than 10 of them, killing 6 or 7 by himself, how could Chen Ping have taken the chance to finish off the other 9? Thinking that way, Li Han suddenly felt much better. He forced a smile and cupped his hands toward Chen Ping. Many thanks, Taoist friend Chen Ping, for lending a hand. This great kindness, I, Li Han, will never forget. Chen Ping waved his hand. Don't give me that nonsense. Just don't forget to give me half of the reward when we get it. Of course. Li Han smiled and cupped his hands again. You and I fought side by side and conquered the mortal white tiger trial. It was no trouble at all, right? Just as he finished, a majestic and excited voice echoed in their ears. Congratulations, Fated One, for completing the second stage of the King's Trial, the Golden Beast Trial, with outstanding performance. We look forward to seeing even better performance in the next 2 stages. A familiar voice. Chen Ping's expression shifted slightly. 2 stages cleared, but 2 still remained. So the Mortal White Tiger trial had a total of 4 stages? But more important than that, King Enlan finally started talking to him too. The moment he heard Enlan's voice, Chen Ping knew he was now recognized as a true trial participant. Earlier, he had spared Li Han's life not out of compassion, but because he needed to use Li Han's identity to obtain the trial's inheritance treasures. If he accidentally killed Li Han and the trial ended because of it, wouldn't that be extremely awkward? Don't think that couldn't happen in a forbidden zone full of bugs. Chen Ping really didn't dare take that risk. But now it was fine, he himself was also a trial participant. Chen Ping turned his gaze toward Li Han. Li Han gave him a friendly smile and sincerely said, Taoist friend Chen Ping, I'm a bit weak right now, how about we sit and meditate for a while before continuing? Chen Ping hesitated, then nodded slightly. That's fine too. He'd had a bit of killing intent before, but seeing Li Han's friendly smile and remembering that this smiling guy had once called him daddy. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. At this moment, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Fine. He'd wait a bit longer, see if the trial really worked like he thought and if he truly had a place in it. The two of them sat down to meditate. Li Han pulled out a small bottle, and the rich fragrance of pills instantly filled the air. Just breathing it in made one feel refreshed all over. He took out one blood-chi pill after another and stuffed them rapidly into his mouth. Chen Ping was dumbfounded watching this. Did Li Han think blood-chi pills were free? They were spirit pills. Even though they were only the lowest 1-star grade, they were still precious to awakened beings. One pill could quickly replenish blood-chi and heal injuries, must have for wealthy awakeners. Most people took one, then rested slowly to recover. But Li Han was eating them like candy, one after another. How wasteful was that? Chen Ping was speechless. So this was what a rich dog from the cultivation world looked like? Showing off wealth in front of him? But it wasn't really Li Han's fault. What Chen Ping didn't know was how much psychological pressure he had put on Li Han. Li Han sensed Chen Ping's threat. Covered in injuries and feeling extremely weak, he had no sense of security at all. Under such pressure, he desperately wanted to recover his strength. He didn't care about wasting valuable pills, he just wanted to return to peak condition as fast as possible. As long as he got back to full strength, what was a mere Chen Ping to him? Rumble. The power of the blood-chi pills surged, his blood and chi roared and rolled inside him, and his injuries quickly began to heal. A dark and cold glint flashed in Li Han's eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Chen Ping and saw that he was also meditating, holding a star source stone in his hand, seemingly relying on the energy of the stone to recover. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, filled with disdain. Oof. This is exactly why people say rogue cultivators are like children without mothers. He didn't even have a single blood-chi pill and could only rely on absorbing star source stones, such an inefficient method, to regain his strength. A sense of superiority rose in Li Han's heart. But the next moment, he saw the star source stone turn into dust and disappear on the spot. Was it already used up? Li Han's pupils shrank slightly. Then he saw Chen Ping, as if performing a magic trick, take out another brand new star source stone and continue absorbing energy. In just 3 seconds, another star source stone was completely consumed. That's speed. Li Han suddenly remembered how, on the city wall that day, Chen Ping absorbed star source stones at a terrifying speed. And now, his speed had significantly increased again. 3 seconds passed, another stone vanished. A new star source stone appeared in Chen Ping's palm, and he continued to absorb. Li Han looked on in despair. This speed of absorption provided far more energy than he could get from blood-chi pills. How could it be this fast? How was Chen Ping doing it? And this sudden spatial artifact, and the large amount of star source stones, none of it matched the formerly destitute image of Chen Ping. So, after obtaining the little black tortoise's inheritance, he ran to the mortal white tiger trial to compete for more treasure? Such seamless transition? Li Han was being crushed again and again by Chen Ping, but his shock didn't stop there. Right in front of him, Chen Ping consumed 10 star source stones in a row. By all normal standards, a S-rank awakened one would have been full long ago. Whether restoring energy or healing, that amount would already be beyond a person's capacity. Chen Ping should have stopped to digest it. But Chen Ping didn't stop. He continued consuming 1 star source stone every 3 seconds. 20, 30, 100. Chen Ping's body seemed to have no limit. Like a black hole, it kept devouring the star source stones. Li Han suddenly realized Chen Ping wasn't just recovering. He was cultivating using the star source stones. He could feel it. Chen Ping's aura, unintentionally released from his body, was slowly but steadily growing stronger. One after another, the star source stones turned to powder. Before he knew it, Chen Ping had absorbed 300 star source stones. Li Han was numb from watching. Chen Ping didn't seem to have any limits and kept absorbing. Until he had absorbed a total of 600 star source stones, only then did he stop. Burp! Chen Ping let out a loud burp, patted his stomach, and his face was glowing with color. He stood up, full of energy, and smiled as he looked at Li Han. I'm good now. How about you? Li Han, I'm good too. Li Han stood up awkwardly, forcing a friendly smile. After half an hour of downing pills and resting, he barely managed to recover his original state. As for the serious wounds on his body, they couldn't heal quickly, but at least they didn't affect his combat ability too much. At this thought, Li Han looked at Chen Ping in even more despair. He had hoped to recover quickly through spending resources and eliminate the threat that was Chen Ping. But Chen Ping not only used Star Source stones to rapidly recover, he also consumed 600 in a row, forcefully raising his cultivation from just having entered C-rank to the peak of early C-rank. His strength had increased by a huge margin. What kind of monster was this? A dark and sinister light flashed in Li Han's eyes. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Chen Ping and saw that Chen Ping was also meditating, holding a Star Source stone in his hand, seemingly trying to recover by absorbing its energy. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly in disdain. Oof, no wonder people say rogue cultivators are like motherless children. He didn't even have a single blood chi pill and could only use such an inefficient method like absorbing Star Source stones to recover. Li Han felt a sense of superiority rise in his heart. But the next moment, he saw the Star Source stone turn to dust and vanish on the spot. Already absorbed? Li Han's pupils contracted slightly. Then he saw Chen Ping, like performing a magic trick, take out another new Star Source stone and continue absorbing it. In just 3 seconds, it was completely consumed again. That speed. Li Han suddenly remembered how Chen Ping had absorbed Star Source stones on the city wall that day. And now, Chen Ping's absorption speed had increased significantly again. 3 seconds passed, another stone vanished. Chen Ping produced another one and continued. Li Han looked on, almost despairing. That kind of energy replenishment was much faster than what he got from blood chi pills. How could it be this fast? How was Chen Ping doing it? And this sudden spatial artifact in the pile of Star Source stones didn't match his previously penniless appearance at all. So Chen Ping had obtained the little black tortoise's inheritance, and then came to the mortal white tiger trial to compete for more treasures? Such seamless progression? Li Han was being crushed by Chen Ping again and again, but his shot was far from over. Chen Ping, in front of him, absorbed 10 Star Source stones in a row. By common sense, a C-rank awakened absorbing that many would already be full, whether for energy recovery or healing, that would be beyond one's capacity. Chen Ping should have paused to digest it. But he didn't. He continued 1 Star Source stone every 3 seconds. 20, 30, 100. Chen Ping's body seemed to have no limits, like a black hole, continuously devouring Star Source stones. Li Han suddenly realized Chen Ping wasn't recovering like he was using Star Source stones to cultivate. He could sense it. Chen Ping's aura, unconsciously released from his body, was steadily and slowly strengthening. Stone after stone turned to dust. Unknowingly, Chen Ping had absorbed 300 Star Source stones. Li Han was numb from watching. Chen Ping showed no signs of stopping. Until he had absorbed exactly 600 Star Source stones, he finally stopped. Burp! Chen Ping let out a loud burp, patted his stomach, and his complexion was radiant. He stood up, energetic, smiled, and looked at Li Han. I'm good now. What about you? Li Han. I'm good too. Li Han awkwardly stood up, forcing a friendly smile. After half an hour of intense pill use and rest, he had barely restored his original strength. As for the serious wounds on his body, they couldn't recover quickly, but at least they wouldn't affect his combat power too much. Thinking of this, Li Han looked at Chen Ping with even deeper despair. He had hoped that by spending money on pills he could quickly recover and eliminate the threat of Chen Ping. But Chen Ping not only used Star Source stones to recover quickly, he actually swallowed 600 of them in one go, raising his cultivation from newly entered C-rank to the peak of early C-rank. His strength had grown by a huge margin. What kind of monster was this? Congratulations, Chosen One, for reaching the 4th trial of the King's Challenge, the final stage. At that moment, the same thought rose simultaneously in both their minds. The golden ape before them, it was the final enemy. Chen Ping immediately strode excitedly toward the golden ape, apparently intending to replicate his previous tactic and take advantage of the ape's weakened state. Li Han also tightened his grip on the spiritual sword in his hand, but his eyes were fixed intently on Chen Ping. Chen Ping was entirely focused on the golden ape. This was the perfect opportunity to strike Chen Ping. If he hadn't known about the exploit before, he might have still considered relying on Chen Ping's strength to pass the trial together, increasing their chances of success. But now, he had already learned the trick of advancing early through the trial. What use did Chen Ping's strength have for him anymore? If he didn't act now, once they defeated the golden ape together, he'd have to split the treasure with Chen Ping. But if he struck now, not only could he wash away past humiliation, he could also claim the treasure for himself. What could be more satisfying than that? Li Han's gaze grew sharper and sharper. A never-before-felt surge of powerful energy gathered in his body. Slowly, he drew out a small black wooden sword etched with blood-red runes from his sleeve. There was one thing he hadn't lied to Chen Ping about. Who doesn't have a few secrets and hidden strengths? He had his too. Forbidden artifact, Blood Curse Killing Heart Sword. It was a top-tier one-time assassination weapon personally given to him by Guan Mufei, the sect master of the Longevity sect. When used in a surprise attack, pouring all his strength into the Blood Curse Killing Heart Sword, it could even kill a nascent soul cultivator in one strike. This level of forbidden artifact was definitely a top assassination treasure in the awakening world. It was both the trump card gifted by the sect master and a symbol of the high expectations placed upon him. He hadn't used this forbidden weapon, even when facing desperate situations before reaching the final stage. He had borne the burden with patience. But now, he knew victory was in sight. Sect Master. The inheritance of the Forbidden Zone is right before my eyes. I will restore the glory of the Longevity sect. Li Han poured all his power into the Blood Curse Killing Heart Sword. The sword radiated an unprecedented blood-red light. The runes on its surface squirmed like blood-colored worms, and the intense murderous aura seemed to freeze the entire space. Die! Li Han hurled the Blood Curse Killing Heart Sword. Only then did Chen Ping seem to sense something and turn around. Li Han laughed. It was too late now, the sword had already locked onto Chen Ping's vital energy. There was no way Chen Ping could react in time. The blood light from the black wooden sword lit up half the sky, forming a deadly bloodline aimed straight at the young man's heart. It was an attack capable of killing a nascent soul cultivator. In that moment, Li Han didn't see fear on the young man's face. Instead, the corners of the boy's lips curled up slightly, as if he had expected this. The blue jade pendant on his chest flashed. A brilliant green light surged across his body. A set of green turtle shell armor instantly covered him. Boom! The Blood Curse Killing Heart Sword struck Chen Ping's chest, but was blocked by the turtle shell armor. The sword energy exploded at that moment, shattering and tearing up the ground around them. The overwhelming force kept surging forward, pushing Chen Ping's body backward, generating ring after ring of powerful shockwaves behind him. The terrifying thrust and piercing force felt like they could penetrate anything. Chen Ping felt an intense murderous pressure, but the vibrant green light from his chest gave him an unprecedented sense of safety. It was his 7th-tier spiritual treasure, the Xuanwu armor. The black wooden sword struck the Xuanwu armor. From its initial explosive burst to its final weakening screech, the armor's strange rebound force caused the black wooden sword to tremble uncontrollably, and in the end, the blade shattered inch by inch. Crack! The black wooden sword broke apart. The green shell in front remained unscathed, as if mocking him mercilessly. Li Han's eyes widened, his body swaying slightly, struggling to stay upright. How could this be? That was the Blood Curse Killing Heart Sword, a forbidden weapon capable of killing a nascent soul expert. The boy stood with his green turtle shell armor on his back, looking at the handsome man before him in disbelief, and gave a meaningful smile. Brother Li Han, you wanted to kill me? Fellow Daoist Chen Ping, it's a misunderstanding, this is just a misunderstanding. Li Han hurriedly explained, I was trying to use the flying sword to kill the golden ape behind you. Chen Ping laughed, put away the heavy Xuanwu armor, and walked step by step toward Li Han. I told you, don't insult my intelligence, okay. Li Han pulled out a bunch of blood chi pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Chen Ping hunched forward. The next moment, the ground shattered, clouds burst behind him, and his body shot toward Li Han like a bolt of lightning. His iron fist ruthlessly smashed at Li Han. Li Han's spiritual sword burst out with crimson sword energy, blooming like a fire lotus. Fire lotus slash. Wherever the blade passed, the air twisted, but the iron fist shattered through layers of flame and struck heavily on Li Han's sword blade. Boom! The clash of weapons resounded. Sword energy exploded with flames. Chen Ping felt the scorching sword aura wrap around his entire body, as if trying to engulf and melt him. But he showed no fear, withstood the flames head-on, and his iron fist, heavy as a mountain, bent Li Han's spiritual sword. Li Han's face showed shock. This young man actually blocked his ultimate move, Fire Lotus Slash, with just his fists, and even suppressed him in momentum. Before he could react, he saw Chen Ping open his mouth at him. Roar! Along with the roar, blazing energy burst forth, exploding right in Li Han's face. Li Han was completely dazed, feeling the ripping pain explode in his head. Only one thought remained. How could a Vajra type awaken one shoot blasts from his mouth? If not for his late Foundation establishment physical body and strong spiritual energy protection, that blast alone would have blown off his head. Li Han's face turned pitch black as he forcibly withstood the blow, retreating quickly. His sword's momentum shifted, spitting out sword energy, slicing at the youth's neck from a tricky angle. Even in such a disadvantaged position, he still tried to counterattack. Chen Ping stepped back, dodging the sharp slash, and at the same time brought two fingers together and pointed at Li Han's chest. Boom! Golden lightning burst from his fingertips, shattering space and piercing Li Han's heart. Li Han went completely numb. He couldn't even hold onto his sword, which fell to the ground. What was that? Why can a Vajra type awaken one discharge electricity? Just as he snapped back, Chen Ping's iron fist, the size of a sandbag, slammed hard into his abdomen, launching him into the air, smashing his internal organs. Chen Ping then leapt into the sky, twisted midair, and unleashed a punch like a tiger crashing down, striking Li Han's heart. The force blasted through Li Han's chest and sent his body crashing to the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge crater. Cough, cough, cough. What's happening? What the hell is happening? Li Han coughed up blood repeatedly, his eyes filled with fear and regret. He was scared. He was facing a complete monster. Even though he was in the late foundation establishment stage, he couldn't fight back at all against this youth. Stop. Li Han cried out hoarsely. Chen Ping descended, fist slamming down toward Li Han's head without hesitation. Boom! One punch cracked the earth. Blood splattered. The sound of a skull shattering followed. Chen Ping looked down and saw that the head under his fist had become a bloody mess. If you've got last words, save them for the King of Hell. I'm not interested. Chen Ping exhaled and slowly pulled back his fist. Looking at the lifeless body, he nodded in satisfaction. He had finally killed the enemy who had repeatedly tried to take his life. Not bad. Chen Ping nodded to himself. He was very satisfied with the outcome of this battle. Once he decided to strike, he never babbled and never gave the enemy a chance to breathe. He would fight until the enemy was completely finished. And clearly, this method worked well. This was a brutal era. Killing others for treasure was far too common. But if you wanted to kill, you had to be prepared to be killed in return. After all, when a person is killed, they die. Even a genius from the longevity sect dies just like that. Li Han's death deeply moved Chen Ping. Maybe an hour ago, Li Han had no intention to kill him. Maybe Li Han had dreams and hopes for the future. But now he was just a mangled corpse on the ground. That was the cruelty of this era. Chen Ping had always been working hard to adapt. He had come to understand the dangers of this era. He knew that once someone had greed, killing intent would follow. He knew that to avoid danger, one couldn't rely on morality, but on fists. Now, he felt he could be considered a qualified sea-level awakened one. After all, he had stepped over the corpse of a late Foundation establishment genius to prove himself. The golden ape is my proudest creation, whether it's speed, strength, or defense, it's flawless. It can even use special battle techniques from the Celestial Court. It will definitely give you an unforgettable experience. Wang Anlin's voice echoed in Chen Ping's ear. Chen Ping had just killed someone. And this guy was still bragging about his masterpiece. But to Chen Ping, that was fine too. You must be very careful, this is a life or death battle. Wang Anlin continued speaking. Chen Ping had already clenched his fists and charged swiftly toward the golden ape. He leapt high into the air, reaching the level of the over 10-meter-tall golden ape's head, and threw a heavy punch at its skull. This was a punch that could smash steel. As long as he could crush the golden ape's head, the trial would be over. But just as his fist was about to strike, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Ping focused his eyes and saw an enormous head, an oval-shaped head like a whale's, and an enormous golden beak. The creature's head directly crashed into his fist. Dong! Fist collided with the creature's head. Chen Ping's fist, capable of smashing bronze to bits, felt like it had hit an indestructible treasure. The immense force rebounded through his fist and arm, making them go numb. His body was sent flying backward and crashed to the ground. Shocked, he looked up and saw a strange giant bird perched on the golden ape's shoulder, angrily squawking at him. Quack! Despicable human, the trial hasn't even started yet, what do you think you're doing? Quack! The strange bird stared furiously at Chen Ping. Chen Ping looked at the bird, a bit at a loss. Who are you? The bird flapped its wings proudly and said, I am the loyal mount under General Vermilion Bird's command, the white jade whale duck. Chen Ping was stunned. This was actually General Vermilion Bird's mount? That's insanely powerful. But the name was a bit strange. What kind of name is white jade whale duck? Then, Chen Ping looked strangely at the bird. Its feathers were earth gray, its beak was golden and dazzling, looking noble and eye-catching. But that wasn't the main thing was its massive head, and the beak was wide and thick. The huge head took up half its body, and the big mouth took up half the head. It looked as weird as could be. Its appearance was a bit like a shoebill from Earth, but 5 or 6 meters long, making it look far more imposing. How could General Vermilion Bird have such a strange mount? The bird still glared imposingly at Chen Ping, its wise little eyes seemingly seeing through everything, and it scolded angrily, I am the judge of the final stage of the king's trial. Don't even think about attacking the trial target early. If you do it again, I'll cancel your qualification, quack. Chen Ping became a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't know that was wrong. I'll be more careful next time. A miscalculation. This trial actually had a judge. Why does this one have a judge but the others didn't? Where were they before? Could it be the Forbidden Zone was short-staffed? Chen Ping grumbled inwardly, but outwardly showed a respectful smile and obediently waited in place, listening to Wang Anlin continue his nonsense. Waiting obediently like this for a trial felt really unnatural. He couldn't force it either, that white jade whale duck was strong. Even when he punched with full force, the bird blocked it just with its head, and it looked completely unharmed. His own fist was the one that hurt. That alone showed that the bird's strength was way beyond his level. After seeing that Chen Ping had calmed down, the giant bird nodded in satisfaction, flapped its wings, and flew to a nearby tall stone peak. There was a large bird's nest on the mountain, along with various pieces of furniture. It plopped itself down on a leather sofa, crossed its wings behind its head, leaned its big head to one side, stretched out a tasty-looking leg and wiggled it, casually watching the battle arena. It looked as street-smart as could be. "Kid, behave yourself. Let me see what you've got, quack," the white jade whale duck said in an old-fashioned tone. Only then did Chen Ping realize that the bird had been silently watching the battlefield from nearby all along. It's just that its aura was so well hidden that neither he nor Li Han noticed it was up on the mountain. In the arena, waves of golden energy surged, rapidly pouring into the golden giant ape. The ape's body grew increasingly dazzling. Strange golden hairs began sprouting, and its eyes glowed with golden light, sharp and full of life, as if it had truly awakened. At the same time, a powerful aura began to spread outward. Chen Ping felt an intense and terrifying pressure. His entire nervous system tensed up involuntarily, and his muscles trembled slightly, warning his body of danger. The enemy was very strong. Stronger than ever before. The over 10-meter-tall golden ape slowly began to move. It was the first time Chen Ping had faced a Forbidden Zone trial fair and square. And right from the start, he was facing the final challenge for a C-rank awakened one. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. He had just become a C-rank awakened one, and already he had to face the ultimate test for his level. How could he not be nervous? Then came Wang Anlin's emotionally detached voice once more. "Now, I announce the final stage of the King's trial. King's battle, begin." At the center of the battle platform, the golden ape had fully awakened. Roar! It roared wildly, pounding its chest with both fists like a drum, sending out wave after wave of shock through the air, making the entire battle platform tremble. Chen Ping could feel its aura. It wasn't any weaker than the master of the Forbidden Zone he had once seen, that terrifying lizard demon dragon. The over 10-meter-tall golden giant ape gave Chen Ping immense pressure. After its excited roar and furious drumming, its golden eyes slowly turned toward Chen Ping, staring at the seemingly frail young man on the platform. The corners of its mouth curled up to its ears, forming a creepy grin. At that moment, Chen Ping's nerves tightened, and his heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Boom! A sound of air being torn apart. A fierce gust of wind surged. In the blink of an eye, the golden giant ape was in front of Chen Ping. Its 4 to 5 story tall frame caused the pressure to skyrocket. So fast. A fist larger than a human hurtled toward him, filling Chen Ping's entire field of vision. Chen Ping's chi fire surged to its limit. Without hesitation, he threw a punch toward the incoming fist. Boom! A violent collision. A wave of energy burst out. Along with an earth-shaking explosion, Chen Ping felt an overwhelming force slam into him like a tidal wave. His right fist felt like it cracked from the impact, and his entire body was thrown back more than 10 meters by the terrifying force. Such powerful strength. With just one clash, his arm was already numb and trembling. He. The golden ape laughed sharply and eerily, charging forward with wild speed, closing the gap again. Its fist exploded toward him once more. One punch after another, each one like a cannon blast, accompanied by sonic booms in the air. Chen Ping clenched his teeth and met the punches head-on. His entire strength was pushed to the limit. Golden patterns on his skin flared with burning energy, unyielding and tough, as he unleashed a flurry of punches. This was the most powerful strength he could summon after entering the tempered body stage. Thud, 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 fist against fist. A series of intense collisions. Both Chen Ping and the golden ape had extremely hard, heavy fists. It was like two lumps of solid metal smashing into each other. But after just a few breaths, Chen Ping felt tearing pain and numbness spreading through both arms. He stepped back, shifted his posture, and quickly moved around the platform. The golden ape wasn't just terrifying in speed and strength, it also possessed combat skills. One punch after another drove Chen Ping into a corner. Suddenly, it spun and swept its leg, slamming into Chen Ping's shoulder and sending him flying dozens of meters. Chen Ping felt like the bones in his entire arm were shattered. The golden ape was already on all fours, charging quickly. Its fists came down wildly, giving him no time to breathe. But Chen Ping kept a solid stance. Even after being knocked back, he immediately stabilized his footing. The moment he landed, he counterpunched. His blood began to boil. Even though he was clearly at a disadvantage, even though the enemy before him radiated overwhelming pressure, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Golden ape, he. Chen Ping, he. Thud, thud, thud. Their fists collided madly. Chen Ping was knocked into the air by one punch. The golden ape grinned fiercely and leapt into the sky, aiming to hammer him to death. Suddenly, Chen Ping opened his mouth. Energy surged from his chest, and a powerful golden energy blast shot out, slamming right into the golden ape's face. While its face turned pitch black and its body stiffened for a split second, Chen Ping closed in from midair and spun, viciously kicking the golden ape in the head. The kick, strong enough to crush steel, caved in the golden ape's face. With a metallic clang, golden blood seemed to spurt from its mouth. The golden ape's body began to fall backward. Chen Ping wanted to follow up, but the golden ape twisted in midair. Its golden tail lashed out and wrapped around Chen Ping's waist, violently slamming him into the ground. Boom! The battle platform shook violently, rocks flying everywhere. Chen Ping's body slammed into the ground hard. He felt his internal organs jolt, a metallic taste rushing up his throat as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He didn't stop to wipe it. His body rolled quickly to the side, just in time, as a fist smashed down, caving in and shattering the ground. He. The golden ape laughed wildly, pounding the ground as it chased Chen Ping, punching again and again. Chen Ping used every ounce of his strength to dodge. Monster! It really is a monster. Even after taking a blast from his mouth and a full power punch, its combat strength hadn't dropped at all. Chen Ping could feel its terrifying strength, the overwhelming presence of the golden ape. His 9-yang true technique, Flame Chapter, had already reached the minor accomplishment stage. He had mastered the Ziwei immortal scripture, undergone the baptism of the divine ant battle method, and gained a deep understanding of life and himself. He also had remnants of divine power imprinted in him, and the spiritual gauntlets his sister gave him. With all these boosts, Chen Ping felt that among sea-level awakened ones, he was already a top-tier powerhouse. The fact that he had taken down Li Han, the genius of the longevity sect, was solid proof. But only now did Chen Ping realize what true strength really looked like. Unmatched power and speed, fists heavy as mountains, oppressive combat techniques. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Li Han stood before the golden ape, he wouldn't last 10 rounds. Chen Ping's chi fire surged rapidly through his body. Each time he exchanged punches, though his body was in unbearable pain, he also felt a strange thrill. His whole body felt unblocked and alive, the tingling of every cell made him unable to stop. Just like how some people get more exhilarated the more they run, Chen Ping, in this intense battle, was actually getting more and more fired up. Boom! Another straight punch slammed toward him. Chen Ping crossed his arms to block, and the overwhelming force shot through his entire body, blasting him back over 20 meters. He gripped the ground tightly with his feet and suddenly dodged to the side. Boom! The golden fist landed where he had just been, shattering the ground of the battle platform. Chen Ping narrowly dodged the punch and quickly closed in on the golden ape using his agile footwork. The golden ape threw another right hook. Chen Ping ducked low to avoid it. As the golden ape turned, its tail swept across like a giant python, slicing the air with a sharp screech. Chen Ping leaped and arched his body. The tail swept just under him, and the gust of wind whipped his robe wildly. As soon as he landed, he charged under the golden ape without hesitation. When the golden ape tried to throw another punch, it became awkward. It was like a human trying to punch a lizard right in front of them, extremely troublesome. Its height and arm length were its greatest hindrances. Yes, although the golden ape had fierce attacks, boundless strength, and flawless speed, it still had a weakness: its own body size. Chen Ping was now less than 2 meters from the golden ape. The golden ape tried to retreat to create distance. Chen Ping's internal chi fire surged to its peak. His right arm swelled unnaturally, radiating intense heat and light, as if an extreme power was being compressed and stored. As the golden ape retreated, Chen Ping exploded forward even faster. The power gathered in his fist had reached its limit. His swollen arm suddenly contracted, focusing all the energy into his fist. Then, he struck toward the golden ape's chest. He launched the punch. It burst forth. Martial God Cannon. The boy's fist shot out like a cannon, savagely smashing into the golden ape's tough, thick chest. Boom! At the moment the punch exploded, it was like a small sun flared. A punch-shaped dent appeared on the golden ape's body, followed by the sound of bones breaking. The over 10-meter-tall golden ape spewed blood from its mouth and nose, unable to withstand the terrifying force of the blast. Its massive body traced a huge arc through the air and crashed hard outside the battle arena. The golden ape crashed to the ground, forming a large crater. Atop the mountain, the white jade whale duck opened its huge flat mouth in shock. Quack! This kid just used the master's martial god cannon? But how can a Foundation establishment cultivator unleash a martial god cannon with such terrifying power? Quack! The white jade whale duck no longer sat with its legs crossed but stood up, wings spread wide, staring at the battlefield in amazement. Its small, wise eyes locked onto Chen Ping, as if trying to see through him. It had thought this would be another boring one-sided slaughter of a trial, but now it seemed the process was far more interesting than expected. The golden ape lay on the battle platform, gasping for breath. Its enormous and tough body had a massive dent in the chest, with golden blood constantly seeping from the corners of its mouth. Chen Ping had completely broken through its defense, but he didn't hesitate or pause. His body tore through the air as he charged toward the golden ape, his arms swelling, muscles once again radiating scorching heat and light. Chi fire circulated to its limit, and the power in his fist surged to the peak. If one martial god cannon couldn't kill the golden ape, then hit it with two. Chen Ping leapt high, over the golden ape's legs and dented chest, and charged to a position directly above it. His fist fell like a cannonball, aiming straight for its head. But he hadn't expected the golden ape to still have the strength to resist. It crossed its arms in front of itself at the fastest speed and forcefully blocked Chen Ping's second martial god cannon. The impact of the punch burst outward, stirring a 100-meter gale. The golden ape's arms were crushed under Chen Ping's blow, its wrists hit directly by the unstoppable force. Its body twisted and dented, with the sound of bones breaking. In that instant, Chen Ping felt a terrible force grip his waist. The golden ape's tail had wrapped around his body and violently slammed him into the ground. Boom! Stones shattered. The ground caved in. Chen Ping was in excruciating pain, his blood and qi churning violently. He realized his waist was still tightly bound. The golden ape clearly had no intention of letting him go. Using its tail, it swung Chen Ping hard toward a nearby stone peak. The over 20-meter high peak was broken in half. Chen Ping felt like his whole body was splitting apart. That terrifying tail still gripped him tightly, slamming him toward the ground again. Chen Ping clutched the tail tightly with both hands, and golden lightning burst from his fingertips. Rumble! Thunder roared. The golden ape's tail suddenly recoiled like it was electrocuted, and released him. Chen Ping landed, enduring the chaos within his body, and immediately launched another attack toward the golden ape. Taking advantage of the moment the ape was stunned by the electric shock, he fired another martial god cannon and blasted the golden ape away. Chen Ping took a deep breath, ready to chase, but saw the golden ape adjust its stance midair, grabbing the ground with its limbs and carving long trenches into the earth as it charged back at him with even greater momentum. The golden ape seemed enraged. Its golden pupils turned blood red, and its metal-like fur bristled, burning with crimson energy. As it charged, a suffocating wind followed. Quack! Kid, not bad. You actually forced the golden ape into its berserk state. As long as you defeat the golden ape in this berserk state, you'll pass the trial. Quack! The white jade whale duck flapped its wings, cheering Chen Ping on. Chen Ping's heart sank at those words. Berserk state? There's even a berserk mode? Why does every boss have a second phase? Can't they just fight with all they've got from the start? As he thought that, a massive fist was already slamming toward his face. Chen Ping punched back without hesitation. Dong! The clash sounded like two giant bells colliding. At the moment of impact, he felt like his arm wasn't even his own anymore. His body couldn't withstand the terrifying power and was thrown backward. Crimson gales swirled. The golden ape charged again. Whether in speed or strength, the golden ape had reached an unimaginable level. Chen Ping stomped hard on the ground, digging 2 deep trenches to absorb the impact. His muscles were already tense with power. His fist blasted out like a cannon at the oncoming golden ape. Martial god cannon. The golden ape's blood-red fist had already reached him. Their fists collided again. Dong! Tremendous force exploded simultaneously. Golden and crimson energies burst out like bombs, tearing apart the ground beneath them. For the first time, the golden ape was forced back, taking 2 large steps. Chen Ping was knocked back over 10 meters. His entire arm ached terribly, and even the surface of his dark gold spiritual gauntlets had developed a visible crack. The golden ape's attack had actually cracked his spiritual weapon. He. The golden ape laughed again. Its exaggerated smile was filled with mockery, brutality, and a king-like arrogance that looked down on Chen Ping. Ha! Chen Ping also laughed. The golden ape, in its berserk state, could match his martial god cannon with a normal punch. The only difference was, for the golden ape, it was a basic attack. For Chen Ping, it was his ultimate technique. If this continued, Chen Ping would eventually be beaten to death. That's why he laughed. Chen Ping felt his whole body trembling, every cell squeezed to the limit, excited in the face of death. He didn't know why he was laughing, but he felt amazing. His whole body was heating up, his spirit reaching a peak. Ha ha ha, come on. Chen Ping laughed wildly, shooting forward like a cannonball, clashing fists with the golden ape once again. Thud, thud, thud. The battle between the two reached its fever pitch. Chen Ping took a punch from the golden ape head-on. His bones and internal organs felt like they had all cracked. His shirt burst open, and he spat out blood, but he seized the chance to land a heavy punch on the golden ape, smashing its waist in and sending it rolling to the ground. Bathed in blood, Chen Ping fought on. With no shirt, his strong body stood out clearly, his muscles beautifully curved, every muscle trembling violently, golden lines flashing across his skin, pushing his strength to the limit. He was like a fearless warrior on the battlefield, embodying the aesthetics of raw power, unleashing the strength of the ultimate body. Even the white jade whale duck on the mountain peak was stunned. This guy, is he a battle maniac? After all this brawling, he's still laughing? Chen Ping and the golden ape fought like madmen. Martial God Cannon. Facing the incoming punch of the berserk golden ape, Chen Ping's arm muscles swelled again, unleashing his ultimate move. But this time, the muscle that had swelled instantly deflated like a balloon losing air. Boom! A terrifying collision exploded. Chen Ping's fist could no longer withstand the golden ape's punch. His body was sent flying, crashing into a distant stone peak. Cracks spread across the 100-meter-high peak as his body embedded into the rock wall. The white jade whale duck looked closer and saw that Chen Ping's entire arm was bent at an exaggerated angle. Quack! His arm got broken? Looks like the fight is over. The white jade whale shook its huge head, which took up half its body, with a regretful expression. Sigh, waited decades to find something this entertaining. Looks like it's back to boredom again. Quack! On the cracked stone peak, Chen Ping's entire body was embedded in the rock, coughing up blood non-stop. His body had reached its limit. The golden ape leaped onto the peak and climbed up agilely. Its 5 thick fingers grabbed Chen Ping's head and yanked him out, holding him up. Its mouth stretched to its ears in a victor's grin. He. The berserk golden ape laughed with great joy. He. The boy caught in its hand laughed too. A hint of confusion appeared in the golden ape's eyes. The boy was clearly in its grasp. With just a little force, it could crush his fragile head, so why was the boy still laughing? Didn't he know that his life was completely in its hands? The golden ape grew annoyed and began to apply pressure with the hand gripping the head, but it suddenly noticed the boy's head was extremely hard. Every inch of skin seemed to be releasing terrifying energy, resisting its strength. He. Chen Ping stared at the golden ape, still smiling, but after a while, his expression turned a little regretful. Looks like, as a human, this is my limit. The golden ape looked even more puzzled. If he knew he'd reached his limit, why was he still laughing? Rumble! Suddenly, an immense and boundless energy erupted from within Chen Ping, as if countless engines roared inside his body, every inch of flesh, every cell exploding with unprecedented potential. The golden ape's grin slowly faded, its expression turning to shock. It could feel an incredible power emanating from the human in its hand, a power that someone like him shouldn't possess at all. The boy was still laughing. His eyes stared straight at the golden ape, his aura growing more terrifying. For some reason, the golden ape, under that dreadful gaze, suddenly felt like it had changed from the hunter to the prey. The boy's voice entered its ears like a nightmare. So, I won't be human anymore. Crack! The sound of bones cracking and shattering echoed through the world. Accompanied by the golden ape's painful roar, the white jade whale duck suddenly stood up, staring in shock at the scene not far away. What's going on? How did that kid's strength suddenly increase so much? Quack! Deep dents had appeared on the golden ape's wrist, caused by the boy's hands continuously squeezing inward. That immense force not only twisted the golden ape's arm but also crushed its incredibly hard bones. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The golden ape instinctively sensed danger and let go, flinging Chen Ping away and fiercely pushing off the cliff to retreat. Chen Ping didn't chase. He landed steadily on the ground. His entire body was burning with golden energy, not because it was radiating outward, but because there was simply too much power within him, seeping out through every pore. Step by step, he walked toward the golden ape, releasing an unprecedented aura. His bones crackled and popped. His broken arm had already healed. His bare upper body, muscular and sharply defined, pulsed with power, as if someone inside was pounding a drum. An overwhelming force was ready to burst out. Roar! The golden ape roared like facing a deadly enemy. triggering even more intense battle intent in its berserk state. Thud, thud, thud. The golden ape beat its chest with both arms, its steps shattering the ground as it charged toward the tiny human like a blood-red storm. Amid flying debris, its huge fist, wrapped in crimson energy, crushed forward. Chen Ping's gaze was calm. He felt the power raging within him reach its peak. Casually, he raised his palm. Boom! The fist collided with the palm. A terrifying shockwave erupted and shattered the ground. Yet, that originally heavy as mountain punch was blocked by what seemed like a soft palm. Chen Ping didn't budge at all, facing the berserk golden ape's punch. A 10-meter-tall golden ape and a little over 1-meter-tall Chen Ping. The massive size difference created an even more unbelievable contrast. Confusion appeared in the golden ape's fierce eyes. The next moment, it felt an unimaginable force coming from its own fist. It was the boy who grabbed it with his palm. Then, with both arms, he suddenly flipped the ape over. Whoosh! The golden ape, weighing tens of tons, was uncontrollably flung through the air in an arc by that seemingly tiny human, smashing like a cannonball into the same massive stone peak it had slammed Chen Ping into earlier. An eye for an eye, an immensely powerful impact. The towering peak shattered. The 100-meter-high stone peak was broken clean in half by the golden ape. The golden ape tumbled to the ground in a mess, its blood-covered head cast into shadow. Looking up, it saw the upper half of the stone peak being lifted high by the boy. My God, quack! Isn't this boy a Foundation establishment cultivator? How can he have such terrifying strength? Quack! The white jade whale duck was dumbfounded. This scene exceeded its imagination. Such a small body lifting a mountain-sized stone like an ant lifting a giant boulder. The extreme visual contrast demonstrated an unmatched power. This was why Chen Ping said he wouldn't be human anymore. Because he was using the battle method of the gods. A method that turned every part of his body into an engine, transformed his body into an endless furnace, and released the ultimate power with the highest efficiency, the ant battle method. Chen Ping felt invincible at that moment. Thousands of miniature engines roared inside his body, pushing his strength to the limit, surpassing human boundaries, releasing a power close to that of the divine. If a man were like a god, he could move mountains and fill seas. Chen Ping raised the massive stone peak, many times larger than himself, and hurled it down toward the golden ape. The sharp peak fell like a giant stone spear, plunging toward the golden ape. Boom! The stone peak whistled as it slammed into the golden ape's body with an explosive bang. Roar! The golden ape's already sunken chest was pierced by the sharp stone peak, and golden blood spurted out. The golden ape howled and struggled, but the peak nailed it firmly to the ground. Chen Ping stood atop the inverted stone peak, overlooking the golden ape like a king. No matter how the golden ape struggled, he stood immovable, like a divine pillar. The golden ape's resistance was futile. Golden blood kept flowing, the light in its eyes dimmed, and finally, its entire body froze, returning to stone, lifeless. Chen Ping stood silently atop the peak, gazing down at the fallen golden ape. A cold wind blew. He stood like a peerless master atop the forbidden zone. Not being human felt pretty good. The power to break through limits. The might to do anything. Chen Ping's eyes gradually cleared, and he slowly let out a long breath. With that exhale, the surging energy within him receded like a tide. The golden light leaking from his skin vanished. The engines shut down. The next moment, an overwhelming fatigue and soreness washed over his entire body. This was the aftereffect of using the ant battle method. How could there be no price for using power that exceeded his limits? Almost in the next second, he was about to pass out, but he couldn't faint yet. He knew he couldn't collapse at this moment. Chen Ping clenched his teeth and decisively sat cross-legged on the ground, madly absorbing star source stones to replenish his blood and energy. At that moment, a dark shadow landed in front of him, looking at Chen Ping with a mix of shock and confusion. Chen Ping saw that big head, the wide and thick beak, and those wise little eyes. Who exactly are you? The white jade whale asked with a shocked, drake-like voice. Chen Ping rolled his eyes. I'm just an ordinary sea-level awakened one. The white jade whale looked left, looked right, still appearing completely unconvinced. Chen Ping couldn't take it anymore and said directly, aren't you the judge? Shouldn't your focus be on win or loss? Does this mean I've won? Quack! The white jade whale froze for a moment, then awkwardly chuckled, cleared its throat, and loudly announced, I declare that the final winner of the final round of the king's trial, the king's battle, is. It pointed its wing at Chen Ping. You, quack! The moment it finished speaking, brilliant light fell from the sky, enveloping Chen Ping. Wang Yanlan's laughter echoed through the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations, chosen one, for successfully passing the final trial. You've demonstrated extraordinary combat power, and after a fierce and dazzling battle, you finally defeated the powerful golden ape and stood at the peak of the trial. proving yourself with invincible strength. After Wang Anlin's excited announcement, the Drake-like voice returned. Powerful trial taker, Quack received my inheritance reward. The white jade whale swayed its head and shot a beam of divine consciousness from its forehead, infusing it into Chen Ping's mind. Suddenly, the battle footwork of the ancient celestial court, White Tiger Step, appeared in Chen Ping's mind. Still as a virgin, moves like a white tiger. This technique was created by General Vermilion Bird while visualizing the combat style of General White Tiger. When performed, it grants the practitioner the ferocity and agility of a white tiger. As Chen Ping comprehended the essence of White Tiger Step, his eyes grew brighter. Another top-tier footwork technique. Now he had a combat method, a body-exploding secret skill, and now, a movement technique. He didn't expect it. What he lacked came right to him. This White Tiger Step perfectly filled the gap in his footwork. The second divine consciousness entered Chen Ping's mind, Ziwei Immortal Scripture. He absorbed it extremely quickly, because he already had it. But it was only the upper half of the scripture, which could be cultivated up to the nascent soul stage. That was a bit of a pity. The repeated reward was a waste. Chen Ping let out a soft sigh. Next is the physical reward, Quack, the white jade whale said. Chen Ping's eyes lit up sharply. The physical reward he got from the little Xuanwu was amazing. Now hearing that there was another, he couldn't help but get excited and look forward to it. The strange bird, with bluish-gray feathers and a large, round head like a big-headed duck, spread its wings. Beneath them appeared a large chest that Chen Ping recognized, floating up and down. That large chest was constantly shifting colors, between bronze, silver, and gold. Next, I will select the box most suitable for you based on your performance in the trial, Quack. Chen Ping looked ahead with anticipation. What kind of box would he get this time? From the previous trial, the box's level seemed related to the clearance time. He had spent quite a bit of time on the final stage, so getting a good box seemed a bit difficult. First stage of the King's Trial, Rainbow Bridge Monster, clearance time, 0.01 breaths. Quack. When the white jade whale read out the clearance time, it looked at Chen Ping in utter disbelief. Chen Ping was stunned too. It seemed he hadn't gone through the first stage at all. Because he didn't experience it, the clearance time was nearly zero? Familiar forbidden zone bug indeed. Chen Ping felt a bit secretly pleased. This would definitely boost his final score. However, when he looked at the big-headed bird in front of him, he suddenly saw the white jade whale spit out a contemptuous liquid from its flat, duck-like beak. Pah! Stupid Wang Anlin. The white jade whale suddenly started cursing. Chen Ping froze entirely. Kid, you came in behind that shady cultivator, didn't you? You didn't even participate in the first stage, so the result for the first stage is void. The white jade whale swayed its head and said, with a wise look in its small eyes. Chen Ping was dumbfounded. Result void? That's not fair. Then give me the first stage now and let me do it. I didn't even get the chance. The white jade whale sneered. You only get one trial attempt. After all, my former master didn't expect two people to enter. It can't be helped. My dumb master made the mistake, and now you're the one who has to pay, Quack. Chen Ping. At that moment, Chen Ping really wanted to yell, stupid Wang Anlin. Second stage of the King's Trial, clearance time. 266 breaths. Quack quack, I assume you cleared that together with that shady cultivator, right? Fine, since you were so pitiful in the first stage, I won't argue about this one. The white jade whale continued. Chen Ping felt helpless. It was all because Li Han had wasted time back then. If he had gone through the trial alone, the time would have been much better. Third stage of the King's Trial, clearance time, 0.01 breaths. The white jade whale read the result, falling silent again. Chen Ping knew this weird bird was once again confused. After all, it was only the judge for the fourth stage and didn't know what had happened in the previous ones. Kid, you used the trick you were saving for the fourth stage, didn't you? The white jade whale's wise little eyes stared hard at Chen Ping. Chen Ping instinctively flinched. I didn't. Don't slander me. Oh, then tell me, how did you manage 0.01 breaths? The white jade whale sneered. Chen Ping forced himself to say, that was because I used a secret technique with a heavy cost. It's one of my hidden trump cards. You can't interfere. The white jade whale laughed. Didn't expect your mouth to be tougher than mine, Quack. Chen Ping. Third stage result, void. The white jade whale gave its ruthless verdict. Chen Ping was in despair. That master of the forbidden zone was an idiot. Why was his mouth so clever? Chen Ping had now tasted the pain of exploiting loopholes. Two of his stage results were void. What hope was left for a high-grade reward box? He might as well prepare to take a bronze one home. Fourth stage of the King's Trial, clearance time. 283 breaths. That's actually a pretty good score, quack. Your performance in the fourth stage was impressive, far beyond my expectations. The white jade whale, for once, praised Chen Ping. Clearly, it was fair. It would scold when deserved, and praise when earned. But Chen Ping couldn't be happy. With 2 of his 4-stage scores void, how could he even pass? Even if he did great at the end, there's no way he'd get a good box, right? Now scoring your overall performance, your cultivation is late foundation establishment, quack? No, your cultivation is. The white jade whale widened its little mung bean eyes and stared hard at Chen Ping, speaking in disbelief. Early foundation establishment? Chen Ping nodded honestly. Yes, I just recently became a sea-level awakened one, then came to join the trial. My life level should correspond to early foundation establishment in your cultivation world. Early foundation establishment? The white jade whale seemed stunned, circling around Chen Ping non-stop, its expression growing more and more shocked, repeating like a broken record, early foundation establishment? Chen Ping. Incredible, truly incredible. An early foundation establishment actually took down a golden ape nearly equal to the core formation level. The white jade whale grew more and more excited, its voice filled with exhilaration, even its breathing became rapid. Such earth-shattering strength, such astonishing, peerless talent. It was as if something suddenly clicked in the white jade whale's mind. It clapped its wings excitedly and shouted, "Power that defies logic, a leap beyond cognitive limits." Quack quack quack. I get it now. You're the prophesied one we foretold. You're the one we've been waiting for, quack. The white jade whale was visibly thrilled. It suddenly smashed the box in its hand. A bronze treasure chest flew toward Chen Ping. He caught it, and then a silver treasure chest followed, flying toward him. It was a scene all too familiar. Here, take it. Take them all. Bronze, silver, and even gold. The white jade whale threw all the treasure chests it had toward Chen Ping. Chen Ping was a bit dazed, sluggishly catching all 3 chests. His score shouldn't have been that high, so why was this weird bird so worked up? After handing over the 3 treasure chests, the white jade whale paced excitedly nearby, as if even these treasures weren't enough to express its emotions. Then, it actually turned to look at its own body. The scene was too familiar. So familiar that Chen Ping just wanted to shout, "No!" That familiar expression, like it was about to bare its soul to him. Wang Yanlin's statue wasn't a living being, so blowing himself up was whatever. But this weird bird was a living creature. How could it treat itself like this? Yet the bird completely ignored Chen Ping's plea. It suddenly jabbed its long, thick duck beak into its own body. No! Chen Ping reached out in despair. Rip! The sound of tearing rang out. The white jade whale showed a pained expression. With its large golden beak, it bit off an enormous feather and silently handed it to Chen Ping. Chen Ping looked at the feather, as thick as an arm, and fell into silence. What the heck? Bite off your own feather to give to me? This is my true life feather. Refine it, and I'm yours, quack. The white jade whale said with anticipation. Chen Ping was dumbfounded. He pointed at the feather, struggling to believe it. Refine this, and you'll be mine? The white jade whale nodded matter-of-factly and said in its aged, drake-like voice, yes. Kid, you've struck gold. You should know, I was the personal mount of the vermilion bird heavenly general. Now I willingly follow you. You're blessed, quack quack quack. The duck was laughing. The boy was silent. Chen Ping couldn't believe it. He not only got all the treasure chests, but also somehow gained a mount? And it was the legendary mount of the vermilion bird heavenly general? Good heavens! Chen Ping couldn't help exclaiming, good heavens! After clearing the white tiger trial, Wang Anlin didn't hand over his heart and lungs, but getting to bring home a judge was something Chen Ping never expected. Looking at the feather before him, he wondered, could he refuse? Absolutely not. Even though this weird bird in front of him had gray feathers, a huge head, a golden beak that looked like it could swallow a man whole, it was still the personal mount of the vermilion bird heavenly general. That's a mount from the ancient celestial quartz generals. Who could resist such temptation? Sure, it looked a bit ugly. But status and identity mattered more here. Chen Ping couldn't resist. As if guided by fate, he dropped his own blood onto the feather. Whoosh! The gray life-bound feather absorbed Chen Ping's blood and instantly released a brilliant rainbow glow. Oh. Yes, yes. That's the feeling. Quack, 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 quack. The white jade whale seemed to feel something, its feathers standing on end with excitement as it flapped its wings rapidly, hopping around like a penguin. After accepting the colorful life feather, Chen Ping suddenly realized he had formed a kind of contract with the white jade whale. A contract between master and battle pet. The white jade whale's life feather was essentially the contract scroll, linking master and pet. Overwhelmed, Chen Ping carefully placed the life feather into his hollow spirit jade. So now, I'm your master? Chen Ping asked, slightly dazed. The white jade whale froze mid-flap, then solemnly bowed and said seriously, yes, from now on, you are my master, quack. Chen Ping was still in disbelief. That's it? The personal mount of the vermilion bird heavenly general was now his? The same mount worthy of a heavenly general now belonged to Chen Ping. So, by rounding up, wasn't Chen Ping basically the vermilion bird general now? He chuckled at the thought. Sure, it was just self-amusement, but it still felt like an achievement. Looking at the strange bird, Chen Ping tentatively reached out his hand. The white jade whale understood instantly and gently rubbed its big head against his palm. Its big head was soft and smooth to the touch. Master. The weird bird even cooed in a cutesy drake-like voice. Chen Ping got goosebumps all over. What a change in attitude. Before, it was calling him kid and acting like a wise elder. Now it was all sweet and delicate, calling him master. What a smooth switch in tone. Chen Ping looked at the bird with growing satisfaction and nervously asked, since you're my mount now, can I ride you? The white jade whale spread its wings and said cheerfully, of course you can, quack. Come on, ride me hard. I'll show you what it feels like to be the vermilion bird general. Chen Ping excitedly leaped onto its back. The bird was 6 meters long. Even though its head was huge and took up much of its body, its back was still about 3 meters long, with a full, rounded curve. Straddling it and holding its neck, it felt soft, yet firm and very secure. Xiao Yu, take off, Chen Ping shouted in excitement. Quack. I'm the white jade whale, don't give me some sissy nickname. The bird complained, flapping its wings and lifting into the air. Okay, Xiao Yu. Wahoo! Chen Ping yelled excitedly as his body was lifted into the sky. The wind howled past his face. The ground rapidly shrank below. He was flying on the back of the white jade whale. It felt amazing. Sure, he'd ridden Qin Xiaoyu's 9-colored spirit kite before, but that was someone else's mount. Flying with your own mount was a whole different story. Faster. Go faster. Chen Ping yelled like he was riding the world's most fun amusement ride. The white jade whale laughed, grinning like a pro driver. Alright, time to speed up. I'll show you some real moves, hold on tight, don't get thrown off. Quack. Whoosh. The white jade whale ripped through the sky like a streak of rainbow light. Wahoo! Chen Ping screamed with joy as the landscape flashed by in a blur. He rode the white jade whale through high-speed maneuvers in the sky. That rainbow streak flew in a Z-shape, then an S-shape, spiraled downward, then shot upward again. All kinds of difficult aerial stunts made Chen Ping feel like he was in heaven. This was the feeling of flight. Chen Ping had once envied others for riding flashy creatures like 9-colored spirit kites or golden horn lions. His first mount was this weird bird. He had felt a bit of regret. But now? Not at all. So what if the bird looked odd? It flew incredibly fast. Its handling and flight performance were off the charts. Breathing the fresh air high above, Chen Ping felt euphoric, as if entering a whole new state of mind, wanting only to shout freely. He was now a man with a mount. No need to envy anyone else, he could soar on his own strength. After a long joyride, Chen Ping finally landed back on the battle platform, still reluctant to stop. But he still had 3 treasure chests to open. Time for the joy of blind boxes again. What goodies would he get this time? With eager anticipation, Chen Ping looked at the 3 chests in front of him. Same routine as before. Start with the bronze chest. Chen Ping slowly opened it. Whoosh! A dazzling light burst out. Star Source stones. More Star Source stones. Chen Ping was overjoyed. The chest was packed full of them. Ha ha ha. Awesome. There must be thousands in here. He laughed so hard his mouth went crooked. Rubbing and kissing the huge pile of spirit stones, he couldn't stop grinning. Like a mortal seeing a chest full of gold, that surprise and satisfaction were indescribable. The world suddenly felt perfect. Quack quack. Look at you, acting like a peasant who's never seen money. The white jade whale shook its head disdainfully at the greedy sight. Chen Ping ignored the bird and gleefully counted his treasure. The entire chest was crammed with Star Source stones. His hands ached from counting. After a while, he finished tallying them up. 4,000 Star Source stones in total. Not only that, 20 high-grade Star Source stones too. High-grade stones looked very different from regular ones. Ordinary stones glowed with faint purple light and tiny white dots, like stars in a purple night sky. High-grade ones shone with dense purple light, and within that light were dazzling golden flecks like little suns, releasing energy dozens of times stronger. One high-grade Star Source stone is worth 100 regular ones. 20 high-grade ones equal 2,000 regular stones. So just this chest holds 6,000 stones. Oh my god, Chen Ping was dazed. He had spent 600 stones to reach peak sea level. It had felt like a painful splurge. Now it seemed like nothing. Including the 1,400 left in his hollow spirit jade, he now had a total of 7,400 star source stones. That kind of wealth, if a D-level awakened one worked without eating or sleeping for 100 years, they still couldn't earn that much. He. Ha ha ha. Shenping clutched the stones, giggling like a fool, filled with happiness and satisfaction. At this point, he could count as rich in the awakened world, right? He turned his eyes toward the silver and gold treasure chests. What surprises awaited him in the remaining boxes? After putting away the bronze treasure chest, Shenping began to slowly open the silver one. A wave of thick black spiritual light shot out from inside. Shenping's vision suddenly turned pitch black, his soul plummeting as if falling into eternal slumber. His body jolted, snapping him out of it. He forcefully expelled the terrifying energy that had infiltrated his body. What is this thing? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked at the chest with caution. The chest was mostly empty, inside lay a single, exquisite-looking black ring. The ring was pitch black with elegant, intricate patterns carved into its surface, featuring ancient inscriptions. At the front, a raised crescent moon detail added a touch of mysterious elegance. Shenping carefully reached out and picked up the black ring. The moment he touched it, he felt dizzy and inexplicably uneasy. Don't tell me this thing is cursed? Shenping felt a little nervous facing this sinister-looking ring. It's not cursed, quack. This is the famous Black Moon Soul Ring. The white jade whale couldn't stand it anymore and jumped in to explain. Shenping nodded repeatedly, beginning to understand the ring. Black Moon Soul Ring, a 7th grade spiritual treasure, crafted from lunar essence, heavenly in water, and the horn of the nethermoon beast, rare materials of the world. It contains immensely powerful soul energy and can only be worn by those with strong souls. Once worn, it grants access to dark soul powers and summons the spiritual manifestation, Black Moon. Only strong souls can wear it? Can I use it? Shenping asked with anticipation. He didn't have any soul-type spiritual items yet, and this one looked pretty great. The white jade whale seriously examined his soul, then shook its head and said, Master, you're just a muscle head. No trace of soul cultivation at all. So, no, you're not worthy, quack. Boom! Shenping felt like lightning struck his brain. This amazing spiritual treasure, and he's not worthy? Only people with strong souls can wear it? Then how do I strengthen my soul? Shenping asked unwillingly. For someone at Foundation Establishment, there are almost no methods. Normally, only core formation cultivators can nourish their souls using their golden core. At nascent soul stage, you can refine and enhance the soul using special techniques. At soul transformation stage, your soul evolves into a divine soul with incredible power. In short, only higher-level cultivators can strengthen their souls. Foundation Establishment doesn't qualify. And your cultivation path is more physical-focused, so it's even harder, quack. Once you reach the next major realm and your body strengthens, maybe your soul will too. Or if you find certain divine soul-related diagrams to meditate on continuously, your soul could grow that way. The white jade whale listed various options. Shenping helplessly realized none of them were things he could do right now. So he regretfully stored the Black Moon Soul Ring in his hollow spirit jade. Strengthening his soul would have to wait. Right now, he was just a well-built brute. He turned his attention to the golden treasure chest. Hopefully, this one wouldn't disappoint. Hopefully, it wouldn't contain something else he couldn't use. Taking a deep breath, Shenping slowly opened the golden chest. Golden light burst out dazzlingly. Gotta say, Wang Anlin really nailed the box opening effects. Shenping's heart skipped as the brilliant light hit him. When his pupils shrank and he looked into the chest, he saw only one small bottle filled with flowing spiritual light. A huge chest for just one little bottle. Could it be a pill? He shook the bottle and heard liquid sloshing inside. The white jade whale didn't answer directly, teasing, "Open it and see for yourself." Shenping carefully uncorked the bottle. Immediately, a strange fragrance filled the air. 1 breath, his body felt unblocked. 2 breaths, he felt light as air. 3 breaths, his soul felt like it was ascending. His curiosity turned to shock. Just the scent had such effects. He peered into the bottle and saw red gold liquid flowing inside. The liquid rippled with an energy so dense it stirred ripples in space. Just one look, and his eyes couldn't move away, it seemed to pull at his very mind. What is this stuff? Why does it feel like it wants to swallow me? He instinctively recoiled. That's the famous Divine Infusion Jade Liquid, the white jade whale revealed. Divine Infusion Jade Liquid? Shenping was stunned. Famous? Why hadn't he heard of it? The white jade whale shook its big head and explained patiently, "It's the essence of divine artifacts, gathering heaven and earth's creation in one." It can turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Just one drop can revive the dead, restore bones. It can empower pills, transform weapons, give spirit to all things. The bird spoke so mysteriously that Chen Ping was in awe. He looked at the flowing liquid and wondered how to use it. Seeing his cracked bear tyrant gauntlets, he asked, "If one drop can transform weapons, can I drop it on this gauntlet?" Of course, the white jade whale nodded, then froze mid-glance at the gauntlets, squawking loudly, "Are you crazy? You want to use such precious liquid on this trash?" Chen Ping's face sank. "Who says it's trash? This weapon's been with me through everything, and it's my sister's first awakening gift to me." The whale's face twitched, but that liquid only has 9 drops, quack. Chen Ping's eyes lit up, 9 drops? Then I'm definitely using one. The white jade whale gave up, collapsing in defeat. Fine, as long as you're happy. Anyway, this might be the best use of it for now. Getting a strong weapon might not be a bad idea. Whether it was for Chen Ping or to console itself, who could say? Chen Ping dropped 1 drop of divine infusion jade liquid onto the gauntlet. Boom! An immense wave of energy burst out, forming a storm of dark gold power. The gauntlet's spiritual energy surged, glowing brightly. The dark gold metal deepened, runes on the surface sparkled and twisted, and a bear-shaped pattern roared to life. Roar! A giant bear phantom emerged from the gauntlet, domineering and awe-inspiring. Chen Ping looked up at the majestic bear, stunned. "This is weapon spirit awakening?" he whispered in awe. The white jade whale beamed. "Ha, that's right. The weapon has birthed a spirit. The divine infusion jade liquid can awaken a weapon's spirit and evolve it. You're lucky, it worked." The cracked gauntlets were fully restored. More than that, their grade was skyrocketing, from 2-star to 3-star, then from 3-star all the way to 4-star, and finally stopped at the peak of 4-star level. Chen Ping knew this wasn't the gauntlet's limit, because once a weapon birthed a spirit, it gained intelligence and the potential to grow. Not only could it upgrade continuously, it might even awaken divine powers. So this is turning the ordinary into the divine. Looking at the bear phantom, it felt like the mythical wildland bear king was right in front of him, majestic, commanding all beasts. The phantom vanished. Chen Ping put the bear tyrant gauntlets back on. They felt heavier, tougher, and their resonance with his body's strength stronger than ever. He instantly sensed their new traits. Heavy wound: any target hit by the gauntlet suffers damage from the bear king's overpowering force, drastically reducing their healing. Bloodthirst: every drop of enemy blood absorbed strengthens the gauntlets with blood fiend energy, making each strike more devastating. Chen Ping beamed with joy at the upgrade. He punched the air. There was a bear roar with the swing. "Amazing! I feel like my combat power jumped to a whole new level." His eyes sparkled as he looked back at the little bottle. 1 drop had turned a plain spirit weapon into a spirit awakened weapon and boosted it by 2 whole stars. Divine infusion jade liquid. Truly divine. Chen Ping was very happy, very content. He had perfectly cleared both the little Xuanwu and the mortal white tiger trials. 6 treasure chests, 2 battle techniques, 1 celestial scripture, a 7-colored glazed heart, and even a mount. This couldn't just be described as a rewarding journey. It should be called changing fate against the heavens. Yes, a legacy Forbidden Zone truly lived up to its reputation as a place where fate could be rewritten. Chen Ping felt that after this round, his entire being had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. From a struggling nobody rogue cultivator, he had leapt to become a rich, handsome elite in the awakened world. Was he getting cocky? Of course, a little. Chen Ping was still a teenager. Gaining so much all at once, it was only natural he would feel a little euphoric. But he also knew the biggest taboo in the awakened world was getting arrogant. Get cocky, and you're likely to get stabbed. He worked hard to calm his excitement, sat cross-legged, and began slowly healing his injuries and replenishing his energy. After that life-or-death battle, every cell in his body was surging with vitality, every part of his body feeling a powerful sense of transformation, as though about to break through another limit. I must be the type who gets stronger the more I fight. Chen Ping reminisced about his battle with the golden ape. It still felt exhilarating even now. He quietly sat and meditated, digesting the gains from the fight. An hour later, he left the battle arena. He came to a patch of torn-up earth. There lay a cold corpse. It was his former ally, Li Han. Chen Ping searched the body again and found a spiritual sword. 2-star spirit tool, Fireblaze sword. Traits: sharp, durable, heats up when infused with spiritual energy, suitable for fire element cultivators. He also got 12 1-star spirit pills, blood chi pills, useful for restoring blood and injuries. 3 1-star spirit pills, soul wake pills, which calm the mind, ward off evil, and relieve fatigue. In addition, there were 18 star source stones, tucked into a small black pouch. TCH, that's it? And you were supposed to be a genius of the longevity sect. Chen Ping looked at the loot in disdain. A so-called top talent from the longevity sect didn't even have a spatial storage device? He thought about it, then dug a hole beside the body and buried Li Han. He even moved a rock and carved on it with the fireblaze sword, grave of good boy Li Han. Li Han, the mountains are high, the water's long. Our paths end here. May you be a better person in your next life. Chen Ping spoke solemnly at the grave, his expression filled with melancholy. The autumn wind blew, his robe fluttered. The white jade whale beside him rolled its eyes. After finishing, Chen Ping felt at peace. He mounted the white jade whale and soared into the sky as a rainbow light. At that very moment, at the four symbols altar, the nine-colored spirit kite was grooming its feathers, wrapped in green healing cloth with patches of blood. It had clearly been wounded in battle. A young woman stood beside it, holding a silver spear, eyes bright, red lips slightly raised. She seemed rather satisfied with the journey. Hey, Taoist friend Ning Beiyang, Chen Ping, and Li Han still haven't come out? Qin Xiaoyu looked over at Ning Beiyang, who was meditating nearby, bruised and battered, clearly having had a rough time in the Forbidden Zone. The golden-horned lion lay beside him, wrapped up in healing cloth like a mummy. Ning Beiyang slowly opened his eyes and arrogantly said, "The trials of the Forbidden Zone are extremely dangerous. Even the geniuses from my sect risk being buried here forever. As for Li Han and Chen Ping, just ordinary guys. If they died here, it wouldn't be surprising." Qin Xiaoyu frowned, hugging her silver spear and leaning against the nine-colored spirit kite. Her fiery red robe traced out her graceful figure as she softly replied, "Ordinary? Li Han might have fallen due to his arrogance, but Chen Ping is Xing Xiao's little brother. I think he'll be fine." "Oh, let's bet on it then." 100 star source stones. Ning Beiyang smiled. "I bet Li Han returns first." "Alright," Qin Xiaoyu smiled slyly, "but 100 is too small. Let's bet 500. You?" Ning Beiyang's face twitched. 500 star source stones was no small amount for him. This woman was crazy, making such a huge bet over nothing? But facing her challenging stare, he couldn't back down. Retreating would make him, a genius of the beast sect, look like a coward. "Fine, let's bet." Ning Beiyang snapped. In his mind, the talented Li Han from a great sect was obviously more reliable than a rootless vagabond like Chen Ping. They waited a while longer. From the direction of the white tiger trial, trees began to shake. A figure appeared in the forest. Qin Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly. Ning Beiyang already started laughing. "Hee, looks like you lost, Taoist Qin. I told you a longevity sect genius is bound to be faster than some rogue." But his smile froze instantly. The one who came out was a boy smiling brightly, riding a weird bird. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She giggled excitedly. "Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, why are you riding a duck?" Like a king returning, Chen Ping's smile also froze. His mount, the strange bird, angrily spoke up. "White Jade Whale, my name is White Jade Whale, quack." Qin Xiaoyu blinked. "White Jade Whale? That's clearly a shoebill." "Humph. Ignorant child. I am the White Jade Whale under the command of the Vermilion Bird General. Heaven holds the White Jade capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal touches my head and grants me eternal life." The White Jade Whale gazed at the girl with haughty disdain. Qin Xiaoyu nodded as if understanding, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she tried hard not to laugh. It was obvious she just found the bird really funny. You're making me mad, quack." The White Jade Whale flapped its wings in rage. "Chen Ping, why are you coming from the white tiger's direction?" Ning Beiyang asked, stunned. "Oh, after I cleared little Xuanwu, I broke through to S-RANK awakened, then casually cleared white tiger too," Chen Ping said casually. Ning Beiyang and Qin Xiaoyu both gasped. "You cleared little Xuanwu, then broke through, then casually cleared white tiger? Is that even allowed?" Both wore identical shocked expressions. "Impossible. I could maybe believe you got lucky with little Xuanwu and reached S-RANK, but a freshly promoted S-RANK clearing a trial meant for S-RANKers? Impossible." Ning Beiyang refused to accept it. "It's fake. It has to be fake. Quack. I'm the trial judge for the White Tiger Forbidden Zone. Are you questioning my authority?" The White Jade Whale snapped. Ning Beiyang's golden-horned lion growled in response, raising its head and roaring at the strange bird. Roar! Golden waves rippled outward with power. Quack! The White Jade Whale roared back, releasing an even stronger wave. Ning Beiyang turned pale. The lion beside him shuddered, its fur standing on end, shrinking into a ball as if naturally suppressed. It trembled uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. Just a little kitten dares show off in front of me?" The White Jade Whale flapped its wings arrogantly. Seeing how powerful his mount was, Chen Ping was delighted. Awesome! Even a 4-star beast was terrified. Just how powerful was this duck? Jin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she looked between Chen Ping and the white jade whale, curiosity shining in her gaze. You really came out of the white tiger forbidden zone? Chen Ping nodded. Why would I lie about that? As expected of Xing Xiao's brother. You've gone beyond anything I imagined, she murmured, stunned. How did you do it? Chen Ping smiled naturally. I just beat everything down. That's all. Just needed hands, really. You two really are siblings. So this duck white jade whale really is the trial judge? Chen Ping nodded again. Yes, it judged the white tiger trial. Then it was moved by my charm and insisted on following me. It's officially my battle pet and mount now. You abducted a trial judge and made it your mount? Is there anything more outrageous than that? Jin Xiaoyu muttered. For the first time, the cultivation worldview of the Southwest goddess had been thoroughly shaken. Jin Xiaoyu felt that the young man in front of her was simply too outrageous. But when she thought of his sister, it seemed barely acceptable. Just as this Daozi of Kunlun Academy was calming his mind, another voice rang out. Chen Ping, you said you passed the mortal tiger trial, then what about Li Han? Where is Li Han? Ning Beiyang suddenly remembered someone else and asked anxiously. It wasn't that he cared much about Li Han, but only Li Han could prove whether this was all real. Chen Ping said with a face full of grief, he was beaten to death by the monkey in the final stage. Ning Beiyang's expression froze. Actually beaten to death by a monkey? Jin Xiaoyu's pink lips opened wide. Chen Ping nodded heavily, thinking to himself, I am that monkey. Baiyu Whale, acting as the judge, raised its wings and shouted, I testify. Jin Xiaoyu, Li Han, actually died? Ning Beiyang's body swayed slightly, looking at Chen Ping in disbelief. He was a powerful late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and he died, but you passed? Humph, how dare you look down on my master? Do you know how powerful my master is? Quack? Baiyu Whale stared at Ning Beiyang with its mung bean-like eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. Ning Beiyang wanted to retort but was stunned by this aura. His face flushed red, speechless. He also understood in his heart that someone who could subdue such a strange beast was definitely not ordinary. But, just what is so special about this Chen Ping? Isn't he just a crude Vajra-type awakener? Why was he recognized by Baiyu Whale? Why could he pass the extremely difficult mortal white tiger trial? Ning Beiyang couldn't figure it out. As proud as he was, he wouldn't dare challenge the Great Azure Dragon Forbidden Zone just after advancing to B-rank Awakener, but Chen Ping actually did it. Li Han actually died? Jin Xiaoyu sighed lightly. Breaking into the Forbidden Zone is a matter of life and death. He was not skilled enough, and his fall is only natural. It just means his path ended there, Ning Beiyang recovered and said with a snort. Chen Ping sighed, sigh. Back then, Brother Li Han took good care of me and respected me greatly. I didn't expect him to be too hasty and die in the final stage. Heh, he respected you? Stop pretending. Ning Beiyang sneered at Chen Ping. Chen Ping stayed silent. He really did respect me. He even called me daddy. Of course, he wouldn't say that aloud. Chen Ping concealed the real cause of Li Han's death for safety reasons. Even though Li Han attacked first, in the world of Awakeners, especially with powerful factions like the Longevity sect, if they wanted to pursue the matter, they wouldn't care who started it, nor listen to Chen Ping's side. So if Chen Ping told the truth, what awaited him would only be endless blame and even revenge. Naturally, he had to blame the dead golden ape. Even though it was a lie, it brought less trouble and was the best choice for his situation. At that moment, Jin Xiaoyu suddenly stretched out her hand toward Ning Beiyang. What is it? Ning Beiyang was stunned. Pay up. 500 star source stones. Jin Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. Only then did Ning Beiyang remember the previous bet. With a blackened expression, he took out 500 star source stones and looked at Chen Ping with deep resentment. Chen Ping looked completely innocent. Why is this guy staring at me? But soon, he noticed that the beautiful goddess was looking at him with growing warmth and admiration. Oh no! What's with this Daozi using her eyes to seduce me? Even though he didn't know what kind of deal those two had made, Chen Ping felt unjustly accused. Since fellow Taoist Li Han has already perished in the Forbidden Zone, let's head back. Jin Xiaoyu said with satisfaction, showing no sadness over the death of a fellow cultivator. Okay. Chen Ping nodded happily, also showing no grief for the fallen. Humph! Ning Beiyang snorted sadly, not out of grief for Li Han, but for his 500 star source stones. The three of them smoothly left the four symbols Forbidden Zone. Ing. Outside, the 9-colored spirit kite let out a crisp and pleasant chirp and soared into the sky. Jin Xiaoyu stood atop the spirit kite, her delicate figure standing tall, phoenix robe fluttering in the wind. Ning Beiyang's golden-maned unicorn lion also spread its wings and flew up with him. Xiaoping, want to come up? Xin Xiaoyu turned to smile, her voice crisp and pleasant. Who are you looking down on? You think I can't fly? Really think I'm a duck? Quack. Baiyu Whale flapped its wings in protest. Thanks, Sister Xiaoyu, but no need. Qinping smiled warmly, then patted Baiyu Whale on the butt, and the whale turned into a streak of light and soared skyward. They began to return to Nantang City the same way they came. Along the way, Baiyu Whale's flying speed was actually faster than both the 9-colored spirit kite and the golden-maned unicorn lion. Both Qin Xiaoyu and Ning Beiyan looked a bit surprised. This weird bird that looks like a duck flies so fast. Qin Xiaoyu blinked her bright eyes and muttered, its head is so big, doesn't it feel heavy? Oomph, what's there to show off? Ning Beiyang was a little unconvinced and slapped the golden-maned unicorn lion's butt hard. The lion let out a low roar and flapped its wings desperately, trying to speed up. But Baiyu Whale turned back with a charming smile and let out a fart toward the lion. PFF. Oh whoa. The golden-maned unicorn lion roared angrily at the smell, furious, and flapped its wings harder to accelerate. But no matter how much it tried, it couldn't catch up with Baiyu Whale. Ning Beiyan's face turned ashen. As proud as he was, he had never experienced such humiliation. This was outright humiliation. Phew, ahahaha, awesome. Chen Ping shouted joyfully. It was an unprecedented feeling of freedom. He had a mount now, and one cooler than the 9-colored spirit kite and golden-maned unicorn lion. He no longer had to hitch rides from others. Quack quack quack. I can make you feel even better. Quack. Seeing its master so pleased, Baiyu Whale felt a long-lost sense of respect. It spread its wings and flew even faster, doing complex spirals in front of the 9-colored spirit kite. The 9-colored spirit kite looked at Baiyu Whale's provocative maneuvers with a zen-like calm, spread its wings, emitted brilliant colors, and straightened its elegant neck like a noble white swan, utterly disdainful of competing with Baiyu Whale. Baiyu Whale felt bored and flew in front of the golden-maned unicorn lion again. Roar! The golden-maned unicorn lion was a bit angry and wanted to catch up. Quack 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 quack. Baiyu Whale laughed mockingly and sped up, maintaining a relatively steady pace. You're only fit to follow behind me. Look at my butt. Baiyu Whale twisted its little perky butt and turned its big head, giving a wicked smile to the person and beast behind. Ning Beiyan was so angry he was grinding his teeth, but completely helpless. This feeling made Baiyu Whale feel great. Xin Ping also inexplicably felt great. Serves you right for always showing off in front of me. Now look at you, all you can do is stare at my precious ducks, but, right? As soon as Ning Beiyang looked up, he saw Baiyu Whale's butt swaying ahead. Damn! He was really angry, but he had no way out. The proud Ning Beiyang gritted his teeth, then his eyes turned, and he started smiling at Qin Xiaoyu behind him. We rarely get through a forbidden zone. How about we exchange our insights and experiences? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes turned slightly, and she nodded with a soft smile. Sure. Chen Ping also got distracted and slowed down. Ning Beiyang noticed Chen Ping's reaction. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he gave a cold smile. Perfect, as long as he noticed. Why should I compete with this guy over mount speed? Almost got sidetracked. They say the most skilled freeloaders are good at dragging someone down to their level, then beating them with experience. What matters now is comparing gains. What's the point of comparing speed? In the Great Azure Dragon trial, I saw 9 dragons connected mountains. I saw the Azure Dragon rising from the sea, and gained deep insights. I was just thinking about discussing with Daozi Qin. Ning Beiyan cast a slightly provocative glance at Chen Ping. He wanted to defeat Chen Ping from his own height. Ha, you're just a little Xuanwu. What kind of divine phenomena could you possibly have encountered? MHM. In the Divine Vermilion Bird trial, I encountered the worldly illusion of the Vermilion Bird Emperor, and I saw the divine bird preaching the Tao, and the mysterious lady soaring in the sky. All sorts of marvelous Tao insights. I could certainly discuss them with you. Qin Xiaoyu spoke gently and softly, smiling without any arrogance. The two began to discuss Tao beside each other. Once again, Chen Ping felt his own crudeness. He couldn't get a word in. Their conversation became more harmonious, even touching on insights from the final inheritance. Heavens! I really didn't expect you, Daozi Qin, to have obtained the most precious golden treasure chest. Ning Beiyang looked shocked during the exchange. That's incredible. Only those deemed by the Vermilion Bird Emperor as supremely talented, monstrous geniuses can have a chance at a golden chest. Qin Xiaoyu smiled modestly. It's not that great. But the things inside the golden chest were truly shocking. I won't say what exactly. By the way, what kind of chest did you get? Ning Beiyang cupped his hands and sighed lightly. I am not so capable. I only received a silver treasure chest, rated by the Vermilion Bird Emperor as a Heaven's Chosen level. Though his words were modest, his expression was a bit proud. He then looked provocatively at Chen Ping and asked with a smile, "Oh, I wonder, fellow Daoist Chen Ping, what kind of treasure chest did you get in the Mortal White Tiger trial?" Here it comes. The dagger hidden in the smile. Chen Ping had only recently advanced to S-Rank Awakener. Even if he somehow managed to pass the Mortal White Tiger trial, the treasure chest would surely be bronze. A bronze chest from a Mortal White Tiger trial versus a silver chest from the Great Azure Dragon, that's an obvious and shameful gap for Chen Ping. Chen Ping secretly laughed. So this was Ning Beiyan's counterattack. He looked regretful and cupped his hands toward Ning Beiyan. "I am not so capable, only received a bronze treasure chest." Ning Beiyan's smile bloomed. "Silver chest, and a golden chest too," Chen Ping added with a smile. Ning Beiyan's smile froze. Qin Xiaoyu was stunned too. 3 chests? Chen Ping, what nonsense are you talking about? Each trial taker is clearly only allowed 1 chest. Do you think we're idiots? Ning Beiyan was just about to refute. The ethereal jade on Chen Ping's chest flashed. A bronze, a silver, and a golden chest appeared before their eyes. Ning Beiyan and Qin Xiaoyu were completely dumbfounded. They recognized the aura of those chests, the familiar craftsmanship and energy. Weren't they made by Wang Anlin? Bronze, silver, and golden chests, he actually has all of them? How is this possible? Ning Beiyan felt his worldview collapsing, his pride trampled under Chen Ping's feet. Chen Ping chuckled, "Not only do I have them, I have 6. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another set of bronze, silver, and golden chests appeared before them. 6 treasure chests in total. The 2 of them were stunned like wooden chickens. What the heck? Did this Chen Ping go to the Forbidden Zone to run a wholesale business? 6 treasure chests appeared out of nowhere. They shattered the worldview of the 2 top talents of the Awakener world. Qin Xiaoyu looked on in silence. Ning Beiyan looked on with tears. They both couldn't believe what they were seeing. How can there be so many treasure chests? Are you a bandit? Qin Xiaoyu, the well-informed Daozi of Kunlun, was dumbfounded. Her red lips parted slightly, and after holding back for a long time, she could only say that. Chen Ping was stunned for a moment. He felt the description was quite fitting. Wherever he went, all the treasure chests were swept clean, even Wang Anlin's statue was gone, and Wang Anlin's mount was taken away too. This was basically the most professional bandit. Ha, just luck, pure luck. Chen Ping laughed modestly with a humble face. "I am not so capable, merely got 6 treasure chests." The familiar humble brag Ning Beiyang, who wanted to show off in front of Chen Ping, almost coughed up blood. "Chen Ping, you win." A red figure landed on Baiyu Whale's back. A faint fragrance lingered. The girl knelt on Baiyu Whale's back, her delicate and beautiful figure leaning forward. Her big, dark, shiny eyes stared at Chen Ping, a bit excited. "Tell me, how did you do it?" Chen Ping noticed that Qin Xiaoyu was very excited. Her eyes seemed to glow as they locked onto him, filled with strong curiosity. Of course, Chen Ping couldn't say something self-deprecating like "I exploited a bug." Instead, he seriously said that his strength was too powerful, and during the trial, Wang Anlin's divine sense took notice and gave him the highest level reward. He also added that the lower your cultivation level, the higher the evaluation you'll get if you successfully pass the trial. This was actually true, and because of that, Qin Xiaoyu half believed and accepted his explanation. But because of this top genius from Kunlun Academy started doubting herself. Qin Xiaoyu had thought that getting a golden chest was already a perfect performance. But she didn't expect that in front of her was someone who got bronze, silver, and gold treasure chests at the same time. And he even crossed 2 major realms and completed 2 different trials, getting 3 chests from each trial. 6 times the happiness. Qin Xiaoyu looked at the young man in front of her, biting her lip lightly, thoughts surging in her heart. For the first time, she felt a bit of admiration and envy for this young man. "Fine, I'll admit you're amazing." Qin Xiaoyu pouted her red lips slightly, said that, and turned to fly back to her mount. Chen Ping looked at the girl's ethereal, graceful figure. It was like a fairy, elegant and unmatched. He suppressed the stirring in his heart and turned his gaze forward. Who knew? The Baiyu Whale under him noticed this detail and chuckled. "My dear Master Quack, do you like that girl?" Chen Ping blushed when he heard that and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I already have someone I like." "Master, you're definitely going to be a great man in the future. What's wrong with a great man having a few more women?" Baiyu Whale said earnestly. "In the cultivation world, strength is everything. Lots of powerful figures have multiple wives. That's a very face-giving thing, Quack." "Stop talking." Chen Ping stood firm, refusing to be corrupted by Baiyu Whale's depraved thinking. "Besides, that girl is indeed not bad. Young as she is, she's already at the peak of nascent soul. She has a very pure ancient divine phoenix bloodline, and must have inherited my previous master's legacy. Her future is limitless, Bayou Whale flapped its wings, its big duck beak curling up slightly as it smiled. Master, I think this makes sense. Right now you have no background, no strength. Why not pursue her, make her fall in love with you, let her be your strongest support, eat her food, use her resources, let her help you grow, become your Tao protector. Just thinking about it feels great, quack. Chen Ping had a face full of black lines. How could General Vermilion Bird have a mount like you? Quack. If my former master hadn't taken my advice and successfully married the daughter of the immortal emperor, how could he have become one of the 4 heavenly generals of the celestial court? Bayou Whale shook its head proudly. Chen Ping didn't expect to be left speechless by Bayou Whale's retort. He seemed to have heard some amazing gossip? He had to admit, his impression of Wang Anlin had once again been overturned. He didn't expect such a high and mighty general of the celestial court was actually a freeloader? After flying for half an hour, Ning Beiyan's lion left the group. I need to return to the sect to report. Farewell. Alright, I wish fellow Taoist great success on your path. Qin Xiaoyu said goodbye to Ning Beiyan. Goodbye, Taoist Ning. Chen Ping also cheerfully bid farewell. Ning Beiyan glared at Chen Ping fiercely. He left full of negative emotions. Chen Ping understood Ning Beiyan very well. Anyone who had to stare at a ducks but for an entire flight wouldn't be in a good mood. What followed was Chen Ping and Qin Xiaoyu's one-on-one time. Bayou Whale kept hinting for Chen Ping to behave well and show his manly charm. Chen Ping didn't want to bother with Bayou Whale, but he still chatted casually with Qin Xiaoyu, mostly about his older sister's funny school stories, like some senior from an academy who liked his sister and tried many ways to confess, only to be coldly rejected, or a genius from some academy who looked down on her, slandered her, and ended up getting slapped in the face. Listening to all his sister's experiences felt like the plot of a power fantasy heroine. Chen Ping admired and looked forward to it. Both of them were quite interested in talking about Chen Xingxiao. They laughed and chatted along the way. Your sister is actually someone who really likes to show off. She might seem cold in front of outsiders, but around friends, she loves to flaunt things, Qin Xiaoyu said with a smile, her brows curved, her bright eyes like crescent moons. But she also has a big heart. Sometimes she's too careless and always makes people worry. She was talking about Chen Xingxiao, but for some reason, Chen Ping saw a bit of affection and fondness on her face. They chatted for a long time. Ahead, the city walls of Nantang City came into view. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll say goodbye here. Yumei-shum, goodbye, Sister Xiaoyu. Bye, Ping Ping. I believe your sister will be especially surprised to see your progress. They said goodbye in the air. Chen Ping rode Bayou Whale and flew to the rooftop of the Thompson Riviera complex. Little duck, you're too big. I'll have to leave you on the rooftop for now. Chen Ping said helplessly. Quack. Bayou Whale protested angrily. Master, what's with you? You used to call me Xiaoyu, now I'm just little duck. Chen Ping looked at the big-headed bird with some disdain. The name Xiaoyu is too cute. You can't carry it. But I'm not a duck. Quack. Bayou Whale was still making its final struggle. Chen Ping looked at the bird's big head, flat wide beak, and his gaze gradually turned calm, as if saying, no, you are a duck. A real duck. Bayou Whale despaired, silently accepting its new name. Chen Ping was about to take the stairs down, but Bayou Whale followed. With its huge body, it couldn't even fit through the stairway entrance. Just when Chen Ping was wondering why it was following him, Bayou Whale's body suddenly began shrinking rapidly. Soon, it became a palm-sized little bird, standing on Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping looked at Bayou Whale in surprise. Oh my god, you can shrink? Quack quack, basic stuff, quack. Don't underestimate the Vermilion Bird General's mount. Bayou Whale flapped its tiny wings and chirped crisply. It had a big head, a golden beak, and was covered in fluffy feathers. Looking at it now, Chen Ping somehow found it a bit cute. He patted Bayou Whale's soft head and smiled. From now on, just stay like this. You're kinda cute like this. Chen Ping returned to his room and took some time to rest. He started watching the evening news from Nantang City. The news was reporting on the Beast Tide incident from the S-Class Forbidden Zone, the 10,000 Mountains. This city-breaking level disaster was stopped before it reached Nantang City, but its aftermath still lingered. Countless people were still in fear and silently prayed to the 7 gods. The godlike performance of the 7 gods made their prestige reach a new height in Nantang City. Millions of citizens began worshipping the 7 gods. Simply put, they prayed to the 7 gods for everything. For exams, they prayed to the 7 gods. For work, they prayed to the 7 gods. When sick, they prayed. When going out, they prayed. Chen Ping hadn't expected that a character he made up could become so popular. If people knew that the 7 gods they prayed to was actually a high school student struggling with exams, who knows how they would feel. Chin Ping sat on the sofa, watching the Nantang City news with a complicated expression. There were also various so-called experts from the Awakener world analyzing his strength and background. Of course, none of their analyses were correct. Brother, you've become famous again. I'm really happy for you. In his mind, the voice of the sister god came, soft and charming. Ha, big bro, did you enjoy using my power? Use my power again next time, and I'll let you feel the invincible fist that sweeps across the 8 desolations. The brother god spoke proudly. It was clear he was in a good mood. Chin Ping smiled upon hearing that. To be fair, little brother, your end combat technique is actually really good. Keep it up. If your performance is good, I'll use your power again next time. Ha ha. Leave it to me. Brother God said excitedly. Little brother, you can't be biased. Have you forgotten how good your sister has been to you? Sister God said a bit resentfully. Chin Ping bro, that guy is just a brute. No class at all when fighting. Listen to your big bro. Let's take the noble path. Use me next time, and I'll show you something amazing. Master, please love me once more. As soon as Chen Ping praised Brother God, the gods in his mind began a fierce internal competition again. This was exactly what Chen Ping wanted to see. Ping Ping, congratulations, you've made another breakthrough. The voice of the mom god came from his mind, her tone joyful, as if she was truly happy for Chen Ping. Thanks. Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. When he left the Forbidden Zone, he had already shocked the gods in his mind. Not only had he successfully broken through a major realm, but he had also obtained a huge amount of cultivation resources. His entire aura and demeanor had undergone a drastic change. He was no longer the struggling rogue cultivator on the poverty line. But Zhao Ping, there seems to be something strange in your heart. That thing is very dangerous. Just to be safe, I think it's best to remove it. Dad God tried to gently persuade. Dangerous? Chen Ping's smile deepened. That's great. I like danger. Dad God. Chen Ping wasn't a fool. The 7-colored glazed heart in his chest was an immortal treasure. It could greatly enhance his vitality and contained 7 top-tier divine abilities. To say nothing else, even just sitting on the sofa, the glazed heart could slowly absorb energy from the surrounding world and nourish his body. It was like auto-cultivation. How could Chen Ping not know how good this thing was? Now for a breaking news story. On the TV, the anchor's serious voice suddenly came. Chen Ping looked up and saw the skyscraper of Tianbing Group, sharp like a blade. Level 1 investigators from the Awakener Management Bureau, Kong Ling and Zhuo Wuxiong, have uncovered a total of 89 charges against Tianbing Group. They accused the company of crimes including illegal magic drug trading, unlawful detention, harming innocent civilians, and conducting human experiments. The Awakener Management Bureau has decided to arrest 226 individuals involved, including 35 Awakeners. At the entrance of Tianbing Group's building, a fleet of black vehicles arrived. Investigators in suits, neatly lined up, escorted the criminals of Tianbing Group into the vehicles. Chen Ping clicked his tongue in surprise. It wasn't the first time the Bureau arrested people from Tianbing Group, but it was the first time so many were taken at once. Could the cameras I provided really have been that effective? No, there must be other charges too. Some of the crimes mentioned on TV weren't in the footage he intercepted. Maybe the investigators followed the leads and uncovered even more horrifying crimes? Chen Ping didn't know the truth, but seeing so many people from Tianbing Group taken away still gave him a sense of satisfaction. Evil should be punished, right? It was just a pity that Tianbing Group's chairman Jian Longpeng wasn't punished and wasn't taken away. He was only placed under limited supervision by the Awakener Management Bureau, with no restrictions on his movement. Jian Longpeng even appeared on TV to refute the harmful rumors about Tianbing Group. This burly extreme Awakener wore a black suit on TV, had a buzz cut, sharp eyes, a calm and capable demeanor, and such powerful presence that his large hands looked like they could crush a skull in one squeeze. When the chairman looked at the camera, Chen Ping could feel his terrifying aura through the screen. Chen Ping sighed helplessly. This is what the Great Awakening era is like. The stronger an Awakener is, the harder it is to control them. Some top Awakener factions had internal rules that even overrode national laws. As long as their actions weren't too outrageous, even the Xia Nation couldn't do much to rein them in. Jiang Longpeng single-handedly founded Tianbing Group and built a powerful Awakener force. For the Bureau to arrest so many of his people already took tremendous effort, but trying to topple the entire Tianbing Group led by Jiang Longpeng with these crimes was still nearly impossible. Jiang Longpeng had deep roots and broad connections. He always kept himself clean. Even if he committed some outrageous acts, taking him down would be as hard as reaching the heavens. The more Chen Ping thought, the more uneasy he felt. Damn it. Could the camera I gave the investigators end up making me the enemy of such a terrifying figure? It shouldn't happen, right? He was just an innocent passerby who got caught in the mess. But he had to admit, this boss who had already reached a rank awakener level put a lot of pressure on Chen Ping. What if Jiang Longping noticed this small fry like him? What would he do then? Even if the chances were low, the possibility made Chen Ping nervous. Nope, I need to break through a realm to calm my nerves. Chen Ping shook his head and sat down in a specific meditation posture. Battle was the best teacher in cultivation. Through his life-or-death battle with the golden ape, his body had been refined again and again to the extreme, and it had now broken through its limits and was evolving toward a higher level. A large number of star source stones were taken out from the ethereal jade. Chen Ping kept absorbing the energy from the stones, triggering a full-body transformation. One star source stone after another was devoured by Chen Ping. Awakeners usually need intense external stimulation, powerful energy activation, and strong awakening comprehension to break through in cultivation. That's why many people, even if they have a lot of star source stones, still can't break through. But Chen Ping was different. He felt like he couldn't see his own limits. As another 500 star source stones were absorbed, his cultivation directly broke through the bottleneck of the quenching body realm early stage peak and stepped into the mid stage of the quenching body realm. Chen Ping felt the power inside his body increase significantly. His blood and energy surged like a tide. When he activated the Vajra-type awakener powers, the golden lines on his skin became even denser and brighter, full of strength. He knew that when these golden lines spread all over his body, completely covering his skin, he would step into the minor Vajra realm and become a man who fears no ordinary bullets or guns. Quack, you broke through already? Baiyu Whale beside him was startled and looked at Chen Ping in shock. My talent is unmatched through the ages, breaking through a minor realm is totally normal, isn't it? Chen Ping turned his head and asked. That actually makes a lot of sense, quack. Baiyu Whale tilted its head, unable to argue. At this time, there was a stir among the gods in his mind as well. Chen Ping could feel that they seemed a bit uneasy, but they kept it under control and even pretended to congratulate him on advancing his cultivation. Chen Ping looked at the star source stones still piled like a mountain in front of him, thought for a moment, and continued absorbing. He felt like his body was a bottomless pit, without the typical awakener's sense of fullness after absorbing a few star source stones. As long as he kept absorbing, he would keep getting stronger. Other people raised their cultivation through a combination of training, beatings, combat insights, monster flesh, medicine baths, and absorbing star source stones, a multitasking process. Chen Ping's method was much more direct and rough. As long as the star source stones were enough, he could keep leveling up. One after another, the star source stones were completely absorbed by him. He felt his power steadily increasing at a clearly visible rate. The energy of the star source stones would continuously refine his muscles and bones, his meridians, and temper his internal organs, making his strength stronger and stronger. This feeling of growing stronger was like the tastiest addictive drug, impossible to resist. However, as his cultivation level rose, the amount of star source stones he needed also increased. Only after absorbing 1,500 more star source stones did his cultivation reach the peak of the quenching body realm mid-stage. The familiar feeling of fullness finally appeared. Absorbing more star source stones wouldn't improve his cultivation anymore. Reached the limit, Chen Ping slowly exhaled. This time, he had gone from the early stage peak of the quenching body realm all the way to the mid-stage peak. He used up a total of 2,000 star source stones. That was absolutely a huge cost. Ordinary people would never raise their cultivation like this. It required not only massive resources but also a suitable physique. Chen Ping felt a bit of pain in his heart, but as he sensed the significantly stronger power inside him, the surging energy and blood, the pain on his face gradually turned into a satisfied smile. The star source stones weren't wasted. Chen Ping knew that in this world, strength was everything. As long as his strength increased, the resources he used up would be earned back one day. Besides, he still had 3,400 regular star source stones and 20 high-grade star source stones in his pocket. He had reserves and wasn't worried at all. Now, when facing Tianbing Group, he had a bit more confidence. Ding dong. You have a new message. Chen Ping opened his phone. Congratulations! You've passed the resume screening for independent admission to Kunlun Academy and have qualified for the entrance exam. Please log in to the official website to complete your information, carefully read the relevant instructions, and prepare the necessary materials. An official representative will contact you by phone shortly, so please keep your line open. The message was from none other than the Kunlun Academy admissions office. This is outrageous. They actually said my temperament is lacking? Inside Tianbing Group, a man in a red robe angrily smashed a tablet. On the screen were the large characters eliminated, with the reason listed as failure in the temperament trial. The judging party was Kunlun Academy. Young Master, Kunlun Academy rejecting you only shows that their judges and mentors are blind, Su Yuanchao said earnestly at the side. At your young age, you're already a high-level elementalist. In terms of future potential, most of Kunlun Academy's so-called prodigies can't compare to you. The ranking for elemental type awakeners is Elemental Apprentice, Elementalist, Grand Elementalist, Elemental Master, Dao-Seeking Grandmaster, and the legendary Saint Spellcaster. A high-level elementalist is already a peak sea-level awakener, considered a strong figure in the awakener world, especially for someone so young. Humph. A bunch of old-fashioned geezers. Those losers I stepped on at Tianyun Mountain have all become Kunlun Academy students, but I got eliminated. Violent winds raged in the room. The man's pupils turned pale white, filled with accumulating rage. He was Jiang Wenxiang, the young master of Tianbing Group. He had once made a high-profile announcement about joining Kunlun Academy's entrance training, causing a stir at Nantang High School. But to his shock, he was actually eliminated. Always arrogant and proud, Jiang Wenxiang had never suffered such humiliation. Young master, our UN sect is eager for you to join. They've promised that if you enter, you'll immediately become a core direct disciple, studying under sect leader Master Haochu, and may even get personal guidance from him, Su Yuanchao said. Our UN sect, huh? If I could really learn from Master Haochu, that's not a bad choice. Jiang Wenxiang nodded in contemplation. Our UN sect is the strongest elemental sect in Ji province. Its leader, Master Haochu, is an elemental master and half a step into S-rank Dao-Seeking Grandmaster. His insight into the elemental path is extraordinary. Countless elemental awakeners long for his guidance. Let's leave our UN sect aside for now. This major punishment of Tianbing Group really hurt us, Jiang Wenxiang said, turning to Su Yuanchao. Su Yuanchao's face turned a bit unnatural. He forced a smile and said, yes, indeed. Then quickly added, but our Tianbing Group has deep roots and strong vitality. We'll recover soon for sure. Jiang Wenxiang laughed coldly. What I'm more curious about is that the operation against Chen Ping failed, and Rong Jiankang is dead. It said he had a habit of taking a camera on missions, and it actually contained undeleted video evidence. Tell me, does this punishment of Tianbing Group have anything to do with you? Su Yuanchao immediately broke into a cold sweat and quickly said, young master, I truly didn't expect that guy to be an awakener too. Boom! Jiang Wenxiang's fist suddenly struck Su Yuanchao in the face, sending him flying with blood spewing, cracks spreading across the ground. Trash! The anger in Jiang Wenxiang's eyes finally exploded. Su Yuanchao was frozen in fear. He could feel overwhelming fury and killing intent from the young master, as if any further provocation would mean death. At that moment, the tall and strong Su Yuanchao didn't dare to move a muscle. Calm down, young master. Give me time. I'll find a chance to eliminate Chen Ping completely, to soothe your anger. Ugh! Before he could finish, Jiang Wenxiang kicked him flying again, slamming him into the wall. Trash is trash. You think I'd trust you again? Jiang Wenxiang crouched down and began punching Su Yuanchao again and again. Trash! 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 With each heavy blow, blood sprayed. Jiang Wenxiang seemed to be venting all his anger onto Su Yuanchao. Oh my dear Jiang, did I come at a bad time? At that moment, the door opened. A man in a trench coat appeared in the room. Jiang Wenxiang turned his head, and a cold smile appeared on his fierce face. No, Edward, you came just in time. Then he turned to the bloodied Su Yuanchao beneath him and kicked him into a corner like a dead dog. He sneered, according to Tianbing Group rules, I could kill you with my fists. But since Edward arrived at the right time, I'll spare your life, for now. Su Yuanchao trembled all over and stammered, thank you, young Master Jiang, for your mercy. The man in the trench coat removed his hat, revealing a handsome face with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a polished, businesslike smile. Jiang, the Chen Ping you want to kill, I've investigated him. He's connected to a Kunlun Daozi. Not easy to kill, Edward said calmly. Jiang Wenxiang wiped the blood from his hands with a white towel and said expressionlessly, does Skull Society have anyone it can't kill? In the corner, Su Yuanchao trembled upon hearing the name Skull Society. Skull Society, known far and wide. It was one of the top 3 assassin organizations in the world, on par with Hell and the Underworld. The more chaotic the times, the stronger assassin organizations become. In the Great Awakening era, many lawless criminals gathered in assassin organizations. Skull Society, as a top-tier global assassin group, was filled with terrifying figures infamous for heinous acts. Jiang, I think you misunderstood me. There's no one Skull Society can't kill, Edward smiled. But killing a relative of one of the 12 Daozi of Kunlun is karmically heavy. So, the price goes up. Jiang Wenxiang froze. How much more? 5 times the price. Edward replied. Jiang Wenxiang fell silent. He hadn't expected hiring an assassin to kill Chen Ping would cost so much. It was all Chen Ping's fault. For some reason, he recalled the boy's fearless eyes when they confronted each other, his own failure at Kunlun Academy, how that boy's sister became one of the academy's brightest stars, the massive imbalance in his heart, and the severe blow Tianbing Group had suffered. All these new and old grudges made him clench his fists and say in a low voice, "Deal." Edward's smile widened. Young Master Jiang is generous. Annoying people like him should disappear forever. That's the only way your heart will be at peace. As he spoke, he pulled out 3 cards from his sleeve. Which assassination package would you like to choose? Even Su Yuanchao couldn't help but look up from the floor, curious. There are packages for killing? Jiang Wenxiang was also surprised. It was his first time dealing with Skull Society. If not for Chen Ping's sister being a threat, he would have crushed Chen Ping himself. Hell's headquarters was too close and too entangled, too inconvenient. Skull Society, with its broad international reach, was the most suitable. Edward revealed 3 tokens and explained. The Scarlet Kill Order is our most common service. We'll send 3 professional assassins of the same rank as the target to set a trap. Quick and quiet. Assassination success rate, 99%. The Black Kill Order is our signature service. 1 top assassin of at least 1 major realm higher will take the job. Skull Society guarantees the mission. The target will die 100% death rate. Lastly, the Skull Extermination Order, our super service. Ideal for mortal enemies. If the target has a family, the whole family dies. If in a sect, the sect is destroyed. If part of a clan, the clan is wiped out. No loose ends. Everyone who opposes you will tremble in fear. Edward's voice echoed in the room. At that moment, Su Yuanchao felt a killing intent even scarier than Jiang Wenxiang's. Such terrifying options. Jiang Wenxiang laughed. The Skull Society's representative in Xia Nation had truly impressed him, but when he saw the prices on the tokens, his delight turned to shock. So damn expensive. Oof, that trash isn't worth the high-end options. Just give me a Scarlet Kill Order. Jiang Wenxiang said coldly. Good. My dear Jiang, await our good news. Edward smiled broadly as he left. In 3 days, I will personally deliver that boy's head to you. Tianbing Group, Chairman's Office. Smack! Zhang Longpeng slapped Jiang Wenxiang across the face. The slap made Jiang Wenxiang cough up blood and fall to the ground. Trash! Jiang Longpeng scolded. Jiang Wenxiang, holding his reddened face, stood up somewhat unwillingly. I know it was wrong for me to send people to kill Chen Ping, but as long as Chen Ping is alive, my thoughts remain blocked. Smack! Jiang Longpeng slapped Jiang Wenxiang down again. Trash! Is that what I'm talking about? I'm talking about your lack of decisiveness. If someone offends you, you might as well kill his whole family. As long as you clean up properly, I wouldn't say a word, but look at what you've done. Damn it, trash. The more Jiang Longpeng thought about it, the angrier he got. He kicked Jiang Wenxiang hard, sending him flying like a dead dog against the wall. No wonder you were eliminated by Kunlun Academy. Truly fucking useless. This time, clean it up properly. If you keep dawdling like this and leave loose ends, I'll delete the character and start over. If you stay this useless, your position as heir to Tianbing Group will go to someone else. Leaving those words behind, Jiang Longpeng exited the office. Jiang Wenxiang, holding his reddened face, looked at the departing figure, rage and malice burning uncontrollably in his eyes. He knew his father meant what he said. If he said he'd delete the character and start over, he would definitely do it. He had no way out anymore. The next day, Chen Ping returned to school for classes. Some people might think continuing to study was unnecessary at this point, since he was already a powerful awakened one, with a bright future ahead, and no need to waste time on school. From a strictly mature life planning perspective, it did seem a bit unnecessary, but after receiving so many years of education, with only a month or 2 left, he wanted to give closure to all his efforts. Besides, even entering Kunlun Academy required academic grades. Reading was also a way to shape a better worldview, to see the world from more diverse perspectives, and to train one's thinking patterns, which was essential for personal growth. Boss, are the 30 meringue pancakes I ordered ready? All set. Carrying 30 pancakes, Chen Ping ate as he walked. The white jade whale on his shoulder looked surprised. You really can eat, duck. It knew that Chen Ping had eaten 2 pots of noodles before going out. These pancakes made by the boss are pretty tasty. Want one? Chen Ping asked cheerfully. I wouldn't eat such common stuff. The white jade whale began to refuse, but after smelling the strange aroma from the pancake, it quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fine, I'll try it. The white jade whale had a big mouth. Even when shrunken, it could eat half a pancake in one bite. Gaga. Why does this pancake taste so good? Master. Let's keep that morong boss for ourselves. Make him bake pancakes for us every day. The white jade whale praised while eating. Chen Ping rolled his eyes. His beast pet was always thinking about either keeping someone or being kept. Why was it so weird? Thinking this, he also took a bite of the morong pancake, and the delicious flavor made him squint with joy and smile blissfully. Now that awakened ones were entering all kinds of industries, they often produced amazing results. Morong the boss was only a beginner-level D-class awakened one, willingly living an ordinary life, but his pancake making had made his breakfast stall famous in the neighborhood, earning loads of money. Chen Ping was already at the peak of mid-tier C-class, with a brilliant future ahead. Thinking of this made his steps toward school a bit lighter. His latest materials had been uploaded to the official website of Kunlun Academy. He had already passed the preliminary review. If all went well, in half a month, he would be able to take part in Kunlun's entrance exam and training. That was the top academy for awakened ones in Xia Nation. Just thinking about it filled Chen Ping with anticipation. He could finally step into his sister's world and see a different scenery. When Chen Ping walked into school with a little duck, he immediately caused a stir. Look, it's Chen Ping. Our Nanten City hero is back. Ah, he's so handsome, his eyes are so bright. Chen Ping noticed that from the moment he entered the school gate, all eyes were on him. Wow, look at the duck on his shoulder, so cute. Huh, really, is that duck his pet? Gaga. Not a duck, I'm not a duck, I'm the white jade whale. The white jade whale flapped its wings and clarified angrily. Oh my god, the duck can talk. Definitely a high-level spirit pet. As expected from Senior Chen Ping, so amazing. The white jade whale's protest had no effect, only drawing more attention. Chen Ping, you're finally back. A girl with a high ponytail, her beauty striking and extraordinary, ran over with small steps, her bright eyes sparkling. Xiao. Chen Ping looked at the girl running toward him, a smile appearing on his face. She was still just as wonderful, full of life. Thank goodness, you're all right, the girl said, smiling brightly. The two smiled at each other in the morning sunlight. The white jade whale on Chen Ping's shoulder, with bean-sized little eyes, looked at the two of them, seeming to taste something unusual, a meaningful smile appearing on its face. Ah, is this your new pet? So cute. Song Xiao noticed the white jade whale on Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping smiled and said, yeah, it's my battle pet, Little Duck. Little Duck? Song Xiao smiled, her eyes curving, even the name is cute. Gaga. You're the one my master likes, right? The white jade whale suddenly spoke. Song Xiao's fair cheeks instantly turned red, not expecting the duck to be so direct. Gaga, looks like I guessed right. The white jade whale smiled crookedly. Your constitution is quite impressive, actually the 9 nether underworld body, walking a different path to enlightenment. Pairing with my master is still acceptable. Chen Ping was startled, not expecting the white jade whale to reveal such explosive information. 9 nether underworld body? Song Xiao also widened her eyes, looking puzzled, extending her snow-white finger and asking in surprise, me? Yes, duck, it's you. The white jade whale nodded. Before the two could digest this, the white jade whale said something even more shocking. Xiao duck, I approve of you, you can be my mistress, but I think you shouldn't mind if my master has other female confidants, right? You know, someone like my master, the child of destiny, encounters all sorts of amazing women on the cultivation path. It's normal to have stories and entanglements occasionally. You don't mind, right? The white jade whale shook its head and spoke. Song Xiao stood frozen, her bright apricot eyes wide open. Stupid duck, what are you talking about? An angry Chen Ping grabbed the white jade whale in his hand and squeezed hard. Gagaga. The white jade whale turned into a screaming duck. Easy, master, easy, gagaga. The white jade whale struggled. I didn't say anything wrong. Duck, I just wanted to give a heads up, duck. To love is to speak clearly first, to love openly and honestly, to give a heads up before taking action. Isn't this more responsible than having a partner and then needing other confidants, duck? The white jade whale, gripped by Chen Ping, still had a stubborn mouth. The girl bit her pink lips, her eyes turning red from being talked to like that. A teenage girl, how could she handle such theories? Xiao, don't take it seriously, this duck has a few screws loose. Chen Ping quickly explained. It's fine, there's nothing anyway. The girl shook her head hard, then forced a smile and said, class is starting soon, let's go back to the classroom. As she spoke, she didn't wait for Chen Ping and ran toward the classroom on her own, leaving Chen Ping standing in the wind, disoriented. Look at what you did. Chen Ping angrily squeezed the white jade whale. Gagaga. The white jade whale screamed again. After a while, the white jade whale, as if experienced, spoke in a low tone, "Say, Master Duck, one day, you'll understand my good intentions." Chen Ping gritted his teeth. This damn duck was still being stubborn. At this moment, on the rooftop of a high-rise outside Nantan City High School, 3 figures in black trench coats stood with binoculars, watching the boys' back. On the back of their trench coats was a white skull symbol. "Target confirmed, ready to move anytime." A tall blonde woman said calmly, "This job pays so much, that kid isn't pretending to be weak, is he?" A thin black-haired man asked uneasily. A D-class Vidra type awakened one, how much could he possibly pretend? A burly man with flaming red hair and a red vest under his coat laughed loudly. "His head is expensive because of his sister. With his strength, I can twist his head off by myself. Don't underestimate him. Even a lion uses full strength to catch a rabbit." Nantan City's security is tight. We've mapped the nearby surveillance. We'll try to strike in blind spots, best when he's alone, the black-haired man spoke flatly. "Manhwa will go all out. Even C-class awakened ones can die silently. That little boy won't live past tomorrow." The blonde woman licked her red lips and said with a smile. No wonder they were so confident. Although they were just regular White Skull assassins from the Skull Society, they had killed countless D-class awakened ones, their hands already soaked in blood. When it came to killing, they were definitely professionals. And since C-class awakened ones couldn't resist hot weapons, they had even killed C-class targets in surprise attacks. Too bad we can't bring a sniper rifle. Otherwise, with this kind of dumb donkey awakened one shot would do the trick. After this job, I'll have enough merit points to exchange for a storage ring in the Skull Society. Then I can secretly bring a sniper rifle into Xia Nation and make even more money. He. We got lucky this time. Killing such a little brat and earning so many merit points. After this, I'm throwing a party in Sanya. Gradually, the mood became light and cheerful. The 3 laughed and chatted on the rooftop, full of hope for the future. Another peaceful day. Chen Ping just liked this kind of steady and calm time. The vitality and beauty of youth, and the longing and hope for the future. Isn't that what youth is? Brother Ping, did you know, your name has already spread through our circle? Zhao Liang looked at Chen Ping, speaking excitedly. Do you know what nickname they gave you? What nickname? Chen Ping became curious. This was the first nickname he had earned by his own strength, so he was secretly looking forward to it. Brother Flathead, Zhao Liang said solemnly. Do you guys have a grudge against me? Chen Ping glared. No way. Zhao Liang held back laughter and said, think about it, Brother Flathead is brave and invincible, fearless of anything, no matter how strong the enemy is, never backing down. Isn't that just like you? Gaga. The name Brother Flathead is great, it suits my master, Duck. The white jade whale also flapped its little wings on the desk and loudly agreed. Chen Ping angrily grabbed the white jade whale and squeezed hard. The last class in the afternoon. Labor class. It was a time for students to relax outdoors. And also the time the school used free labor. Chen Ping carried a hoe and walked toward the back mountain of the school. The task for this labor class was to weed. As a C-class Vajra type awakened one, with a swing of his hoe, regardless of weeds or stones, he could clear a large area. Even huge rocks could be shattered with one hit. The back mountain of the school was called Qingshou Mountain, a very famous scenic area, with lush green hills stretching continuously, full of birds and flowers, very suitable for outings. Its area was huge. Rather than calling it the school's back mountain, it was more accurate to say the school was built next to this mountain. Chen Ping breathed in the fresh air of Qingshou Mountain and swung the hoe quickly, working diligently. After a while, he suddenly smelled an unusual scent. He felt a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, full of vitality and creation. Chen Ping's whole body shivered. Could it be? There was a heavenly material or earthly treasure in Qingshou Mountain? In the Great Awakening era, this kind of thing still had a chance of happening. The more spiritually blessed a place was, the more likely it was for rare treasures to appear. In a picturesque and energy-rich place like Qingshou Mountain, the sudden emergence of a heavenly material or earthly treasure was theoretically possible. Chen Ping became curious and followed the energy fluctuations forward. The fluctuations became stronger and stronger. He arrived at a small grove. Just past it was the outer wall. But this wall couldn't stop him. He lightly leapt, his body like a toad jumping, easily vaulting over the wall. Gaga. Master, I feel like this spiritual energy fluctuation came too suddenly. Duck, the white jade whale whispered from Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping smiled. Too sudden? Of course I know. Then why are you still going? The white jade whale was puzzled. What's the big deal? It's just 2 possibilities, either a surprise or a scare. Chen Ping said calmly, stepping forward again. The white jade whale didn't speak anymore. It felt like its master always had some kind of inexplicable courage. But this kind of courage wasn't always bad. People often say caution keeps the ship safe for 10,000 years, and being careful in everything is necessary. But in the awakened world, opportunities come and go in a flash. Being too cautious could mean missing out on every chance, ending up stuck at a level, the path forward cut off. Chen Ping followed the spiritual energy fluctuations and finally discovered, deep in the forest, a plant glowing with spiritual light. It was a large red mushroom, with a diameter of half a meter, releasing strange energy. Han, it's really here. Is it a common spiritual item, or a legendary heavenly treasure? Chen Ping walked closer, somewhat excited. Just as he reached the red mushroom and was about to pick it, the base of the red mushroom suddenly swelled, and a surge of crimson energy blasted out at him. At the same moment, from above the trees beside him, a shadow dropped at high speed. A large purple iron hammer with terrifying force smashed toward his head. Chen Ping had an excited and thrilled look on his face, but his eyes didn't show surprise. Instead, a sharpness flashed through them. A wave of energy surged from his body, blocking the crimson energy from the red mushroom. His footwork shifted, leaving an afterimage, dodging the hammer blow at the very last moment. Boom! The hammer slammed heavily into the ground. The ground cracked. What? Under the trench coat, the red-haired burly man sounded shocked, as if he couldn't believe the seemingly naive youth had managed to dodge his well-prepared attack. Who sent you? A cold voice came from the smoke. Watch out! Another voice came from the side. But before the sound reached the red-haired man's ears, the youth's fist had already smashed into his face like a cannonball. A sonic boom followed. Supersonic punch. Puff! The punch smashed the burly man into the tree behind him, breaking it, his head bleeding. Answer me. Who sent you? Chen Ping spoke coldly. From the side, a shadow had already drawn a blade and slashed at him. Just as he was about to respond, from another direction, the black-haired man had already formed a hand seal. Red light flashed between his fingers as he chanted, "Deadwood spirit, bind." Chen Ping felt his body bound by an invisible force, like turning into lifeless wood. The blonde woman appeared beside him, a short dagger in her hand gleaming with a chilling light, slashing down fast. It all happened in an instant. The three attackers coordinated perfectly. At least, that's what the three of them thought. But they didn't understand, why did golden patterns suddenly appear on the boy's body? Why did he break free from the binding spell in an instant? Crack! A golden patterned hand grabbed the incoming dagger. The blonde woman realized her blade had struck indestructible steel. He caught my killing blade with his bare hand? This power fluctuation. No! He's not an iron tempering stage awakened one, he's in the quenching stage. The expression on the blonde woman's face shifted from fierce to shocked. Her professional instincts made her immediately step back and throw out more than a dozen poison needles from her pouch. She was a gold element awakened one, capable of making the weapons in her hands even more terrifying. Under her power's enhancement, the poison needles shot out like bullets. Not only were they extremely fast, but their power was also no less than that of real bullets. Even a C-class awakened one would die from poison if hit by her needle unexpectedly. But what she didn't expect was that Chen Ping punched out at the same moment. His fist struck the air in front of him, causing a visible shockwave. The dozen or so poison needles, under the distortion of the air and the explosive force of the punch, were shaken off course in all directions. Before the blonde woman could react, a large hand appeared in front of her, grabbed her slender white neck, and lifted her into the air. Talk! Who sent you? Chen Ping spoke again. A suffocating pain came over her. In that moment, the blonde woman felt fear. The boy before her was not the easy-to-kill lamb they thought, but a fierce tiger, a man-eating tiger. A massive iron hammer slammed in from the side with violent force. The red-haired burly man was also of a Vajra-type awakened one, and he was a peak D-class. His iron hammer could easily crush a person's skull. However, Chen Ping casually raised his hand and blocked the hammer with his bare hand. The clash even produced a metallic clang. Still won't talk? Chen Ping's voice grew impatient, and the grip on her neck tightened. Ugh, ugh. The sexy blonde woman struggled violently, her eyes full of despair, her long legs kicking wildly. She wanted to speak, but her throat was gripped so tightly she couldn't utter a word. Very good. You have backbone. Chen Ping showed some admiration. His 5 fingers clenched tighter, and with a crack, he crushed her neck. The blonde assassin died just like that, her face still frozen in terror and unwillingness. Are you stupid? You're choking her, how is she supposed to talk? Another burly man, dropping his iron hammer, slashed angrily at the back of Chen Ping's neck with his arm like a blade. Chen Ping had already pointed at him, golden lightning shot from his fingertip. Boom! The golden lightning pierced through the burly man's body, leaving a charred wound in his chest. Sorry, I got too nervous. I'm inexperienced. In the next instant, Chen Ping swung the large iron hammer down on the burly man's forehead. Puff! A horrifying blow. Brain matter splattered. The burly man's body fell stiffly to the ground. Chen Ping turned around and saw the last black figure getting farther and farther away from him. The thin black-haired assassin was running for his life. Monster! This guy is a monster. What kind of death mission did I accept? The black-haired assassin's eyes were filled with fear and panic. The success rate of a blood order assassination was 99%. The 1% failure rate only occurred when the target's strength suddenly increased drastically, or someone unexpectedly interfered, or due to incorrect intel. The black-haired assassin now realized he was facing exactly that kind of exception. And to think earlier he was chatting with the other two about what fun they'd have after the mission, now those two were enjoying hell. Roar! A tiger's roar suddenly sounded from behind. The black-haired assassin turned to look and nearly jumped out of his skin. That boy was charging toward him at an incredible speed, with tiger-like steps. White tiger step. Chen Ping leapt like a tiger, and the black-haired assassin felt an invisible murderous aura envelop him. It was as if he were staring down a supreme beast king. His blood and energy froze. By the time he realized what was happening, Chen Ping's hand was already on his head, and like a tiger pouncing on prey, he smashed the assassin's head into the ground. Boom! A crater opened in the ground. The black-haired assassin immediately started bleeding from his head and facial orifices, his brain ringing in pain. Talk! Who sent you? Under the shadows of the forest. The boy looked down at the assassin, voice calm, but his gaze like the fiercest wild beast. The black-haired assassin felt like he was experiencing a nightmare. He felt a murderous intent that had become tangible. He clearly understood what that meant. If he kept his mouth shut, he would definitely die. If I tell you, will you let me go? I will. Chen Ping nodded. I know you're just the blade that kills, but catching the real criminal is what matters. The clear and resolute look in the boy's eyes gave the black-haired assassin a sliver of hope. Then swear it on your Dao heart. Fine, I swear on my Dao heart. As long as you tell me who sent you to kill me, I won't kill you. The boy solemnly swore, and immediately, he felt a strange force from the heavens and earth enter his body. In this era, there's something special. The stronger the awakened one, the greater the consequences when breaking a vow sworn on their Dao heart. A smile finally appeared on the weak face of the black-haired assassin. He opened his mouth with difficulty and said, I'm an assassin sent by the Changsheng sect. Someone there didn't like you and wanted to get rid of you. Chen Ping listened seriously. On his shoulder, the white jade whale's bean-sized eyes widened. It suddenly spoke, Master, he's lying. Black-haired assassin? You have no proof, how can you? Slash. Ah! The black-haired assassin screamed in pain. Chen Ping used the blonde woman's short knife to cut off one of his arms, blood splashing out. This is your last chance. Chen Ping looked at the assassin coldly. A chill spread all over the black-haired assassin's body. I'll talk. It was Jiang Wenxiang of the Tianbing group who hired us from the Skull Society to kill you. Strong survival instinct made the black-haired assassin shout the truth. Everyone has a will to live, even assassins. But leaking employer information was a capital offense. He had already decided, once he escaped, he would find a remote place, change his name, and live out the rest of his life in peace. Hired a world-class assassin organization to kill me? That's quite the operation. Chen Ping's expression shifted slightly. He looked at the white jade whale beside him. He's telling the truth, duck. The white jade whale's bean-sized eyes examined carefully and confirmed. Chen Ping nodded and stood up. Little duck, kill him. The boy's cold voice rang out. The black-haired assassin suddenly widened his eyes. You bastard. How can you go back on your word? In the next moment, the little duck on the boy's shoulder leapt toward him. The boy promised not to kill him, but that didn't mean his pet wouldn't. Seeing the duck flying at him, the black-haired assassin still held hope. Such a small duck couldn't be that powerful. Maybe he could take this chance to escape. As he scrambled up from the ground, the duck suddenly turned into a giant monstrous bird, its massive head filling the assassin's entire vision. Boom! A loud impact. The black-haired assassin's eyes rolled back, brain matter flying, killed by a single headbutt from the white jade whale. Gaga! Totally useless, duck. The white jade whale shook its head, flapped its wings, and strutted proudly. Chen Ping smiled, feeling this white jade whale was actually quite useful. The white jade whale's strength was always a mystery. When Chen Ping asked about it, it would only say its power wasn't very high and claimed that if it used its true power in this world, it would be punished by the heavens, so it could only fight using the simplest methods. That's what the white jade whale said, so Chen Ping believed it. Not bothering to question the white jade whale's true strength, Chen Ping looked at the three assassins who had been killed. and carefully searched their bodies for any possible clues. But apart from a few assassination tools, he found nothing. That red mushroom, though, was interesting. It wasn't a real heavenly treasure, but it could mimic one, releasing similar spiritual energy. If anyone got close, it would spray out poisonous mist. The mist had strong paralyzing effects. For an average D-class Vajra-type Awakened one, getting sprayed would paralyze their whole body. Then, with a big iron hammer falling from a tree, they'd basically be finished. The plan was solid, too bad they ran into Chen Ping. Chen Ping used the hoe he brought for labor class to dig a big pit. He buried all 3 assassins, then returned to school. Tianbing Group. Jiang Wenxiang. Skull Society. Why can't people just live properly? Why do they have to come kill me? Chen Ping felt deep unease and anger. He clearly hadn't done anything wrong, he hadn't even tried to hurt anyone. But why was that Jiang Wenxiang chasing him like a mad dog? This awakened world truly devours people. If he were a little weaker, if he hadn't had all those lucky encounters, then the one buried in the ground right now would very likely be him. It was precisely because of this that Chen Ping felt angry. He didn't want to cause trouble, yet he suffered terrifying retaliation. The Tianbing Group was like a giant mountain pressing down on his head. It made him feel suppressed, suffocated, and filled with uncontrollable rage. Brother, if you can endure this, I can't. Master, I can't stand it anymore either. Zhaoping, listen to your father's advice. Cowardice is the beginning of destruction. If you don't resist now, when will you? In the eyes of those people, you're just a weak, easy-to-bully loser. If you don't resist, if you don't kill, they'll keep pushing you, setting trap after trap to kill you. Stand up. Stand up for me. Big brother, use my power to crush your enemy's skulls. A king cannot be humiliated. Since they've gone so far, we must carry out the king's judgment. Ping Ping, kill them. One voice after another, full of temptation, exploded in his mind. Blood veins appeared in Chen Ping's eyes, and a strong desire kept rising within him. He didn't know why, but this time he felt like his family members were right. Endless patience and forced retaliation only made enemies more aggressive. Maybe Jiang Wenxiang really thought crushing him was as easy as squashing an ant? Otherwise, he wouldn't try to kill him over such a small matter. If one stomp didn't work, then stomp twice. When someone finds an annoying ant that doesn't die after 2 stomps, their first thought isn't to stop, but to stomp more until it's dead. Yes, they were already mortal enemies who wouldn't stop until one was dead. Chen Ping's personality was not cowardly. He didn't seek trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Since he had the power to resolve all of this, why should he act like a turtle hiding in its shell, standing there and taking the blows? That wasn't his style. He should go and kill all his enemies. Stop killing with more killing. Kill until the enemy trembles in fear. Kill until no one dares to bully him again. You're all right. He's already tried to kill me twice, why can't I kill him? Just once. Just use the power of the gods once, kill all the enemies, and there won't be any more problems. Chen Ping's breathing became rapid, the blood veins in his eyes began to writhe like earthworms, and a wave of uncontrollable hatred and killing intent surged even more violently. But suddenly, his heart jolted. A coldness beyond words, like flowing water, spread throughout his whole body. It was like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over his head. His overpowering rage and killing intent quickly subsided. He was startled. This was the power of the 7-colored glazed heart. Chen Ping's mind quickly cleared up. He began seriously weighing gains and losses, analyzing the situation. The voices of those gods in his head could no longer stir his emotions. He stood silently in the small grove for a long, long time. Sometimes the killing intent surged, sometimes he held it back. In the end, under the astonished gazes of the gods, Chen Ping silently took out his phone and called the police. Using the power of the gods to solve problems. Undoubtedly, it's the simplest and most direct method. It's also a shortcut to solving problems that ordinary people could never imagine. But Chen Ping didn't want to rely too much on them. Because it's poison. The more you use it, the more addictive it becomes. You get obsessed. You lose yourself. Killing all your enemies is a false proposition. How many enemies does he have? How many people must he kill to truly prevent retaliation? How many people deserve to die? How many don't deserve death? How should he exercise the right to kill, and where is the limit? Chen Ping had only ever borrowed divine power to protect. He had never used the god's power to kill, to satisfy selfish desires, or for personal gain. He didn't know what it would mean to take that step, to set that precedent. What changes would it bring to his heart? Too many unknowns. Chen Ping once again restrained his desire-driven impulse and made another choice. Brother Ping, where did you go? You said we'd clear land together here. Zhao Liang, carrying a hoe, looked toward the boy approaching from a distance and complained a bit. Chen Ping smiled and explained, I went over there to dig some soil. Dig soil? Zhao Liang was stunned. Aren't we supposed to be weeding? You pull the weeds on the graves, I loosen the soil for them. Nothing wrong with that, Chen Ping said cheerfully. Zhao Liang froze, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Bad luck. After saying that, this rich kid resumed his weeding with great effort. His movements were serious, and the sweat soaked through his upper body. It was clear Zhao Liang was taking the task seriously. Chen Ping watched and sighed inwardly. Both were sons of major corporations. Why was there such a big difference between rich kids? If Jiang Wenxiang had a personality like Zhao Liang's, how much better the world would be. Before class ended, investigators from the Awakener Management Bureau rushed over. Familiar faces, Investigator Level 1, Kong Ling and Zhuo Wuxiong. Kong Ling was surprised to find the person who reported the case still attending labor class, diligently weeding with a hoe. Look, isn't that our most famous investigator from Nanten City? Oh my god, why are they here? The students were shocked at the arrival of the investigators. Wherever these two appeared, major events usually followed, like the recent severe crackdown on Tianbing Group, which they had led. They saw the beautiful woman with chestnut curls and black stockings walk up to Chen Ping, smiling warmly with an official tone, and asked, We rushed here as soon as we got the report. Are you okay? Chen Ping stopped wielding the hoe and smiled brightly. I'm fine. Where are they? Kong Ling asked curiously. Come with me. Chen Ping carried the hoe and led the way. Zhao Liang was a bit puzzled. Chen Ping, where are you going? To the spot I just dug, Chen Ping replied. Ha? Zhao Liang was even more confused. There were some arrogant assassins there. I just buried them. Chen Ping said it casually. Zhao Liang's mind buzzed instantly. He stared blankly at Chen Ping, at that seemingly spotless young boy, his eyes dazed. His instincts told him his deskmate was bragging. But the presence of Kong Ling and Zhuo Wuxiong left him speechless. Why can someone bury assassins during a labor class? Zhao Liang could only mutter a soul-shaking question. In the forest of Qingshou Mountain. Chen Ping pointed at the soft soil and said, right here. Why did you bury them? Zhuo Wuxiong frowned. That makes our investigation harder. Kong Ling smiled gently and said kindly, that's a good habit. Even for enemies, Chen Ping still didn't want them exposed in the wild. Such a gentle person. As she spoke, she patted Chen Ping's shoulder and smiled. Don't mind what Zhuo Wuxiong said. He's just like that, too rigid. Not at all, not at all. Chen Ping shook his head repeatedly. Kong Ling's words were pleasant, being around her always made people feel comfortable. Zhuo Wuxiong stomped the ground, and the earth rumbled and cracked open, revealing the bodies of 3 men inside. The soil above them seemed to move on its own, spreading apart and uncovering the assassins' intact corpses. Chen Ping looked on in amazement. Kong Ling smiled and explained, Zhuo Wuxiong is an Earth Element Awakened One. A peak-level Grand Elemental Master. A very reliable person, you can call him if you ever need help. Chen Ping understood. Elemental-type Awakened Ones were classified as Elemental Apprentice, Elementalist, Grand Elementalist, Elemental Master, Dao-Seeking Elementalist, and the legendary Saint Magus. A peak-level Grand Elementalist was equivalent to a peak B-class combat power. A peak Grand Elementalist was definitely considered powerful in the Awakened world. In a 4th or 5th tier city, they could be the local top dog. The two began inspecting the assassins' bodies and quickly confirmed that they were indeed assassins from the Skull Society. As for Chen Ping saying that it was Jiang Wenxiang who sent them, that still couldn't be confirmed. Those bastards from Tianbing Group again. Hiring killers, even colluding with the Skull Society. Zhuo Wuxiong was so angry the ground trembled around him, and he growled, they already got hit hard last time, yet they still dare act so arrogant. Don't worry, brother Chen Ping. I'll assign special personnel to protect your safety. Kong Ling comforted Chen Ping softly. We will keep investigating this matter. Please believe in us. Although it couldn't be confirmed, as investigators, how could they not sense that this matter was absolutely connected to the Tianbing Group? After all, they had been tracking the group for a long time. No one knew their nature better than the two of them. Okay, I believe you. Chen Ping nodded, a bit touched. At the very least, both investigators had clearly expressed that they were standing on his side. After school, Chen Ping walked home. He didn't ride the White Jade Whale, because in dealing with the crisis from Tianbing Group, the White Jade Whale could be used as one of his hidden trump cards. It wasn't the right time to reveal it. Song Xiao pursed her lips and silently followed beside the boy. The twilight deepened, casting a faint glow over both of them. Xiao, you don't have to follow me anymore, Chen Ping suddenly said. Song Xiao paused in her steps, surprise on her elegant face. Then, as if realizing something, she stubbornly said, "No. Investigator Kongling came today, it must be because something happened, right? It's the Tianbing group, isn't it?" Chen Ping stayed silent, not expecting the girl to be so sharp. "It must be the Tianbing group, right? After all, if it weren't for my situation, how would you have gotten into a conflict with them? It's all because I dragged you into this. I can't let you face it all alone." Song Xiao lifted her head, her eyes clear and bright, with a determined expression as she said, "Chen Ping, I want to help you." Chen Ping laughed, "You're so afraid of dying, how are you going to help me?" Song Xiao pouted a little, clenching her fists. I'll help you as long as I don't die. Just like when we mistakenly entered the Forbidden Zone back then, please believe in me." Chen Ping recalled how the two of them had fought side by side in the Forbidden Zone. Back then, Song Xiao didn't flinch in front of monsters, and she did help him. But now, the gap between them had widened significantly. Chen Ping was already at the peak of the mid-stage quenching realm, while Song Xiao was still standing still. Though she had S-rank awakened power, she hadn't been trained. She could handle brainless lizard monsters, but in the face of terrifying, intelligent enemies with blood on their hands, the risk would be much higher for her. Chen Ping was still hesitating. On his shoulder, the white jade whale suddenly whispered, "Master, you can give her the Black Moon Soul Ring, Duck. She has the 9 nether underworld body, and her soul power is quite good. She can fully utilize the power of the soul treasure, it'll be a great help to you." Chen Ping's eyes lit up. "Right, why didn't I think of that?" Song Xiao froze. "Think of what?" Then she saw the jade pendant on the boy's chest glow, and like a magic trick, a ring appeared. That ring was pitch black all over, like a world where night had fallen. Its surface bore exquisite patterns, and a small crescent moon rose within the darkness, carrying a mysterious and noble beauty. Song Xiao was instantly captivated by the ring's charm. Her bright, black eyes were fixed on it. "Give me your hand," Chen Ping said. Song Xiao, not knowing why, followed his words as if under a spell, and stretched out her smooth, fair hand. Chen Ping took hold of the soft, delicate hand, its feel was incredibly pleasing. With one hand holding her hand, and the other holding the black ring, the glow of dusk fell upon their faces. Chen Ping looked solemn and serious, while Song Xiao's face unknowingly turned a shade more vibrant than the evening glow. "Oh no! Why does this scene feel so weird?" Song Xiao opened her small mouth, wanting to say something, but whether it was from the burning of her face or her pounding heartbeat, she began to stutter. Chen Ping slowly slid the ring onto her slender, white finger. The boy and the girl's figures weren't eye-catching among the busy streets. Yet under the dim twilight, their shadows seemed to connect in that moment. No one witnessed it, except the white jade whale on Chen Ping's shoulder, which watched intently, excitedly, its big head showing a wickedly pleased smile. "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Chen Ping placed the Black Moon Soul Ring on the middle finger of Song Xiao's right hand. "Ah!" Song Xiao came back to her senses. Her face was burning. She thought to herself, heart beating fast, whole body hot, does that count as a feeling? Looking at the girl blushing deeply, Chen Ping finally realized what he had just done. He looked at the girl's hand he was holding, and the ring on her finger, and shouted in his heart, "Crap." He turned his head and saw that damn duck actually laughing sneakily. In a fit of anger, he reached out and grabbed the white jade whale by the neck, squeezing hard. "Gaa." The white jade whale let out a screech like a tortured chicken. Song Xiao saw this and found it amusing, so she laughed. That finally eased the awkwardness between the two. After putting on the ring, I feel like my soul power and body are more coordinated. And there's a strange feeling slowly guiding me, as if trying to teach me something. Song Xiao seriously described what she felt. Chen Ping nodded. That sensation should be true intent infusion. Once you fully comprehend it, you'll be able to use the power of the Black Moon Soul Ring. So amazing? Song Xiao was pleasantly surprised and a bit flattered. This kind of ring must be really expensive, right? Not expensive, not expensive. I can't use it anyway, so you wear it for now. Chen Ping smiled. What he said wasn't true, it was definitely expensive. This was a 7th-tier spiritual treasure, equivalent to at least a 7-star artifact in the awakened world. Moreover, it was an ancient magic artifact, and its value surpassed that of a 7-star item. Even peak A-class awakened ones might not have something this good. Song Xiao felt sweet inside. Her slender fair hand gently touched the ring on her finger, reluctant to let go. Her face also showed determination. I'll definitely understand it well and try to help you as soon as possible. Chen Ping took it as a given that Song Xiao was now standing on the same side as him. He began telling her about the situation with the Tianbing group, including how Jiang Wenxian had crazily hired Skull Society assassins to kill him. The more Song Xiao listened, the more guilty and angry she became. How could this happen? Just because I rejected his confession? Why did it go this far? A normal person wouldn't go this far, but they're used to bullying people. The more we resist, the more they want to kill us. Chen Ping shook his head. It was only after dealing with Jiang Wenxian that he opened his eyes to this kind of people. The girl's delicate, flawless face became increasingly determined, and she said seriously, "Looks like we have no way out. Why don't we find a chance to get rid of Jiang Wenxian?" Get rid of Jiang Wenxian? Chen Ping froze. He didn't expect those words to come from this girl in front of him. Just a second ago, she was still a pure and delicate, timid girl. I also want to get rid of Jiang Wenxian. But I think if we really do, we'll face even stronger retaliation from the Tianbing group, Chen Ping said. Then let's do it quietly, so no one knows. Song Xiao waved her delicate fist and said seriously. Chen Ping. He had to admit, that was the same idea he had. He just didn't expect Song Xiao would think that way too. Then let's find a secret place to discuss our plan? Chen Ping figured they were now on the same boat and had nothing to hide anymore. Song Xiao smiled, sure. Your place or mine, or should we get a room? No. Getting a room is way too fast. Even though the ring was already given. It's still too fast. My place, Chen Ping said. No one's home. Okay, Song Xiao agreed cheerfully. Chen Ping saw her so willing, and instead felt a little embarrassed. Won't your family mind if you're home late? Song Xiao shook her head. No, my parents have already died in battle. Now I live alone and rely on government aid. Chen Ping was stunned for a moment, took a while to react, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Song Xiao waved her hand and smiled. It's fine, this happened a long time ago. Just don't give me that face, I don't need pity. Chen Ping hadn't expected that this cheerful and lively girl had already lost both parents and was living alone. My parents were both warriors of Kunlun Academy. They died in the Chaos Dragon domain. Their last words to me were to live a good life as an ordinary person, to never get involved in the conflicts of awakened factions. Song Xiao smiled. But oh well, fate is unpredictable. In the end, I still have to fight. Chen Ping looked at the girl who seemed relaxed and indifferent, but felt a heavy weight in his heart. The Chaos Dragon domain was one of the 7 S-class forbidden zones in Huaxia. Warriors of Kunlun Academy usually carried the mission of protecting the country. They sacrificed their lives to protect the people of Xia Nation. Chen Ping understood why the two elders had hoped their daughter would live peacefully, but fate had other plans. The very people their lives protected were now making things hard for their daughter. The two walked side by side. They soon arrived at the house in Thompson Riviera. Song Xiao walked into Chen Ping's home, looked at the luxurious decor inside, her eyes brightened, and her mouth opened slightly. Wow, such a beautiful house. Chen Ping smiled. It's okay, my sister handled the interior design. Make yourself at home. Song Xiao looked around the room and sincerely praised, your sister has great taste. The various furnishings and decorations in the room were full of artistic flair and aesthetic beauty. It had the classical beauty of new Chinese style, and also the trendy charm that suited young people's taste. Chen Ping didn't feel much about it. He poured a glass of water for Song Xiao, sat beside the girl, and asked, what do you want to eat tonight? Steak or burger? Burger, Song Xiao replied. Chen Ping nodded, then ordered 201 spicy chicken burgers on the food delivery app. He turned around and saw the girl holding the water glass, her bright starry eyes scanning the beautiful house, with a captivating smile on her face. He could even see the fine soft fuzz on her fair, glowing skin. The clean school uniform couldn't hide her graceful and delicate figure. That youthful figure just beginning to bloom, her chest curved with subtle rise and fall, her waist thin like a willow branch. And perhaps due to her physique, a faint fragrance drifted from her body. Chen Ping took a deep breath of the girl's scent beside him, and felt his whole head float as if he were high, experiencing an inexplicable sense of pleasure. He couldn't help but take a few more breaths, and soon felt like his soul was sinking into a deep abyss, not the kind of fear and panic, but a strange state of absolute peace. This peace made his soul clearer, more undisturbed, more real, and even gave him an irresistible urge to stay there forever. Crap! This can't go on. Chen Ping suddenly shook his head, forcing himself to snap out of it. This Song Xiao, why is even her scent so intoxicating? Suddenly he felt like a pervert. Chen Ping suppressed the restlessness in his heart and said seriously, ahem, then let's seriously talk about what our next step should be. Okay. Song Xiao nodded with a smile, her bright eyes looking at Chen Ping, her face full of obedience, as if she wanted to hear some brilliant plan from the boy. I think if we want to kill Jiang Wenxiang, the most important thing is to clearly understand his movement patterns and the overall strength of the Tianbing group, then develop a plan that suits our actions, Chen Ping said. Song Xiao nodded like a pecking chick. Zhao, I think the most important thing is to accept Dad's power. We'll just go directly to Tianbing Group's headquarters and tear their building down. Dad got interjected in his mind. Ping ignored it and continued. What we're lacking now is the most essential intelligence. Song Xiao frowned, looking a little troubled, and said, but we don't have any people. How can we get specific intel on him? Are we supposed to tail him ourselves? Ping shook his head. No, the risk of exposure is too high. Then what should we do? Song Xiao was out of ideas. They were like two rookies, hiding in a room scheming something big, only to realize they had absolutely nothing. The two of them stared blankly at each other, strangely awkward. After a moment of confusion. Right, there's someone else. Someone else who can help us. Ping's eyes lit up, he suddenly thought of someone. Who? Song Xiao also became a little excited. Ping looked up and said, Zhao Liang. What? You actually want information on the Tianbing Group and Zhang Wenxiang? What do you plan to do to him? Are you tired of living? Zhao Liang's voice came through the phone, extremely agitated. Didn't I tell you earlier that I buried a few assassins? Those assassins were sent by Zhang Wenxiang. He wants to kill me, Ping said calmly. Damn. Zhao Liang suddenly got angry. That bastard dares to hire assassins to kill you? Damn it, is he crazy? Alright. I'll go to the company right now and get all the intel on the Tianbing Group and Zhang Wenxiang. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Zhao Liang's furious and impatient voice rang out. Seeing Zhao Liang so decisive, Ping felt a wave of warmth inside, but also a little worried. Are you sure it's okay? No problem. I'm the heir of the Zhao Group, I still have the necessary access. I just usually don't pay attention to this stuff. Zhao Liang replied. Ping nodded. He knew that in the entire Nantan city, no one knew the Tianbing Group better than the Zhao Group. The Zhao Group was the largest corporation in Nantan City and even in the entire Ji province on the surface. But its position had long been shaken by the Tianbing Group, which was dominated by awakened ones. In the world of awakened ones, the Tianbing Group had already replaced the Zhao Group. To say the Zhao Group wasn't nervous would be impossible. They say a person's enemies often know them best. The Zhao Group definitely had a lot of intel on the Tianbing Group. Oh right, Brother Ping, do you need someone to protect you? Zhao Liang's voice came again. After that zone coverage incident, my dad insisted on spending a lot of money to assign a C-rank awakened one to protect me. Since your situation is critical now, I can have that C-rank awakened one protect you. Ping was touched by those words. No need, I can protect myself. Providing intel was one thing, sending people was another. He didn't want to drag his friends too deeply into this. The reason the Zhao Group could still stand strong in Nantan City was because it could afford to hire awakened ones. But with limited awakened resources, it was said that the group had no shortage of D-rank awakened ones, but C-rank ones were rare. As for B-rank, there was only one Zhao Liang's father's personal bodyguard. In this era of great awakening, if the richest man in a major city didn't have a powerful bodyguard, he couldn't even secure projects. Of course, that was just public perception. The truth was unknown. The two of them waited in the room for the intel. In the meantime, Song Xiao focused intently on comprehending the true intent of the Black Moon Soul Ring, learning how to use soul power from this 7th-tier treasure. She was not good at combat. As a C-rank soul-type awakened one, her combat ability was as weak as a D-rank. Master, if you want this girl to quickly improve her combat power, you can teach her the Ziwei Immortal Scripture. That would raise her power to a new level. Duck, the white jade whale said from the side. Ziwei Immortal Scripture? Ping was stunned. Isn't that a chi cultivation method? Other awakened ones can't practice it, right? I've tried. The white jade whale rolled its eyes and said, Song Xiao has the 9 nether underworld body. Even though she's walking the soul path now, her constitution is inherently suitable for cultivation. Her meridians flow smoothly without effort, and her soul power is naturally strong. There's no problem for her to practice the Ziwei Immortal Scripture. She's fundamentally different from someone like you, who's just physically strong. Ping was silenced, his face flushed. If you're talking about her, just talk about her. Why bring me into it? To help you understand yourself better, Duck, said the white jade whale, swaying its head. Ping. Fine, I'll teach her the Ziwei Immortal Scripture, Ping said. No need. I know the Ziwei Immortal Scripture too, and I understand it better than you. I'll teach her, Duck, the white jade whale said. Ping was annoyed. Then why ask me? To respect your opinion, master. It gives you more presence, Duck, the white jade whale said. Ping was speechless. Saying that right to his face was already a bit disrespectful. Following the white jade whale's guidance, Song Xiao sat cross-legged on the floor. A Z-way star mark appeared on her forehead, and a strange wave of soul power spread out, which even Chen Ping could feel. An hour later, rumble rumble. A strong wave of soul power burst out. Chen Ping felt his head buzzing. Then he saw Song Xiao open her eyes with delight and say, "I've sensed qi. I've entered the qi condensation stage." Chen Ping froze. "You're already a soul-type awakened one, and now you can become a qi cultivator too?" The white jade whale flapped its wings. "Duh, she's got the 9 nether underworld body, duck." "I also advanced again from mid-C-rank to peak C-rank," Song Xiao said in surprise. Chen Ping was stunned. "She broke through just like that?" The white jade whale flapped its wings. "Of course, she's got the 9 nether underworld body, duck." Chen Ping's face turned pale, his heart roaring. "So what if she has the 9 nether underworld body? Does that mean she can cheat like this?" She hadn't even trained much, didn't even use a single piece of starstone, yet she awakened all the way to peak C-rank? And the whole process looked as easy as eating and drinking? Even though she was on his team, he still felt a strong sense of imbalance. He wanted to look up and ask the heavens, why is fate so unfair? I feel my compatibility with the Black Moon Soul Ring has improved a lot. Give me a moment, I'll try to comprehend its true intent, Song Xiao said, her eyes bright. Saying that, she excitedly went back to meditating. Chen Ping sighed beside her. So this is what a genius looks like? Just a little guidance and their level skyrockets? Another half hour passed. Zhao Liang sent over files on the Tianbing group and Jiang Wenxiang. "Brother Ping, this intel is top secret. Just take a look yourself. Don't spread it. If my dad finds out, he'll kill me," Zhao Liang said. "Don't worry, I'll just read it," Chen Ping nodded. He looked at the intel on the Tianbing group and found that it covered everything in detail, even the group's area of influence, every floor and room function inside their building. After the last major crackdown on Tianbing group, they still had over 2,000 members. Among them were 382 core awakened ones, 320 D rank, 52 C rank, 9 B rank, and 1 A rank. That A rank awakened one was, of course, the chairman, Zhang Longpan, a god-descending type awakened one, mid-stage divine descent. He was a big name in the southwestern awakening world. It was suspected there was another A rank in the Tianbing group, but it remained unconfirmed. In addition, in the top secret intel, most of the awakened ones in the Tianbing group had their identity information, job responsibilities, and even activity patterns recorded in detail. Some even had their perverted hobbies or dark histories documented. Chen Ping was utterly stunned reading it. The Zhao group's understanding of the Tianbing group was even more thorough than he had imagined. He shifted his attention to Jiang Wenxiang, the heir of the Tianbing group. Jiang Wenxiang, Wind Element Awakened 1, Peak C-rank. Skilled in attacking with wind blades and wind spears. Extremely fast. Practices a profound rank cultivation technique, Wind God technique, and has mastered the profound rank spell Wind King Spear. Chen Ping carefully read Jiang Wenxiang's profile and found a key piece of information. He often went to Elysium on Fridays to relax and have fun. Elysium was a high-end club and a property under the Tianbing group. It was said that this club offered many hidden services and was frequented by many dignitaries and high-ranking officials who played hard there. Chen Ping and Song Xiao looked at each other and instantly understood what the other was thinking. When people are relaxed and enjoying themselves, their alertness is at its lowest. This is a good opportunity. Exactly. Song Xiao nodded, visibly excited and eager to try. But when they looked at the intel on Elysium, their expressions changed. Elysium was guarded by 2 C-rank awakened ones, along with 10 D-rank awakened ones, and dozens of armed personnel responsible for security. That lineup was quite exaggerated. Anyone who didn't know better might think it was the base of an awakened faction, but they had no better options. Either go to the Tianbing group headquarters to take out Jiang Wenxiang, or do it at Elysium. What other choice did they have? Besides that, we also need to keep an eye on Su Yuanchao. The intel says he's Jiang Wenxiang's loyal follower, a junior C-rank wood element awakened one, Chen Ping said. Song Xiao raised her fingers to count the enemies, and suddenly felt a little intimidated. Just the two of them, going into the enemy's nest and taking out Jiang Wenxiang without anyone noticing? Can they really pull it off? No wonder she felt so uneasy. Even though she had already reached the peak of C-rank, she had never actually killed anyone. Her only combat experience was fighting off small monsters like lizard beasts. The two of them continued strategizing, summarizing intel, and drafting a battle plan. Meanwhile, on a certain floor of the Tianbing group building, slap! A loud smack. Jiang Wenxiang's body was flung away, crashing into the wall behind and cracking it, vomiting blood as he collapsed on the floor. Trash! Zhang Longpan cursed loudly. Spent a fortune to hire assassins and still couldn't get it done. You worthless piece of trash. As he cursed, his fists pounded down on Jiang Wenxiang. Jiang Wenxiang endured punch after mountain-like punch, gritting his teeth, eyes full of confusion and helplessness. He couldn't understand why even hiring the Skull Society couldn't kill Chen Ping. Why did he end up as the 1% failure case? Chen Ping. Damn Chen Ping. Blood dripped from the corner of Jiang Wenxiang's mouth, and hatred twisted his face. His father's fists kept hitting him, but to him, it felt like every punch came from Chen Ping. He shifted all his hatred onto Chen Ping. The hatred built up again and again. He wanted to skin Chen Ping alive. Give me one more chance. Dad, give me one more chance. I will definitely. Jiang Wenxiang spoke with difficulty, only to hear a cold voice. No need. Jiang Longpan grabbed him by the hair and lifted his bruised and battered body off the floor. That dignified, stern face showed no mercy, only cold indifference. This time, I'll do it myself. Hearing the man's words, Jiang Wenxiang was completely stunned. Jiang Longpeng then showed a cruel and sinister grin. Useless son, I'll demonstrate just once, and show you how killing should be done. Chen Ping and Song Xiao spent the night together in the room. Neither of them slept, but both were full of energy. S-rank awakened ones had vigorous energy and no longer needed to sleep every day. Chen Ping spent the whole night cultivating the various combat techniques he had learned before, increasing his proficiency. Song Xiao stabilized her peak S-rank cultivation and earnestly comprehended the true intent within the Black Moon Soul Ring. She was like a blank sheet of paper, knowing no combat techniques at all. But the Black Moon Soul Ring, which fused a spiritual treasure with true intent, happened to make up for this shortcoming and could greatly enhance her combat strength. Under the morning sunlight, Chen Ping looked out the window. Today is Friday, Chen Ping said. Hearing this, Song Xiao's face became serious. They both knew Jiang Wenxiang had a habit. He would go to Elysium every Friday for fun. And Zhao Liang had given them a very critical piece of information. Elysium would be holding a masquerade ball this Friday. All participants would wear masks to hide their identities and faces, dancing with their desired partners. Of course, that was the polite version. In reality, the masquerade ball at Elysium was extremely wild. When someone could hide their identity and not be recognized by others, all their pride, shame, and image would be shed. When they could do whatever they wanted to a certain extent, the whole Elysium truly became a paradise. Chen Ping and Song Xiao both knew that for them, the masquerade was the perfect opportunity. To enter the masquerade ball, you needed an invitation. In Nantan City, only political and business elites recognized by the Tianbing Group, or powerful awakened ones, had a chance to get such an invitation. This was a big challenge for Chen Ping and Song Xiao, but Zhao Liang said he could secretly get 2 invitations. That meant everything was ready. They only had to wait for nightfall, attend the masquerade, and then make their move. Chen Ping and Song Xiao still had to attend school as usual to avoid arousing suspicion. On the way, Chen Ping ate dozens of meringue pancakes as usual. Song Xiao was already used to it. After watching Chen Ping eat 200 burgers in one go last night, she had a wildly different perception of his appetite. Today Chen Ping was actually being low-key. He had eaten several pots of cured meat rice before leaving. Otherwise, he might have eaten a few hundred pancakes. As she munched on her pancake, the girl thought, and unknowingly ended up eating a few more. Living with Chen Ping made her appetite better, too. Arriving at school, Chen Ping began discussing the masquerade ball with Zhao Liang again. If you're going to pretend to be an elite, you have to go all the way. I'll teach you some basic etiquette for attending the ball. Also, you need proper formal wear, at least several tens of thousands to look the part, right? Hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes widened. Don't worry, I already prepared the evening attire in advance and had more than a dozen sets made. You can send them to Xiao and let her pick which one she likes. I'll have someone deliver them to you tonight. Zhao Liang explained patiently. Chen Ping was quite impressed with him. Aside from not being an awakened one, Zhao Liang seemed capable of everything. Brother Ping, this is all I can help you with. It's a pity I'm not an awakened one, otherwise I could fight beside you. Zhao Liang knew Chen Ping was going to do something big tonight. His eyes were slightly red as he looked at him, deeply moved. Chen Ping smiled and comforted him. Old Zhao, don't say that. You've already helped us a lot. Honestly, within Zhao Liang's abilities, he really had helped to the max. Chen Ping was truly grateful. That's not what I meant, Zhao Liang said with red eyes. Wielding a sword in the martial world, living freely with honor and vengeance, stirring up the awakened world, that's the life a young man should have. Chen Ping froze for a moment. In that moment, he saw envy in his deskmate's eyes. Then he realized Zhao Liang's regret wasn't just that he couldn't fight beside Chen Ping. It was that there was a huge chasm between him and the awakened world. Even if Zhao Liang had everything in the mortal world, he could never experience the excitement of the awakened world. So even a top-tier rich kid had such troubles? Chen Ping thought of himself. He used to be so ordinary, forever yearning for the awakened world from afar. But now, unknowingly, he was already a C-rank awakened one. He patted his deskmate's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be discouraged. The world is undecided, you and I are both dark horses. Zhao Liang chuckled and rolled his eyes at him. After school, the two of them eagerly changed into the evening attire Zhao Liang had sent over. Chen Ping wore a plain black suit. Though Zhao Liang said it cost tens of thousands, Chen Ping really couldn't tell. But his well-built figure with defined muscle lines gave the suit a sharp look. Creak, the door opened. A girl in a blue evening dress stepped in, wearing high heels. With her exquisite makeup, Song Xiao instantly lit up the room. Her beautiful, elegant face, every expression and movement, could stir the heart. Chen Ping had never seen her dressed up before. She usually kept her face bare and didn't care about her appearance, never showing her true charm. So when Chen Ping saw this carefully dressed girl, he was stunned. In that moment, he felt like a little fairy was walking toward him, her graceful, curvy figure swaying with charm, her jet black silky hair falling over her round, jade-like shoulders, her collarbone delicate and sexy. Though it was an expensive and luxurious gown, she made it shine purely with her beauty, like a peerless fairy walking the earth. The girl shyly looked at him and softly asked like a lark, Do I look good? Gulp. Chen Ping instinctively swallowed. You look good. Chen Ping answered calmly. But in his heart, he was screaming. Is this what they call white moonlight? I'm in love. Totally in love. Valentino heels outlined her long, shapely legs, wrapping her crystal clear, delicate feet so flawless that it was hard to look away. Fair skin like jade. Bright eyes and white teeth. A smile that could ruin a city. The girl blushed, reaching out her long, slender hand toward the boy. The black moon's soul ring gleamed with stunning brilliance in her flawless white hand. Chen Ping reached out and took her soft hand. With his other hand, he gently wrapped around her slim waist and pulled the fairy-like girl into his arms. Savoring her fragrance, he started dancing awkwardly with her to the rhythm. If you're going to act all the way. You're attending a ball, you have to dance, right? Practicing in the room made sense, right? Holding the beauty in his arms, Chen Ping danced clumsily, not even sure where to place his hands. Song Xiao, on the other hand, moved gracefully. She didn't seem like someone who had just learned to dance. Even with his clumsy steps, she danced like a fairy. Xiao, have you learned to dance before? Chen Ping asked curiously. When I was little, I took some interest classes, Song Xiao replied with a smile. Her lightly made-up face looked radiant and charming. As Chen Ping raised his hand, she twirled around it, her skirt fluttering, neck raised gracefully like a noble swan. Chen Ping was dazed. So the girl I've secretly liked could actually be this beautiful? Night fell. In the northern suburbs of Nantan City, a group of manor-style palaces stood nestled among the picturesque mountains. The lights were bright, and luxury cars gathered. A famous pianist played soothing music beside the pool. In the courtyard, glasses clinked, and the air was filled with laughter and casual conversation. Many well-dressed people held invitations and entered this place known as Elysium. All of them wore masks, hiding their real appearances. After entering the main gate, they searched for someone they were interested in, either chatting with smiles, inviting someone to dance, or holding hands to enter a room for deeper communication. A Maybach stopped at the main entrance. A tall man in a black suit stepped out of the Maybach. He wore a red-faced Guangdong mask, exuding an imposing presence without anger. He was accompanied by a female partner in a blue evening gown, graceful and light. She wore a Stella Lu mask. Even though her face couldn't be seen clearly, her graceful figure and snow-white skin were enough to tell she was a stunning young lady. The Guangdong masked man attracted quite a few glances, even more so than the woman beside him. After all, to be able to bring along such an exceptional partner made him even more interesting. The man calmly handed the invitation to the doorman. Judging by the aura, the doorman was an awakened one. Then, the man held the Stella Lu lady's hand and walked confidently through the gates and into the dance floor. All around them were people dancing in formal attire. So many people. How do we identify which one is Jiang Wenxian? The Stella Lu girl asked in a low voice. Don't rush. The opportunity will come. The Guangdong masked man replied softly. These two were Chen Ping and Song Xiao, who had infiltrated the masquerade. The two danced by the dance floor. Everyone around them wore masks, making it impossible to tell who was who. Chen Ping carefully observed the surroundings and also noticed quite a few surveillance cameras. Taking action here would certainly be troublesome. He continued surveying the area. He saw a few men wearing dwarf masks hugging a woman in a snow-white mask and heading into a room. Laughter from the woman could be heard along the way. Several people wearing Ninja Turtle masks were crawling on the ground, trying to look up women's skirts. By the poolside, a few people gathered and were inhaling some kind of substance. In the pool, a water-type awakened one was dancing lightly on the water surface. In the water, men and women clung to each other, doing various unspeakable acts. Chen Ping couldn't believe these masked people were the high society figures of Nantan City. Despite the soothing music, despite the elegant venue and atmosphere, they were doing all sorts of shameless and bizarre things openly. All he could say was, these people were real perverts. Even among those properly dancing in the ballroom with Chen Ping and Song Xiao, after finishing a dance, if they hit it off, they would hold hands and walk into a private room. Elysium certainly didn't lack rooms. This made Chen Ping and Song Xiao stand out a bit. They had danced 2 full songs and still hadn't gone off to find a private room, nor changed partners. Around Song Xiao, several masked men were already eyeing her hungrily, staring at the fairy-like girl dancing elegantly at the ball. They were just waiting for Chen Ping to switch partners, so they could take advantage of the opportunity. Why are all these people like this? Chen Ping was feeling the pressure and even had a random thought. If only there were a spell that could instantly tear off all their masks. He wondered if they'd be embarrassed to see each other. Just as Chen Ping forced himself to keep dancing, a slight commotion spread across the hall. A man wearing an Erlangshan mask strode into the ballroom. He was followed by several awakened ones. He came in boldly and aggressively, and some people who seemed to recognize him eagerly went up to greet him. Chen Ping even heard some low murmurs among the crowd. Master Jiang is here. Wonder who he'll favor this time. The man in the Erlangshan mask didn't seem too interested. He barely responded to the enthusiastic people in the ballroom and walked straight toward a palace covered in golden lights. The Guangdong man and Stella Lu woman exchanged glances. Thankfully Jiang is so well known here. Indeed, the Stella Lu woman smiled sweetly. Beneath her beautiful feet, a wisp of dark, hidden soul power separated from her body and quietly attached itself to the feet of the Erlangshan masked man without anyone noticing. Their target, Zhang Wenxian, had appeared. No matter the build or the voice, it matches, Chen Ping said softly. Indeed, I also sensed him through his unique soul fluctuation. Song Xiao nodded gently. After putting on the Black Moon soul ring, her soul perception had become stronger. She could even sense the unique soul wave of a target. As long as the person appeared, even with a mask, she could detect it as long as she focused. After confirming Jiang Wenxian's identity, the two focused all their attention on the Erlangshan masked man. This Erlangshan came with 5 followers. These followers did not wear masks and entered Elysium as bodyguards. Among them was the C-rank wood element awakened one, Su Yuanchao. Jiang Wenxian's henchmen are all awakened ones, 4 D-rank awakened ones, and the C-rank Su Yuanchao. Besides them, on the dance floor, the white-haired man holding 2 women is also a C-rank awakened one. Around them are 6 D-rank awakened ones and over 20 armed personnel. This means inside the palace, there's likely another C-rank awakened one, 4 D-rank awakened ones, and over a dozen armed guards. Chen Ping lightly pulled the Stella Lu girl into his arms, leaned toward her crystal-clear ear, and whispered softly. Song Xiao placed her slender finger on Chen Ping's chest, spun gracefully like a lively fairy, drew an elegant arc, and landed back into Chen Ping's arms. How do you know this so clearly? Song Xiao asked curiously. Normally, if an awakened one didn't actively release their aura, it was very difficult to detect. Little Duck told me, Chen Ping replied. Song Xiao understood instantly. She even felt that Chen Ping's pocket moved slightly, as if responding to her question. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Heading into a tiger's den, of course he wouldn't forget his battle pet. In fact, a major reason he dared to enter this place was the duck in his pocket. White Jade Whale could both attack and retreat. It was one of Chen Ping's trump cards. And it could shrink its size, from a palm-sized duck to one as small as a thumb, making it very easy to hide. I can feel it. He went into a room. My tracking-type soul energy won't last much longer. Song Xiao looked at Chen Ping for direction. Chen Ping nodded lightly, then we can't delay. Let's act. Song Xiao's delicate hand rested on Chen Ping's shoulder. Her head lightly leaned against the boy's chest. Her steps moved with the rhythm like a tired yet bright butterfly landing softly on a petal. Chen Ping. I'm a little scared. A voice full of fear and unease came through. Chen Ping was slightly stunned. They were about to act, and now she was scared? This kind of mindset before taking action could be fatal. But Chen Ping wasn't angry. The hand around Song Xiao's slim waist moved upward and gently caressed her smooth, soft back, pulling her slightly stiff figure closer. Gently and firmly, he said, it's okay. I'll protect you. There was a determination in the boy's gentle tone like never before. The Stella Lu girl responded sweetly, her stiff body slightly relaxing. Maybe it was that firm tone, or the warm, strong palm of the boy that eased her anxiety. Though her expression was hidden under the mask, her ears had turned red. "Let's go," Chen Ping said. "Okay." Song Xiao almost buried her face in Chen Ping's chest. Just like that, Guan Gong and Stella Lu started cuddling and walked toward the palace. Many men who had been eyeing Stella Lu looked disappointed at this scene. They had wanted to get Stella Lu for themselves, but Guan Gong clearly wasn't letting go of this prize. Chen Ping held Song Xiao's waist, pressing her soft figure into his chest, enjoying the warm, pleasant sensation and her lovely scent. They appeared to be a passionate couple looking for a room. The two guards outside the palace didn't stop them and allowed them to enter. Chen Ping saw the palace had 5 floors. He went up the escalator and saw rows of rooms. Green meant the room was vacant, red meant it was occupied. A nice feature was that any green room could be entered freely. To make it easier for guests to find their desired partner, Elysium placed masked beauties and handsome men on each palace floor, first floor in evening gowns, second floor in hanfu, third floor in maid/butler costumes, and fourth floor had exotic foreigners, all for the guests to choose from. Jiang Wenxiang is on the second floor, in that big room, Song Xiao whispered. Chen Ping realized he didn't even need directions. 5 bodyguards stood rigidly around the largest-looking door, fully alert. Each floor had a special suite, reportedly over 300 square meters. The special suite on the second floor had been taken by Jiang Wenxiang. Chen Ping was lucky to see that the room next to the suite was green. He held Song Xiao close, acting like an impatient couple, and headed to the green room next door. The 5 bodyguards glanced at Chen Ping and looked away. Chen Ping and Song Xiao smoothly entered the room and locked the door. The green light outside the door turned red. Successfully inside, Chen Ping and Song Xiao both let out a heavy sigh. But soon, their relaxed expressions tightened again. A blush crept up the girl's neck, as if she were burning with tension. They found the room to be antique in style. But that wasn't the focus. What shocked them were the red paper decorations everywhere in the festive atmosphere. There was even a big double happiness character above the bed. Chen Ping and Song Xiao were both stunned, shocked by what they saw. Their minds went blank. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I in a wedding room? The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly ambiguous. Chen Ping was still holding Song Xiao, feeling the soft and smooth sensation, along with the enchanting fragrance. At that moment, he suddenly realized the girl in his arms was getting warm. He didn't even need to look to know that her face had turned red from embarrassment. Quack, quack, quack. First the wedding ring, then the bridal chamber. Wonderful duck, wonderful duck. A voice came from the white jade whale in Chen Ping's pocket. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ping angrily smacked his pocket. Quack. A miserable duck cry came from the pocket. Ugh. Song Xiao broke free from Chen Ping's arms on her own, lowered her head, and nervously rubbed her hands together. Haha, we're just here to get the job done. Let's make do with this room. Chen Ping laughed to lighten the mood. Song Xiao nodded lightly. Let's check for cameras first, Chen Ping said as he began to look around. It would have been fine if they hadn't searched, but once they started, it looked even more suspicious. Song Xiao pursed her pink lips, braced herself, and joined Chen Ping in searching. They were using professional equipment provided by Zhao Liang to check for cameras, a necessary skill for a professional infiltrator. But after checking thoroughly, they found no cameras. Which made sense. The people who came to Paradise on Earth were all prominent figures. Their biggest concern was being secretly filmed during certain activities. If Paradise on Earth was so unprincipled, it wouldn't survive in Nantang City. After confirming there were no cameras, Chen Ping and Song Xiao leaned against the wall, trying to listen to what was happening in the next room. Unfortunately, the soundproofing was excellent, they couldn't hear anything at all. What do we do now? How about we just barge in? Song Xiao suggested. Chen Ping shook his head. No, that's not professional at all. We have to take down Jiang Wenxiang without anyone knowing. While speaking, Chen Ping looked around, then focused on the ventilation shaft on the ceiling. His eyes gradually lit up. Little duck, Chen Ping summoned his battle pet. With a poof, the white jade whale turned into a large flying duck, carrying Chen Ping and Song Xiao into the vent. The two carefully crawled along the ventilation shaft and finally reached the vent opening of the neighboring room. Through the gap, they saw what was inside. Both of them were shocked. This special suite was also decorated in an ancient style. But inside, it was splendid and luxurious. There was flowing water, red pearl palace walls, golden carvings. It looked like a royal palace interior. A dozen women wearing sheer robes were screaming and running around, occasionally laughing crisply. My consort. Where are you, my consort? He, don't let me catch you. Erlangshan, wearing a black hood, was groping in the air, chasing after the women in ancient-style dresses, guided by their laughter. Chen Ping watched the scene, and his innocent heart was once again hit with a wave of shock. He had only one thought in his mind. This immortal rich kid is seriously messed up. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, hee hee. Erlangshan, wearing a black hood, was chasing a group of women in transparent gauze clothing. Chen Ping and Song Xiao looked at each other and could see the eagerness in each other's eyes. They knew this was a golden opportunity. The target was alone in the special suite. With his head covered, he couldn't see anything around him. What could be more perfect for a sneak attack? Chen Ping made a hand signal to begin. A purple star shone on Song Xiao's forehead, her pupils contracted, and an intense, dark soul light condensed in her eyes. She gathered all her soul power and shot it toward the man below. In an instant, the room seemed to dim. A black energy beam shot directly into Erlangshan's head. It was formless and immaterial, ignoring the hood and mask, piercing straight through. Erlangshan's moving body suddenly froze. Now was the time. Chen Ping flipped open the vent cover and dropped down. The women screamed. They saw a man wearing a Guan Yu mask suddenly appear in their sight. It was that abrupt. Next, a sonic boom drowned out the screams. Chen Ping erupted at top speed. Wearing the Xiongba gauntlets, his iron fist smashed down mercilessly toward Erlangshan's head. The air itself compressed and twisted around his punch. Jiang Wenxian was already in unbearable pain from the soul attack, his mind blank, completely unable to react in time. That all-out punch from Chen Ping, against an unguarded S-rank awakened, could have smashed his brains out. Just as Chen Ping's punch was about to land, a cracking sound came from a jade pendant. A burst of high-energy white light erupted from Jiang Wenxian's chest, instantly forming a white barrier around him. Boom! The powerful punch hit the white barrier. A fierce wind swept out. Cracks spread across the white barrier. Chen Ping's fist was forced back by the powerful recoil. Who are you? Jiang Wenxiang roared in anger. A fierce gust ripped off his black hood. His furious eyes locked onto the red-faced Guan Yu mask in shock. Chen Ping didn't expect his assassination attempt to fail. Even with his head covered, the guy had a life-saving artifact that triggered upon sensing fatal danger, releasing white light to protect him. Chen Ping said nothing, stepped forward again, and threw another punch, shattering the white barrier. Jiang Wenxiang immediately used Wind God's step to pull back at high speed. His arms drew streaks in the air, forming sharp wind blades that slashed toward Chen Ping. The wind blades tore the carpet and shattered the furniture. This was Jiang Wenxiang's signature wind blade attack. But the man in the Guan Yu mask ignored the terrifying blades and charged straight at him. Each sharp wind blade hit the opponent, tearing his expensive suit and crashing against his gold-patterned body, then exploding. Diamond type awakened? Jiang Wenxiang found that his powerful wind blades could only leave shallow cuts on the opponent's body. In the blink of an eye, the man was in front of him again with another punch coming. No time to dodge. Jiang Wenxiang crossed his arms in front of him, quickly forming a wind shield. Next moment, a heavy iron fist, roaring like a bear king, shattered the shield and smashed into Jiang Wenxiang's arms. Jiang Wenxiang felt an overwhelming force, his arms felt ruined. The terrifying impact sent him flying more than 10 meters, slamming into the wall and cracking it. Cough! Erlangshan coughed blood, eyes full of shock. The opponent was a S-rank diamond type awakened, but his strength and speed were terrifying, far beyond what he imagined. The moment this thought formed, the red-faced Guan Yu was already in front of him again, raising his dark gold bear king fist, ready to smash his head. Death loomed over Jiang Wenxiang. Jiang Wenxiang's storage ring flashed, and a talisman glowing white appeared in his hand. The talisman's power was instantly activated. B-rank talisman, Heaven's Lock. Crafted by a B-rank material type awakened master, it stored B-rank power, allowing the user to unleash that level instantly. Whoosh! The talisman's energy exploded. Thick white chains shot out, wrapping around Guan Yu's arms and waist, locking him in place. Chen Ping felt his strength suppressed by the chains. He was shocked Jiang Wenxiang wasn't powerful, but he had tons of treasures. Die! Jiang Wenxiang roared. His ring flashed again, summoning a blood-stained sword wrapped in cloth. The seal broke, an extremely dangerous forbidden weapon stabbed straight for Chen Ping's chest. But at that moment, Chen Ping's leg whipped out, kicking the blood sword to change its path. His blood boiled, arms swelled, and he burst out with ultimate strength, breaking free from the chains and punching back. Boom! The air exploded. The powerful punch hit Jiang Wenxiang again, sending him flying. This time he smashed through the wall behind him. Who's there? Quick! Protect the young master. Awakened ones outside rushed in. 5 armed men entered. S-rank awakened Su Yuanxiao led the charge, his sharp eyes scanning the suite, ready to kill the intruder. But then, Darkness fell before their eyes. For D-rank awakened were instantly hit by a powerful soul shock, eyes rolling back, fainting on the spot. Su Yuanchao's head throbbed. Only his strong C-rank soul let him resist fainting. But when he looked up to assess the situation, he saw only endless darkness. In the darkness, a Zingdalo dressed in a blue evening gown stood before him. Her figure was elegant and graceful, like a secluded orchid in the dark. Behind her hung a pitch-black crescent moon. Spirit treasure manifestation, black moon. This area is off limits. Her voice was serene, but carried an undeniable firmness. Zingdalo pointed at Su Yuanchao from a distance, and black ripples spread across the entire area. Su Yuanchao's soul suddenly trembled violently, his brain stalled, and his body wouldn't move. He was completely frozen in place. This was the battle plan between Chen Ping and Song Xiao. If Chen Ping couldn't kill Jiang Wenxiang instantly, he would fight him alone while Song Xiao blocked the entrance, keeping all outsiders out of the room. Jiang Wenxiang hadn't expected the enemy to have an accomplice. Lying in the rubble of the shattered wall, blood dripping from his mouth, he shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me?" The red-faced Guangong didn't say a word, just advanced on Jiang Wenxiang again, swinging his fist toward him. Boom boom boom. Jiang Wenxiang's body released a strong wind pressure, blasting at the approaching Guangong. Guangong's body paused slightly from the hit. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Wenxiang's ring flashed, and another talisman appeared in his hand, its power instantly activated. B-rank talisman, Blood Demon Cannon. A red cannon blasted out from the talisman, hitting Guangong's chest and exploding. Guangong coughed up blood and was blasted backward, his strong body instantly charred. Ha ha ha. You think you can kill me? Don't you know your own limits? Jiang Wenxiang stood up laughing, his eyes filled with rage and bloodlust. Wind power surged from his body, forming a pale blue spear in his hand. Profound technique, Wind King Spear. This was Jiang Wenxiang's most powerful wind-based killing move. Erlangshan released terrifying wind pressure from his whole body. Wind power wrapped around the Wind King Spear as he ripped through the air, thrusting the sharp spear tip toward Guangong's chest. Strike while he's down. Guangong gave a cold snort. Despite taking the Blood Demon Cannon head-on, he hadn't fallen and still managed to counterattack. His dark gold gauntlets burst with brilliant energy, smashing against the spear, forcing it back again and again. Clang, clang, clang. Their bodies blurred as they moved, Bear King gauntlets clashing fiercely with the Wind King spear. Sparks and wind energy exploded everywhere. Waves of terrifying power rippled through the air. Sharp wind blades shredded everything around them. The women in transparent gauze were terrified, huddling in the corners of the room, watching Guangong fight Erlangshan. This eerie and terrifying scene was burned into their minds, but soon they were knocked unconscious by the shockwaves of the battle. A peak C-rank battle, anyone too close would get caught in the crossfire. Erlangshan had used his strongest move, but to his horror, he realized his Wind King spear couldn't suppress Guangong's fists. This opponent was incredibly terrifying, faster and stronger than expected, and only growing more dangerous with each clash. Even after taking 2 B-rank talismans head-on, his momentum didn't drop. Instead, after taking a heavy punch, Jiang Wenxiang felt a strange power seep into his internal organs, worsening his injuries. That was the Bear King Gauntlet's heavy injury effect. As the Wind King spear swept out again, the Bear King fist slammed into its center. Bang! The wind shattered. The Wind King spear was violently broken in half. Oh no! Jiang Wenxiang's heart went cold. He saw Guangong's merciless iron fist already in his face. Thud! Erlangshan's mask shattered. Jiang Wenxiang's face twisted from the heavy blow, blood spraying as he crashed to the floor. His once handsome face was now bruised and swollen, his high nose bridge knocked crooked. The red-faced Guangong advanced again, ready to end Erlangshan's life. Suddenly, the broken Wind King spear turned into 2 deadly wind blades and flashed past. Guangong punched one wind blade into pieces, but the other slashed toward his head. He leaned back just in time, narrowly dodging it. But as he straightened up, the Guangong mask cracked down the middle and fell to the ground, revealing the face behind it. Jiang Wenxiang finally saw his opponent's face clearly. His expression froze, utterly disbelieving what he saw. "It's you, Chen Ping?" It seems quite a few people have deep grudges against young Master Jiang. Only now do you realize who I am, Chen Ping sneered. Why is it you? No, this is impossible. Jiang Wenxiang's face twisted in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. The shock of Chen Ping's identity being revealed was far more intense than the fact that Guangong wanted to kill him. Jiang Wenxiang could accept being crushed in power by a C-rank diamond type awakened, but he couldn't accept that the one crushing him was Chen Ping, a person he had once thought he could kill like an ant. While he was in shock, Chen Ping's fist came down again like a cannonball. Jiang Wenxiang released all his wind power to build a wall of wind. But the next second, the powerful fist shattered the wind wall and landed hard on Jiang Wenxiang's head. Bang! Another punch. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices of Jiang Wenxiang's face. His skull was almost shattered. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, our celestial soldier group will never let you go. The intense pain nearly knocked Jiang Wenxiang unconscious. The fear in the eyes of this immortal second generation was overwhelming. He realized that the boy in front of him had become so strong that he now controlled his life and death and had stomped him into the dirt like a dead dog. Heh, are you stupid or what? We've already been at the point of no return for a while now. Chen Ping stomped on Jiang Wenxiang's chest, cracking his ribcage. Ignoring his desperate cries for mercy, Chen Ping's arm bulged with muscle and heat, releasing terrifying force in that moment. Martial God Cannon. Boom! Chen Ping's explosive punch blasted into Jiang Wenxiang's chest, piercing his heart with a single strike. Jiang Wenxiang let out a final, agonizing scream. His eyes filled with fear and tears. His expression froze. He died anything but peacefully. Why is it that every immortal second gen says they can't be killed? It's always a life or death feud. While alive, they show no mercy, but when they're about to die, they think others should spare them? Chen Ping looked at Jiang Wenxiang's corpse, speaking softly. He really didn't understand how these people fought. But he didn't waste time. After taking Jiang Wenxiang's storage ring, he pulled out a 2-star spiritual weapon, the flaming sword, from the void jade. Chen Ping walked straight toward Su Yuanchao. Might as well finish it. Su Yuanchao saw the boy coming out of the darkness. He recognized him. His face showed undisguisable terror. It was Chen Ping. The very Chen Ping he once thought he could crush at will now stood alive in front of him. This boy had soloed the young master? How was that possible? How could it be? Su Yuanchao stared wide-eyed, seeing only the youth's cold, killing intent-filled gaze, not something a regular high school student would have. He finally realized what kind of existence he had provoked. But it was too late for regret. Under the sole control of the mysterious woman, he couldn't do anything. Su Yuanchao struggled to speak. Wait, listen to me. No time. Chen Ping coldly replied. The boy's sword blazed like flowing fire, and with one slash, Su Yuanchao's head was severed. Then, he turned to the 4 unconscious D-rank awakeners on the floor and killed each of them with one strike. He didn't say a single word the entire time. Song Xiao turned pale watching the blood splatter everywhere. She still hadn't fully adapted to the sight of someone casually killing multiple people. Next, a sharp alarm blared through Paradise on Earth. Intruder alert! Paradise on Earth has been breached. Quick! Lock down all exits. In an instant, Paradise on Earth's armed personnel and awakeners were mobilized. The entire place became extremely dangerous. Armed forces started converging on the special suite. Chen Ping knew the fight had already drawn too much attention. He had mentally prepared for this the moment his sneak attack on Jiang Wenxiang failed. Run! Instead of fleeing through the door, Chen Ping grabbed Song Xiao's hand and headed for the window. He smashed the window with a clean punch and tossed out Big Head Duck. The white jade whale grew rapidly from thumb size to a massive bird 4 to 5 meters long. Song Xiao glanced back at the unconscious dancers, then released another soul shock, erasing their memories of recent events. Once that was done, Chen Ping pulled Song Xiao up, and they jumped onto the white jade whale's back. Quack quack, hold on tight, duck. The white jade whale flapped its wings. Chen Ping held its neck tightly, while Song Xiao wrapped her arms around his waist. The next second, the white jade whale soared into the air, flying fast through the chaotic paradise on Earth. Stop them! Crap! They're flying! As armed forces locked down the building, they saw a giant bird flying into the sky and were stunned. They expected intruders, but didn't expect them to take to the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire lit up the night. They shot into the sky, trying to bring the intruders down. But the targets had already flown hundreds of meters away. Unless they got extremely lucky, they wouldn't hit them. At the top of the palace, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes. He stepped on a flying sword and broke through the window. Sword writing technique. This was a Foundation establishment stage expert. Don't even think about escaping. The middle-aged man rode his sword and chased after the white jade whale. He was Li Chengqing, one of the 2 C-rank awakens stationed at Paradise on Earth, a mid-Foundation establishment chi practicing expert. From Paradise on Earth, beams of light shot into the sky, attacking the flying beast. Li Chengqing quickly closed the distance using his sword writing technique. He saw Song Xiao wearing the Zingdala mask, Chen Ping wearing a new Pikachu mask, and the white jade whale with a Donald Duck mask. Come down here. Li Chengqing, standing on the flying sword, pulled out a pistol from his coat. Bang! 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 Bullets burst out from the gun. Each bullet carried immense kinetic energy, ripping through the sky and shooting toward Chen Ping and Song Xiao. Li Chengqing wasn't just a chi practitioner, but also a sharpshooter. Even from 200 meters away, his aim was deadly accurate. But he didn't expect that just as he fired, a massive turtle shell appeared out of nowhere, blocking all the bullets like a shield. Pikachu turned his head toward Li Chengqing, slowly raising 2 fingers. From behind the mask, his eyes remained calm and sharp. Li Chengqing paused. Then, golden lightning tore through the dark night like divine punishment from the heavens, shattering the night sky. Boom! A deafening thunderclap roared. Caught off guard, Li Chengqing was pierced by the golden lightning and fell like a bird to the ground. Quack, quack, quack. The flying beast let out an ecstatic cry, arrogantly laughing as if mocking Li Chengqing's overconfidence. Its wings beat powerfully, and it soared rapidly into the clouds, disappearing from everyone's sight. The intruders made a stunning escape. Only the masked elites were left behind, looking up in awe. The white jade whale broke through the clouds. A cool wind rushed past. From their view, the palace of paradise on earth looked tiny and far away. Woohoo! So awesome! Chen Ping shouted joyfully, releasing all the exhilaration in his heart. He had killed Jiang Wenshang and felt incredibly free. With his energy flowing smoothly, it felt like every cell in his body had come alive. Even his previously stagnant cultivation began to show signs of loosening. Ha ha ha, amazing. Song Xiao hugged Chen Ping, her clear voice echoing as she laughed. She took off her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile on her flawless face. It's so high. It was Song Xiao's first time flying in the sky. Looking down, she could see a faint sea of clouds glowing with city lights. Looking up, there was a magnificent starry sky and a bright full moon. A gentle breeze swept past. Her long hair and evening dress fluttered. The moonlight lit up her face, making her look even more beautiful, like a fairy beneath the moon. The sea of clouds was vast, and the starry sky boundless. A strange sense of solitude came over Song Xiao. But as she hugged the boy, the one who stood before her and protected her, that feeling disappeared. All she wanted was to share this breathtaking scene with him. Shan Pai, look, that star is so bright. And it's glowing blue. That's probably a satellite, right? Look at that one, it's even prettier. Yeah. And look over there, don't those stars look like a horse? The two rode the flying beast, gazing at the stars, excitedly sharing what they saw. In the vast, endless world, it felt like only the two of them existed. Beneath the stars and moon, they soared above the clouds. Boom! The entire palace shook violently. Dozens of awakened ones knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. A tall, imposing middle-aged man stared coldly at the kneeling awakened ones. His rage surged like a volcanic eruption, enough to engulf the entire area. Trash! You're all trash! The man stomped down, crushing one of the awakened to pieces. Blood splattered, staining the others around. None of them dared to wipe it off. They simply knelt there, shaking, completely silent. Not for any other reason, because this man was Zhang Longpeng, chairman of the Celestial Soldier Group, an ultimate-level Divine Descent type awakened. Zhang Longpeng lifted a man in a Taoist robe by the neck. The man's face twisted in pain, his eyes full of fear. Li Chengqing, you were in charge of guarding paradise on earth, and yet this happened right under your nose. What do you have to say? Zhang Longpeng asked coldly. Chairman, I've confirmed now. The attackers were a mysterious man wearing a red Guangdong mask and a mysterious woman with a Zingdala mask. I also investigated their driver and vehicle, but couldn't find any info. The license plates were fake. Their assassination was clearly premeditated. They first entered the room next to young Master Zhang's, then crawled through the ventilation system into his room, and swiftly killed both him and his bodyguards. Zhang Longpeng looked around. No witnesses to the fight? Everyone stayed silent. Li Chengqing shook his head with difficulty. The dozen or so dancers seemed to have fainted at the start of the battle. Also, their flying beast pet appeared very suddenly. When I chased them with sword flight, I only saw them riding a 4 or 5 meter long bird. Very fast. That mysterious man could also release powerful lightning. He seemed to be a C-rank elemental type awakened. Zhang Longping's face darkened even further. His anger became even more intense. You're saying, a C-rank awakened killed my son? Crack, crack, crack. His hand tightened unconsciously. Li Chengqing felt like he was about to be crushed to death. His words had enraged Zhang Longpeng. Jiang Wenshang had been a peak C-rank awakened with many powerful trump cards. If a B-rank elite had killed him, Zhang Longpeng might barely accept it. But for Li Chengqing to say a mere C-rank did it, how could he tolerate that? Trash! Zhang Longpeng slammed Li Chengqing to the ground. The floor cracked under the impact. Li Changqing coughed blood endlessly. Just a C-rank awakened. Just a single C-rank awakened, and you let him kill my son and escape right in front of you? You've completely disgraced the Celestial Soldier Group. With that, Jiang Longpan punched Li Changqing again, disfiguring his face. Then, he turned his terrifying gaze to the other C-rank awakened at Paradise on Earth, a white-haired man who immediately collapsed and kowtowed. Chairman, spare us. Please give us another chance. We will definitely get to the bottom of this and track down those two criminals. Before he could finish, he was slapped hard across the face. He flew into a wall. His condition unknown, dead or alive. Humph, trash like you dares ask for a chance? John Longping's cold voice sent chills through the air. The aura he emitted terrified everyone on the ground into silence. John Longping kicked away Su Yuanchao's corpse. He walked to the body of the young man whose heart had been punched through. Looking at the terror and regret frozen on his face, the rage on his own face turned to sorrow. What were you so afraid of? Why did you die with such a pathetic expression? He slowly bent down and picked up Jiang Wenxiang's corpse. My little loser. Didn't we agree that I'd kill Chen Ping for you, so why were you so weak you couldn't even survive a C-rank assassin? Xing Shun, Jiang Longpeng spoke calmly. Chairman. A man covered in blood curses stepped forward. His aura was overwhelming, stronger than anyone else present. Mobilize the entire Celestial Soldier Group. Access all surveillance. Gather every clue. Track down the whereabouts of those two. Focus on C-rank elemental awakened, Foundation establishment cultivators, summoner types, and soul types. And investigate the movements of Wengu, Shi Shueming, Chen Ping, and anyone else who held grudges with my son. Actually, forget it. Just kill them all. It's a good chance to clear away the nuisances. He. My son is dead. He mustn't be lonely on the road to the afterlife. And his favorite pets, after sensing their master's death, they must be terribly sad and restless, right? If they lose control, that's perfectly reasonable, right? Jiang Longpan laughed. But his laughter was filled with overwhelming killing intent. He, it's our fault for being too well behaved. Now any stray cat or dog thinks they can provoke us. The outside world must have forgotten how the Celestial Soldier Group rose to power. Go, Xing Shun. The time has come. Tonight, unleash a storm of blood across Nanteng City, begin a full-scale purge. Holding his son's corpse, Jiang Longpeng slowly stood. His gaze pierced through Paradise on Earth and landed on the glittering lights of Nanteng City. His chiseled face bore a chilling smile. Useless son, watch from heaven, and see how your father kills. The man with the blood curses bowed and left. The kneeling awakened ones didn't dare make a sound, but they were drenched in cold sweat. They knew their chairman was truly furious now. He would mobilize the full power of the Celestial Soldier Group. He would not hesitate to commit mass killings. That night, Nanteng City was destined to be plunged into chaos. The beast crouched in the capital of Province Ji had bared its terrifying fangs, murderous and unstoppable. Emergency notice! Emergency notice! An explosion has occurred at the Celestial Soldier Group's underground biological lab. Massive numbers of experimental creatures have escaped. The disaster level has been preliminarily rated as 1-star evil ghost. All citizens are urgently advised to take shelter and avoid going outdoors. Tianbing Group's head of biological research, Zhang Longhu, stated that the entire group will mobilize to exterminate the escaped creatures as quickly as possible. Chen Ping and Song Siyao returned home excitedly, but as soon as they turned on the TV, they were stunned by the emergency report from Nanteng City. Is this what they call misfortune piling on top of misfortune for Tianbing Group? Are they getting their retribution? Song Siyao blinked her bright eyes and whispered, No, something's not right. Chen Ping frowned as he looked at the flood of real-time news alerts. Experimental creatures broke into the Wen family martial hall. Over 20 senior martial artists were brutally killed by the escaped creatures. Experimental creatures invaded Chongfeng Academy. Principal Shi Shueming held off an 8-star demon beast and many terrifying creatures alone to protect staff and students. By the time the B-rank team from the Special Incident Response Bureau arrived, the principal had already been torn apart. 8 venomous experimental creatures attacked Qingdan sect. 16 alchemists died from poisoning. Song Siyao frowned. Chongfeng Academy is a famous awakened academy in Nanteng City, and Principal Shi Shueming is a B-rank awakened. Are the creatures from Tianbing Group really that scary? Chen Ping shook his head, and the response from Tianbing Group was way too slow. If they accidentally let those creatures loose, they should have had specialized means to control them. But their reaction was slower than even the city's local awakened squads. At that moment, the danger from the escaped creatures was still spreading. Song Xiao paused, then widened her eyes at Chen Ping. You mean, they did it on purpose? That possibility can't be ruled out, Chen Ping said seriously. But why? If this gets resolved, they'll definitely face severe punishment, Song Xiao said in confusion. What benefit would they gain from this? Chen Ping frowned. He didn't quite understand either. Logically, this shouldn't have happened. But he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation either. He carefully read through each short bulletin. Behind every newsflash was a gruesome, bloody disaster. After analyzing the data, Chen Ping's doubts only deepened. One bloody catastrophe after another. Each experimental monster, with bizarre appearances and terrifying strength, had test tubes embedded in their bodies. They were spreading out, rampaging through the city. All the awakened squads under the city's management bureau had been urgently deployed. But there were simply too many experimental creatures. Even with a full mobilization, it was impossible to exterminate them all at once. The monsters rampaged, killing awakened ones and eating human flesh, unleashing a horrifying bloodbath in Nantang City. Something's wrong. The casualty list has too many awakened ones. Sure, a lot of ordinary people were killed too, but so many awakened locations being hit at the same time, it can't be coincidence. Chen Ping spoke. Hearing this, Song Xiao's face turned pale. You mean, Tianbing Group might have intentionally guided the creatures to kill people? That's one possibility, Chen Ping replied grimly. They're insane? So many people have already died. If they really did this on purpose, aren't they afraid of the Awakened Administration Bureau? Song Xiao exclaimed. Chen Ping shook his head. But this is a disaster, isn't it? The two of them fell silent again. Their unease grew stronger. Deliberate killings. And on such a massive scale. No way, right? They wouldn't dare. How could they possibly dare? The thought turned their understanding upside down. Logic told them that no rational leader in Tianbing Group would ever do such a thing, but they couldn't completely deny it either. After all, in the Great Awakening era, even crazier things had happened. Reality never needed logic. It's just that those absurd and outrageous events usually happened in news stories from other places and other countries. So why were they so sure that such madness couldn't happen right next to them?
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.